Chapter 1. Hoshino Kaede. In the 5th year of Konoha, the village resembled an infant, freshly born and in a state of nascent development, with its economy far from flourishing. Yet, it exuded a warm atmosphere, untouched by the ravages of war, allowing its inhabitants to enjoy the stability of family life. Hoshino Kaede reclined in his family's courtyard, gazing dreamily at the stars twinkling in the night sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused. Indeed, tranquility is far superior to turmoil. He continued, even though there is disharmony within, it is still preferable to hiding in fear. As he savored the gentle night breeze brushing against his cheeks, his eyes closed in delight, a sudden roar from behind jolted him back to reality. Hoshino Kaede, I've called you several times. Come back for dinner. Upon hearing the irate tone, Kaede wasted no time and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, brushing off his clothes as he responded, I'm coming. Having placed his shoes neatly, he stepped barefoot inside, immediately spotting his mother, Haruno Sakura, hands on her hips, glaring at him in exasperation. Noticing her fierce demeanor, Kaede quickly surrendered, approaching her with an ingratiating smile. Mother, I understand my mistake. Sakura's ire was instantly doused, unable to sustain her anger. She huffed softly before uttering a few words and then retreated into the kitchen. Having successfully navigated the situation, Kaede promptly settled down like a docile child. This sight elicited hearty laughter from his father, Hoshino Yoda, who was seated nearby. Our little adult has a timid side. How amusing. Kaede rolled his eyes, burying his face in his arms on the table, weakly retorting, Dad, please don't add insult to injury. Yoda, sensing the moment was ripe to withdraw, decided against further teasing. Observing Kaede's lackluster demeanor, he pondered before saying, After dinner, I will teach you the chakra refining technique. Clatter. Kaede, brimming with excitement, lost his balance and fell to the ground, but the pain felt almost non-existent. With wide, sparkling eyes, he exclaimed, Really? Dad, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Feigning heartache at the accusation, Yoda clutched his chest. Alas, if my own son doubts me, perhaps I should reconsider. Before he could finish, Kaede dashed forward, his voice filled with enthusiasm. No, please. I believe you. You are the best. No one can compare to you. Kaede's flattery struck a chord, causing Yoda to float on air with delight. Who wouldn't cherish the praise of their own child, especially one as mature as Kaede? With this exchange, Yoda nodded approvingly and urged, Hurry and eat, then proceed. Reassured by his father's promise, Kaede devoured his meal with fervor, finishing in mere minutes. His large, watery eyes fixed intently on Yoda. You certainly are keen on this, Yoda remarked with a hint of exasperation, before greeting Sakura and leading Kaede into the yard. Kaede sat cross-legged, his small face serious and focused, as if preparing for a monumental task. In contrast, Yoda lounged casually, his posture relaxed. This is your father's unique chakra refining technique. It is on par with those of the prominent clans. Remember to cherish it. With a hint of pride, Yoda unfurled a scroll, as though it were a rare treasure. Kaede understood that his father spoke the truth. This refining technique was indeed comparable to those passed down through noble families, a fact not to be taken lightly. Konoha today was not the same as it would be decades from now. The concept of family lineage was deeply entrenched, with commoners looked down upon as inferior. Naturally, the ninjutsu was heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult for even the lowest-tier techniques to reach the hands of the common folk. Chakra refining was fundamental to becoming a ninja. Without chakra, one could not utilize ninjutsu. Thus, the methods of refining chakra were invaluable, with the techniques possessed by the great clans being far superior to those currently circulating. As an elite jonin, Yoda's strength and status were notable within Konoha, yet his chakra refining method was equally impressive, rivaling any noble clans. Understood, Kaede nodded eagerly, then impatiently opened the scroll, engrossed in its contents. Yoda refrained from interrupting, lost in thought. I wonder how Kaede's talent will measure up. If it's lacking, sigh. If an excellent chakra refining technique is a product of nurture, then one's innate talent is determined by nature. At times, one must concede that talent holds paramount importance in this world. For instance, a brank ninjutsu might require an ordinary person to practice dozens of times, while a prodigy could master it with merely a glance. Such disparities cannot be bridged by effort alone. Though relentless dedication may one day lead to success, that day is often distant, if not unattainable. While Yoda appeared calm on the surface, a deep-seated anxiety gnawed at him. The current situation was precarious. Conflicts could erupt at any moment if his son lacked talent. Danger would perpetually loom over him. Relying on others is no match for self-reliance. Possessing formidable strength would resolve most issues, just as it had for Yoda. Being an elite Jonin was no mere title. It represented strength and experience, not a fad. Kaede was blissfully unaware of Yoda's concerns, wholly absorbed in the scroll, diligently reading. Indeed, compared to the crude refining methods available, Dad's is remarkably detailed, with nuances explained thoroughly. This must be the advantage of having a family background. No wonder Senju Tobarama sought to weaken clan power and elevate the status of commoners. Kaede reflected on this, feeling a mix of admiration and gratitude. Thank goodness I have such a father. Though I may not hail from a noble clan, being the son of an elite Jonin is no less impressive. Fate has blessed me with a good start. Kaede reveled in his good fortune. He was not originally from this world, an orphan raised in a children's home. He had met his end while saving someone. Believing his life had concluded, he unexpectedly opened his eyes to find himself in the world of Hokage. However, it seemed he had arrived a tad too early, having been born in the very first year of Konoha. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. He had gradually grown accustomed to this life and his parents. Yoda, by Kaede's estimation, was an elite Jonin. Indeed, his perceptive abilities were remarkable. He possessed an innate mental acuity and harbored a mysterious clock deep within his mind, its purpose unknown. It was this enigmatic clock that allowed him to perceive what others could not. For instance, the aura. Auras vary in strength, and thus far, the most powerful one he had encountered belonged solely to his father. His mother, Hoshino Sakura, was a special Jonin, but after giving birth to Kaede, she had stepped away from the ninja world to devote herself to homemaking. Overall, Kaede felt immensely content. His family was harmonious and loving, filled with playful banter, yet he understood that the ninja world would not remain so tranquil. Thus, since the age of 3, he had persistently implored his father to teach him how to refine chakra, and today, he had finally acquiesced. Clearing his mind, he focused intently. Before long, half an hour had passed, and for some unknown reason, Kaede successfully refined a strand of chakra. At that very moment, the rusty clock in his mind suddenly emitted a distinct click. Chapter 2. Bloodline Limit? The Clock Face. The sound was ethereal, akin to a dream or a fleeting illusion, utterly surreal. Oblivious to this phenomenon, Kaede remained engrossed in his chakra refining. Another half hour slipped by, and a wave of fatigue washed over him, compelling him to cease his efforts. Opening his eyes, he felt a dull ache pervade his body, as if he had run several laps around Konoha. Awake? The first refinement is merely an adjustment. Once you can refine chakra consistently, you will progress to the next stage, Yoda stated, while expertly massaging Kaede's muscles. Refining must be done in moderation, otherwise it can exhaust your body. I previously refrained from allowing you to refine chakra because you were too young. Typically, this begins at 5 years old. Kaede realized that while chakra refinement seemed straightforward, it harbored significant risks. Dad's expectations are modest. I would be satisfied if you could refine chakra within half a month. He recalled that he himself had managed to refine chakra in half a month, a feat that had thrilled him at the time. His expectations for his son were similarly low. Achieving this milestone would suffice. Such progress would be considered a modest talent in the ninja world as long as there were no unforeseen setbacks. Reaching Jonin status was attainable. Half a month? Dad, your expectations may be overly optimistic, Kaede replied. Upon hearing this, Yoda's expression shifted to one of confusion. Could it be that Kaede lacked the talent to become a ninja? This suspicion was further confirmed by the regret evident on Kaede's face. In Yoda's eyes, This was the unmistakable expression of someone who would not become a ninja. Alas, it's no matter. Even if Kaede lacks talent, your father will always protect you. Watching his father ramble on, Kaede couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What on earth has been conjured in his mind to claim he possesses no talent? As his father's increasingly absurd remarks continued, Xingye Feng could no longer remain seated and promptly interjected, "I have already refined it." "Oh, you've refined it, have you? What?" Only after Xingye Yangtai finished speaking did he realize the gravity of his words, his voice escalating in pitch with a look of utter disbelief on his face. He felt as though he might have misheard. How long had it been? Perhaps merely an hour. Noticing his father still wore a skeptical expression, Xingye Feng summoned the faintest trace of chakra within him. He could only maintain it for a second, as brief and delicate as a flickering candle flame. Yet, to Xingye Yangtai, this speed appeared agonizingly slow, as he distinctly witnessed the chakra manifesting in Xingye Feng. It was indeed true. Family members, can anyone fathom the tumultuous emotions swirling within Xingye Yangtai at this moment? The upheaval was beyond description, his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Xingye Yangtai's gaze turned vacant, as if his very soul had been lost. "Father, are you all right?" Xingye Feng tugged gently at his father's sleeve, inquiring softly. Upon hearing this, Xingye Yangtai gripped his shoulders tightly, his expression brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "You truly are an oddity." At this remark, Xingye Feng's expression darkened, casting a significant eye roll in response. Perhaps aware that his words were somewhat inappropriate, he pondered what it meant for his son to be an oddity. What then did that make him? Clearing his throat, Xingye Yangtai suppressed his inner excitement. "Ahem, since you have refined your chakra, I shall grant you these few ninjutsu in advance. Practice them diligently." Xingye Feng's face lit up with joy, astonished to receive ninjutsu ahead of time. "Thank you, father." After expressing his gratitude, his expression turned hesitant, as if caught between words. Xingye Yangtai, puzzled, asked, "Is there something on your mind?" After considerable contemplation, Xingye Feng resolved not to conceal the truth and spoke. "Just now, while refining the chakra, I felt a peculiar sensation in my eyes." The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense, and Xingye Yangtai's expression shifted between uncertainty and concern. After a brief moment of contemplation, he exhaled a heavy sigh. "Is that so? It seems you have awakened your bloodline limit." Xingye Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. What in the world? A bloodline limit? Their family possessed a bloodline limit. From Xingye Yangtai's tone, it was evident that such a thing had occurred in the past. Otherwise, his demeanor would not have been so composed. There was even a hint of reluctance, as if he wished to avoid the topic altogether. He had initially intended to mention the peculiarities of his eyes, hoping his parents would assume it was related to a bloodline limit, but under the current circumstances, that was no longer necessary. "Father, has anyone in our family awakened it before?" Xingye Feng cautiously probed. Upon hearing this, Xingye Yangtai, unperturbed, reminisced, "Yes, decades ago your grandfather awakened it." These words made Xingye Feng's pupils constrict sharply. Indeed, their family had once possessed a similar bloodline limit. But why had he never heard his father mention it before? Perhaps in response to Xingye Feng's unvoiced questions, Xingye Yangtai continued. However, his bloodline limit only manifested for a few years before he succumbed to a blood disease, and since then, it has never resurfaced. Listening to Xingye Yangtai's account, it became clear why Xingye Feng had never met his grandfather. Whenever asked, Xingye Yangtai had never elaborated much. It turned out to be a blood disease, as if fate itself sought to suppress the bloodline limit. Those afflicted with such an ailment would soon meet their demise. Given the current state of ninja medical techniques, it was akin to an incurable affliction. "Xiao Feng," Xingye Yangtai said gravely, "if you feel any discomfort, do not conceal it." From those deep, dark eyes, Xingye Feng detected sorrow and anguish. "Oh, I've merely just awakened. You're worrying needlessly, father," he replied, lifting his head with a bright smile. That innocent and pure smile slightly eased the anxiety within Xingye Yangtai. "You." Xingye Yangtai chuckled helplessly. His son had always been remarkably mature, never mischievous in the slightest. Understanding that Xingye Feng was wise enough to know his limits, he chose not to press further. Continue your practice. I will search for the notes your grandfather left behind. They may prove beneficial to you. Xingye Yangtai rose and retreated into the house, leaving Xingye Feng to practice alone. Xingye Feng did not rush to unroll the scroll for practice. Instead, he ensured no one was around and settled into a lotus position atop a haystack. In an instant, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and once equilibrium was restored, Xingye Feng opened his eyes. Before him stood an ancient clock, its surface marred with rust, as if it had endured the ravages of time, while still retaining an air of solemnity. Merely standing there invoked a profound sense of history. Xingye Feng surveyed his surroundings. It was a sea of darkness, with nothing but the clock before him. Reluctantly, he fixed his gaze upon the solitary clock. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something peculiar. The clock face was divided into 12 segments, all but the segment from 12 to 1 were shrouded in obscurity, as if cloaked in shadow. Xingye Feng extended a finger and gently brushed against the clock face, and in that instant, the entire face erupted in brilliant light. The radiance was blinding, forcing Xingye Feng to shield his eyes against the intense glare. Simultaneously, a beam of blue light suddenly emerged from the soul-clean and shining section. A swift light pierced directly into the depths of Hoshino Kaede's eyes, leaving him no time to react. He merely felt a sudden brightness before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 3. The Man Who Is a God. Senju Hashirama Konoha Hospital was constructed with great vigor by Senju Hashirama himself following the establishment of the village. During the Warring States period, medical resources were scarce, and after the relentless battles among clans, many wounded individuals were deprived of adequate medical care, resulting in the tragic loss of lives that could have been saved. To prevent such a calamity from recurring, Hashirama decisively mandated the establishment of a hospital during the village's founding, ensuring its independence from other departments and granting it autonomy. However, due to the ongoing warfare and the underdeveloped state of medical technology, the number of practitioners remained limited, leaving many ailments without effective treatment. Additionally, the prevailing culture among ninjas, which prioritized the pursuit of high-intensity combat techniques, led to a general disdain for medical ninjutsu, further diminishing the number of individuals willing to study it. After Hoshino Kaede regained consciousness, he was promptly transported to the hospital for treatment. Being the child of an elite jonin, the hospital staff exhibited utmost diligence, with the director personally overseeing his care and providing him with a private room. This can be regarded as a privilege bestowed upon Hoshino Yoda, as other patients do not receive such exceptional treatment. Following the director's meticulous examination, the final diagnosis concluded that his fainting spell was a result of excessive fatigue. Yoshinoya Yoda breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that the bloodstain ailment had flared up unexpectedly. A day later, Hoshino Kaede's eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly opening, revealing a gaze that was somewhat dazed. His unconsciousness had been abrupt, without any prior warning, and his memories lingered on the previous day. Is this a hospital? He surveyed his surroundings, confirming the location. He had been here before during his illness. Hoshino Kaede furrowed her brows in contemplation, gradually recalling the scene from that moment in her mind. What was that blue light? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? Could it be the manifestation of my bloodline illness? Hoshino Kaede found himself increasingly amused by his own absurd thoughts, ultimately laughing at the ridiculousness of it all. How could it be? The bloodstain illness could not manifest so swiftly. He then attempted to rationalize the bizarre phenomenon through a contemporary lens, yet to no avail. Alas, my body. Hoshino Feng carefully sensed her own condition, and her expression suddenly turned peculiar. She then rubbed her eyes vigorously, thinking that perhaps she was hallucinating in broad daylight. What on earth is happening? Why has my chakra surged so dramatically? Hoshino Kaede could no longer contain herself and let out a string of expletives. The situation was undeniably bizarre. One would scarcely believe such a transformation could occur. The chakra, initially as thin as a thread, had, within a mere day, expanded to the size of a babbling brook. Hoshino Kaede mused that he had likely reached the level of a CH Nin, or perhaps even an elite CH Nin. After a brief moment of shock and daze, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. It was no jest. He too possessed an extraordinary advantage, and the prospect of effortlessly conquering the heavens and the earth no longer seemed a mere fantasy. Ahem, I digress. One must not be too audacious, lest the heavens bestow a lesson of humility. Nevertheless, the corners of Hoshino Kaede's mouth remained lifted in a smile, his face adorned with a foolish grin. Just as he reveled in his own world, the door to the hospital room creaked open. "Xiaofeng, you're awake." The voice, laced with both delight and apprehension, unmistakably conveyed a deep concern for Hoshino Kaede. The newcomer was none other than his mother, Sakura Mizunoto. "Mother, I am fine," Hoshino Kaede replied, striving to compose himself and revert to his usual demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Overcome with emotion, Sakura Mizunoto promptly embraced him, showering him with affectionate nuzzles. In a moment, Hoshino Kaede found herself at a loss for words, overshadowed by the joy she had previously felt. After a wave of affection, Kinomoto Sakura gradually calmed her emotions and took a good look at her son. However, upon doing so, she was struck by a perplexing question. "Kaede, what has happened to your eyes?" Hearing his mother's inquiry, Hoshino Kaede felt somewhat bewildered. Were his eyes not perfectly fine? What could possibly be amiss? Hoshino Kaede picked up a mirror beside him and gazed into it. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to his father's, with a pair of deep, expressive black eyes. However, at this moment, that was not the case. His originally jet-black eyes, akin to gleaming black jewels, transformed into a brilliant blue, as pure and clear as the vast sky. It seemed as though one could glimpse the infinite cosmos through his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Hoshino Kaede's lips parted slightly, and her heart was in turmoil. Merely a glance into those eyes ensnared her spirit, drawing her into a profound reverie. Undoubtedly, these were eyes imbued with formidable power. It must be attributed to the awakening of her bloodline limit. Hoshino Kaede casually concocted a plausible explanation, perfectly aligning with the timing. Upon hearing such an elucidation, Kinomoto Sakura, without a trace of suspicion, nodded in understanding. Subsequently, her astonishment waned, replaced by a keen observation accompanied by a flurry of admiration. "What beautiful eyes," Kinomoto Sakura murmured softly. "They resemble two radiant sapphires, gleaming brilliantly." Her voice was imbued with joy and pride. As a former elite jonin, she was well aware of the formidable power of bloodline limits. In the entire ninja world, such abilities were exceedingly rare, indeed. Her son had awakened such prowess, truly a testament to her lineage. "Mother, where is father?" Hoshino Kaede inquired, casting a puzzled glance towards the door. "He has been summoned by Lord Hokage. It is likely related to your matter," Kinomoto Sakura replied. Upon hearing those words, Hoshino Kaede could not help but conjure the image of a certain figure in his mind, the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama. This man, revered as the god of Shinobi, possessed strength that stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Aside from Uchiha Madara, there was no one capable of matching him in combat. In his previous life, Hoshino Kaede held a profound admiration for him. His boundless compassion instilled a deep respect within her. Together with Uchiha Madara, he brought an end to the tumult of the warring states, establishing Konohagakure and extinguishing the flames of conflict in the Land of Fire. Moreover, he indirectly contributed to the cessation of turmoil within the ninja world. How could such a man not evoke Hoshino Kaede's yearning? The term war may roll off the tongue lightly, but it is only when one is ensnared within its grasp that the value of peace truly becomes apparent. Reflecting on the myriad tribulations faced by her country in her past life only intensified Hoshino Kaede's reverence for this man who forged tranquility. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Yoshino Yoda was currently receiving a summons from Senju Hashirama. The Kekkei Genkai in this era of Konoha is indeed a rare treasure. It is hard to fathom that decades later, Konoha would descend into decay, rife with various nefarious schemes. The newly established Konoha, however, is brimming with vitality, akin to a burgeoning seedling. "Yoda, you have a remarkable son," Hashirama cheerfully remarked, clad in the Hokage's attire, lacking any semblance of the dignified aura one would expect from a Hokage. Beside him stood Senju Tobirama, Hashirama's younger brother, who would eventually become the steadfast second Hokage, though at this moment, he had yet to embody the iron-willed leader he was destined to be. "Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your kind words." Yasuhiko Waita respectfully bowed his head, his expression brimming with excitement. After all, the first Hokage is undoubtedly an idol the most. How could he not feel exhilarated? "Ayako had already informed me that your son presumably experienced a sudden awakening, which momentarily overwhelmed his body, so there is no need for concern. Ayako, the esteemed head of Konoha Hospital, belongs to the Senju clan and possesses remarkable medical ninjutsu expertise. Thank you for your concern," Hokage-sama, Yasuhiko Waita expressed. Chapter 4. The Miracle of Time Reversal. Hashirama Senju and Yasuhiko Waita engaged in a lengthy discussion filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Tobirama Senju remained silent, quietly observing their exchange. Faced with an abundance of commendations, Yasuhiko Waita was not foolish. He was acutely aware of the underlying implications. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive, his countenance reflecting hesitation. Just as he grappled with his thoughts, a shadow darted past and knelt before him, announcing, "Hokage-sama, Waika has awakened." Hashirama waved his hand and nodded, acknowledging the news. The shadow, upon hearing this, swiftly vanished, as if it had never existed. Yoshino Yoda understood that these words were directed both towards the Hokage and himself. Yet, one lingering doubt resided in his heart. As far as he knew, the Hokage was known for his straightforwardness and would not resort to such tactics. His gaze subtly flickered to the side, momentarily brushing over Senju Tobirama, and an epiphany dawned upon him. Maintaining a facade of composure, he addressed the Hokage, "Lord Hokage, I have a request." Please, feel free to speak candidly," replied Senju Hashirama with a gentle demeanor. "My son often speaks of you, Lord Hokage, and wishes to meet you in person." Upon uttering these words, a brief silence enveloped the room. A few moments later, Hashirama cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly stating, "In that case, let it be today." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Yoda responded before turning to depart for the hospital. Once he had exited, Hashirama reclined languidly in his chair, devoid of the imposing presence befitting the god of Shinobi. "This is exhausting. Such matters are better suited for Tobirama. I shan't undertake this again." Tobirama, hearing this, remained noncommittal, his gaze fixed on the vanishing figure of Yoshino Yoda. "It appears he lacks trust in the village." Hashirama frowned, retorting, "What nonsense is this? It is only natural for a father to care for his son." Clearly, he vehemently disagreed with Tobirama's statement. A father, by nature, protects his offspring. Even a tiger spares its young, let alone a human. Tobirama glanced at his elder brother but chose not to respond, instead shifting the conversation to other matters. In recent years, the village's population has surged, and space has become scarce. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. "Then let us expand. There is ample vacant land surrounding us." Such flippant remarks caused Tobirama's eyelids to twitch. It seemed that as long as he did not have to deal with the intricacies, he was unconcerned. Suppressing his irritation, he muttered to himself, "He is my elder brother, my own flesh and blood." With a final exhale, he let out a soft huff and turned his gaze away, muttering, "Do not forget our agreement." After waiting for a brief interval, a knock sounded at the door. Upon granting permission, Yoshino Yoda entered, accompanied by Hoshino Kaede. "Lord Hokage, this is my child." Hashirama's eyes roamed over the child, and he suddenly paused. Within his perception, Hoshino Kaede already possessed the chakra of a chunin. But he is only 5 years old. How could he have such an abundance of chakra? Remarkable, yet still inferior to mine. Their gazes met, and Hoshino Kaede scrutinized him in turn. A tempest of emotions surged within him. To his eyes, Hashirama radiated an overwhelming presence, akin to a blazing sun, dominating the heavens and reaching for the clouds. Was this the gravitas of the god of Shinobi? Such an aura was awe-inspiring. However, the moment was fleeting. After a brief exchange of glances, Hoshino Kaede composed himself, bowing gracefully. "Greetings, Lord Hokage. I am Hoshino Kaede." "Hello, young one," Hashirama replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a warm smile. Strangely, all the words he had prepared vanished at the sight of the child, leaving no trace of his earlier apprehensions. Yet, Tobirama, standing nearby, could hardly bear to watch, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as he sighed deeply within. He should not have allowed his brother to take the lead. It was far too indulgent. "I have heard you awakened a bloodline limit. Do you know what abilities it grants you?" Hashirama inquired curiously, dismissing all prior decorum. His authority vanished. In response to the question, Yoshino Kaede flashed a shy smile, gazing at the First Hokage, whose demeanor resembled that of a child. He had no intention of concealing his abilities. "I believe I can manipulate time." His revelation sent a chill through the room, causing everyone present to draw a sharp breath. Even the usually serious Tobirama was taken aback. Time manipulation. The shinobi world is not devoid of space-time techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, which allows for instantaneous travel through spatial markings. However, while it is indeed a space-time ninjutsu, it paled in comparison to the concept of time itself. To wield control over time itself would suggest the power to reverse life and death. Tobirama, a master of forbidden techniques, immediately grasped the deeper implications of the child's claim. Little one, are you certain? Hashirama's tone shifted from warm to serious. If what you say is true, it would be a great boon for Konoha. Hoshino Kaede displayed no hesitation. Her gaze swept around before settling on the potted plant atop the desk. Winter had now arrived, the vibrancy of spring vanished, and the leaves lay strewn upon the ground. Hoshino Kaede stepped forward, extending a hand to make contact, her pair of cerulean eyes shimmering with brilliance. Under the watchful gaze of several onlookers, a hint of verdant hue gradually emerged within their field of vision. It was as if winter had surrendered to spring, time itself had been reversed. Indeed, it was the manipulation of time. Tobirama murmured to himself, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Ha! Excellent! Excellent!" Hashirama laughed heartily, delighting in the emergence of such a bloodline limit here in Konohagakure. After recovering from his shock, Tobirama swiftly composed himself and, in a flash, found himself standing before Hoshino Kaede. "Young one, would you be willing to take me as your master?" His gaze was fervent, almost yearning to claim her as his own. The bloodline limit of time had never before graced the shinobi world. Thus far, it was a singular occurrence. The surprises brought by Hoshino Kaede extend far beyond these. In the hurried encounter, the magnitude of his chakra went unnoticed. It was only upon regaining composure that the realization dawned. At merely 5 years of age, he already possesses the chakra levels of an elite chunin, and as he matures, it will undoubtedly burgeon. With fervent eyes fixed intently on Hoshino Kaede, it felt as if he were gazing upon an uncut gem. Before Hoshino Kaede could respond, Senju Hashirama exclaimed, "Tobirama, are you still here?" Without turning his head, Tobirama replied, "Brother, let us discuss matters later. I am currently occupied. I have yet to take on a disciple, so..." Observing Tobirama's feigned ignorance, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, exceptional talent is rare to find, and such a remarkable potential is even more so. He felt a stir of desire. The heart of Hoshino Kaede stirred with excitement, her eyes suddenly sparkling, as if the words she longed to utter were on the verge of escaping her lips. It was no jest. Senju Hashirama was none other than the greatest pillar of support for Konoha, the First Hokage. To have the privilege of being his disciple would surely propel her to great heights, allowing her to walk with confidence within the village. Witnessing her fervor, Tobirama lowered his head in despair, realizing he had indeed hesitated too long. Meanwhile, a smirk crept across Hashirama's face, delight blooming within him like a victorious rooster. Chapter 5, Becoming a Disciple of Senju Hashirama. "Him, brother, do mind your image," Tobirama remarked, a hint of exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. "Oh, right." Hashirama, momentarily oblivious, quickly attempted to regain his composure, though the result was rather comical. Hoshino Yoda stifled a laugh, turning his head away. However, Hashirama remained unfazed, adopting a serious demeanor as he crouched before Hoshino Kaede. "My little friend, do you wish to become my disciple?" The anticipation in Hashirama's gaze was palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaede knelt before him, bowing earnestly. "Disciple Hoshino Kaede, paying respects to my teacher," she proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing the anticipated words, Hashirama's face lit up with uncontainable joy, an exuberant smile gracing his features. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Senju Hashirama." He paused for a moment before adding, "and my only disciple." The gravity of his tone left no room for dispute. The commanding aura he exuded silenced any objections, even from Tobirama, who felt a flicker of dissent in his heart but knew better than to voice it. At this moment, Hashirama would not yield, and Tobirama understood this all too well, even as his own brother. Hashirama gently patted Kaede's head and said, "Come to my office tomorrow. I shall guide you in your training." Hoshino Fong nodded, subsequently taking her father's hand as they departed from the Hokage's office. Upon exiting, Hoshino Yangta let out a long sigh of relief. "Dad, you really are quite timid," Hoshino Fong remarked disdainfully. "You little rascal, what did you say?" Hoshino Yangta's expression darkened. "That is the esteemed Hokage, the Hokage." Yes, I am aware, my teacher," Hoshino Fong replied calmly. Upon witnessing the scene, Hoshino Yoda was filled with indignation and proceeded to administer a lesson imbued with affection, ensuring his counterpart understood the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. After delivering this reprimand, he felt a significant sense of relief. Indeed, the adage that joy is often predicated upon the suffering of others proved to be accurate. Meanwhile, Hoshino Kaede, nursing a sizable bump on his head, silently noted this incident, vowing to seek retribution in the future. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 20 years. As he pondered this decision, a sudden radiance emanated from behind Hoshino Yoda, as if an ominous event were imminent. However, after scanning his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he chose to dismiss the feeling. Turning to Hoshino Kaede, he earnestly advised him to heed the words of the Hokage and to avoid causing any trouble for him. Additionally, he cautioned against any interactions with Lord Tobirama, sighing in resignation, acknowledging the inevitability of their paths crossing. Though the Hokage was ostensibly at the helm of Konoha, it was, in fact, Lord Tobirama who wielded true influence, his every action scrutinized under the watchful eye of the latter. The mere mention of Senju Tobirama brought a furrow to Hoshino Yoda's brow, as he had previously surmised that certain decisions emanated from Tobirama's intellect while he worked alone in the office. Observing his father's troubled demeanor, Hoshino Kaede could not help but admire his father's keen perception of character. Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage of Konoha, was a man of formidable resolve. Setting aside his prowess, he stood out as the most capable among all the Hokage throughout history. His acumen in both political and military affairs marked him as a veritable genius. Under his leadership, Konoha experienced rapid advancement, establishing and refining various departments. He was indeed an exceptional statesman and military strategist. Hoshino Kaede revisited the information regarding Senju Tobirama in her mind. Upon reflection, an overwhelming sense of admiration emerged within her. In the tumultuous circumstances that beset Konoha at the time, the decisive measures he implemented to swiftly stabilize the situation undoubtedly marked him as a competent Hokage. Father, do you harbor any grievances against Lord Tobirama? After mulling over these thoughts, Hoshino Kaede finally responded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in perplexity. The various deeds attributed to Senju Tobirama seemed to portray him as an almost flawless individual. Why, then, did it seem as though her father held reservations about him? Could there be hidden truths? Upon hearing this, Hoshino Yoda offered a wry smile, fully aware of the confusion inherent in Hoshino Kaede's tone. After weighing his words carefully, he began to speak slowly. No, Lord Tobirama's contributions to the village are indisputable. He has overseen both great and small matters within it. So why? Hoshino Kaede remained even more bewildered. Hoshino Yoda halted his steps, turning to gaze at the Hokage building behind him. With a soft sigh, he reflected on the inability to truly empathize with Lord Tobirama. After speaking, he affectionately ruffled Hoshino Kaede's hair, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Enough of this. You need not worry about such matters. Instead, focus on preparing for tomorrow's training, which will undoubtedly be arduous." Hoshino Kaede pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming that it was truly exasperating when people failed to articulate their thoughts fully. Yet, he understood that inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. Rather than dwelling on uncertainties, he resolved to focus on the present and diligently prepare for training. Understood, he replied weakly. His eyes darted around, and he extended his hand, demanding, "Give me the money." "What for?" "I have no money. It's all with your mother," Hoshino Yoda retorted bluntly. However, Kaede was well aware of the underlying circumstances and responded with a mischievous grin. "Dad, if you don't give it to me, I'll tell Mom that you're secretly hoarding money, right here." Woo-woo. Woo. Before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed past him, and his mouth was suddenly covered by a hand, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word, only muffled sounds escaping his lips. "Fine, you win this round. Here you go." Faced with the unavoidable reality, he opted to lose a little rather than everything. The choice was evident. However, he couldn't help but wonder how that little rascal knew where he had hidden the money. With the cash in hand, Kaede's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he promptly made his escape. Upon ensuring his safety, he turned back, flashing a victorious grin at his father. "That little brat. You tricked me." Upon seeing Hoshino Yoda's expression, he suddenly came to a realization, which immediately filled him with indignation, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. However, with matters having reached this point, he could only swallow his anger. Xingye Feng joyfully bounced back and forth, oblivious to the exasperated expression that Xingye Yangta revealed after his departure. This lad, attempting to contend with his father, still has much to learn. Unbeknownst to Hoshino Kaede, she leisurely strolled along the streets of Konoha, indulging in her whims and purchasing whatever caught her fancy. This, and this. Hee. All of it is my favorite to eat. Before long, her hands were filled to the brim with delectable treats, her mouth glistening with oil from the deliciousness. Following the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, under the proposal and planning of Shinji Tobarama, the economy flourished at an astonishing pace. Astute merchants from various nations recognized the burgeoning opportunities and flocked to Konoha to set up their shops. In an instant, a bustling commercial street emerged. Although the variety of goods was rather simplistic, it was far better than having nothing at all. One must find contentment in life. Hoshino Kaede was exceedingly delighted. However, she wished for a trouble-free experience. The commercial street was teeming with people, necessitating management to maintain order, lest chaos ensue. Senju Hashirama convened a meeting to discuss the matter, deciding that representatives from various clans would temporarily oversee the order. Future discussions would follow, and at least on the surface, things appeared to be running smoothly. Yet, there were always those with inflated egos who took pleasure in bullying the common folk to assert their own strength. Chapter 6. The Hitaki clan. Such melodramatic scenarios abound everywhere. Countless in novels. Naturally, Hoshino Phone was no exception, just as she was about to purchase some distinctive snacks to bring back for her mother. A voice filled with disdain suddenly rang out. Humph, allowing you lowly commoners to reside here is already a favor, yet you dare to ask for money? How absurd. I truly cannot fathom what those in higher echelons are thinking. It is nothing short of a waste of air. The scornful and humiliating words spilled forth, provoking expressions of indignation from those nearby engaged in their own conversations. With an expressionless demeanor, Hoshino Kaede approached closer. Although he had a general understanding of the situation, it was prudent to assess the reality before making any judgments. What if you were crossing the line? Before arriving, the price had already been negotiated, and the kunai had been handed over. How could he still claim righteousness? Upon closer inspection, a middle-aged man, his face flushed with anger, was vociferously arguing his case. Despite being in the right, Hoshino Kaede sensed that he was merely putting on a fade, resembling a paper tiger. Unsure of the circumstances, he pondered, as several onlookers began to gather, whispering among themselves. Their voices were hushed, yet Hoshino Kaede could discern their murmurs. After listening for a while, his confusion dissipated, and his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Alas, it was them again. This marked the 5th incident this month, if he recalled correctly. Indeed, taking advantage of their status as ninjas, they roamed freely, oppressing the common folk. The clan leader had recently moved to Konoha and was unfamiliar with the territory, making him an easy target for these bullies. A clan leader? This piqued Hoshino Kaede's curiosity. It must be a minor clan, otherwise they would not have fallen to such a disgraceful state, being extorted by a mere chunin. Perhaps he was reluctant to stir trouble, having just arrived in Konoha. The village was undergoing development, inevitably attracting some nefarious elements that tarnished its reputation. Yet, past experiences had taught him that the more one shows weakness, the more one invites bullying. However, it seemed that the leader, named Ikki, would not escalate the situation too far. As anticipated, the middle-aged man found himself at an impasse, his fists clenched tightly in frustration, though they soon relaxed. Observing his demeanor, the assailants grew bolder, laughing boisterously as if they had accomplished something grand. Ha ha ha, the commoners truly are pathetic, lacking even the spirit to resist. How dull. The leader lamented, I expected a worthy opponent, but this is simply a waste of time. The expression on Ikki's face darkened, concealing an intense rage beneath his calm exterior. Such brazen mockery would likely provoke violence in anyone. As the troublemakers prepared to leave, Hoshino Kaede's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes narrowing as a faint blue glow emanated under the sunlight. In an instant, waves of energy radiated from his gaze, spreading outward. Suddenly, everything around Hoshino Kaede seemed to come to a standstill, as if time itself had been slowed. The phenomenon of the eye of time rendered the world around him in a state of languor. In his perception, people moved as if caught in a slow-motion film. Every minute gesture became vividly apparent, even the inaudible breaths and heartbeats slowed to a crawl. The minuscule particles of dust danced in the golden sunlight, no longer elusive. It was as if time had frozen entirely. The world around him became eerily silent, while Hoshino Kaede's thoughts continued to flow at their usual pace. This extraordinary experience allowed him to grasp the formidable nature of time. In that moment, he felt akin to a deity, where life and death transformed from unsolvable enigmas into malleable concepts, readily alterable at his whim. An inexplicable surge of exhilaration and impulse welled within him. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed. Hoshino Kaede firmly slapped his cheeks, urging his mind to regain composure. He must not succumb to arrogance. Pride leads to downfall. Hoshino Kaede, is it so easy to sway your resolve? Remain calm. Remain composed. Hoshino Phone muttered a caution to herself, reminding not to become overly immersed. Possessing great power does not guarantee perfect control. One must possess an equally formidable inner strength to wield it. Otherwise, one becomes merely a puppet of that power. After repeating this mantra several times, the initial surge of excitement in her mind gradually cooled. Taking a deep breath, she proceeded to attend to her business. Approaching the individual who was causing trouble, she gazed at his arrogant face with a surge of disdain. Frowning, she searched him thoroughly. Moments later, her hands were filled with a thick wad of cash, leaving her immensely satisfied. She then turned her attention to others, eager to employ the same tactic once more. As Hoshino Kaede attempted to engage, the chakra required to maintain the space was rapidly depleting. With a resigned sigh, he decided to cease his efforts. Upon returning to his original position, he dispelled the ocular technique, and the passage of time returned to its regular flow, rendering everything remarkably mundane. Feeling disenchanted, he prepared to depart. The leader, noticing Kaede's suppressed anger and inaction, felt a sense of tedium and promptly led the others away. The onlookers, witnessing the resolution of the matter, dispersed as well, leaving behind the discontented leader of the Hiki clan. Yet, no matter how begrudgingly, he had no choice but to accept it. The Hiki clan leader, bearing a look of despondency, turned to retreat into his dwelling. After taking a few steps, he felt a sudden tug at the hem of his clothing and glanced down to find the smiling Hoshino Kaede. Upon realizing it was a mere child, he managed to force a faint smile. "Little one, do you need something?" he inquired. "Uncle, are you new to Konoha?" Hoshino Kaede asked. Yes." The man hesitated momentarily before nodding. After all, this was hardly a secret, and there was nothing inappropriate about sharing it. A casual inquiry could easily yield the answer. "What do you think of Konoha?" Hoshino Kaede posed an ambiguous question. The man appeared taken aback. Such an inquiry from a child felt rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he responded, "It's wonderful, quite stable, far better than wandering outside." A faint smile finally graced the man's previously sullen visage. When discussing Konoha, his level of approval was evidently high. Despite a few miscreants, the overall sentiment remained favorable. Perhaps prompted by their conversation, he began to share his own experiences, feeling no qualms about confiding in a child. As if Hoshino Kaede were a confidant. "I was originally a samurai. After Konoha was established, I deemed it a splendid place. So I brought my wife here to settle down. Fortunately, my Hiki clan has garnered the attention of the Hokage, who allocated us additional land. Though not affluent, it is more than sufficient for my family to live peacefully." As he spoke, the shadows on Hiki Ichin's face dissipated, replaced by a sense of aspiration and anticipation for life. Unbeknownst to him, Hoshino Kaede's expression had morphed into one of peculiar intrigue upon hearing the mention of the Hiki clan. Goodness, to casually stroll down the street and encounter a renowned family. What splendid fortune. Chapter 7. I am Uchiha Madara. The Hiki clan was not particularly renowned among families. Their numbers woefully sparse, hardly qualifying as a true clan. Yet, the emergence of a singular individual transformed the seemingly ordinary family. Hiki Sakumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, possessed a swordsmanship that was legendary throughout the Shinobi world. Even the legendary Sannin held less prowess in terms of experience and strength. Due to his significant achievements, he became a target for the clandestine organization known as Root, which led to mission failures and rampant rumors. It is said that the third Hokage had a hand in this as well. Ultimately, unable to endure the weight of slander, he took his own life. Following his passing, his son, Hiki Kakashi, began to shine, graduating at the age of 5, becoming a Ch-nin at 6, and attaining J-nin status by 12. His achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. Both father and son enjoyed remarkable acclaim, elevating the Hiki clan's prestige. Alas, their fates were not particularly favorable. One perished, while the other remained ensnared in haunting memories of the past. Contemplating this, Hoshino Kaede regarded Hiki Ichin with a hint of sympathy. Age has a way of prompting one to engage in idle chatter. Please do not take offense. Hiki Ichin remarked with a self-deprecating smile. In the shinobi world, longevity was often limited, and given his age, his self-assessment was quite reasonable. Not at all. I find it quite enjoyable, Kaede replied. Uncle, is it possible to forge a ninja blade here? Hoshino Kaede then inquired about another matter. Hiki Ichin was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded. Of course, young one. Do you need it for your household? No, I desire it for myself. You? At such a young age, seeking a ninja blade? This is no mere toy. Hiki Ichin frowned, concerned that such a young child should not wield a weapon of such gravity. Hoshino Kaede discerned that Hatake Ichin was somewhat reluctant and promptly remarked, "I have already refined my chakra, and my family is in agreement. However," he thought to himself, "if my mother were to see this, I would undoubtedly face a stern reprimand." Upon hearing this, Hatake Ichin furrowed his brows and scrutinized him, and his expression shifted slightly, confirming the truth of Kaede's words. Moreover, at such a young age, the amount he possessed was rather alarming. Although he was not a ninja, his keen eyes could easily detect the fluctuations of chakra. He was not mistaken. Kaede had already attained the level of an elite chunin. "Very well, come back in a few days, and I shall offer you a 20% discount," Hatake Ichin conceded, even going so far as to provide a special reduction. Hoshino Kaede smiled, then retrieved some money from his pocket. Uncertain if it would suffice, he added that he would make up any shortfall on his next visit. Hatake Ichin gently patted his head, took 7/10 of the money from him, and then instructed him to put the rest away. This amount would be sufficient. Hoshino Kaede silently counted in her heart, and then raised her head to look at him, her small brows furrowing slightly. "Uncle, you shortchanged me." "Haha. Consider the remainder as a token of our first meeting," Chimu Isin replied with a smile, simultaneously admiring the little one's honesty. "But, very well." Hoshino Kaede wished to express more, yet Uncle Isshin had already turned away, seemingly intentional in his departure. Left with no choice, she reluctantly accepted his kindness and called out her gratitude loudly at the door as he left. It remained uncertain whether Uncle Isshin could hear her. After expressing her thanks multiple times, Hoshino Kaede departed. Inside the Hatake residence, Hatake Isshin heard the child's words of thanks and couldn't help but smile. "What a delightful little one," he murmured to himself. Just then, a woman approached him and inquired, "What's wrong? Are the troublemakers giving you a headache?" "No, it's not them. It's a fascinating little one," Hatake Isshin replied, shaking his head casually. "No more for now, but next time, I'll introduce you. I feel that my connection with him is just beginning." The woman nodded, refraining from further questions, trusting in her husband's judgment. As Hoshino Kaede walked along the path, humming a tune, it was evident that her spirits were high. Not only had she become acquainted with the father of Kakashi Hatake, but she had also commissioned a ninja blade. Who among us has not experienced the impulse to wield a sword or play at combat in our youth? In her past life, such an opportunity eluded her, yet in this life, she was poised to seize it. Hoshino Phone was lost in thought, envisioning his own striking image wielding a knife. He failed to notice the person ahead, and then, bang! Hoshino Kaede collided headlong with the individual before her, the force of the impact sending him sprawling to the ground. She landed squarely on her backside, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. "Oh dear, that hurt terribly. I apologize. I was momentarily lost in thought." Hoshino Phone brushed off the dust from his clothes and, with a tone of contrition, remarked that he had been too engrossed in his thoughts to notice the person ahead. "Are you the apprentice of Hashirama?" The individual scrutinized him from head to toe, his tone laced with disdain, as if he harbored some dissatisfaction. Hoshino Kaede's body stiffened noticeably, and then she lifted her head to gaze at the person in front of her. "Who are you?" Hoshino Kaede spoke cautiously, his body tense with anticipation. He was uncertain of the strength of the individual ahead, and his previously expended chakra had yet to replenish. Lacking the ability to accurately assess the intruder's prowess, he could only infer from the subtle aura that emanated, suggesting that this person's abilities surpassed those of his father. Indeed, he was a formidable ninja. Hoshino Kaede pondered deeply. His vigilance was commendable, yet it came a moment too late. Had he encountered an enemy, he would have met his demise. He spoke with unvarnished candor, indifferent to the fact that he addressed a child, as if this were simply his manner of communication. Although his tone was piercingly hurtful, it bore a certain utility. The current state of Konoha was far from tranquil, with spies lurking at every corner. Should you encounter such a foe now, your fate would be sealed. As a disciple of Hashirama, you are still unworthy of the title. As he concluded, the man's aura surged dramatically, exuding an oppressive force that bore down upon Hoshino Kaede. In an instant, a chill enveloped him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. At that moment, it felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins had congealed. Hoshino Kaede felt an overwhelming sense of losing control over her body, yet her gaze remained resolute, steadfast in her struggle. Observing this, a fleeting glimmer of admiration flickered in the person's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. In the following moment, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. As the immense pressure abruptly dissipated, Hoshino Kaede knelt upon the ground, his back already drenched in perspiration, gasping for breath. "You are utterly feeble at this moment. All you do is bring him shame." The individual approached him, towering above with an air of haughty disdain, addressing Hoshino Kaede with condescension. Hoshino Kaede slightly regained some strength, struggling to rise to her feet. Though she appeared disheveled, her gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. No one is inherently powerful. Everyone has their moments of growth. In the future, I shall surely surpass my mentor, without fail. Hoshino Kaede exuded an unwavering determination and confidence that, if overheard by others, would undoubtedly invite ridicule for his audacity. Yet, the individual merely curled their lips in a subtle smirk, taking a moment to reassess him. As they continued forward, passing by, they left him with a parting remark. I admire your confidence, yet I also harbor disdain for it. I hope that day truly arrives. Hoshino Kaede turned around and, with the last remnants of his strength, shouted, What is your name? I shall prove it to you. A commanding and exceedingly arrogant voice responded, I am Uchiha Madara. In an instant, the voice vanished from his sight. Chapter 8. Burden, Pressure as Motivation. I am Uchiha Madara. The domineering and self-assured tone lingered in Hoshino Kaede's ears for an extended period, causing his eyes to widen and his heart to race. He had not anticipated that it would be Uchiha Madara. There was a slight disparity between his appearance and that of several decades hence, which momentarily rendered him unrecognizable. However, such a tone could likely belong only to him, perfectly aligning with his character. The shinobi world, Esajura. Haha, that day is not far off. Hoshino Kaede lowered his head, speaking with conviction, a fervent determination brewing in his eyes. The arrival of Uchiha Madara served as a poignant reminder. The world of ninjas is merciless, devoid of any semblance of order. Even within Konoha, tumult brews beneath the surface. To survive, one can rely solely on strength. His life had been too tranquil, leading to a waning of his fighting spirit. Hoshino Fong stood in a daze, contemplating for an extended period before finally letting out a light chuckle, and then he departed. The silhouette that gradually receded no longer exuded ease. It appeared as though he bore the weight of numerous burdens. Upon returning home, the usually vivacious Hoshino Fong surprisingly remained silent, making his way straight to his room. Kinomoto Sakura looked on with a puzzled expression and inquired, What has happened to him? Hoshino Yoda shrugged, I don't know. It just changed after I went out. His nonchalant remark earned him a piercing glare from Sakura Kinomoto, her flowing hair seemingly ablaze with fury. Noticing this, Hoshino Yoda quickly offered a sheepish laugh before deftly making his way to his son's room. After knocking and receiving permission, he entered to find Hoshino Kaede engrossed in the scroll he had given him. The boy's intense focus resembled that of one deeply absorbed in a novel. As Hoshino Yoda was about to speak, Hoshino Kaede preempted him, saying, Dad, I'm fine. All right, just remember to keep track of the time. Observing his son's earnest demeanor, Hoshino Yoda felt reluctant to intrude further. After imparting his reminder, he stepped back out, leaving the room cloaked in silence once more. Hoshino Kaede gazed intently at the ninjutsu scroll bestowed upon him by his father, immersing himself in its teachings with utmost diligence. Hoshino Yoda is a ninja adept in various ninjutsu techniques. As an elite jonin, Yoda possesses one or more S-rank ninjutsu. The scrolls predominantly contain techniques of B rank or lower, with only a few classified as a rank. Hoshino Kaede glanced back suddenly, his gaze pausing momentarily, igniting with fervor. For he had laid eyes upon a ninjutsu that was perfectly suited to him, the Flying Thunder God technique. Xingye Feng inhaled sharply, astonished. How could his father possess such a technique? This was indeed a space-time ninjutsu, originally conceived by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and later refined by Namikaze Minato. Shining brilliantly on the battlefield. Logically, this should be a forbidden technique, securely locked within the confines of a sealed tome, guarded vigilantly. Even though his father was an elite jonin with remarkable achievements, it seemed improbable that he could acquire it so easily. As he pondered this perplexity, Xingye Yangta returned. Noticing the confusion on Xingye Feng's face, What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Lost in thought, Xingye Feng didn't pay much attention and instinctively replied, I was just wondering why this ninjutsu is here. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he snapped back to reality and finally noticed Xingye Yangta's presence. Upon hearing his query, Yangta looked over, gently ruffled his hair, and smiled as he explained, There's no need for confusion. This was sent by Lord Tobarama, indicating that it is particularly suitable for you. Understanding dawned on Xingye Feng as he nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that his bloodline limit related to time had prompted Tobarama to send it over. However, he couldn't help but wonder. Did he truly trust me enough to bestow such a formidable technique upon a mere child? Hoshino Feng silently lamented. As a forbidden technique, the difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed evident, particularly as it involves the complexities of space and time, exponentially increasing its challenges. Since its inception, apart from Senju Tobarama, only Minato Namikaze has successfully mastered it over the decades. The failure rate is quite apparent. By the way, father, could you assist me in procuring some weights? I wish to enhance my physical training. Hoshino Kaede remarked, though one possesses a bloodline limit, the body remains the ultimate foundation. While taijutsu is often undervalued in the ninja world, I beg to differ. After all, did we not witness Might Guy nearly deliver the conclusive blow with the 8 gates? This clearly illustrates that taijutsu is far from weak. Upon hearing this request, Yoda pondered while stroking his chin. As for weights, I have some at home, but their heft may not suit you. I shall venture to the market shortly to procure some. He thoughtfully considered the matter. Realizing that the weight he possessed would be beyond Xiao Feng's capacity to bear, thus he contemplated customizing it in the marketplace. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede remarked, I wish to take a look. If it proves unsuitable, then so be it. Observing his son's steadfast determination, Yoda found it difficult to decline. He subsequently led Hoshino Kaede to the storage room in their home to search for something. Give it a try, but be cautious not to exert yourself too much. Wida Hoshino gauged the weight with his hands, confirming it was an unbearable burden for a child, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood Hoshino Kaede's temperament. Though she appeared gentle, she was, in truth, incredibly stubborn, never willing to retreat until she had confronted her challenges head-on. As a father, his heart softened at the thought of Kaede's struggles, unwilling to witness her suffering. Yet, he recognized the inappropriateness of his feelings. A ninja must endure what ordinary people cannot. As Hoshino Kaede took on the burden, a sudden heaviness made him furrow his brow once Yuta released his grip. How weighty! This load was at least 1/3 of his body weight. While the figure may seem modest, when placed upon a 5-year-old child, it becomes a formidable challenge. After all, his body was not yet fully developed, and his stamina and strength were exceedingly limited. Once he donned the weighted gear, the total burden was nearly double his own body weight, akin to carrying the weight of 2 individuals. Perhaps you should reconsider, Kaede. This is not beneficial for your health. Exercise must be approached with moderation. Observing the flush on Kaede's face and the slight difficulty in his breathing, Yuta gently urged him. I am fine. I know my limits. Please, do not worry. Hoshino Kaede struggled to utter a single sentence. Speaking felt like an immense exertion for him. Yongtai's eyes reflected a sense of compassion. His throat tightened as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately he could only let out a deep sigh. Hoshino Feng attempted to take a step forward, the weight around his ankles causing him to wobble precariously, nearly leading to a fall. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance just in time, avoiding a tumble to the ground. The sudden burden on his body left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, he did not relent, continuously adapting as he pressed on. The blazing sun beat down upon him, and beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded to the ground as time gradually slipped away. An hour later, Hoshino Feng moved steadily forward. It must be said that his body had adapted remarkably well, although he still felt somewhat constricted. At last, he found his footing, no longer teetering on the edge of collapse. This marked a promising beginning. Observing the entire process, Yongtai could not help but be moved, filled with sentiment. With both talent and perseverance, what reason was there to fear a lack of progress? In this moment, Hoshino Feng had embodied the essence of a true warrior. Chapter 9, The Hidden Hand, Senju Tobarama as night gradually descended. The sky was draped in a cloak of black velvet, with stars twinkling in the darkness, resembling a beautiful sky city. Hoshino Kaede lay in his yard, gasping for breath as he gazed at the pristine night sky. After an entire day of adaptation, his physical strength had been utterly depleted, sustained only by sheer willpower. Fortunately, the results were commendable. By day's end, his body had been forced to acclimate. Observing his clothes, seemingly drenched, Hoshino Kaede could not help but smile. This felt like his first experience of such intensity. Despite the excruciating muscle soreness, he found himself profoundly content. He squinted his eyes, relishing the gentle breeze that whispered past him. The night passed in silence. The following day, Hoshino Kaede wore a conciliatory smile, striving to placate the irate Sakura Kinomoto. Mother, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be angry. I was utterly exhausted last night and fell asleep the moment I lay down. Listening to Hoshino Kaede's explanation, Sakura shot him a piercing glare, rendering him speechless and sending a chill down his spine. How dare you say such things? If I hadn't checked on you, you would undoubtedly have caught a cold today. Just imagine how you would explain it when you missed your appointment with Lord Hokage, Sakura Kinomoto retorted, her finger incessantly prodding his forehead. Hoshino Kaede wished to defend herself. Yet upon observing her mother's expression, she promptly abandoned the thought. She was dutifully lectured by Kinomoto Sakura for quite some time. Hoshino Yoda, witnessing this, struggled to suppress his laughter, his face nearly turning a shade of purple. Today, I shall let you off the hook. We will discuss this further once you return home. Hurry and eat, lest the Hokage grows impatient, Sakura declared. After a brief tirade, she glanced at the time and, recognizing the urgency, decided to conclude the lecture, urging Ki to eat quickly. There were still important matters to attend to, and they could not keep the Hokage waiting. Upon hearing what seemed to be dismissive remarks, Hoshino Kaede exhibited a vacant stare, her lips twitching slightly. It was astonishing to discover that this entire family were enthusiasts of the Hokage. Indeed, one could say that like attracts like. Reluctantly, Hoshino Kaede accelerated her pace of consumption. After a few hurried bites, she changed into a fresh set of clothes. Still bearing her burdens, once fully prepared, she stood at the doorway, waved goodbye to her parents, and declared, "I'm heading out." She then set forth towards the Hokage building. As she traversed the path, Hoshino Kaede remained industrious, her fingers dancing in a flurry as she practiced forming hand seals. The release of ninjutsu necessitated these seals, of which there were 12 in total. Although this may seem a considerable number, it is indeed quite challenging. Fortunately, being a child, her finger bones were still malleable. At the age of 3, unable to harness chakra, she devoted herself to practicing hand seals to enhance her speed. After 2 years of diligent effort, she had made significant progress. Being able to form 2 seals in 1 second filled Hoshino Kaede with immense joy. This speed was quite standard within the realm of ninjas, meaning that at just 5 years old, she had reached the average proficiency in hand seals. Having familiarized herself with the process after several repetitions, Hoshino Kaede quickened her pace. Yet, before she could reach the Hokage building, she overheard a multitude of voices engaged in fervent discussion, their volume rising. "Have you heard? The Hokage has taken on a disciple. I knew that already. I even heard it was a child. Is that even a question? Could it possibly be an adult? Who could it be that has garnered the attention of the god of the ninja world, allowing them to be taken under his wing? I am envious." As she neared the Hokage building, the chatter only grew louder, causing Hoshino Kaede to feel a prickling sensation on her scalp, her mind racing with distress. Has it really spread so quickly in less than a day? She pondered. This must be the doing of Senjutobirama, without a doubt. With no concrete evidence to support her claim, Hoshino Kaede, in a fit of frustration, blamed everything on Senjutobirama. After all, only a few individuals had been present that day. Her father was not one to boast, and her teacher certainly would not. Thus, the mastermind behind this must surely be Senjutobirama. As Hoshino Kaede contemplated his newfound celebrity status, the weight of every action he took became emblematic of the Hokage. A surge of resentment welled within him, and he silently screamed, "Senjutobirama, you have betrayed me." Determined to compose himself, Hoshino Kaede prepared to discreetly enter the Hokage building. The intention was noble, yet fate had other plans. Senjutobirama stood with his arms crossed, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon catching sight of Hoshino Kaede, a smirk graced his lips as he casually remarked, "You've arrived. The Hokage is waiting for you in his office." The nonchalant words struck Hoshino Kaede like a thunderclap, causing his expression to freeze. Without a glance at the reactions of those around him, he turned on his heel and fled. It was only after he had disappeared that the crowd began to comprehend the significance of the moment. The mere fact that Senjutobirama had come to greet someone implied that they were undoubtedly a disciple of the Hokage. A sense of regret washed over those who had been closest to Hoshino Kaede moments earlier. It was as if they had lost something of great value. Many among them belonged to minor clans, yearning to forge connections with the Hokage's disciple. At the very least, they aspired to cultivate relationships that would facilitate future endeavors. The status of a Hokage's disciple was not something to be taken lightly. Now, this splendid opportunity had slipped through their fingers, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of remorse. Hoshino Kaede paid no heed to the reactions outside, running and scrambling as if pursued, embodying the essence of a desperate escape. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, he finally caught his breath, simultaneously marking a mental note against Senjutobirama, convinced that the latter was deliberately causing him distress. Frustrated, Hoshino Kaede mentally cursed him several hundred times before regaining his composure and entering the room. Senjutobirama, adorned with the Hokage hat, could not suppress a hearty laugh upon witnessing Hoshino Kaede's sullen expression. "Ha ha 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 ha. My dear student." Hoshino Kaede voiced her dissatisfaction with a shout, an expression of her discontent. "Ahem. My apologies, I couldn't hold back." Senjutobirama cleared his throat. With his perceptive abilities, he was well aware of what Tobirama had done. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us proceed to the training ground to assess your prowess. Hashirama discreetly shifted the topic, performing a series of hand seals, which conjured a white mist. In its midst, an individual identical to Hashirama emerged. I shall temporarily withdraw from this form and allow my shadow clone to escort you to the training area. As the Hokage, at least in an official capacity. Despite the majority of affairs being managed by Tobirama, it does not imply that the role of Hokage is devoid of challenges, especially after 5 years of development. Various conflicts have erupted, and numerous systemic vulnerabilities have surfaced. To address this, Tobirama and he had conferred and decided to convene a general assembly. At that time, all clans of Konoha would be in attendance. Hashirama currently found himself troubled by this matter. If the myriad of conflicting interests were mismanaged, Konoha could descend into chaos. This was certainly not the outcome he desired. Oh, by the way, have you received the gift that Tobirama prepared for you? Hashirama suddenly inquired. Hoshino Kaede was momentarily taken aback, then replied, I have received it. What do you think? Is it difficult? To which he responded with a mysterious smile, well? Teacher, you will surely be astonished. Hashirama raised an eyebrow, gazing at the self-assured Hoshino Kaede, and an astonishing conjecture began to form in his mind. However, he refrained from inquiring further, instead shaking his head with a smile before lowering his gaze, lost in contemplation. Observing this, Hoshino Kaede followed his shadow clone outside. Arriving at a private training ground. You may use this place freely from now on. No one will come here, Hashirama remarked to Hoshino Kaede. Hoshino Kaede blinked her eyes, taking in the vastness of the training ground, which seemed to have been prepared for the Hokage. However, since Hashirama had no use for it, it became an opportunity for her. Following Hashirama's gesture, Hoshino Kaede commenced her warm-up routine, loosening her body. After a quarter of an hour, Hashirama beckoned her over and said, Now, let us engage in some sparring. I wish to witness the extent of your abilities. Hoshino Kaede twitched the corner of his mouth. Come on. I've only been refining my chakra for a few days, and now we are already about to battle? However, given the circumstances and the fact that the teacher had already spoken, he had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. If his intuition was correct, Hashirama was likely eager to observe the potential of his bloodline limit. The two distanced themselves from each other, with Senja Hashirama standing resolutely in place, making no move. Patiently awaiting Hoshino Kaede's advance, Shin Fong retrieved the kunai from his ninja tool pouch, his azure eyes wide open. The Eye of Time activated. With the blessing of the Eye of Time, Shin Fong swiftly moved, akin to a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Under the influence of divine speed, his personal time accelerated, striking with the ferocity of thunder. The velocity is impressive, yet solely relying on this is insufficient, Hashirama remarked with a smile. And Shin Fong was aware of this, promptly forming hand seals, summoning 3 identical clones from the swirling mist. Shadow clone technique. Mastering it so swiftly is remarkable. Hashirama's gaze shifted, his lips expressing admiration. On the surface, the execution appeared highly accomplished, with virtually no flaws evident. Seizing the opportunity of distraction, the 4 rushed forward, launching an assault on Hoshino Kaede's body. The attack was glaringly apparent, yet Hashirama evaded it with an air of nonchalance, showing no inclination to retaliate. This simply wouldn't do. If things continued like this, I would indeed be underestimating you, Hashirama taunted, attempting to unsettle Hoshino Kaede's focus with his words. Hoshino Fong, deaf to the surrounding noise, exerted force with his wrist, launching the shuriken with fervor. Yet, as he had never practiced before, it was no surprise that he missed his mark. Ha, little Fong. You truly need to invest some effort into honing your shuriken throwing skills. Your aim leaves much to be desired, Hashirama laughed heartily, thoroughly amused by the spectacle. Hoshino Kaede, undeterred by mockery, maintained an impassive expression, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes before her figure vanished from sight in an instant. The sound of metal clashing resonated for the first time as Hashirama deftly deflected the sudden onslaught with a kunai. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Can it be? How much time has passed? Hashirama's gaze was one of astonishment. Had he not been on guard, he likely would have fallen victim to the surprise attack. Teacher, please do not underestimate me. Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow, and with a swift backflip, propelled himself into the air. The Eye of Time slowed down. In an instant, the space around him decelerated by several dozen times, as Hoshino Kaede descended from the heavens, his sharp kunai following closely behind. Yet, how could the god of the shinobi realm easily fall prey? Just as he was about to succeed, a large hand firmly grasped Hoshino Kaede's wrist. It was none other than Senja Hashirama. Hoshino Kaede's expression was one of disbelief. He never anticipated that, under the influence of the slowing effect, Senja Hashirama could still act. In a moment of distraction, Shinja Hashirama winked at him, followed by a powerful straight kick. Instantly, Hoshino Kaede fell from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Hoshino Kaede clutched his abdomen, kneeling on the ground as he retched, his face resembling a mask of agony. The kick he received was utterly merciless, causing his stomach acid to surge forth. Just as he was grappling with the unbearable pain, the light suddenly dimmed, prompting Hoshino Kaede to lift his gaze. Before him stood Hashirama, who nonchalantly plopped down beside him and affectionately ruffled his hair. "What a good lad! You've truly astonished me, splendid." In response to the praise, Hoshino Kaede managed to force a smile, albeit a strained one, for he had just endured a brutal kick to his midsection and had yet to regain his composure. "Ahem. Teacher, you nearly kicked me to death." Hoshino Kaede wore a face of deep melancholy, as if lamenting the intensity of his own efforts. In response, Hashirama burst into hearty laughter, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, gazing skyward as he spoke. "Little Kaede, I am truly grateful that you were born in Konoha, allowing you to grow up in tranquility. You need not live in constant fear, always prepared for battle. This serene existence is what I have pursued and yearned for throughout my life. Although I have achieved it now, I cannot shake the premonition that Konoha may soon undergo profound transformations. Perhaps it is the weight of age that makes me so restless and concerned." Hashirama stared at the azure sky, rambling on like a doting caretaker. Hoshino Fong fell silent upon hearing such a lengthy discourse filled with concerns for Konoha. Indeed, the teacher's words resonated with truth. His premonitions proved accurate. Following his demise were erupted within mere years, leading to the fall of the second Hokage and the ascension of the third. In the early days, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited remarkable astuteness and competence, strengthening Konoha with his leadership. However, power is akin to a venomous poison. A mere taste can corrupt the entirety of one's being, rendering one unable to escape its grasp. As the third Hokage's tenure progressed, Konoha descended into chaos. The tragic demise of White Fang, the near annihilation of the Senju clan, and the systematic slaughter of the Uchiha all unfolded under his watch. It can be said that the two founding clans of Konoha were ultimately led to ruin by the third. Additionally, with the influence of three others who held significant power, the authority of the Hokage was effectively undermined, allowing Danzo to grow ever more potent. This sequence of events precipitated the gradual decline of Konoha, transforming the once great village, the foremost in the ninja world, into a shadow of its former self, reduced to enduring humiliation and oppression at the hands of others. One could describe this fate as utterly lamentable. Hoshino Fong bowed his head, at a loss for words. The despondent expression on Hashirama's face rendered all words of consolation utterly feeble. "Xiao Fong," Hashirama snapped back to reality, gazing at him. "Will you help me watch it grow?" His voice was barely above a whisper, as if he were imparting a final wish. Hoshino Kaede opened her mouth, intending to utter something, but ultimately, she merely nodded vigorously. "Thank you." Hashirama chuckled softly, then proceeded to share his thoughts. "Your bloodline limit is formidable, under ordinary circumstances. One cannot easily break free unless there is a significant disparity in strength. A fine blade requires a skilled hand, and Hashirama's prowess far surpassed that of Hoshino Kaede. Thus, he was able to extricate himself forcefully. In fact, I even question whether this is truly a bloodline limit," Hashirama mused, articulating his conjecture. Xingya Feng, feeling a pang of guilt, nervously touched his nose. Is a man's intuition truly that accurate? Nevertheless, despite one's strength, the full extent of power cannot be realized without diligent training. As for your bloodline limit, I cannot impart any knowledge. It is solely reliant on your own efforts." Chizijian spoke, retrieving a scroll, and then performing a series of hand seals to unleash a cloud of white mist. After the fog dissipated, a scroll, measuring half a meter in width, prominently appeared in his hand. Hoshino Kaede stood in a daze, her expression one of astonishment. In the hands of Hashirama lay the very scroll that documented all forbidden techniques of Konoha, famously known as the Book of Seals. "Teacher, isn't this against the rules?" Kaede remarked, her lips twitching as she regained her composure. Hashirama chuckled heartily, unfazed, and replied, "I am the Hokage. Do I need anyone's permission to bestow a gift upon my disciple? This is for me?" Hoshino Kaede's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself. "Of course, as your teacher, this is my gift to you. This is the replica of the Book of Seals. The genuine article is not this one." After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Hoshino Kaede accepted it, feeling a lingering disbelief within her heart. The Book of Seals from Konoha had come into her possession so effortlessly? Chapter 11. The harrowing days ahead. What's wrong? "You seem quite astonished," he remarked. "It's merely a Book of Seals. The techniques within are far less exhilarating than I would release." Hashirama waved his hand before her. With a chuckle, Hoshino Kaede mused that perhaps only the deity of the ninja realm would dismiss this matter so lightly. One can learn as much as possible from this. And although you possess a bloodline limit, mastering a few ninjutsu can still be considered a variety of techniques. You dare to refer to forbidden arts as ninjutsu? Learn as much as you can, my dear teacher. Your heart is indeed vast. Xing Yefeng was fervently shouting within his heart. Suddenly, Zhu Jian gazed at him for a considerable time, causing Xing Yefeng to shudder involuntarily. "What is wrong, teacher?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to remind you to be mindful of the weight you carry," Zhu Jian replied, patting his shoulder with a serious tone. He could immediately discern that the burden Xing Yefeng bore far exceeded what a typical child could endure. However, since his disciple seemed unfazed, he felt it necessary to offer a caution, lest it lead to irreparable consequences. Upon hearing his teacher's concern, Xing Yefeng chuckled and confidently patted his chest. "No worries, teacher. I had some reservations at first, but I've adapted remarkably well since then and feel no discomfort." Zhu Jian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. It was sufficient that he understood the risks and benefits. "All right, after a brief respite, let us commence training," Zhu Jian declared with grand enthusiasm, sweeping his hand dramatically. Hoshino Kaede's delicate face fell completely. "Teacher, my stomach hurts so much. May I rest a little longer?" "No, I am quite measured in my methods. Stop pretending and hurry up. Run 10 laps around the village." Without a hint of mercy, Hashirama dismissed her pleas, and Hoshino Kaede, still wishing to resist, found herself crushed by his relentless words. 20 laps. Hashirama's callous declaration shattered any flicker of hope she harbored. With her head bowed, she began to circle the village. Watching Hoshino Kaede sweat profusely, Hashirama felt an overwhelming sense of delight. "I believe you are still being a tad too lenient," remarked Tobarama, who had approached with an expression of disapproval at the training regimen. Without turning, Hashirama replied, "Tobarama, that child has her own opinions. I prefer not to meddle excessively. She knows what she should do, or rather, what she must do." Tobarama crossed his arms and turned away, choosing not to contest Hashirama's perspective. The two stood side by side, allowing time to slip by imperceptibly. By noon, Hoshino Kaede had long since exhausted her strength. Beads of sweat cascaded down her pant legs, pooling on the ground. With 10 laps remaining, she moved forward with painfully heavy steps, as if each footfall bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Each stride felt as if it drained her of all vitality. Air became a precious commodity as Hoshino Kaede's chest heaved, greedily gasping for breath. Her lungs burned fiercely, each inhalation a struggle against searing pain. The weight on her body seemed to intensify, and her consciousness began to fade. 1 step, 2 steps. She trudged onward with her weary form. With a sudden thud, Hoshino Kaede could no longer bear the strain. Her protective instincts triggered, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed. Hashirama's attention remained fixed on her, and in an instant, he appeared by her side as she fell. Gazing at her flushed cheeks and the beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, he felt a pang of compassion. Gathering green chakra in his hand, Hashirama placed it upon Hoshino Kaede. A wave of warmth surged through her, stirring her from unconsciousness, causing her to murmur softly. Her perseverance is commendable. Yet she lacks the wisdom to adapt, Tobarama commented, having arrived just a moment too late to prevent the collapse. Hashirama shot him a disapproving glare before lifting Hoshino Kaede in his arms and vanishing in an instant. After Hashirama departed, Tobarama lowered his head, deep in thought, before slowly uttering, "However, she is far better than my own disciples. The future holds great promise." Hoshino Kaede remains blissfully unaware of the high regard in which Tobarama holds him. Following his unconsciousness, Hashirama took it upon himself to bring him back to his residence. He instructed his subordinates to inform Hoshino Kaede's parents, alleviating their concerns. Subsequently, he directed the servants to prepare a special medicinal bath. The Senju clan, immensely affluent, proceeded to lavishly pour exquisite herbal ingredients into the tub as if they were of no cost at all. Xing Yefeng soaked within, gradually absorbing the medicinal essence. This immersion lasted until evening. I feel a slight sting." As Xing Yefeng slowly opened his eyes, his mind remained somewhat foggy. The moment he attempted to move, a wave of soreness coursed through his body, causing him to grimace in discomfort. What is this? The scent of medicine. Where is the teacher?" Xing Yefeng took a deep breath, immediately detecting a strong scent of medicinal herbs. Upon lowering his gaze, he realized he was seated within a wooden tub, and comprehension dawned upon him. It must have been his instructor's doing after he had fallen unconscious. The mere recollection of the sensations experienced before his fainting made his scalp tingle with unease. Is the training for ninjas always this extreme? The notion that as long as one does not perish, one should train to the brink of death is no mere jest in this realm. Hoshino Kaede felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation, never having anticipated the arduousness of the training. He could already foresee the agonizing times that lay ahead. As he lamented inwardly, the door to the room swung open, and Hashirama entered, his face bearing the marks of fatigue. "Ah, you're awake? How do you feel?" he inquired upon noticing Hoshino Kaede's consciousness. "My body feels a bit sore, but otherwise, I'm well," came the reply. Hoshino Kaede responded truthfully. "It seems the effects of the medicinal bath are quite remarkable." Hashirama propped his chin on his hand, casting a glance downward. Sensing the shift in his gaze, Hoshino Kaede quickly lowered her body, revealing only her damp head. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Teacher, what are you looking at?" "Ahaha, nothing at all," Hashirama replied, feeling a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose. Internally, he pondered, "Are children today so mature?" After finishing the laundry, he placed it on the table, saying, "I shall take my leave now. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to seek me out. Your physical skills are lacking and require rigorous training. From now on, you must run around the village daily without faltering." As Hashirama departed, he imparted this advice. Due to the limitations of his bloodline, he was unable to teach much. It was up to her to figure things out on her own. He recalled awakening his would release under similar circumstances. "Very well, teacher. You may go now. I will remember your words." Hoshino Fang's gaze wandered, hastily jotting down notes before blushing and shooing others away. "Ha ha ha, truly, you are just a child. Yet so bashful. Well then, I shall take my leave." With a stifled chuckle, Hashirama attempted to sneak another glance, but as anticipated, saw nothing. Under Hoshino Fang's piercing glare, Hashirama chuckled awkwardly, before exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 12. The first high-level meeting of Konoha. 3 months had elapsed since the last incident of unconsciousness. During this period, Hoshino Fang had been tirelessly engaged in training, with an intensity previously unmatched. Aside from a fixed 6-hour sleep schedule, all remaining time was devoted to rigorous practice. Mornings were spent mastering ninjutsu, afternoons dedicated to physical conditioning, and evenings focused on swordsmanship. The fulfillment of such a demanding day left Hoshino Fang utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed almost immediately. However, despite the fatigue, the rewards were plentiful. This intensive training over the past 3 months had transformed his once frail physique into a much sturdier form. Notably, during a visit to the Hatake clan to procure a ninja sword, Hatake Kakashi frequently extended invitations for him to visit. This interaction fostered a significant improvement in their relationship, as they became increasingly familiar with one another. During evening sword practice, Uncle Kakashi would occasionally offer guidance. At times, Hoshino Fang harbored suspicions regarding Kakashi's intentions, especially since it had become known in Konoha that he was a disciple of the Hokage. Once doubt takes root, it tends to grow stronger. Nevertheless, Uncle Kakashi, with his keen perception, discerned the uncertainty in Hoshino Fang's heart. Without a trace of hesitation, he candidly acknowledged, "Indeed, I have my own motives in teaching you. However, rest assured, the primary reason is that I believe we share a bond, and nothing more." At that moment, Kakashi appeared remarkably composed. This revelation alleviated Hoshino Fang's wariness, allowing him to gradually let go of his suspicions. Time flew by swiftly. 3 months, neither excessively long nor excessively short. Xingye Feng has undergone a qualitative transformation in various aspects, exhibiting a more adept control over time. It can be asserted that he is now capable of effortlessly overpowering hundreds of his former self from 3 months prior. Setting aside the matter of his bloodline limit, his prowess in ninjutsu and taijutsu has elevated from that of an elite genin to a full-fledged genin. Apart from Hashirama and Tobirama, no one else is privy to this development. However, Xingye Feng harbors a premonition that his speed will not increase significantly in the future, given the constraints of age. Furthermore, the clock in his mind has undergone subtle changes. The once indistinct dial has become a touch clearer, now at 1/6 clarity. His chakra has surged once more, reaching a capacity equivalent to one Kakashi, and his eyesight has been further enhanced, allowing him not only to decelerate and accelerate but also to momentarily immobilize others, albeit for just a few seconds. This constitutes a notable yet modest alteration. That afternoon, as customary, Xingye Feng was running laps around Konoha, having exchanged his previous weights for a new set, ensuring he remained in a state of extreme exertion. After completing a slow lap and breaking a light sweat, he wiped his brow and continued his forward momentum. Suddenly, he detected a faint stir behind him. Without hesitation, he executed a swift spinning kick, delivering a powerful strike, leaving no room for leniency. It was only in that fleeting moment of turning that he recognized the identity of the visitor. Tobirama. A jolt of alarm surged through him, prompting him to temper his strength, yet he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Taking a moment to reflect on the impact of his earlier kick, Tobirama felt a ripple of surprise within. How could such rapid advancement in taijutsu occur in such a short span? Is the time bloodline limit truly that formidable? Lost in contemplation, he was drawn back to the present when Xingye Feng inquired, prompting him to regain his composure. Lord Tobirama, do you require assistance? Tobirama cleared his throat to mask his momentary lapse and adopted a serious demeanor. This shift made Xingye Feng apprehensive, leading him to straighten his posture and listen intently. You must have heard quite a bit about the recent tumultuous events, Tobirama remarked, his expression resembling that of someone on the verge of delivering a punch. Hoshino Kaede innocently tilted her head, her expression one of bewilderment as she spoke. Lord Tobirama, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. She continued. I've been exceedingly busy these past 3 months. I hardly have the bandwidth to pay attention to such rumors. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by her words. Is that so? Then I may have acted unnecessarily. Perhaps it was Hoshino Kaede's response that prompted Tobirama to refrain from further comment, as he swiftly shifted the topic. Come with me. There is a meeting that requires your participation. Hoshino Kaede was taken aback, unprepared for such a turn of events, and thus inquired further. Surely my presence is not required at the meeting. I do not even hold a rank among the ninjas. Do not underestimate yourself. Your current status surpasses that of many clan leaders, Tobirama remarked with a knowing glance at Hoshino Kaede, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Surely not, Hoshino Kaede replied, discreetly stepping back, feeling that Tobirama's words carried a deeper meaning. Enough of this banter, let us proceed swiftly, lest we keep others waiting. Oh, by the way, take this. Tobirama added, with a hint of impatience as he waved his hand, grasping the nape of Hoshino's collar, ready to depart. However, he suddenly paused, retrieving a ninja headband from his pocket and extending it toward him. Hoshino Kaede received the forehead protector, her eyes brimming with confusion. Is it really this simple? She pondered. I am well aware of your prowess. There is no need for an assessment, and others will have little to say. Tobirama spoke with an air of indifference, as if everything were entirely within the bounds of reason. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede quietly tucked the forehead protector away. Noticing her response, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing just outside the conference room. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique was remarkably convenient, a quintessential ninjutsu for both domestic and travel purposes. Hoshino Kaede murmured in a barely audible voice, but Tobirama chose to feign ignorance. However, the prominent veins on his forehead suggested that he was likely quite displeased. Tobirama set him down and then entered the conference room, with Kaede following closely behind. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a long table occupied by numerous individuals, and as soon as he stepped in, countless gazes converged upon him. The weight of their scrutiny was overwhelming, causing Kaede to swallow hard, yet he persevered, keeping pace with Tobirama. Inside the conference room, the leaders of various clans were present, with the Senju and Uchiha clans occupying the central positions of prominence. The smaller clans were relegated to the periphery, their power and status significantly diminished. Naturally, seated at the foremost position was the Hokage, with Uchiha Madara beside him, who at that moment still held the title of Uchiha clan leader. Little Kaede, sit here. Hashirama called out to his disciple, gesturing toward the seat next to him. As if granted a reprieve, Hoshino Kaede hastily trotted over to sit beside Hashirama. Observing this, hushed whispers erupted within the assembly, yet Kaede glanced at Hashirama, only to find him unresponsive. To be frank, this position was akin to a hot potato. Just look at the company he was in. The First Hokage of Konoha, a deity recognized throughout the ninja world. To his left sat the embodiment of battle, the current head of the Uchiha clan. And behind Hashirama stood Tobirama Senju, the master of forbidden jutsu in Konoha. This lavish assembly suddenly mixed with an inexperienced novice would astonish anyone. Even though he was the Hokage's disciple, everyone present had seen countless battles, with the weakest among them being a Nin. The older generation had yet to pass, and in terms of both seniority and experience, they overshadowed him. But who was he? After merely 3 months of systematic training, he had already reached the level of a Nin. In terms of identity, he was the Hokage's disciple, a descendant of the First Hokage, a distinction of considerable weight. In terms of strength and talent, he was leagues ahead of these veterans. In retrospect, he had perhaps been overly cautious. The tension within Kaede's heart dissipated. Listening to the quiet discussions of the small families nearby, Kaede maintained an expression of calm, unwavering in his demeanor. Hashirama remained silent, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, Tobirama, standing behind, subtly exhibited hostility as he cast a glance towards a certain individual at the main table. Hoshino Kaede felt a stirring in her heart as the hostility emanating from Tobirama was strikingly palpable, utterly devoid of any pretense. It appeared that summoning him was likely to lead to an unpleasant assembly, with the atmosphere already fraught with tension before discussions had even commenced. Her gaze shifted towards the individual. He was quite elderly, and upon closer inspection, that vigorous vitality could scarcely belong to anything other than a member of the Senju clan. Hoshino Kaede was inwardly astonished. This development seemed amiss. How could it possibly involve the Senju clan? With a sense of wonder, she furtively cast a glance towards Hashirama. Meanwhile, Hashirama, well aware of his disciple's subtle movements, cleared his throat lightly and proceeded to pick up the tea from the table as a means of concealment. In that fleeting moment of sipping tea, he conveyed a look of resignation to Hoshino Kaede. Very well, it appeared to be a divergence within the clan of the teacher. Hoshino Feng's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting, and then he was struck by a sense of helplessness. Is it truly the case that misfortune descends upon one while sitting comfortably at home? It is no wonder that Tobirama harbors such animosity. The very decision of the Hokage is being questioned. This discontent likely stems from the matter of apprentices, inciting dissatisfaction within the Senju clan. After all, he is a deity of the ninja world, and becoming his disciple is an unspoken boon, especially when it pertains to one's own kin. The principle of not letting the fertile waters flow to outsiders naturally leads them to feel this way. Regrettably, Hashirama holds little regard for familial ties. And Tobirama is no different. Their formidable prowess guarantees that the Senju clan's schemes will come to naught. Thus, the situation is quite clear. One must target the vulnerable. And unfortunately, his disciple is the one to suffer. Ahem, esteemed Hokage, this is indeed your disciple, is it not? The silence, akin to death, was shattered by the first individual who had been met with Tobirama's hostility, their intention unmistakable. Heh, Elder Naoki speaks the truth. This is indeed my disciple of several months. Hashirama seamlessly continued the conversation, though the depth in his gaze was reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Under the scrutiny of such a powerful figure, Naoki felt the weight of pressure intensify. Yet, for the sake of his clan, he steeled himself and pressed on. Truly a remarkable individual. The Hokage's discerning eye is unparalleled. Observe how artfully he speaks, with a cadence that ebbs and flows. However, could you at least acknowledge my presence as I utter these words? Hoshino Feng roared inwardly. Hashirama remarked, You flatter me. This little brat still requires time to mature. Haha. Lord Hokage is being modest. As the god of the ninja world, your disciples are undoubtedly exceptional. Naoki, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in Hashirama's words, continued to speak, disregarding the murderous gaze directed at him. The atmosphere was charged, and what followed was precisely as Hoshino Feng had anticipated. Elder Naoki, without hesitation, brazenly set his sights on Hoshino Feng. However, as his tone elongated, Hashirama's expression darkened, and his fist clenched. Being a disciple of the Hokage is no simple task. I believe it is essential to assess his abilities. This is for the future of Konoha. Don't you agree, Lord Hokage? Naoki spoke rapidly, delivering his prepared remarks in mere seconds, leaving no room for rebuttal. At that moment, Tobirama's face was as dark as coal. Look at this. Can a person actually say such things? My brother has only taken on a disciple for a few months. Do you not realize this? How dare you utter such words? Even Hashirama, typically affable, could not help but scowl. It was not due to concerns about Hoshino Feng's strength, but rather the coercive nature of Naoki's remarks. Before he could respond, Uchiha Madara scoffed. Old man, where is your dignity? This statement elicited incredulous expressions from everyone present. After all, the Senju and Uchiha clans were notorious adversaries. Madara, noticing the collective gaze upon him, let out a cold chuckle, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, instilling fear in all around him. The oppressive killing intent felt almost tangible. Fortunately, Hashirama acted swiftly, dissipating much of the pressure, saying, Madara, calm down. This is a meeting. Do not unleash your aura at every opportunity. Hashirama's casual tone in addressing Madara seemed to indicate a level of indulgence. Tobirama, usually at odds with Madara, smirked slightly, clearly finding pleasure in Madara's display. After soothing Madara, Hashirama turned his attention back to Naoki. Are you suggesting a match between my disciple and yours? Upon hearing this, Naoki's heart leaped with joy, although he quickly waved his hands in denial. I could never engage in such a humiliating act. Coincidentally, my grandson has just turned 10. He would be a fitting opponent. What do you think, Lord Hokage? The audacity of such a statement was remarkable. Even the others present felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Xiaofeng, what are your thoughts? Hashirama inquired with an impassive expression, causing all eyes to converge upon Hoshino Fong. This was a match he had to win. Even with a significant age gap, victory was imperative. Only the victor's words held weight. In an instant, the heads of various clans revealed expressions of anticipation. Winning would merely be expected of a Hokage's disciple, but losing could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in a downward spiral. So, little one, if you feel intimidated, it is perfectly understandable. The identity of a Hokage's disciple indeed carries immense pressure, Naoki said with a grin, attempting to coax Hoshino Fong. In response, Hoshino Fong resolutely nodded, his shoulders slightly shrugging as he adopted a nonchalant expression. Fine, it matters not to me. If you wish to embarrass yourself, I shall oblige, though small in stature. His words were razor-sharp. Such confidence caused Naoki to furrow his brow momentarily before relaxing again. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. How much strength could he possibly gain in such a short time? With this thought, Naoki's heart settled. There's no time like the present, let it be now. Serving as a prelude to the meeting, Naoki thought joyfully, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Observing this, Hashirama exchanged a glance with Tobarama, who understood immediately and gestured out the window. In an instant, a figure vanished from sight. The match will take place 2 hours from now, at the training ground beside the Hokage building, Hashirama decisively stated, and the others voiced no objections. With some time before the competition, the clan heads departed, likely intending to bring their younger generations to witness the event. As the conference room gradually emptied, Hashirama and Tobarama shared a knowing smile, each recognizing the other's amusement. Chapter 14. Revelation. A glimpse of talent soon, the 2-hour mark arrived, and Naoki arrived at the training ground with his grandson, Senju Aishu. The training ground was already bustling with activity, filled to capacity with figures both old and young. Among them were Hugasho, Narashika, and members of the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Even Uchiha Madara had brought Uchiha Katakawa along. What began as a simple match between two children had transformed into a gathering of the younger generation. Typically, these young ones would be chattering incessantly, but the gravity of the situation silenced them. They shrank back like quails, too intimidated to utter a word. It was evident that the upper echelons of Konoha were present, and they dared not act too recklessly. In their usual boisterous manner, they would have made a scene, but not today. Otherwise, they knew their clan leaders would not spare them upon their return. Hoshino Fong followed Hashirama and approached, taking a closer look. Ah, these are all unfamiliar faces. Yet they are likely the future acquaintances of our kin. Everyone arrived rather swiftly, Hashirama remarked, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. In that case, let us seize the moment to commence, for there is a meeting to convene afterward. Upon hearing this, Elder Naoki raised an eyebrow, a fleeting glimmer of confusion crossing his eyes, yet he remained unanswered. Meanwhile, the Nara clan, renowned for their wisdom, had their leader, Narakawa, displaying a flicker of intrigue in his gaze, accompanied by an enigmatic smile. The Yamashiro and Akimichi clans had supported one another since the Warring States period, fostering a bond of trust. Observing Narakawa's demeanor, Yamashiro Kyuji could not help but inquire, "What troubles you?" The camaraderie among the three clans was so profound that Narakawa did not conceal his thoughts, stating with significant meaning, "Soon, we may be in for quite a surprise." This air of mystery piqued Yamashiro Kyuji's interest. Is that so? Could the outcome be unexpected? Kyuji glanced at the two individuals in the arena, where Senju Aiki and Hoshino Fong stood at opposite ends. Who knows? Let us watch and see. Just try not to be left speechless later, Narakawa cryptically suggested, indicating the impending battle. Hearing this, Narakawa's gaze shifted to the two combatants. You are the disciple of the Hokage? You hardly seem formidable. Do not shed tears later. Aiki scoffed at the young boy before him. As the grandson of the elder, his talent within the clan was commendable, having already attained the strength of a chunin at the tender age of 10. If fortune favors him, he is destined to reach the rank of jounin. Are you going to fight or not? Why all this needless chatter? Hoshino Kaede yawned out of sheer boredom. This relaxed demeanor made Senju Aishu feel belittled. Anger surged within him, as the emotions of a child are as capricious as the weather at sea. With a swift motion, 3 shurikens were unleashed, aimed directly at Kaede's limbs. Simultaneously, Aishu charged forward, intent on teaching this audacious little brat a lesson. As Hoshino Kaede observed the shuriken hurtling towards him, he remained unperturbed. While such speed might be commendable among his peers, to him, it was akin to a sluggish crawl, reminiscent of a slow-motion scene, rife with vulnerabilities. Hoshino Kaede deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading 2 shuriken. Subsequently, in midair, he swiftly extended his right hand and grasped the 3rd shuriken. Although this sequence appeared prolonged, it was accomplished in the blink of an eye. To Anzo, behold, Our young junior possesses commendable skills, remarked Tobarama, flanked by 6 disciples. Among them, a youth with raven hair and a beaming smile exclaimed, "At such a tender age, he can dodge with such finesse, surpassing even our prowess in our youth." Toanzo, expressing a hint of resignation, replied, "The disciple of the Hokage, naturally, will not be feeble. Yet, as age remains a concern, I fear he may not endure for long." At this moment, the observant Kotetsu chimed in, eager to partake in the discourse. In the meantime, Mito Minion turned to his teacher inquiring, "Sensei, do you believe our junior can triumph?" His question captured the attention of the other 5. Tobarama smirked, crossing his arms, and said, "That lad named Ensue may soon bear the weight of a haunting shadow." The 6 were momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be that grave? Watch closely, for you will soon feel the pressure, Tobarama insinuated, sending a shiver through their spines. Having spent ample time together, they had developed a profound understanding of their teacher. Upon hearing such words, their eyes widened in astonishment as curiosity compelled them to observe further. Undeterred by the evasion of the shuriken, Ensue approached Hoshino Kaede and unleashed a powerful punch. Hoshino Kaede's lips curled into a smirk as his left hand deftly parried the incoming fist, while his right hand clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly. With a sudden and forceful tug, he yanked it backward, propelling Senju Aiki forward with tremendous force. Taking advantage of the moment, Hoshino Kaede swiftly thrust the kunai he had just seized. However, as the kunai pierced the skin, Aishi vanished in an instant. Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze towards the arena. Shadow clone technique? It appears victory will not come so easily. I must reveal a fraction of my true abilities. Hoshino Kaede gazed around anxiously, softly murmuring to himself. Outside the arena, Naoki observed his grandson's demeanor, a smile spreading across his face. His mind wandered to visions of victory, picturing his grandson being acknowledged by the Hokage. "As a disciple of the Hokage, my dear child, you must maintain your composure. I am doing this for your own good," Naoki mused, stroking his beard with an expression that conveyed his well-meaning intentions. Just as Naoki felt a sense of assurance, Uchiha Madara uttered sentiments akin to those of Tobarama. Mere theatrics, a futile struggle at best. With narrowed eyes, Uchiha Madara comprehended the situation instantly, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Kaede beside him. "Remember this. All schemes and machinations are rendered meaningless in the face of absolute strength." Uchiha Kaede was momentarily taken aback, pondering why his clan leader would express such thoughts. Given the current circumstances, the situation appeared balanced, devoid of any overwhelming superiority. Noticing the bewilderment on Kitada's face, Uchiha Madara chose to remain silent, snorting softly as he resumed watching the match, offering no further commentary. In his view, if such trivial matters required guidance, then true accomplishments would remain unattainable. Uchiha Kaede, witnessing this, felt a deep sense of helplessness and resolved to focus intently. Missing not a single detail, Hoshino Kaede stood in silence for several minutes, yet there was no sign of movement, leaving her at a loss for words. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Naoki's lips curling upward, unable to contain his amusement, and a plan formed in her mind. "Since you wish to engage in tactics with me, I shall take things a bit more seriously, as a gesture of respect for your strategy." Hoshino Kaede's words furrowed the brows of those present, leaving them perplexed about the true essence of his statement. Only Hashirama, Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara displayed a flicker of intrigue in their gazes, while the others speculated among themselves. Hoshino Kaede's eyes gradually transformed, as his azure irises were swiftly enveloped in darkness. An eerie wave emanated outward, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "This is a bloodline limit." Indeed, it is a bloodline limit. Moreover, it belongs to the ocular jutsu category. Who would have anticipated that after the Sharingan and Byakugan, Konoha would unveil another ocular bloodline limit? In an instant, the murmur of discussion surged, invigorating the previously mundane battle. Chapter 15. Overwhelming. Seizing the opportunity among those present, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans reacted most profoundly. The head of the Hyuga clan's eyes flickered incessantly, his brows twisting in perplexity before he finally relaxed. In contrast, Uchiha Madara remained largely unperturbed, while Uchiha Kitagawa, a younger member, was astonished and began to fidget nervously. Clan leader, another ocular bloodline limit," he stammered. Uchiha Madara cast a calm glance in his direction, remaining silent. This reaction left Uchiha Kitagawa in a state of shock for several seconds, after which he reluctantly ceased his commentary, yet inwardly pondered the clan leader's composure amidst such a revelation. Upon activating the Eye of Time, Hoshino Kaede's sensory abilities were magnified hundreds of times. Every motion around him became visible, and after surveying his surroundings, His gaze ultimately fell to the ground, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had found it. Whispering softly, he extended his hand, palm outward, and with a swift rotation, blue light erupted brilliantly. The crowd gasped, their chatter stilled into an odd silence. Freeze. Hoshino Kaede intoned calmly. Then formed hand seals. Moments later, his figure melded into the earth. This was the earth release technique known as earth diving, originally utilized by Senju Aishu. Hoshino Kaede mastered it even more adeptly. Before long, the ground heaved, and two figures emerged from the soil, landing steadily. Hoshino Kaede gently placed Aishu upon the ground, and then, seemingly unfazed, strolled over to Hashirama's side, exhaling heavily, his demeanor reflecting a profound lack of energy. Had this been any other time, he would have faced admonishment from the onlookers, yet now, silence enveloped the crowd, for they remained ensnared in disbelief. Aishu stood still as a statue, a smug grin adorning his face, exuding an air of the bizarre. However, none among the assembly were simpletons, particularly the clan leaders. Well-versed in the arcane. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Kai from the mountains exclaimed with astonishment, "Is this the space-time bloodline limit?" His voice trembled with incredulity, tinged with a sense of the absurd, for the ninja world had never before heard of such a phenomenon. Upon hearing Kai's words, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Even the previously assertive Naoki stood dumbfounded. Impossible. How could this be? Naoki's mind faltered, still in disbelief. Space-time? He pondered how it compared to his Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's expression was grave, hinting at an underlying battle intent. After all, the term space-time commanded immense respect and recognition. Not to mention Tobirama's creation of the Flying Thunder God technique, which spoke volumes. Yet, Madara had once claimed that the Flying Thunder God only skimmed the surface of spatial manipulation, let alone time itself. If the clan leaders were perturbed, the younger generation was even more so. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans felt the brunt of this revelation. Uchiha Katashima fared slightly better, with Madara present. Thus his resilience was somewhat fortified. Conversely, Hinata Mori's countenance was considerably grim, for he understood his clan's limitations all too well, while the Byakugan excelled in reconnaissance. It paled in comparison to the prowess of space-time techniques. Excellent work. Hashirama acknowledged Hoshino Kaede with a thumbs up, his smile unwavering. Little did he reveal the depths of his discontent when his elder proposed the duel. Yet, witnessing Hoshino Kaede decisively dominate his opponent alleviated his earlier vexation, allowing him to exhale in relief. One word encapsulated his sentiment: exhilarating. What is this? How are you over there? Hoshino Kaede could only freeze time for a few fleeting seconds. After his departure, Aiki returned to his normal state. He recalled lurking underground, and as he approached Hoshino Kaede, it felt as though the world had fragmented. The scene abruptly shifted, and he found himself on the surface, completely ignorant of how he had arrived there. Faced with Aiki's astonished expression, Hoshino Kaede was disinclined to offer any explanation. Upon witnessing his grandson's bewilderment, Naoki gazed gravely at Hoshino Kaede, then sighed heavily and stepped forward to bring Aiki back. After a thorough explanation, profound fear flickered in Aiki's eyes, a fear of the unknown, as well as a fear of power. Elder Naoki acknowledged that Aiki's strength was indeed remarkable. At such a tender age, his prowess was commendable. Tobirama exaggeratedly praised. Yet Elder Naoki found the remark rather uncomfortable. No matter how extraordinary, could it truly compare to your disciple's exceptional talent? With a sense of resignation, Naoki's countenance dimmed, and he lowered his head, saying, "The Hokage possesses discerning vision. It was my oversight." "Well then, let us conclude this competition," Tobirama remarked, his eyes glinting as he turned to the assembly of clan leaders, a smile gracing his face. "Do not forget, the crucial matters have yet to commence." Upon hearing Tobirama's words, the clan leader's expression stiffened, and the atmosphere shifted once more. Observing this, Tobirama took the lead to depart, with the other clan leaders following closely behind, leaving the younger generation exchanging perplexed glances. The moment was exceedingly awkward, as Hoshino Kaede took keen interest in the youths before him, entirely disregarding that he was the youngest among them. "Ah, that must be Narashikaka's father, an exact replica," he mused. Is that not Uchiha Fugaka's father? He appears stern, quite rigid." He continued to assess the prominent families of Konoha, including Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Sarutobi. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Konoha conference room grew tense. Having witnessed such a clash of bloodlines, their hearts were stirred. All present were cunning individuals, and it was evident that this was a display of intimidation. With the Hokage reluctant to act, utilizing his disciple to do so was nothing short of ingenious. After surveying the room, Tobirama cleared his throat and said, "Now, to the matter at hand." Konoha has been established for 5 years, yet the various institutions remain disorganized, with overlapping authorities causing significant issues. I have heard that family disputes frequently arise, leading to conflict. While Tobarama's demeanor was typically mild-mannered, he was not without his methods when it came to Konoha. Should anyone overstep their bounds and threaten the peace of the village, they must not blame him for being merciless. His words subtly conveyed dissatisfaction towards certain families, notably smaller and mid-sized clans, conspicuously absent of any major families. Elder Naoki, would you not agree? Tobarama's tone shifted, now directed at Elder Naoki. Why yes. Under the weight of Tobarama's commanding gaze, Naoki broke into a sweat, repeatedly affirming. He understood that Tobarama was using him as a scapegoat, given the prior pressure exerted upon him. Upon witnessing Naoki's acquiescence, a smile crept onto Tobarama's face, and he turned his attention to the remaining families. The authority of the god of Shinobi was fully manifested, amplifying their pressure. Is there any dissent among you? Tobarama asked, arms crossed, and leaning forward with a genial smile. Yet, the response was one of silence. In that case, please review the documents before you. They have been meticulously crafted to present the most reasonable arrangements. The documents laid before them were the result of Tobarama's deep contemplation. The clan leaders exchanged glances before silently perusing the papers. Tobarama observed as they read, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After half an hour had passed, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do any of you have objections? If so, please express them, and we shall find a solution." The leaders' faces twitched, their inner thoughts brimming with frustration. There was no room for negotiation. The outcomes were already established within those documents. Observing their silence, Tobarama smiled gently, choosing not to speak, patiently awaiting their responses. Another half-hour passed, the once warm tea now cold. Nara Kayasuk glanced around, feeling Tobarama's gaze upon him, and sighed in resignation. The Hokage's arrangements are exceedingly reasonable. My Nara clan has no objections. This statement triggered a chain reaction, with several clans echoing their agreement, notably the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. This was to be expected, as the three clans had always stood together, while the Nara clan had traditionally been the strategists. The Yamanaka clan has no objections. The Akimichi clan has no objections, with the Nara clan's leader's approval. Tobarama felt a twinge of goodwill toward him. With a leader in place, the rest would follow suit. Do any other families have objections? The momentum grew like a roaring fire, unwavering against the slightest breeze. In response, the remaining clans unanimously voiced their agreement. Tobarama's smile broadened, and he turned his gaze to the awaiting Tobarama, signaling it was time for him to take the stage. Once the initial issues were resolved, the rest would become much simpler. Tobarama presented each clan's responsibilities, delineating their territories. The equitable distribution of duties left the clans with little to argue against, prompting them to nod in silent acceptance. Konoha Village established several departments, with the Uchiha clan tasked with overseeing internal order and security. The immense power entrusted to the Uchiha sparked envy among the other clans, as it effectively meant they would be under Uchiha management moving forward. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing that such a critical department was assigned to the Uchiha, felt a flicker of surprise. Tobarama had always had a contentious relationship with the Uchiha. Having troubled them on numerous occasions, this deviation from his usual behavior seemed suspect, yet he could not pinpoint any underlying issues and thus let it go. Tobarama continued to appoint leaders for the remaining departments, and when he deemed it appropriate, he stepped back, returning the floor to Tobarama. If there is nothing else, we shall conclude for today. Upon hearing this, everyone rose to depart while simultaneously contemplating the future paths of their clans. The distribution of responsibilities today had effectively disrupted the newly stabilized structure of Konoha, necessitating a re-evaluation of certain matters, hence their hasty exit. Once everyone had left, Tobarama finally released the tension that had coiled within him, leaning back with a sigh of relief. Finally, that's over. Tobarama, you certainly spoke at length just now. Brother. This is merely the beginning. We shall undoubtedly need to optimize further in the future. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief, and he subsequently slumped onto the table with an air of despondency, lamenting, Tobarama, I believe you are far more suited to be Hokage than I. Why not give it a try? Brother, this is not merely a child's game of ninjas. Tobarama interjected sharply, his expression one of exasperation at Hashirama's flippant attitude. Yet, Hashirama seemed oblivious to his brother's irritation, continuing to mutter to himself, I wish to remain at home, longing to be with Mito. Hashirama's incessant complaints and lethargic demeanor left Tobarama feeling increasingly frustrated. Brother, the current Konoha cannot afford to be without you. At this, Hashirama fell silent, his gaze evasive and restless. Tobirama sighed, aware that, in certain respects, his elder brother was ill-suited for the role of Hokage. However, only Hashirama possessed the strength to instill fear in those with ulterior motives. Many had previously been intimidated by his formidable power, an intimidation that even Tin of Tobirama could not rival. Observing Hashirama's dejection and complaints, Tobirama felt a profound weariness and said, "Just hold on for a few more years. Things will improve." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes brightened instantaneously, his spirit revitalized, glimmering with hope. "Really? Tobirama, you are truly my savior." Tobirama, wearing a look of resignation, replied, "I merely spoke in jest. It may not come to pass." "Ah, as long as there is hope. That is sufficient. It's settled then. I shall go seek out Kaede." With that, he dashed out in a moment of distraction. Tobirama shook his head, feeling a disquiet regarding his brother's aversion to the position of Hokage, suspecting that something was amiss. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Meanwhile, Hoshino Kaede had intended to return to her training, believing herself to be free of obligations. However, after taking a few steps, she heard someone calling her from behind. "Kaede." Sarutobi Hizashi approached excitedly, while those behind him appeared considerably more restrained. "Do I know you?" Hoshino Kaede tilted her head in confusion. "Oh, I almost forgot. I am Sarutobi Hizashi, a disciple of Lord Tobirama." Hoshino Kaede's pupils suddenly dilated, as if she had encountered some extraordinary creature. "What's wrong? Is there an issue with my name?" Observing Hoshino Kaede's reaction, Sarutobi Hizashi couldn't help but touch his face, puzzled. "Ahem, no," Hoshino Kaede waved her hand, feeling a sense of embarrassment within. Such a handsome individual, and he happens to be Sarutobi Hizashi, the future third Hokage. In that case, the individuals behind him must be the renowned Konoha F4. Ah, but Akimichi Torike's and Uchiha Q are exceptions. It is indeed unfortunate. One perished on the night of the Nine Tails, while the cause of the other's demise remained shrouded in mystery. "Is there something you need, Senior Sarutobi?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi turned and beckoned the others to approach. "Haha, just call me Hizashi. You are the disciple of the Hokage, so there is no need for such formality." Upon witnessing this, Hoshino Kaede called out in response, "Come, let me introduce you. This is Danzo, a member of the Shimura clan. Over there is Uchiha Kagami." Despite his Uchiha surname, he possesses a remarkably gentle disposition and is quite easy to get along with. We also have Akimichi Torifong, Nara Komatsu, and Mito Gatekin, all of whom are disciples of Lord Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, acting much like a tour guide, enthusiastically introduced each individual to Hoshino Kaede, displaying an amiable demeanor throughout. Hoshino Kaede gazed at the individuals who would later become renowned, greeting them with polite salutation. He refrained from treating them differently due to future events. For one must live in the present. Chapter 17, School? Little Kaede, your performance just now was astonishing, leaving everyone utterly speechless, remarked Sarutobi Hizashi. You may not have noticed, but their expressions were truly remarkable, quite captivating. Sarutobi Hizashi, speaking incessantly like a machine gun, caused his closest friend, Danzo, to feel embarrassed. He leaned in and whispered, "Could you possibly tone down your excitement? It's not about you." However, his words fell on deaf ears, prompting Danzo to turn away, choosing not to engage with the spectacle. Seeing that Hizashi was still eager to continue, Hoshino Kaede quickly interjected, shifting the topic. "Hizashi, how about I treat you all to a meal?" Upon hearing this, Hizashi paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, striking his left palm with his right hand. Of course, how could I have forgotten to treat everyone to a meal? At that moment, Danzo seized the opportunity to make a witty remark. It's quite normal for your brain to overlook such things. This earned him a roll of the eyes from Hizashi, who then declared with grand enthusiasm, "All right, I shall treat everyone today. Consider it a celebration for my junior. Let us go." Seeing this, Hoshino Kaede did not wish to interrupt his good intentions and could only allow Hizashi to lead him away. The others exchanged glances, shrugged in resignation, and followed suit. They arrived at a barbecue restaurant where the group of 7 sat together. Uchiha Kagami observed Danzo's rapid note-taking, akin to that of a deity, and after a moment's hesitation, he quietly suggested to Danzo, "Perhaps we should order less. I fear for Hizashi." Little did he know, Hizashi overheard this and, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "Kagami, there is no need for concern. I am not so easily vanquished. Indeed, Hizashi, I am well aware of your resilience. Rest assured, I have calculated the risks, Danzo replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, instilling an uneasy premonition in Uchiha Kagami. Yet, with Hisashi's assertion, he chose to remain silent, his gaze still lingering on the prices listed on the menu. After placing their orders, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Half an hour later, plates overflowing with meat filled the entire table. Although Hoshino Kaede was unaware of the price, she was acutely aware that meat had become exceedingly expensive in the current market. A casual glance around led her to surmise that Sarutobi Hisashi would likely be left washing dishes today. TZ, just how much did you order? She turned to TZ, hoping for an answer. TZ smirked, observing the petrified expression of Sarutobi Hisashi, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Not much. I reckon he has spent all the savings he has accumulated these past few days. Upon hearing this, the others fell into a contemplative silence, their faces subtly reflecting a shared sympathy for Hisashi. Hisashi, allow me to help share the burden, Uchiha Kagami suggested gently, unable to bear the sight. TZ did not intervene, fully aware that Hisashi was a proud individual who would never accept Kagami's kindness. As anticipated, upon hearing the offer to share the expenses, Hisashi's competitive spirit surged within him. He promptly declined, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as he proclaimed, "No need, Kagami, it's merely a trifle for me." After uttering this, Hisashi felt his argument lacked conviction, so he proceeded directly to settle the bill. "You all truly leave me at a loss for words," Mito Gatekin remarked, having come to an understanding of the situation as he shook his head in resignation. TZ chuckled knowingly, his expression conveying unspoken sentiments. As Hoshino Kaede observed the interactions among his companions, he was suddenly engulfed in contemplation. Was he falling behind the times? Just as he pondered this, Hisashi returned, wearing an expression of composure, though Kaede could discern a hint of heartache on his face. With the main figure back, the group began to indulge heartily in their meal, and being the youngest, Kaede was graciously accommodated by the others. After they finished eating, Kaede felt as if his stomach might burst. The feast here was indeed delightful, and for that, he expressed his gratitude to Hisashi. Once satiated, Danzo offered his thanks, only to receive a glare from Hisashi. Even he, despite his usual obliviousness, could sense the tension. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he had no choice but to endure the discomfort. Little Kaede, so this is where you are." Amidst the playful banter, a cheerful voice rang out from outside the door. The group turned their gazes, rising to their feet. "Teacher, this is Hoshino Kaede." "Hello, Hokage-sama," they all chimed in unison. The figure of Hashirama approached, and upon seeing the chaotic state of their table, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I must ask, have you all gone days without eating?" His teasing caused the group to flush with embarrassment, their eyes darting away. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Kaede quickly sought to redirect the conversation. "Teacher, has the meeting concluded?" "Yes, it is all wrapped up. Only the execution remains, which will likely take a few days," Hashirama replied. The expressions of the group varied upon hearing this. Mito and T-Ka felt little impact. Being from commoner backgrounds, matters of power were irrelevant to them. Uchiha Kagami, though part of a clan, harbored no strong familial ties and wore a look of joy. Since the Hokage had stated it, it implied the clan's consent. Recently, Kagami had been troubled by increasingly radical sentiments within his clan, fearing potential upheaval. However, hearing the Hokage's words eased the burden in his heart. In contrast, Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo mirrored Kagami's expression, which piqued Kaede as curiosity. It seemed that the current Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo were not yet the figures they would become in the future. Both were deeply invested in the welfare of the village. After all, the early days had seen them toil tirelessly for its sake. Furthermore, with Tobarama's guidance, the emphasis on familial loyalty was gradually waning, making their expressions less surprising. Hashirama observed these expressions closely and felt a swell of satisfaction within. He had established Konoha to ensure that future generations could live free from the ravages of war, able to thrive in peace. Today marked the first stride towards that vision, and he believed that the future would indeed be brighter. Suddenly, a thought struck Hashirama, and he flashed a smile at Kaede. Sensing his demeanor, Kaede felt an ominous premonition. "It has been 3 months now. You are already a genin. However, upon reflection, I believe you should attend the Konoha Academy. Interacting with peers your age is far more beneficial than remaining with us." Hashirama's words struck Kaede like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. He vehemently protested, but he knew his objections were futile against Hashirama's resolve. The elder had contemplated this decision for some time but had delayed it due to pressing duties. "It is settled then. You will go tomorrow." The arrangements have already been made. Hashirama's decision was final, unyielding in its certainty. Hoshino Fong let out a deep sigh, as if attending school were akin to enduring a punishment. Ahem, little Fong, school is not so dreadful. We all came from there, one of his companions reassured. Indeed, indeed. School can be quite fascinating, and one can learn a great deal, added another. As Saratobi Azashi and Uchiha Kagami exchanged their thoughts in an attempt to alter Hoshino Feng's perception of the institution. Chapter 18, Konoha Academy Yet. Their efforts failed to restore the spark in Hoshino Feng's eyes. They remained devoid of life. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Hashirama's lips twitched in frustration, and he gave Feng a sharp slap on the head, rousing him from his stupor. If you have any grievances, voice them. Do not linger here in this state of lethargy. As Hoshino Kaede's eyes gradually sparkled with light, she lifted her head and inquired, "Is it possible not to go?" "No." Hashirama replied with a cruel and resolute refusal. Hoshino Feng had resigned himself to his fate, accepting the inevitability of his circumstances. Observing this, Hashirama Senju spoke with a tone imbued with earnestness. "Have you truly been defeated by a mere classroom? You are my disciple, Hashirama Senju. Are you truly so fearful?" He endeavored to use a metaphorical bowl of wisdom to awaken the desolate ocean within Hoshino Feng's heart. Hoshino Kaede let out a heavy sigh, resigned to his fate. "Well, what can I do? I am simply outmatched and cannot defeat my teacher." Hashirama burst into hearty laughter, clapping him on the shoulder with a smug expression. "Embrace reality. Young one, I must take my leave now. Remember not to be late tomorrow." With that, Hashirama hurriedly departed. Shinya Feng found himself devoid of the desire to linger any longer. After offering an apologetic smile to a few individuals, he departed, leaving behind a group that reveled in their mischief. After indulging in his final day of recklessness, the inevitable dawn of a new day arrived. Upon reaching the entrance of the Konoha Academy, Shinya Feng fell into contemplation. This must have been the precursor to the ninja school, he mused, which explained its simplicity. The Konoha Academy served as a place for the heirs of the ninja clans to learn together, established concurrently with the Konoha Hospital during the founding of Konoha. Its original intention was to foster mutual learning and interaction, creating bonds that would alleviate the strangeness among them. Just as Shinya Feng stood in contemplation, a voice filled with curiosity and uncertainty called out from behind him. "Are you Lord Shinya?" Upon hearing this, Shinya Feng turned around. Before him stood a boy with dark hair, his eyes reflecting a blend of timidity and curiosity. I am," he replied, feeling somewhat awkward in response to such a respectful address, as he had never been called Lord before. To his surprise, this title had found its way to him in this very moment. Hoshino Kaede's response visibly stirred the boy, who stumbled over his words in excitement. I am. Tadatoka Tora, I humbly request your guidance." His statement was awkwardly fragmented, yet Hoshino Kaede patiently listened until he finished before replying naturally, "Greetings. I am Hoshino Kaede. The title of adult is not yet befitting of me." Although being referred to as Lord Hoshino was undeniably gratifying, he felt unworthy of such an honor. To be called an adult implied significant contributions to Konoha, and he certainly did not consider himself deserving of that title at present. "May I call you Takatora?" Hoshino Kaede inquired further. Tudu Takatora seemed momentarily lost in thought, as if he had been engulfed in smoke, before he finally responded in a daze. "Why, yes, that is acceptable." He then cautiously added, "May I call you Xiaofeng?" Hoshino Kaede generously remarked, "Of course, my friends and family all call me that." Tida Takatora's eyes instantly brightened, and with a tone laced with anticipation, he asked, Am I considered a friend as well?" In response, Hoshino Kaede chuckled softly, draping an arm around his shoulder and patting his chest as he assured, "Absolutely, you are the very first person I met upon entering school. Do you not wish to be my friend?" Tida Takatora took the light-hearted jest to heart and became flustered. "And no, I merely—" Before he could finish his sentence, Hoshino Kaede gently patted his back and guided him. "Do not rush. Relax your mind and let your anxious thoughts dissipate." After a round of comforting words, Tida Takatora gradually calmed down, his speech finally becoming more fluid. "That's better. What are you so nervous about?" Hoshino Kaede nodded, satisfied. Tida Takatora smiled shyly, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "By the way, do you know where the classroom is? This is my first time here, and I'm unfamiliar with the route." Hoshino Kaede spoke somewhat bashfully. "Oh no, we're going to be late." Suddenly, Tadu Takedora realized the urgency of the situation. Grasping Hoshino Kaede's hand, he dashed towards the classroom. The swiftness of their pace was so intense that Hoshino Kaede felt a jolt of pressure against his back. A truly terrifying sensation. It is no wonder that people often proclaim that the pinnacle of human potential is during one's student years. This is indeed true. As they sprinted, Takedora and Hoshino Kaede hurriedly made their way, ultimately managing to arrive just in time. By now, the classroom was already filled to capacity, with approximately dozens of students present. As Hoshino Kaede surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the presence of individuals from various families. Takedora guided Hoshino Kaede to a seat in the last row. Pleased with this arrangement, Hoshino Kaede thought it an ideal spot for leisure. By the way, Takedora, how did you gain entry to study here? Shingyefeng gazed at the members of various prominent families, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. At present, there exists no ninja academy, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to become ninjas. On one hand, there is a lack of instruction. On the other, ninjutsu is scarce, predominantly monopolized by the ninja clans. The admission of someone like Takahiro, a commoner, left Shingyefeng thoroughly perplexed. Takahiro elucidated, initially, it was deemed impossible. However, in recent years, Lord Hokage has defied the consensus, allowing commoners to enroll. Fortuitously, my talents are commendable, which led to my selection. Hoshino Kaede was suddenly enlightened, so this was the case. This implies that the establishment of the Ninja Academy is not far off. The teacher's decision to allow commoners into the school is a signal to the outside world, granting the families a buffer period. This is a deliberate strategy, facilitating a competitive arena between the offspring of noble families and commoners, thus serving a balancing role. Unfortunately, the ninja clans can only watch helplessly as they fall into this trap, unable to harbor any thoughts of resistance. After all, the circumstances are no longer akin to the Warring States period. The system of one country, one village has gradually taken root in people's hearts. Now, to relocate from Konoha is tantamount to placing the clan in jeopardy, surrounded by wolves at every moment. Hashirama capitalized on this very point, prompting such actions. While deep in thought, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, a noise that certainly did not escape Hoshino Kaede's notice. In the next moment, the clamor within the classroom abruptly ceased. A middle-aged man appeared in the doorway, and upon entering, he rendered the children utterly silent. Takahiro instinctively shrank his neck, as if he wished to bury himself. Shingyefeng glanced around and then whispered, "What's wrong? He seems quite terrifying. Aren't you afraid?" Teacher Jingzawa's scars on his face resemble those of a malevolent spirit. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede turned his gaze. He scrutinized the middle-aged man's face and noticed a long scar running down the left side of his cheek, extending from his forehead to his chin. The scar, a deep crimson hue, appeared quite grotesque. Such a visage could indeed silence a child's cries. Hoshino Kaede murmured to himself. Suddenly, Teacher Izawa's gaze pierced through the air like a sharp blade, locking onto Hoshino Kaede with an intensity that was unsettling. A chilling grin spread across his face, accentuating the scars that marred his features, rendering him even more menacing. He then called out in a commanding voice, "Hoshino Kaede, step forward." Reflexively, Hoshino Kaede stood up, only to realize the gravity of the situation, his eyes twitching involuntarily. Chapter 19. The Leader? Classroom Showdown. Observing Hoshino Kaede's reaction, Teacher Izawa nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Please introduce yourself." Taken aback, Hoshino Kaede hesitated for a moment before replying. "My name is Hoshino Kaede. I am 5 years old. I enjoy delicious food, and I have no dislikes. My dream is to protect Konoha." Izawa offered a slight nod. His expression conveyed genuine approval. A commendable aspiration. Hoshino Kaede is the disciple of the Hokage, yet here, he stands as one among you. Izawa did not extend any preferential treatment due to Hoshino's status, which endeared him to Kaede. The shinobi world is not solely populated by those who seek to elevate themselves through the influence of others. After the introductions, Teacher Izawa commenced the day's lesson. While the young students listened intently, their expressions filled with focus and determination. Hoshino Kaede curiously surveyed the students within the classroom, noting their earnest demeanor. Even those who appeared disinterested made a commendable effort to feign attentiveness. The class swiftly elapsed, and upon casting a glance at the clock, Izawa announced the end of the lesson before departing. Once he had distanced himself, a collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the classroom, and an invigorating energy swiftly returned, filling the air with a cacophony of chattering voices. Hoshino Kaede propped his head up with one hand, gazing vacantly out the window. Takahiro nudged his clothing, prompting Hoshino Kaede to turn his head, his expression momentarily startled. In addition to Takahiro, there stood a young girl before him. "Who are you?" she inquired, her vivacity and audacity evident as she placed her hands on her hips. "My name is Izawa Akumi, and I am the leader of our class. From now on, you shall address me as such. Do you understand?" Otherwise, humph. Izawa Ikumi menacingly waved her fist. Hoshino Kaede found himself in a state of bemusement. Had he truly encountered bullying within the confines of the school? Or was he being tormented by a mere young girl? The sensation was undeniably peculiar. Why are you in a daze? Do you have any objections? Inuzuwa Ikumi, perceiving his silence as dissent, abruptly slammed her palm onto the table. Hoshino Kaede remained unresponsive. Her gaze drifting to the side, she noticed that many boys had lowered their heads, their eyes reflecting an unmistakable fear. Hoshino Kaede even caught sight of some prominent families, which filled his heart with profound emotions. It seems that this place reveres strength above all, a notion he finds quite appealing. Redirecting his gaze towards her, he offered a slight smile and said, I have a proposal. If you defeat me, I shall heed your words. Upon hearing this, Izawa Ikumi furrowed her brow. And after a moment of deep contemplation, she replied with a serious expression, agreed, but you must refrain from using your bloodline limit. The bloodline limit of Hoshino Kaede is widely recognized in Konoha, known for its formidable prowess. Izawa Ikumi understands that if she can harness this bloodline limit, her chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. Strangely compelled, Hoshino Kaede inexplicably nodded in agreement. Let us proceed to the playground, she declared, striding forth. Unyielding. Izawa Ikumi waved her hand, summoning the entirety of her class, a throng of students trailing behind her. The spectacle resembled that of a grand leader accompanied by loyal followers. Resonating with an overwhelming presence, such commotion could hardly escape the attention of their teacher, Izawa, who had likely anticipated this very occurrence. He stood waiting on the playground, prepared for the unfolding events. Teacher, Ikumi wishes to engage in a friendly spar with me, Hoshino Kaede explained upon noticing the teacher. Izawa nodded slightly, indicating his approval without any intention to intervene. As Izawa Ikumi and her entourage approached the playground, the teacher's reaction was one of nonchalance, clearly indicating that this was not an unprecedented scenario. The two opponents took their positions, with Ikumi displaying an air of confidence, as if the scales of victory had already tipped in her favor. Most of her classmates, loyal supporters, rallied behind her with cheers of encouragement. However, there was an exception, Hinata Nami, a member of the Hyuga branch, adorned with a white hairband covering certain cursed seals, observed with a grave expression. Unlike the others, her demeanor was serious, her gaze shifting between the two combatants as she murmured to herself, Ikumi has encountered a formidable adversary. One must admit, her insight was remarkably astute. Even without utilizing the bloodline limit, Hoshino Kaede's self-taught ninjutsu is sufficient to meet the challenge. Izawa Ikumi steps forward and backward, preparing for an offensive move. In contrast, Hoshino Kaede stands casually with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet his demeanor is rife with vulnerabilities. Izawa Ikumi's expression is grave. She harbors no underestimation of her opponent. Even in the absence of a bloodline limit, she does not perceive Hoshino Kaede as an easy adversary to defeat. Suddenly, as the standoff lingers, Izawa Ikumi swiftly advances, delivering a powerful palm strike. Though petite in stature, her strength is formidable. Her delicate fist whistles through the air, accompanied by a faint sound of slicing through the void as it hurtles toward Hoshino Kaede. Hoshino Kaede slightly retracted his right foot, lowering his center of gravity as he raised his left hand to parry the incoming punch. In a seamless motion, his right hand formed a fist, delivering a powerful strike without hesitation. Inuzuwa Ikumi swiftly pivoted to evade, leveraging the momentum to unleash a fierce kick. Xingye Feng raised both hands defensively in front of his chest, bracing himself against the formidable impact. The tremendous force propelled him backwards several meters, his arms trembling slightly, a testament to the sheer power behind it. Despite appearing slight in stature, the intensity of her strength was astonishing, almost ferocious. It is no wonder she holds the position of the leader among her peers. Hoshino Kaede gazed at his trembling hands, a sense of incredulity swelling within him. How audacious to let one's guard down in the midst of battle. It is a grave underestimation of my capabilities. Izawa Ikumi's expression darkened, her eyes igniting with fury. With a disdainful huff, she formed hand seals, and two plumes of white smoke erupted suddenly. As the mist dissipated, three identical figures emerged. For children of such tender age, the ability to wield ninjutsu is a remarkable feat, given their meager chakra reserves. Of course, prodigies like Hoshino Kaede are exceptions. Izawa Ikumi undoubtedly stood as the paragon of her class, and her mastery of the shadow clone technique attests to that. The three figures advanced in unison, each strike falling like a tempestuous storm. Although they were mere children, their physical prowess was astonishing, surpassing the capabilities typical for their age. Yet it is only natural. considering the aftermath of war that had only recently subsided, to expect much from the young. Those spectating from the sidelines were entranced, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Izawa-senpai is so cool. Go, big sister. Defeat him," cried the throng of young admirers, fervently cheering her on. However, a few astute observers perceived a subtle truth. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Hoshino Kaede remained unerringly composed. His defenses were impenetrable, a stark contrast to the fervent display of aggression from Izawa. Uchiha Nozomi, an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan without notable lineage, possessed commendable talent and had been chosen by the Hokage to study here. Within the classroom, he was the only one capable of standing toe-to-toe with Izawa Akumi. Yet, he was proud and disdainful of the weak, lacking any desire for camaraderie, leaving him friendless in this academic setting. At this moment, he clenched his fists, his sullen countenance almost dripping with frustration, his youthful features etched with a sense of dissatisfaction. The younger children, unable to grasp the true state of affairs, believed Izawa Akumi held the upper hand. In reality, the opposite was true. Hoshino Kaede flawlessly countered every assault, showing no signs of fatigue. The outcome was all but predetermined. Ultimately, it would be Izawa Akumi who would exhaust herself, the victor already decided. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Prior to activating his Sharingan, his match with Izawa had been evenly matched. If he could not best her, he had no delusions about his own chances. Chapter 20. The formation of the team is anticipated. The scenario unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Izawa Akumi was now panting, beads of sweat adorning her delicate face. Her once ferocious assault began to wane gradually, with a subtle smile gracing Hoshino Kaede's lips. She seized the opportune moment and swiftly positioned herself before her opponent. A sense of impending danger surged within Izawa Akumi, prompting her to hastily adopt a defensive stance. Alas, it was too late. Thud. A powerful fist struck a vulnerable spot, sending her crashing to the ground. Izawa Akumi felt the world spin around her, her head engulfed in a wave of dizziness. Just as she intended to rise and continue the fight, a sudden chill enveloped her neck. As a shuriken was pressed firmly against her throat, Hoshino Kaede smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but you have lost." Her tone was so relaxed, revealing the evident disparity in their abilities. Izawa Akumi wore a face of reluctance, yet felt utterly helpless, while teacher Izawa announced the result. Hoshino Kaede wins. Following this, the two exchanged a gesture of reconciliation. Izawa Akumi bowed her head, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Tadakatora excitedly rushed over, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Kaede, you are incredible for defeating the leader." In response to his praise, Hoshino Kaede merely smiled in silence. She then approached him, saying, "Your physical skills are impressive. Indeed quite unique at present. However, your stamina leaves much to be desired. I suggest you embark on some training." Upon hearing this, Izawa Akumi lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, and then shot him an angry glare before turning to walk away. Hoshino Kaede felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, he had merely intended to point out areas for improvement. Why did he flee? He was puzzled and perplexed. Meanwhile, Tadakatora, who had witnessed the entire episode, could not help but smirk, placing a hand to his forehead as he remarked, "Boss, you were rather harsh just now." "Was I?" Hoshino Kaede reflected intently. Yet he remained unconvinced that he had done anything inappropriate. Observing this, Tadakatora sighed, recognizing that while his boss was admirable in many respects, he exhibited a certain naivety in this domain. Ultimately, he simply stated, "Teacher Izawa is the father of the leader." Hoshino Kaede suddenly recalled that they shared the same surname. So, it follows that. He cautiously shifted his gaze towards teacher Izawa, only to be met with an exceedingly grim countenance and a gaze that seemed ready to devour him whole. Hoshino Feng's lips twitched slightly. "It seems that my future days will not be easy." He could already envision the relentless targeting from teacher Izawa in the days to come. There was no doubt that a devoted father would not engage in rational discourse with him. At that moment, a shadow suddenly fell over him, prompting Hoshino Feng to lift his gaze, his brows arching in surprise. "An Uchiha?" Uchiha Nagashi stood before him, his eyes ablaze with determination, as if ready to unleash flames. Without wasting any words on frivolities, he cut straight to the chase. "I want to have a match with you." Hoshino Kaede, exasperated, pressed his forehead with his hand. Just as he finished, another challenge arose, which he promptly declined. "No." Uchiha Nozomi furrowed his brow. "Why?" "I am utterly exhausted and in need of respite," Hoshino Kaede replied, his words flowing effortlessly, requiring no contemplation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nozomi was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his features as the image of Hoshino Kaede in his mind shattered into fragments. However, upon receiving a clear refusal. Uchiha Nozomi did not persist, but departed after leaving a remark. I shall seek you out for battles frequently in the future. Hoshino Kaede blinked for a moment before realizing that this person seemed to have taken an interest in him. At that moment, Takatora aptly explained. Uchiha Nozomi is quite reclusive within the class, lacking friends. He has a penchant for combat, striving to enhance his skills. As it is said, he wishes to become a ninja swiftly in order to earn money. Hoshino Kaede stroked his chin and remarked, Money? Does he truly lack it? Coming from the Uchiha clan, he should be well off. Takatora scratched his head and replied, I cannot say for certain. He appears to be a man with a story. Quite intriguing. Hoshino Kaede's interest was piqued. He felt this person was worth getting to know better. Naturally, this honorable task would fall upon Takatora. However, a dilemma arose. For Takatora was unable to enter the Uchiha territory. After some back and forth, it ultimately fell upon Hoshino Kaede to take action himself. Takatora, with a look of shame, said, Boss, I am sorry, I am unable to assist you. Hoshino Kaede gently patted his shoulder, signaling him not to feel guilty. In an effort to divert his attention, Hoshino Kaede spoke, As a friend, I would like to invite you to my home after school. What do you think? Takatora was taken aback by the unexpected invitation, and he felt a surge of emotion, readily accepting the offer. After all, it was an invitation from the leader, marking his first visit to someone else's home. However, he soon became anxious again, as if transported back to the moment they first met. Rest assured, my parents are quite amiable. To be honest, it's also my first time bringing someone home, but you should work on your composure. Try not to be so nervous all the time. Hoshino Kaede spoke earnestly. Takatora, aware of his own disposition, resolved to transform himself. The day swiftly elapsed, and as teacher Aizawa glanced up at the clock, he announced the end of classes. In an instant, the crowd surged, each vying to rush out the door. Shinya Fong strolled leisurely down the street with Takatora when, by chance, they encountered Uchiha Nozomi. Nozomi, are you heading home? Upon seeing Uchiha Nozomi, Shinya Feng's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, and he warmly beckoned. Uchiha Nozomi, with a cold expression and a detached tone, replied, Only because we are classmates. No. I'm off to train. Is that so? Hihi, training isn't a race. Have you considered coming to my home? Shinya Feng extended the invitation. Uchiha Nozomi paused for a moment, then frowned and said, I can't, I'm very busy. This response did not surprise Shinya Feng. However, he was not one to concede easily and quickly pivoted. Accompany me to my home, and I shall assist you with your training in the days to come. What do you say? Uchiha Nozomi found herself in a quandary, wavering indecisively. Observing her dilemma, Shinya Feng embellished his persuasion with a variety of compelling reasons. Ultimately, swayed by his eloquence, Uchiha Nozomi reluctantly nodded in agreement. Largely motivated by the prospect of battling him, Shinya Feng, pleased with this outcome, did not immediately escort them home. Instead, he turned, his gaze directed toward a concealed area. Takatora and Uchiha Nozomi were perplexed, unsure why they were not proceeding. However, the answer soon revealed itself. With a faint smile, Shinya Feng casually remarked, Have you two been following us for so long without revealing yourselves? This revelation jolted both companions, heightening their alertness. The fact that they had been tracked for such an extended period was perilous in a battlefield context. Fortunately, they were within the safety of the village. Hoshino Kaede's remarkably mundane words left no room for argument for the two concealed individuals, who could only emerge slowly, revealing their presence. Takatora was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them, while even Uchiha Masaru squinted his eyes in surprise. Is there something the two of you need, Yumi? And what about this esteemed individual? Hoshino Kaede is acquainted with Izawa Akumi, yet the individual beside her remains unfamiliar. Hinata Nami responded softly. So it is you, Nami-san. May I inquire what your intentions are in following us? Hoshino Kaede smiled sweetly, her tone seemingly unaware of the underlying implications. Upon hearing this, Izawa Akumi and Hinata Kazumi exchanged glances, and finally, the former blushed and casually replied, It's nothing, just happened to be on the way, thought we might grab a bite. Is that so? Hoshino Kaede replied with a mischievous grin, her smile unwavering. This made the two girls avert their gazes, too timid to meet her eyes. Fortunately, Hoshino Kaede soon offered them a gracious escape. Since you're going to eat, why not join me at my place for a meal? Chapter 21. Narrow paths of enmity. The two children were evidently unprepared, caught off guard by Hoshino Kaede's invitation. Uchiha Masaki could no longer bear to watch the hesitance of the two and directly addressed Hoshino Kaede, stating, Why invite them? The weak do not deserve an invitation. Hoshino Kaede has come to realize that Uchiha Nozomi, like many of his clan, is a firm believer in the supremacy of strength. In their eyes, only the powerful possess a voice and the authority to make decisions. Upon hearing Nozomi's dismissive remarks, Aizawa Ikumi, the de facto leader of their class, could no longer contain herself. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage in a serious confrontation. Naturally, Uchiha Nozomi was unperturbed, his eyes glinting with provocation, and his inner fighting spirit bubbling to the surface. The atmosphere crackled with tension, prompting those nearby to intervene and separate the two, urging them to refrain from conflict. Nozomi, don't be impulsive. This is a public street, and fighting here could land us in detention, Toda Takahiro implored, exerting all his strength in a heartfelt plea. It was a well-known fact that Aizawa-sensei would not hesitate to confine anyone caught brawling on the streets, and he had no desire to be trapped in a dark detention room. He was afraid. Hinata Nami, her previously calm demeanor evaporating, leaned closer to whisper in Akumi's ear. This is not the time for a fight. The two exchanged disdainful huffs, turning their heads away from each other, unwilling to acknowledge one another. Observing this scene with amusement, Hoshino Kaede stroked his chin and remarked, I believe you two will get along splendidly in the future. His comment was met with vehement opposition from both parties. Who would want to associate with him? I, Uchiha Nozomi, disdain to be in his company, huffed one. Someone like him deserves to have no friends, retorted the other. The two stood nose to nose, each refusing to yield, even as others attempted to intervene. With a resigned shake of his head, Hoshino Kaede resolved to bring matters to a swift conclusion. He delivered a sharp rap to the heads of his adversaries. The dull yet crisp sound echoed, causing Toda Takahiro and Hinata Kazumi to instinctively retreat a step, their hands instinctively clutching their foreheads, fear reflected in their eyes. What on earth are you doing, you scoundrel? They exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with indignation. Hoshino Kaede was quite pleased with this, and then walked forward, waving his hand without looking back. If we keep bickering, the sun will set soon. Are you coming or not? Uchiha Kaido shot a glare at Inuzuka Ikumi, and then silently followed suit. After exchanging glances, Inuzuka Ikumi and Hinata Kame decided to follow as well. The group arrived at Hoshino Kaede's residence. I'm back, Hoshino Kaede announced, removing his shoes as he called into the house. Kinomoto Sakura emerged, immediately spotting the few individuals behind Hoshino Kaede. Oh, who are these? As Hoshino Kaede turned to introduce, she said, Mom, these are my classmates. I've invited them over as guests. Very well, replied Kinomoto Sakura, her face lighting up with joy. At last, my dear child, you have made some friends. Hoshino Kaede, with a sense of resignation, spread his hands and shrugged. Hello, Aunt. Several voices echoed greetings, and instantly, Kinomoto Sakura's heart blossomed with joy. Upon entering, Hoshino Kaede collapsed languidly onto the sofa, while Toda Takahiro hesitated briefly before sitting up straight. Even the usually spirited Aizawa Ikumi maintained a decorous demeanor in someone else's home. Not to mention Uchiha Nozomi and Hyuga Kazumi, both hailing from esteemed families, whose etiquette was ingrained in them from a young age, requiring no further elaboration. Come, let us indulge in some fruit. Dinner will be ready shortly, Kinomoto Sakura announced as she brought forth an assortment of fruits. However, upon witnessing Hoshino Kaede's demeanor, her irritation flared, and she grasped his ear with one hand. Kaede, there are guests present. How can you be so discourteous? Hurry and sit properly, she reprimanded without a hint of restraint, disregarding whether he might feel embarrassed in front of his classmates. Confronted with his mother's authoritative stance, Hoshino Kaede had no choice but to retreat and sit upright in compliance. Kinomoto Sakura nodded in satisfaction, then turned to her classmates, her expression softening immediately. If Kaede bothers you, do tell Auntie, and I shall take care of him. The group exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Hoshino Kaede, feeling exasperated, pressed his forehead with a hand as he observed Aizawa Ikumi's small eyes darting incessantly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Auntie, she bullied me in class before, he protested, but Ikumi's words made him swallow hard and attempt a silent retreat, only to be intercepted by the quick-witted Kinomoto Sakura. Come, let us have a proper discussion, she said with a gentle smile that nonetheless sent shivers of dread down Kaede's spine. Before he could muster a defense, Sakura seized him by the scruff of his collar and ushered him into a secluded room. Izumi, this isn't quite right, Hinata Nami interjected, sensing the injustice. Aizawa Ikumi let out a dismissive huff. What does it matter? He brought this upon himself. Witnessing her unreasonable demeanor, Uchiha Nozomi offered no quarter, retorting, blaming others for one's own shortcomings is truly disgraceful. What did you say? Ikumi glared fiercely, while Nozomi stood her ground without flinching. As the scene unfolded again, The tension was palpable, yet all parties involved were mindful of their surroundings, given that they were in another's home. The standoff lingered until Hoshino Yoda returned unexpectedly. Who are you all? His sudden arrival rendered the four children momentarily awkward, particularly the combative Akomi and Nozomi. After a brief pause, he limped back in. Oblivious to what Sakura had done to him, he soon found himself seated across from his father and the four others, the atmosphere thick with tension. Upon noticing Kied's return, Yoda waved him over. What happened? I saw the two of them in a standoff when I came in. With a resigned sigh, Yoda continued, Oh, it's nothing. They're just having a little spat. It's a sign of affection, really. They'll get used to it. Hoshino Kaede, unfazed, spoke to Yoda, disregarding the murderous glares exchanged between the two. Is that so? Yoda mused, stroking his chin, feeling out of touch with the times. It was evident that their relationship appeared quite strained. Hoshino Fong patted the shoulders of the two and remarked, We are all classmates, crossing paths often. Is it truly necessary to be so confrontational? Humph. Hoshino Kaede found herself at a loss. The two were simply not meant to get along, yet fortunately, their animosity had not escalated. At that moment, Kenomoto Sakura had finished preparing dinner and eagerly called out to everyone, It's time for dinner. Hurry and wash your hands. As mealtime arrived, the sight of food momentarily reconciled the two. The dining table became remarkably peaceful. Being children, their tempers flared easily. But they quickly forgot their grievances in the presence of delicious cuisine. It must be said that Kenomoto Sakura's culinary skills were exceptional by the end of the meal. Every morsel had vanished. After dinner, Uchiha Masashi once again expressed his desire to spar with Hoshino Kaede. This time, she did not refuse. After allowing a brief moment for digestion, she led the group to the backyard. Chapter 22. The resilient figure Uchiha Masashi felt his entire body tense up, a hint of nervousness creeping in. Yet, the combative spirit ingrained in his Uchiha blood urged him to fight. The initial anxiety was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of calm. He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he formulated a strategy. The others stood at the sidelines, eagerly anticipating the clash. Hinata Hanabi, the eldest and most formidable among them, had activated her Byakugan. The veins around her eyes were pronounced, granting her unparalleled observational prowess. Tada Takahiro was filled with concern, fearing for Uchiha Masashi's safety. Be gentle, boss, he implored. Upon hearing Tadu's plea, Hoshino Kaede rolled her eyes in exasperation. Did this guy not worry about her? Nevertheless, she kept her thoughts to herself while cheering inwardly, Come on, Uchiha, give that guy a good beating. In contrast to the others, Aizawa Ikumi clenched her fists, vocally supporting Uchiha Masashi. Her expression was one of fierce determination, seemingly still recalling the events of the morning. Uchiha Masashi, however, chose to ignore her, focusing intently on the task at hand, his body leaning forward in anticipation. Even though night had fallen and he had not activated his Sharingan, Uchiha Masashi's vision, like that of all Uchihas, remained superior to that of ordinary individuals. Despite the darkness, he moved with the agility of a startled rabbit, undeterred by the obscurity surrounding him. He crouched low, resembling a poised leopard ready to pounce, exuding an aura of danger. He was prepared to spring into action at the slightest indication, offering no respite to his opponent. His foundational skills were solid, and even in the face of formidable adversaries, he remained spirited and unafraid to confront them directly. With such determination, his path as a future ninja appeared unobstructed, promising remarkable achievements ahead. Caution was paramount, especially in a world rife with peril. Witnessing Uchiha Masashi's stance, Hoshino Kaede could not help but admire him, her opinion of him soaring. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, Uchiha Masashi was the first to strike. Several shuriken and kunai were unleashed, their trajectories seemingly erratic, as if thrown haphazardly, devoid of any menacing quality. Tada Takahiro exclaimed in surprise, Masashi, were you just tossing that around? However, he was swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from Aizawa Ikumi, who retorted, Be quiet. That's a unique throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. Don't speak if you don't understand. Upon hearing this, Tada fell silent, turning his attention solely to the unfolding duel before him. Before Hoshino Kaede, a glimmer of insight appeared. The technique was executed with remarkable finesse, indicative of extensive practice. One must not underestimate these kunai. The chakra of an ordinary ninja is exceedingly limited, and even the Uchiha clan does not possess an abundance. Once chakra is depleted, the contest resorts to physical prowess. The precision of kunai throwing offers significant advantages, serving as a means for survival. The chaotic flurry of kunai and shuriken soared along meticulously designed trajectories. The incessant clattering of metal echoed, culminating in a remarkably cunning angle directed towards Hoshino Kaede. With no escape from every conceivable blind spot and the confined space of the courtyard leaving him no time to employ ninjutsu for defense, Hoshino Kaede found himself in a precarious position, contemplating surrender. However, while others might have succumbed to such a fate, he possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate time. Hoshino Kaede gracefully lifted one hand and elegantly snapped her fingers, causing the surrounding space to undergo a remarkable transformation. The shurikens, which had originally rushed towards them like shooting stars, descended at a visibly discernible speed until they came to a complete standstill. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. They had never witnessed Hoshino Kaede manipulating time before. While others could only hear tales of her abilities, they were now privileged to witness it firsthand, rendering them speechless with awe. However, for Uchiha Sora, the situation was starkly different. His expression was one of profound discontent. In the face of such abilities, all visualized physical attacks became utterly futile, rendering most of his strategies obsolete and ineffective. As he rapidly calculated tactical maneuvers in his mind, his gaze darkened, and he swiftly advanced. He understood all too well that the disparity in power was insurmountable, and the outcome was all but predetermined. Yet, he felt compelled to fight. For if he were to surrender easily, he would not have reached this point, earning the recognition of the Hokage. Persistence, he believed, would eventually lead to the dawn of a new day. Hoshino Kaede assumed a stance, his gaze sharpened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. With a decisive step forward, he charged towards Uchiha Masashi. Thus commenced a fierce melee. Uchiha Masashi demonstrated a solid foundation in physical techniques, each move executed with remarkable precision, surpassing even the prowess of Inazawa Ikumi. It was evident that he had devoted considerable time to his training, and his stamina was commendable as well. Hoshino Fong and he exchanged dozens of blows, his hands swollen and bruised. Yet, Uchiha Nozomi's gaze remained utterly unfazed, an unnerving calmness enveloping him as if he were impervious to the agony in his hands. Witnessing this scene, Inazawa Ikumi felt a profound shock within her. She pondered. If it were she in that position, it would be impossible to remain silent. At the very least, she would have to rub her hands in discomfort. However, Uchiha Nozomi achieved this, wholly absorbed in the combat. Just for this reason alone, he surpassed her. She clenched her lips tightly, biting down so hard that she broke the skin, crimson blood seeping into her mouth, bringing with it a bittersweet taste that stirred her heart. The battle raged on, the sound of flesh striking flesh resounding incessantly, causing all present to feel a tightening in their chests. At that moment, Uchiha Nozomi's face bore the marks of the struggle. Bruised and battered, with blood pooling across his visage. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments, and despite the ache coursing through his arms, he continued to swing them resolutely. In comparison, Hoshino Fong appeared significantly better, his rigorous training proving its worth. This had greatly enhanced his physical capabilities and endurance, ensuring he possessed the stamina to sustain the fight. However, he too bore the marks of battle, a testament to his own miscalculations. Huff, huff. You still have strength left. Uchiha Nozomi gasped, his breath coming in ragged gasps as his hands trembled, struggling to maintain a clenched fist. Hoshino Kaede's chest rose and fell slightly, indicating he still possessed some strength. He admiredly remarked, "You are truly formidable, at least in terms of willpower. You far surpass your peers, even outshining certain ninjas." The praise from Hoshino Kaede failed to bring any joy to Uchiha Nozomi, his eyes dimmed, soon engulfed by a surge of anger as he bellowed, "What use is that? I am still too weak to protect my family." The sudden outburst silenced those around him, leaving them in a state of confusion, unaware of the turmoil that had just unfolded. Hoshino Kaede fell silent for a moment, then stepped forward and earnestly inquired, "Could you tell me what transpired?" Uchiha Nozomi gazed into those dazzling, radiant eyes and, without uttering a word, turned and walked away. Hoshino Fong did not attempt to retain him. Instead, she silently observed his unannounced departure. The others finally came to their senses and approached to inquire. Hoshino Kaede shook her head, gazing at the distant figure that had already receded from view. "I do not know, but I sense he bears a tragic past." Chapter 23. You actually investigated me. Uchiha Nozomi departed without a word, prompting Yoda to approach and inquire about what had transpired. Hoshino Kaede mentioned that some minor conflicts had arisen, which he preferred to address on his own, brushing the matter aside with a casual air. The remaining individuals lingered for a while longer before gradually departing. As they were leaving, Hinata Nami turned back to say, "I will inquire about Uchiha Nozomi. Perhaps I shall uncover some information." Hoshino Kaede accepted with a smile, expressing gratitude for Hinata Nami's assistance. Hinata Nami furrowed her brow before relaxing her expression. "Just call me Nami. I find it quite agreeable to be friends with you," she remarked, turning to leave. This left a faint smile on Hoshino Kaede's face as he murmured, "Quite agreeable? I feel the same," he thought to himself, somewhat narcissistically. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. A month had elapsed since Hoshino Kaede commenced his studies. On this day, aside from Uchiha Nozomi, the group had taken to frequently walking together, attending school and leaving class in unison. Their bond blossomed, evolving into friendship, devoid of the previous awkwardness. After school, Hinata Nami suddenly declared, "I have uncovered the truth about Uchiha Nozomi." At her words, Hoshino Kaede's curiosity piqued. "What is it?" he inquired. Hinata Nami bit her lip, seemingly hesitant to speak, as the tale she was about to share was indeed tragic. Taking a deep breath, she slowly recounted the events. Before the establishment of Konoha, the flames of war had yet to extinguish, and the battles among ninjas persisted. The Uchiha clan was no exception. Patrol teams routinely traversed the area to ensure the safety of their territory. Among them was Uchiha Nozomi's elder brother, Uchiha Tatsu. Initially, everything seemed normal until calamity struck unexpectedly. As they fell victim to an ambush by enemy ninjas, the entire patrol team was annihilated. However, this alone did not explain Hinata Nami's distress. After all, in the world of ninjas, the loss of family is a grim reality that one must often confront. Yet, following this incident, rumors emerged from unknown sources, alleging that Uchiha Tatsu was a spy. In no time, whispers transformed into a cacophony of speculation, with an array of conjectures circulating. Public outcry erupted, and clan members sought answers, ultimately leading to the clan leader intervening to quell the uproar. Nevertheless, this left an indelible shadow upon Uchiha Nozomi's heart. The aftermath of this turmoil was far from over. Despite the clan leader's attempts to pacify the situation, the flames of anger continued to smolder within the hearts of the people. Out of fear of the clan leader's authority, they refrained from overt actions, opting instead to undermine Uchiha Tatsu's family in secrecy. The compensation meant for Uchiha Tatsu was clandestinely appropriated by those individuals. Left behind were only the elderly grandmother and the young Uchiha Nozomi, who frequently found themselves subjected to bullying. These acts were executed with great subtlety, leaving no trace to uncover, and over time, Uchiha Nozomi grew up in such an environment. Hinata Nami spoke fervently, her mouth nearly parched from the recounting. The uproar this incident caused was immense, otherwise, I wouldn't have learned about it. Tada Takahiro clenched his fist in anger, his usually timid nature now aflame with rage, mirroring the sentiments of others. "No wonder he is so concerned about strength and self-improvement," Hoshino Kaede remarked, shaking his head in contemplation. "He likely wishes to clear his brother's name and prove his innocence." Upon hearing this, Izawa Akumi murmured, "I never would have imagined that guy had such a past." Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing as he remarked, "After hearing all this, are you perhaps considering giving him some leeway in the future?" In response, Izawa Akumi paused for a few seconds, then shot him a glare, awkwardly retorting, Who would ever give him that? I certainly would not." Hoshino Fong scrutinized her from head to toe, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Inui Akumi, feeling increasingly flustered under his gaze, was about to voice her thoughts when Hoshino Fong preempted her, stating, "Since the matter is now clear, let us seek him out." The group nodded in unison, their purpose defined, and they swiftly made their way towards the small grove just beyond the school. He would invariably train there after classes. As for how they knew this, the keen observational skills of Bain were indeed unparalleled, surpassing even the prowess of the Sharingan. Whoosh! As the group entered, they were met with the sound of kunai striking, and they exchanged glances before cautiously approaching. The climate in Konoha was mild, with trees flourishing abundantly. After some effort in parting the underbrush, they beheld the diligent figure of Uchiha Masashi immersed in his training. As Hoshino Kaede focused intently, he noticed the weight strapped to his wrists and ankles. He couldn't help but exclaim, "If he continues to train like this, someone South First Place is certainly at risk." His tone carried a hint of mockery, and it was evident who he was alluding to. Izawa Akumi, feeling somewhat displeased, let out a soft huff. Yet she refrained from further comment, seemingly acquiescing to his words. Observing her lack of rebuttal, Hoshino Kaede chose to remain silent, instead fixating his gaze on Uchiha Nozomi's training. The group shared a tacit understanding, remaining quiet until he exhausted his stamina and took a seat to rest. "You're going to damage your body training like this." Hoshino Kaede's voice resonated from behind. Instinctively, Uchiha Nozomi tensed, adopting a defensive stance, only to see Hoshino Kaede and the others approaching slowly. How did you know I was here?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Uchiha Nozomi's face flushed red, as if his secret had been unveiled. "And how long have you been here?" In response to his eager inquiries, Hoshino Kaede candidly replied, "We just finished watching your entire training session, It hasn't been long. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nozomi, feeling both embarrassed and frustrated, stammered, "You make it sound so effortless. I. It was clear he was at a loss for words, his face growing ever more crimson. Hoshino Kaede chuckled softly, finding him rather endearing. Yet, she did not lose sight of their purpose. Ignoring his flustered expression, she seated herself, prompting the others to follow suit. A heavy silence enveloped them, creating an oddly tense atmosphere that unsettled Uchiha Masashi. He took a few steps back, pondering whether this unease stemmed from events a month prior. After all, their abrupt departure then had felt like a significant failure. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had not considered the ramifications, and in retrospect, he could not help but feel regret. He was convinced that his suspicions were not unfounded. They were, in fact, quite accurate. As Uchiha Masashi contemplated how to remedy the situation, the others exchanged glances, quietly deciding who would break the silence. Ultimately, it was decided that Hinata Ami would take the lead, as she possessed greater insight and her demeanor was less confrontational, a fitting choice among them. After careful consideration of her words, Hinata Ami spoke softly, "Masashi, we are aware of your past." This declaration detonated within Uchiha Masashi's heart like a nuclear bomb, leaving him in a state of tumult. Following a brief moment of shock, a visible fury ignited within him. "You have investigated me?" he roared, resembling a young lion consumed by rage. His eyes shimmered with anguish as the most excruciating memories were laid bare under the harsh light of day, shattering the defenses he had painstakingly erected. Chapter 24. The conclusion of the 7 years of Konoha. His thoughts were abruptly thrust back to that painful past, as if he were once again ensconced in a dark corner, besieged by feelings of helplessness and solitude. His heart raced, blood surged to his cheeks, and his fist clenched tightly, yearning to unleash the fury within. Hinata Ami was taken aback by Uchiha Masashi's reaction. She had not anticipated such intensity. She attempted to explain, yet he offered her no opportunity to do so. "Why have you done this? What right do you have to probe into my past?" Uchiha Masashi's voice was laced with despair and sorrow. The others watched in silence, uncertain of how to confront his fury. Their intention had merely been to assist him. Yet in that moment, it was clear they had erred. Hoshino Kaede sighed softly, attempting to soothe Uchiha Nozomi. "Nozomi, we do not wish to harm you. We merely seek to understand you and offer our assistance. We are aware of the immense suffering you have endured, and we wish to help you emerge from the shadows." Hoshino Kaede's voice was imbued with genuine concern. Uchiha Nozomi's emotions began to settle slightly, yet his gaze remained laced with hostility. "You do not truly comprehend me. How could you possibly assist me? You merely wish to pry into my privacy to satisfy your own curiosity," Uchiha Nozomi retorted, his tone still icy. Hoshino Kaede gently shook her head, her gaze resolute and sincere. "Uchiha Sasuke, we are your friends, and our sole desire is to assist you. We are aware of the immense pain you have endured, but we also recognize that you are a strong and courageous individual. You need not bear all the suffering alone. Allow us to help share the burden." Hoshino Kaede's voice resonated with strength and encouragement. Uchiha Sasuke's heart stirred as he began to ponder the words of Hinata and Mei. He understood that her intentions were genuine. She was his friend, wishing only to offer her support. "Are you truly willing to help me?" Uchiha Sasuke's voice trembled with a hint of skepticism. Hoshino Kaede gently nodded, his gaze filled with resolve. "Of course, we are willing to assist you. We are your friends, and we will always support you," Hinata Nami quickly added, her voice brimming with conviction. Uchiha Nozomi's eyes softened somewhat as he began to lower his guard. He realized he was not alone. He had a true circle of friends who were ready to help him navigate any hardship. "Thank you," Uchiha Nozomi said, his tone laced with gratitude and solace. It had been an eternity since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. A wave of relief washed over him, and his thoughts drifted back to the joyful days of his childhood. Hoshino Kaede revealed a smile, then shifted the tone of the conversation, speaking with utmost seriousness. "However, I must express my concern. Your training regimen lacks structure, and it merely serves to exploit your potential. If you continue in this manner, your body will not withstand it, and you must be wary of an untimely demise." In conclusion, Hoshino Kaede maintained a light-hearted spirit, attempting to alleviate the somber atmosphere. The melancholic mood dissipated, leaving Uchiha Sora's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he shot a fierce glare in her direction, retorting, "I am aware." Upon hearing such a petulant response, Inazawa Ikomi exclaimed in exasperation, "If you are aware, then why do you persist? Are you willing to sacrifice your health?" Hoshino Fong nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You see, even Yume has expressed the same sentiment. It is not merely my own perception of the situation." Uchiha Nozomi fell into a momentary silence before his subdued voice emerged. "I will take heed. It shall not happen again." Observing this, the group displayed satisfied smiles. To witness such a proud individual acknowledge his shortcomings signified a genuine recognition of his faults. Since we are already here, let us engage in training, after all. You are not in haste to return home. Hoshino Kaede proposed, and everyone nodded in agreement, asserting that it was inconsequential where they trained. Time flowed like a river. And as night descended, the intensity of their training rendered them too fatigued to speak. After a brief respite, they gazed up at the myriad stars. The pristine sky made the twinkling stars remarkably conspicuous, and several meteors streaked across the heavens, precisely 5 in number. They watched the meteors trace their elegant arcs and silently made wishes, praying for peace. As swiftly as time passes, it brought them to the 7th year of Konoha. On this day, a significant event unfolded. A thunderous roar reverberated, sending shivers through the hearts of all who beheld it, their gazes fixed on the distant horizon. Madara. Come back. A towering figure stood before them, his eyes filled with sorrow and his voice imbued with earnestness. It was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Opposite him stood Uchiha Madara, known as the Shura of the ninja world. These two titans of power faced each other, and the earth trembled, mountains crumbled. A desolate scene unfolded, reminiscent of the apocalypse, showcasing the sheer magnitude of their strength and destructive capability. We are inseparable friends. We have fought countless battles together, establishing the village of Konoha. Why can we not join hands once more to strive for peace? Madara's face was devoid of expression, merely reflecting endless indifference. His gaze was as still as stagnant water, devoid of any ripples. Hashirama, you are too idealistic. Human desires will never vanish. Peace is but a fleeting aspiration. True peace can only be attained through strength. I believe that only power can forge a peaceful world, just as we did before. We must compel them to peace through absolute strength. His words were deliberate, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. However, it was indeed a fact. Without their overwhelming power, the fragile peace of today would be unattainable. A bittersweet sensation welled up within Hashirama. He understood all too well, yet power cannot endure indefinitely. Just as death is inescapable. However, we cannot simply relinquish our hopes, not even for a fleeting chance. His voice was resolute, his eyes bright and unwavering, embodying the goal for which he had fought thus far. Madara shook his head slightly, evidently aware that neither could persuade the other. Then let us speak through our strength. A tremendous aura erupted, fissures spider-webbing across the ground. Madara's expression grew increasingly cold, the meaning unspoken. Taking a deep breath, Hashirama sorrowfully closed his eyes, only to open them wide once more. Madara, I will not allow you to succeed. I will protect Konoha and safeguard peace with my very life. A slight smirk curled on Madara's lips, his eyes flashing with derision. Hashirama, you remain as naive as ever, utterly hopeless. His tone dripped with disdain, as if Hashirama's resolve was merely a foolish endeavor in his eyes. With that, a chilling aura enveloped the arena, his eyes spinning rapidly, pupils turning crimson. This was the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, possessing formidable power. Confronted with Madara, Hashirama did not dare to relax his guard. He clasped his hands together, instantly entering sage mode. In this mode, Hashirama exuded a formidable chakra, his gaze becoming resolute. He understood that this battle determined the fate of Konoha and the peace of the entire ninja world. He had to give his all, without the slightest hint of retreat. Madara, witnessing Hashirama's transformation, did not let his guard down. His ocular power erupted in an instant, a chilling presence sweeping across the battlefield. A massive skeletal structure arose, towering like a giant, casting a shadow over all. The sheer size instilled dread, leaving ordinary ninjas devoid of any rebellious thoughts. This was the third power of the Manjiki Sharingan, revered as the power of the gods. Upon seeing Madara unleash Susanoo, Hashirama refused to be outdone. He clapped his hands and bellowed, "Sage art, true thousands of hands." Chakra surged forth, the colossal Buddha towering to heights exceeding 1,000 meters. Hashirama stood atop the Buddha's head, looking down, rendering Madara's Susanoo minuscule in comparison. Madara's battle spirit ignited as he relentlessly unleashed his ocular power into the skeletal structure. The ethereal figure swelled as if it were to materialize, resembling a living being. Two overwhelming auras clashed silently, the pressure causing even the ninjas who had just arrived from afar to tremble in fear. How terrifying. Is this the power of the gods? Some ninjas, unaccustomed to grand spectacles, muttered in awe. The shocking scene overwhelmed their senses, leaving them momentarily dazed. Tobirama furrowed his brow, palms sweating profusely, his heart racing with tension. Silently, he prayed, "Brother, you must win." Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed in astonishment, rendered speechless by the pinnacle of ninja combat. Not to mention, those of lesser strength than him, such as Tsunade and Mido, were equally entranced. Hashirama and Madara stood poised, their chakra fluctuations warping the fabric of space, heralding an earth-shattering confrontation. The colossal Buddha and skeletal figure faced each other, neither knowing how the battle might unfold. Suddenly, Madara struck first, laughing maniacally as he bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals. A pitch-black jutsu materialized, casting an enormous shadow across the land. Hashirama's eyes narrowed, recognizing the magnitude of the chakra. Could it be the Nine Tails? The malevolent chakra filled the space, with 9 massive tails thrashing about. Madara's lips curled upward, and with a thought, he augmented Susanoo with the 9 tails, elevating its already formidable presence. Hashirama, let us settle this once and for all. Madara cackled as he charged forward, exuding confidence as if the world were at his fingertips. Hashirama, undeterred, surged ahead to meet him. The clash of their unparalleled powers sent shockwaves through the mountains, splitting the earth apart. Ninjas in the distance were thrown to the ground, rendered immobile. Even Tobirama, a peak-level shinobi, struggled to breathe under the overwhelming weight of their power. It was an indescribable terror, as if the entire world trembled in their wake. The thunderous roar resonated endlessly, akin to the might of a thunderstorm. The unparalleled force erupted wildly, ravaging all living beings. The clash between Hashirama and Madara escalated to a fever pitch, their silhouettes flickering in the interplay of light and shadow. Intertwining like phantoms, both combatants exerted their utmost, withholding nothing. Their gazes met, ignited by an unquenchable spirit of battle, as though the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. After yet another exchange, the ground beneath them buckled, forming a gaping chasm that seemed bottomless. The abyss was shrouded in dust and debris, reminiscent of the Earth's wounds. This cataclysmic battle inflicted significant damage upon both warriors. Their earlier formidable techniques were now rendered unusable, leaving them reliant on simpler ninjutsu and taijutsu. Yet, with their prowess, even their most basic moves remained insurmountably powerful. The clash of kunai sparked continuously, interspersed with the sounds of explosive tags. Their movements quickened, akin to the gentle breeze of the heavens, rendering their figures nearly indistinguishable. Finally, after an extended period of intense combat, fatigue allowed Hashirama to seize a fleeting opening in Madara's defense. Just a sliver was enough to be fatal. With a flash of brilliance, Hashirama's iron kunai pierced through Madara's chest. Crimson blood instantly soaked his garments, and disbelief flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes, as if such a ludicrous demise were inconceivable. Yet, the truth was irrefutable. Even the mightiest warriors experience moments of vulnerability. Often, the outcome of a battle hinges on the most inconspicuous of openings. The light in Uchiha Madara's eyes dimmed, and he fell heavily backward. Hashirama stood before him, expressionless, lost in contemplation. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds enveloped the sky, a flash of lightning cleaving the heavens. In the next moment, a gentle drizzle began to fall, pattering upon the two combatants. Hashirama's gaze turned reflective, his thoughts drifting far away, as if transported back to their first encounter. The scene shifted to the protracted conflict between their clans, a relentless struggle resulting in countless casualties. Then came the moment they joined forces to establish Konohagakure. Until today, when blades were drawn against one another, the sorrow of the moment seemed insufficient to encapsulate the depth of his feelings. Hashirama remained silent for a long while, lost in thought. The layers of dark clouds above mirrored the turmoil within his heart. After a prolonged silence, he diverted his mournful gaze from Madara's lifeless form to a distant point, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Come forth." In the next instant, as his words resonated, the space ahead rippled, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a thrown stone. The figure of Hoshino Kaede gradually materialized, a sheepish smile adorning her face. "Teacher, what a coincidence!" she exclaimed. With a raised brow, Hashirama launched a powerful strike, causing Hoshino Kaede's eyes to sparkle with astonishment. "You clever little rascal. You nearly deceived me. Your skills in concealment are truly remarkable." Hoshino Kaze chuckled, brushing his hand against the back of his head, and said, "I'm flattered. But I still have a way to go." He exuded an aura that seemed to blossom with just a hint of sunshine. However, Hashirama merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon witnessing the scene, Hoshino Kaede cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of Uchiha Madara, his eyes shimmering momentarily before fading into obscurity. At that moment, Hashirama spoke, "It is time to depart." With that, he summoned the last remnants of his chakra to conjure a coffin, which he then interred deep within the earth. Taking Hoshino Kaede's hand, Hashirama gradually led him away from the site. Meanwhile, the awakened Ninetales remained firmly restrained by what would release, its tragic fate poised to unfold. Hoshino Phone lowered his head, silently reflecting on the lifeless body he had just witnessed. He confirmed one truth. It was merely an empty shell, not the corpse of Uchiha Madara. It was likely that he had utilized Izanagi to escape during Hashirama's moment of despair. He chose not to alert Hashirama. Even if he had, it would have been futile. By the time he arrived, Uchiha Madara had already departed, his presence having vanished into the distance. Now, searching for him would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Chapter 26, Acknowledging White Fang as a brother. The grand battle concluded, and Hashirama trudged heavily toward the village gate. Tobirama and numerous ninjas awaited him there. Elder brother, Tobirama exclaimed as he rushed forward upon seeing Hashirama. Phew, I am unscathed. Hashirama replied, forcing a smile at the dense crowd. Noticing the tense expressions on the faces of the Uchiha clan, he suddenly declared, this matter is unrelated to the Uchiha. It is Madara's personal act. Hashirama's explanation eased the anxiety of the Uchiha clan. The current Uchiha clan leader, Kei, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The defection of the former clan leader had left the Uchiha in a state of worry, fearing repercussions that could lead to their downfall. Now, with the promise of the Hokage, their clan's safety was at least assured. As for how others might perceive them, the Uchiha have never been one to concern themselves with the opinions of others. Upon hearing this, Tobirama furrowed his brow, eager to say more, but was dissuaded by Hashirama's gaze. He ultimately sighed inwardly. Little Feng, you should return now, Hashirama said, gently patting his head. Xingye Feng nodded slightly, and under the watchful gaze of many with inscrutable expressions, he slowly departed from the scene. He understood that since they had dismissed him, there must be numerous matters to discuss, yet it seemed that his mentor did not wish for him to be involved. However, he paid little mind to it. His focus lay elsewhere at present. Over the course of 2 years, Xingye Feng's progress had soared like a rocket, leaving even Hashirama in awe. With only the study of slicing techniques remaining, the clarity of the dial in his mind had reached 1/3 of its potential. His chakra had dramatically surged to the level of a Kage, granting him increasing mastery over the manipulation of time. The ability to pause time over a vast area for half an hour was indeed terrifying. Most crucially, he had developed a series of time-related ninjutsu based on his own experiences, akin to how Hashirama had awakened his would release and created jutsu. However, the difficulty was vastly different. In 2 years, he had only managed to devise a few techniques, and he still had a long way to go before establishing a comprehensive system. Yet, there was no rush. He could take his time. By the way, he had graduated from the academy, finding little left to learn. After all, he was nearing the completion of the techniques contained within the Book of Seals, leaving him to ponder what more an academy could teach him. Meanwhile, others were still in the throes of learning, their abilities advancing by leaps and bounds, widening the gap between them, particularly due to their frequent training. At present, Xingye Feng's overall strength could be classified as elite J9, still a step away from the Kage level, placing him in a position of having more than enough to surpass some, yet insufficient against others. In Hashirama's eyes, this was already quite formidable. An elite J9 at the age of 7 was a rarity in the Shinobi world. What had Hashirama himself been doing at that age? Yet, Xingye Feng felt discontent. According to his predictions, he should have been able to reach the Kage level, but he was just a hair's breadth short. As he walked along the path, kicking pebbles in a somewhat melancholic manner, he heard a familiar voice call out, Xiao Feng, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping? He looked up to see the familiar faces of Hatake Ishin and his wife, Hatake Mizura. You seem quite troubled. Has something happened? Ishin remarked, having spotted the glum expression on his face from a distance. Hoshino Kaede sighed deeply, resembling a little old man, causing Mizura to stifle her laughter behind her hand. It's nothing, merely encountering a bottleneck that I cannot seem to overcome, Hoshino Kaede confessed candidly, feeling no need for concealment. Having practiced swordsmanship with him for years, their relationship was naturally close, and sharing this with him might yield a solution. Bottleneck. Ichinos appeared somewhat bewildered, then tentatively inquired, are you on the verge of breaking through to the shadow level? Following the establishment of Konoha, the classification of ninja strength had gradually become clearer, personally determined by Senju Tobirama. Well, I suppose so, Hoshino Kaede hesitated, merely believing that becoming stronger was the way to go. Observing countless individuals, Ichinos could discern that Hoshino Kaede was not being entirely truthful based on his expression. He remarked thoughtfully, the pursuit of formidable strength is entirely understandable. However, if one becomes overly fixated on it, it may serve as an obstacle. The same applies to swordsmanship as it does to ninjas. You must allow yourself time to settle, to calm your mind and refine your skills. This guidance suddenly illuminated Hoshino Kaede's heart. The enhancement of strength is not an overnight endeavor. it requires a gradual process. Even with great talent, time is necessary for realization. Thank you, Uncle Ichinos. I understand now. Hoshino Kaede inhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had lifted, revealing a relieved smile. Observing this, Ichinos affectionately ruffled his hair and generously praised him. Good lad, you've adjusted yourself so swiftly. Heh. He enjoyed the compliment from someone familiar. At that moment, Hoshino Kaede paused, his gaze directed towards Mizora, specifically towards her abdomen, where a tiny life was developing. Sensing Hoshino Kaede's attention, Uncle Ichinos slapped his forehead and boasted, "Look at me. I almost forgot to mention that your Mizora is pregnant." Hoshino Kaede smiled helplessly, then fell into deep contemplation. This must be Konoha's white fang. Soon, familiar faces from her memories would emerge one after another, and the ninja world would become lively. By the way, little Kaede, would you like to take on a younger brother? Uncle Isin said somewhat shyly, his demeanor tinged with nervousness. After all, in terms of identity, Hoshino Kaede was truly one of a kind. Even those who frequently interacted with her would feel a touch of reservation. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and decisively nodded, saying, "Younger brother? Then I shall comply with your wishes." The prospect of becoming the elder brother of the future White Fang was indeed intriguing. This raised a curious question. What would Kakashi call him in the future? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Hoshino Kaede's eyes. After engaging in further conversation, Hoshino Kaede strolled down the street with a cheerful disposition. 2 years had elapsed, and Konoha had blossomed into a thriving hub, with various policies gradually maturing and the populace significantly bolstered. Should this trajectory continue? The future prosperity was evident. Alas, there are no what-ifs. According to the original historical narrative, Konoha was destined to decline with each passing generation. However, such concerns were still distant, and with Hoshino Kaede as the catalyst, it remained uncertain whether the future might indeed be altered. As Hoshino Kaede walked along the path, he occasionally cast glances around him. Although he had been deeply engrossed in his training, he had never truly familiarized himself with the village of Konoha. Just as he resolved to take a leisurely stroll, an individual he least wished to encounter approached him directly. Lord Tobirama. Hoshino Kaede harbored a distaste for him. Yet he still maintained a semblance of courtesy. Tobirama's expression remained as stern as ever, resembling that of a stoic figure, devoid of unnecessary words. He promptly tossed a scroll in Kaede's direction. "What is this?" Hoshino Kaede inquired, opening the scroll only to find his gaze sharpening with intrigue as he looked back at Tobirama. "What I mean is, I wish for you to witness another facet of the shinobi world." With that, before Hoshino Kaede could pose any further questions, Tobirama vanished in a flash. With a sense of helplessness, Hoshino Kaede meticulously examined the contents of the scroll before silently altering his course. A cold sweat began to beat on his palms, seemingly induced by the scroll's revelations. Somewhere upon the roof, Hashirama and Tobirama stood side by side. "Is this truly acceptable, Tobirama? He is merely 7 years old. Brother, he is your disciple. You must place your trust in him. This is a challenge he must confront." This simple exchange unveiled two divergent perspectives. Chapter 27, Bloodshed, Slaughter, and Revulsion. Outside the village, after registering at the gate, Hoshino Kaede ventured alone to a remote area, adhering to the instructions inscribed on the scroll provided by Tobirama, which tasked him with dealing with the bandits that had taken residence in the vicinity. Hoshino Kaede quietly reflected on the intelligence of the mission. There were a total of 7 bands of mountain bandits, all concealed deep within the forest, with the presence of ninjas among them. However, their strength was not formidable. Only a few were elite, while most were mere cannon fodder. Recently, they had been particularly active, plundering numerous merchant caravans. Given his capabilities, this task was nothing short of trivial. Yet, the factors determining life and death were numerous. Hoshino Kaede had never shed blood in either this life or his past. The psychological burden of taking one vibrant life after another was undeniably immense, even if those individuals were deserving of their fate. Life is priceless, devoid of distinctions between good and evil. Lord Tobirama certainly knew how to present a challenge, likely having plotted this from the outset. Hoshino Kaede let out a deep sigh. This trial was inevitable. The ninja world was no utopia, and witnessing bloodshed was a necessity. The bandits would establish their stronghold in the mountains, exploiting the advantages of the terrain, and any careless ninja could easily fall into their traps. Moreover, the presence of wandering ninjas made the strongholds easier to defend yet difficult to assault. However, these challenges posed no difficulty for Hoshino Kaede. With his mind unfettered, a wave of perception akin to scanning gradually unfurled. Every detail of the terrain was etched into his memory. The sensory abilities of the Eye of Time were not to be underestimated. Effortlessly, he could probe a range extending over 1,000 miles. And this was not even at full capacity, as his abilities could still grow. All defensive measures were rendered futile. Hoshino Kaede possessed remarkable patience. He waited until nightfall, when darkness enveloped the earth, before stealthily approaching the bandit stronghold. "Ha ha ha, boss. This haul is too rich. It's enough for the brothers to feast for a year," boomed a burly man, drinking and feasting with great delight. The hundreds of bandit subordinates echoed his sentiments, showering him with flattery, some of which was genuinely heartfelt. After all, residing here allowed them to enjoy daily meat feasts, a life of unparalleled comfort that brought them immense satisfaction. Yet, Maeda Iria furrowed his brows, showing no delight at their praise, but rather a deep concern. A perceptive subordinate quietly inquired, "Boss, are you troubled?" Maeda Iria nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the flickering bonfire, voicing his worry. "I'm not concerned about plundering merchant caravans. What I fear is the arrival of Konoha to encircle us. Although my strength barely qualifies me as an elite, facing Konoha still leaves me at a disadvantage." His subordinates dismissed his fears as unwarranted. "Oh, boss, Konoha is quite a distance away. They won't bother coming here. Rest easy." Maeda Iryu sighed once more, yet his expression softened considerably after hearing his men's reassurances. "Perhaps," he mused, then lifted his gaze, suddenly serious. "What is going on? Why is it so quiet around here?" Upon hearing their leader's words, the subordinates fell silent, glancing around anxiously. "Hey, where's Matsuda?" One of the subordinates scratched his head in confusion. Just as Maeda Iryu was about to speak, faint footsteps echoed in the stillness of the night, particularly pronounced in the silence. "Who goes there?" he shouted, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he stared into the darkness ahead. Hoshino Kaede slowly approached, his delicate visage marred by streaks of crimson, obscuring his handsome features. "A child?" Maeda Iryu furrowed his brow, yet his grip on the shuriken tightened. How could a mere child possibly find themselves here? It was evidently suspicious. However, not everyone shared his apprehension. Some of the younger gang members, after a moment of bewilderment, exhaled in relief and erupted into laughter. "You little brat. You dare to come here alone? How commendable." Their laughter was laced with disdain and mockery. Hoshino Kaede smiled silently, his gaze gradually turning frigid. Without warning, he vanished. And in the next instant, a cold shuriken severed a man's throat. Blood gushed forth as he clutched his neck, struggling before collapsing. The scene fell into a profound silence, only to be shattered by chaos as terrified voices exclaimed, "A ninja! He is a ninja!" For these ordinary individuals, the concept of a ninja was synonymous with invincibility. Maeda Iryu inhaled deeply, fearfully regarding the child before him. That earlier display of speed had already conveyed volumes. He was no match. "I have come to liberate you," Hoshino Kaede declared, a murderous aura enveloping him, his hands stained with the lifeblood of dozens. And now, this was merely the beginning. With that, Hoshino Kaede's form flickered like a specter, his shuriken reaping one wicked life after another. 1, 2, 10. In the blink of an eye, numerous lives extinguished at his hands. The bandits were immediately gripped by terror, their faces pale as they scattered in an attempt to flee the scene. Yet Hoshino Kaede would not grant them that opportunity. With a swift hand, he formed seals, and a billow of white smoke enveloped the area. Dozens of Hoshino Kaede sprang forth, pursuing the fleeing bandits. In an instant, only Maeda Iryu remained within the stronghold. You. Maeda Iryu, who prided himself on having taken countless lives, now felt as if he stood before an insurmountable chasm. The weight of life in his hands felt as light as a feather. Those eyes resembled those of a demon, void of any emotion, chillingly indifferent. Before him, the will to resist evaporated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. Silent and resolute, Hoshino Kaede stepped forward, unwavering. A flash of white light erupted before him as the shuriken sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The brilliance in Maeda Iryu's eyes gradually dimmed, and he fell silent. Simultaneously, the shadow clones executed their own grim harvest. The entire mountain stronghold lay in ruin. Hundreds of lives extinguished, and this was merely the beginning. As the inky darkness of night receded, a faint hue of red began to emerge on the horizon. Soon, a resplendent sun ascended gradually, radiating its glorious light. The slaughter. A night of relentless carnage, Hoshino Kaede moved like a machine of death, mechanically wielding his blade. At last, after vanquishing the final bandit stronghold, he knelt upon the ground, his blood-soaked ninja blade plunged into the earth. The scent of blood enveloped him, evoking a chilling dread. Golden rays illuminated his face, stirring a flicker of warmth within his heart. The bloodthirsty glint in his eyes slowly faded as he raised his trembling hand. The acrid odor assaulted his senses, and his stomach churned violently, leading him to retch. Murder. This sensation, I wish never to experience it again. Hoshino Kaede wiped the corner of his mouth and suddenly uttered, "This feeling of being controlled is utterly repugnant." After a brief respite to replenish his strength, he glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground and departed in silence. Once he had distanced himself, two figures materialized from thin air, Hashirama and Tobirama. Hashirama, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I have long warned against applying the past to the present. The times have changed." Tobirama, after a moment of contemplation, replied with unwavering resolve, "This is a necessary experience." He did not believe he had erred in his actions. Observing the faltering steps of Hoshino Kaede, Hashirama lamented, "You still fail to understand. Tobirama, that child is not like us. Moreover, your expectations of him are excessively high." With that, he turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Tobirama lingered for a while, casting a deep gaze at Hoshino Kaede before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 28, Educational Reform, the Ninja Academy. The collective number of bandits exceeded 1,000, all of whom perished at the hands of Hoshino Kaede. Bloodstains marred his attire as he walked in silence, his gaze vacant. Upon reaching the village entrance, the guards were taken aback. His entire being drenched in blood, the acrid scent assailed their senses. Even seasoned warriors among them felt a chill of fear, their eyes wide with terror as they instinctively took a step back. Hoshino Kaede wandered aimlessly, her footsteps mechanical and devoid of purpose. Even as the blood congealed, clinging stubbornly to her skin, she remained lost in her thoughts, moving forward in a daze. Time slipped away unnoticed until she found herself at her doorstep. In the garden, Kinomoto Sakura was tending to her flowers when her peripheral vision caught sight of the disheveled Hoshino Kaede, rendering her momentarily speechless. The watering can fell from her hands, forgotten in the shock of the moment. "Kaede?" Kinomoto Sakura gasped, covering her face as disbelief flickered in her eyes. In the next instant, she embraced Hoshino Kaede tightly, as if drawing back a taut bowstring. Hoshino Kaede stood motionless, akin to a marionette, her eyes devoid of vitality, her lips sealed in silence. "What have you done? Committed murder?" Kinomoto Sakura, once a skilled ninja, recognized the acrid scent that permeated the air, one that was all too familiar to her. However, her bewilderment lay not with the odor itself, but with the gruesome sight before her. Kaede was smeared with blood, the crimson stains of various sizes clinging to her attire, now dried and congealed. Such a degree of bloodshed suggested that this was not merely the result of a few lives extinguished. "Quickly, change your clothes. Are you injured?" Sakura sensed the gravity of the situation, yet she resolutely guided Kaede towards the bath. The bloodied garments were stripped away without hesitation. Ordinarily, Kaede would have blushed and protested, but in her current state, she appeared to be in a trance, not uttering a single word. Her gaze cast downward as if lost in contemplation. Sakura procured a set of clean clothes and proceeded to cleanse her body, reminiscent of their childhood days. In the midst of such meticulous care, Hoshino Kaede's eyes gradually sparkled with a glimmer of light as he softly uttered, "I detest killing." Kinomoto Sakura momentarily paused. Then a smile graced her lips, as if she were making a promise. "All right, I shall heed your words." Regardless of his immense strength or lofty status, at this moment, he was merely a child, her child. After this brief exchange, a prolonged silence ensued. Hoshino Kaede's cleansed visage flushed slightly, resembling a bashful bud. His long lashes adorned with droplets, paired with his lifeless eyes, created a striking contradiction. Hoshino Kaede quietly donned her clothes and sat down on the sofa alongside her mother. "Xiaofeng, what has transpired?" asked Kinomoto Sakura, her tone serious, a rare sight for her usual demeanor. Hoshino Kaede lifted her head, her deep-set eyes resembling whirlpools, drawing in everything around her. As she parted her lips, poised to speak, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Kinomoto Sakura rose to answer it, revealing the figure of Hashirama before her. Lord Hokage, Kinomoto Sakura greeted him with a hint of indifference. Hashirama, feeling somewhat awkward at her response, scratched his head and inquired, "Is Kaede here?" His demeanor was uncharacteristically off, suggesting a need for composure. He felt it necessary to grasp certain matters. Kinomoto Sakura stepped aside to allow him entry. Hashirama's gaze immediately fell upon Hoshino Kaede, who sat on the sofa with her head bowed, exuding an air of despondency. "Kaede, please head upstairs. I have matters to discuss with Lord Hokage," Kinomoto Sakura stated. Hoshino Kaede nodded in acknowledgement, and silently retreated to his room, not casting a single glance towards Hashirama. Hashirama's countenance was exceedingly grim, not due to his disciple, but rather in regard to his brother Tobarama. It was evident to all that Hoshino Kaede's mental state was far from normal. Why the urgency now? Where were you earlier? Kinomoto Sakura mocked. Hashirama opened his mouth, yet no words escaped, leaving him in a heavy silence. As his mother, I deserve to know the truth, Kinomoto Sakura declared sharply, fixing her piercing gaze on Hashirama, leaving him no room for evasion. Under her intense scrutiny, Hashirama felt an overwhelming pressure. The formidable aura of a mother instilled fear within him. He hastily nodded, then, with a face full of remorse, recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the full account, Kinomoto Sakura trembled with rage, her body shaking as if sifting grain. Lord Hashirama, you are Kaede's teacher. Did you not intervene when Lord Tobarama acted in such a manner? Are you unaware of the consequences his actions might bring? Her inquiries rose in intensity, making Hashirama wish he could vanish into the earth. He is just a child born in the era of peace. Kinomoto Sakura's voice quivered as she spoke this truth. Hashirama felt a deep sense of regret within, yet the situation had escalated beyond redemption. I am deeply sorry. It is my failure as a teacher, he admitted. Kinomoto Sakura responded with a cold laugh, her words frozen on her lips. At that moment, Hoshino Kaede emerged, stating, "This is not the teacher's fault, it is my own stubbornness." He had heard every word. He felt acutely the firmness of his mother's stance and the teacher's inner turmoil. He did not blame anyone but himself for his lack of inner strength. He had overestimated his capacity to endure, believing that having lived a previous life would make him resilient. Yet, rich experiences could also become a burdensome weight. His thoughts swirled chaotically, tumultuous like the tide. In the ninja world, death was commonplace, yet Hoshino Kaede had previously lived in a prosperous nation. There was no war, no hunger. Such a stable and peaceful environment had shaped his prior mindset, leading him to believe it was merely a matter of course. But as he faced the reality of violence, he discovered he was trembling, gripped by fear. He had overestimated himself. The words of Hoshino Kaede enveloped the two in a profound silence, intensifying the guilt within Hashirama. He perceived himself as a woefully inadequate teacher. Feeling that he had not contributed in the slightest to his students' success, all achievements were solely the fruits of Hoshino Kaede's relentless efforts. Observing Hashirama lost in self-reproach, Hoshino Kaede stepped forward with a gentle smile. Teacher, has anyone ever mentioned that you are too gentle, often wallowing in self-pity and lamenting your own shortcomings? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, his face flushing crimson. How could Kaede possibly know such things? Was it Tobarama who divulged this? The astonishment etched on his face elicited a broad smile from Hoshino Kaede. Clearing his throat, Hashirama awkwardly shifted the topic. Are you feeling all right now? Hoshino Kaede shrugged in agreement. Indeed, the fluctuations of emotions have been rather intense, and I believe a proper adjustment is necessary. That is reassuring, truly reassuring. The weight on Hashirama's heart finally eased. If anything were to happen to his disciples, he would carry a lifetime of guilt. Tobarama has gone too far this time. Hashirama then stated with a solemn expression, although his intentions were noble, they were ultimately impractical. Hoshino Fong nodded in acknowledgement and said, Teacher, the times have changed. The children born in Konoha today are fundamentally different from those of the past. The training methods of the Warring States period have become obsolete. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Yet soon a look of concern crossed his face. However, a solution cannot be conjured in an instant. Hoshino Kaede smiled faintly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. She leaned closer to Hashirama and whispered softly in his ear. As Hashirama listened, his eyes grew increasingly bright, and in the end, he gathered her into his embrace. Nuzzling against her, Little Kaede, you truly are a genius. Hoshino Kaede smiled silently, for this was indeed the ninja academy within the realm of Hokage. Having long since endured the trials it presented, seeing the two engrossed in their lively conversation, Kinomoto Sakura momentarily forgot the presence of another, her expression darkening as she seized Hoshino Kaede by the ear, incessantly chiding him in hushed tones. The topic came to an abrupt halt as she insisted, You must rest properly. Without regard for Hoshino Kaede's potential objections, she promptly ushered him back to his room. Observing the scene, Hashirama offered an awkward smile before remarking, Well, I shall take my leave. By the way, I will ensure Tobarama comes to apologize, as it was indeed his suggestion. Kinomoto Sakura nodded slightly in agreement. With that, Hashirama deemed it inappropriate to linger further and took his leave. Once all unrelated parties had exited, Kinomoto Sakura exhaled a sigh of relief, her face betraying a hint of trepidation. Heaven knows how she had mustered the courage to confront the Hokage in such a manner. Chapter 29, Spirit of the Instrument? Hope. Hoshino Kaede lay upon his bed, his arm resting upon his forehead, his eyes slightly squinted as he reminisced about the details of his mind's disarray. The chilling, penetrating sensation stirred within him, akin to a loss of self, enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Everything succumbed to instinct, devoid of personal will. He chuckled softly. Human life is as insignificant as that of an ant. This is no mere metaphor. Hoshino Kaede, you must learn to adapt. Hoshino Kaede murmured softly to herself, gradually drifting into a realm of dreams. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hoshino Kaede's consciousness once again traversed the depths of his mind, as a faint chime resonated from the clock before him. He approached the clock, settling into a meditative posture, and lifted his gaze towards it. Life is so fragile. Why do people strive to persist? Flowers bloom and wither, ultimately mere cycles of existence. Is death truly so terrifying? He recalled the bandit who fell before his blade, the look of sheer terror etched indelibly in his heart. The voice of Hoshino Kaede gradually filled the expanse, echoing softly at first before resonating with increasing intensity throughout the space. It seemed to seek answers from the boundless darkness. Just as he presumed there would be no reply, a sudden crack broke the silence, capturing his attention. Soon after, a distant and ethereal voice appeared to respond. Xing Yefeng suddenly widened her eyes, filled with both anticipation and confusion. Life is both an interminable journey and a fleeting moment. Mayflies live and die within a day, yet they still harbor a profound love for existence. The myriad beings of heaven and earth ultimately succumb to the ravages of time, for death is the ultimate destination. Before Xing Yefeng could grasp the meaning of these thoughts, a figure draped in a black cloak appeared before her. Who are you? Xing Yefeng inquired, her expression wary. The cloaked figure's voice was ethereal, indistinguishable in gender. I am the spirit of this clock. Spirit? I have been wounded in battle and am now in a state of recuperation, containing my divine light, the figure elucidated. It is you who has awakened me. Hoshino Kaede pointed at himself and said, Me? But I haven't done anything. The figure in the black robe shook his head and replied, There is no need for you to do anything. As long as you remain alive, I can draw upon time to restore myself. Xing Yefeng clicked his tongue. Finding this ability utterly incomprehensible, merely surviving was enough for restoration, a level of cheating that was unprecedented. After a moment's hesitation, he finally voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart. The figure in the black robe smiled faintly, then slowly raised a hand concealed within the folds of his garment, causing the surrounding scenery to swirl and shift in an instant. In the eyes of Hoshino Kaede, a kaleidoscope of people and things unfurled like a fleeting panorama. He beheld the frail grass, resiliently thriving upon the sheer cliffs, swaying precariously in the howling winds, yet steadfastly rooting itself into the rock, desperately soaking in the sunlight and the rain. He witnessed a mother, grievously wounded by a predator, diverting the foe to preserve the flicker of hope for her offspring. Bloodied and battered, she resolutely sprinted towards the horizon, her child crying out behind her. Yet she summoned her final ounce of strength to propel the little one out of harm's way. He observed the relentless passage of time, the perpetual dance of life and destruction entwining in a ceaseless cycle. Throughout the protracted ages, he witnessed the birth and demise of countless beings, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the grand evolution and transformation of the cosmos. Just as Hoshino Kaede found himself enmeshed in this profound spectacle, the cloaked figure raised a hand, and in an instant, the vision dissipated. Hoshino Kaede took a deep breath, as if he had traversed the sands of time for millennia, witnessing and comprehending much along the way. With a serene smile, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief. The figure in the black robe replied with a sense of satisfaction, Your insight is commendable. Even without my guidance, you would swiftly find your way out. Hoshino Kaede scratched his head, then inquired about its name. You can simply call me She. She's lips parted slightly, her voice ethereal and soothing, bringing a sense of tranquility. Hoshino Kaede nodded. I shall soon succumb to slumber once more, hoping that we may reunite again. Upon uttering those final words, She's figure gradually faded, retreating into the clock. As Hoshino Kaede regained consciousness, his eyes slowly fluttered open, a faint smile gracing his lips. with the knots of his heart untangled. He felt an unparalleled lightness in his body. Have I slept for such an extended period? Hoshino Kaede turned his gaze towards the window, where the night sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the door, and Kurigane Sakura paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. You're awake? Hurry down for dinner. Xingye Feng nodded with delight and swiftly descended the stairs. Recently, Konoha had been under heightened vigilance. Following Uchiha Madara's departure, the security level within the village had evidently escalated. Numerous ninjas had been reassigned, including Yang Tai, who returned home quite late. For the time being, the household was occupied by only 2 individuals. Kinomoto Sakura leisurely enjoyed her dinner and remarked to Xingye Feng, "After you fell asleep, Lord Tobarama came by to express his apologies." Hoshino Kaede paused momentarily in her eating, before returning to her usual demeanor. Observing his calmness, Kinomoto Sakura couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. She feared that the child might be bottling up his thoughts, which was not a healthy situation. Hoshino Kaede discerned her concerns and smiled, saying, "I am perfectly fine. I have come to terms with it." Upon hearing this, Kinomoto Sakura felt a sense of relief and began to serve him food, piling his bowl high. Hoshino Feng twitched his lips and, in exasperation, remarked, "Mother, I am already full." "No, you must finish it. Just look at how thin you've become," Yakido Sakura insisted, shaking her head in refusal. Hoshino Feng found it difficult to refuse her, so he could only take small bites. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from the situation, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xingye Feng's eyes lit up. In his perception, it was someone beside the teacher, providing him with an opportunity to escape. As expected, Kinomoto Sakura complained, "You're really not arriving at the right time." In response, Xingye Feng chuckled awkwardly a couple of times before hastily striding towards the door. "The Hokage summons you," the visitor said, bowing respectfully. They were loyal to the Hokage and naturally showed deference to his disciple. Hoshino Kaede corrected them numerous times. Yet to no avail, she could only acquiesce to their wishes. Acknowledging their message, she swiftly prepared to depart. Once the communication was conveyed, the visitor vanished in an instant. Hoshino Kaede exchanged a few words with her mother before activating the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting directly outside the Hokage building. Hoshino Kaede did not delay and headed straight to the Hokage's office. At this hour, it was already deep into the night, yet the office remained brilliantly illuminated. Hoshino Kaede gently rapped on the door and, upon receiving permission, stepped inside. The room was sparsely populated, aside from the steadfast 2 individuals. Hoshino Kaede was quite surprised to find his mentor's wife present as well. Uzumaki Mito, the spouse of Senju Hashirama, was none other than Hoshino Kaede's mentor's wife. Hailing from the Uzumaki clan, she was renowned for her mastery of sealing techniques, earning her the title of the Sealing Master of the Ninja World. "Good day, Sensei." Hoshino Kaede greeted sweetly, his gaze shifting, and a smile almost bursting forth on his face. To his astonishment, he noticed Tobarama's battered visage. His face was bruised and swollen, resembling that of a pig. Cough, cough. Hoshino Kaede coughed repeatedly, endeavoring to mask his amusement. Tobarama's mouth twitched in irritation, his expression grim. Was it not obvious that he understood the implications of his appearance? Just as he contemplated expressing his frustration, Mito, with a beaming smile, gazed at him, effectively extinguishing his ire. There was no way around it. He was well aware of Mito's temperament. Had he not noticed how Tobarama had acquired his injuries? Did my teacher summon me for a particular reason? Hoshino Kaede redirected his gaze, deliberately overlooking Tobarama's darkened expression, which was laced with suppressed anger. Cough, cough. Upon being queried by his disciple, Hashirama cleared his throat a few times, then adopted a serious demeanor. "Regarding the ninja school we discussed earlier, I conferred with Tobarama, and we believe it is a splendid idea. The purpose of your visit is to see if you have any opinions on the matter." With that, he handed over a document to Kaede. Hoshino Kaede gazed around, unable to suppress his admiration. Each meticulously constructed framework was evidently the handiwork of Senju Tobarama. One could not deny that his vision and wisdom were singularly exceptional. There were no objections. It was already quite comprehensive. Each profession has its own expertise, and Kaede merely offered his insights based on his previous life experiences and understanding of the world of Naruto. If one were to delve deeper, he could hardly compare to Tobarama, for he lacked that innate talent. Given this, it was as it was meant to be. Hashirama smiled, filled with anticipation as he spoke. Soon, the atmosphere would become lively. Once the Ninja Academy is implemented, the impact on the ninja clans would be substantial. The populace, like an unfathomable ocean, harbors talents that rival those of the clan members. What they lack is merely a stage, a place for learning. The Ninja Academy would provide such an arena. The children of clans and commoners would compete and advance together, and Hashirama could already foresee the sparks that would ignite in the future. In Konoha village, the commoners had ascended to the stage. Uzumaki Mito smiled gracefully, fully grasping the profound implications of Hashirama's words. Indeed, the future of Konoha village would witness the commoners shining in their own right. Tobirama, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Holding a somewhat different perspective from the others regarding the commoners, he believed that the rise of the commoners could suppress the ninja clans, playing a positively catalytic role. For Konoha village, it would serve as a tonic, nurturing the growth of this towering tree. After concluding this topic, Hashirama's gaze shifted back to Hoshino Kaede. He hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Little Kaede, what do you aspire to do in the future? Or rather, what are your dreams?" At this question, all eyes turned towards him, with Shinji Tobirama's gaze burning with anticipation for a response. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito appeared quite at ease, believing that Kaede's future was bound to be brighter than theirs. Hoshino Kaede paused for a moment, hesitating briefly, before making his way to the window. The Hokage building stood as the tallest edifice in Konohagakure. At this moment, he found himself at its pinnacle, gazing at the prominently displayed visage in the distance. It was the stone likeness of Senju Hashirama, and in the future, others would be immortalized in the same manner. Hoshino Kaori remained silent for an extended period, enveloping the atmosphere in an almost palpable stillness, while those lurking outside were dismissed by Hashirama. In this moment, only the four of them remained. I yearn for a peaceful shinobi world, free from the ravages of war and the scourge of hunger. A realm where the elderly are cared for, the young are nurtured, the ill receive treatment, and everyone has a place to call home. Hoshino Kaede gently opened her lips, turning back to reveal a smile filled with longing. The others stood transfixed, gradually regaining their senses. Good, 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 Hashirama exclaimed thrice, his expression brimming with excitement. This was not mere rhetoric. From his gaze, one could discern his resolute spirit. Uzumaki Mito was deeply moved by the vision he painted. Her gentle heart was pierced, and tears welled in her eyes. It was indeed a profoundly arduous dream. Just as the two were immersed in their emotions, the cold voice of Tobirama Senju abruptly cut through the moment, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing their fervent hearts. Tobirama, could you not utter something uplifting? Why must you be so discouraging? Hashirama muttered in discontent, finding the words excessively hurtful. Mito, being more straightforward, immediately pursued Tobirama to strike him, creating a rather comical scene that made Hoshino Kaede burst into laughter. Despite being chased, Tobirama still managed to glance back and retort, "This is the truth." Mito's eyes blazed with fury as she contemplated binding him with a sealing technique, but Hashirama intervened. "Ahem. Mito, there are other matters to discuss. We can pursue this later." After mediating between the two, Hashirama proceeded to address the issue of the Nine Tails. Previously, during the battle with Uchiha Madara, he had sealed the Nine Tails in the Valley of the End, and leaving it there was not a viable option. Tobirama pondered for a moment before responding with gravity. The Nine Tails cannot remain unguarded. It must be kept within the confines of Konoha. Other ninja villages possess tailed beasts, and Konoha must have one as well. The initial allocation of tailed beasts was made with Konoha's interests in mind, coupled with our formidable sealing techniques, which is why the Nine Tails was retained. Indeed, but what course of action should we take? Hashirama nodded in agreement. Hoshino Kaede listened intently, murmuring to himself. Was he destined to witness history? The birth of a Jinchuriki was imminent. Allow me to be the vessel, to seal it within my body. Just as the two were engulfed in their distress, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward and spoke. Hashirama, in a moment of urgency, promptly dismissed her proposal. Mito remained unperturbed, merely elucidating the pros and cons. Her suggestion was indeed the optimal solution. The chakra of the Nine Tails was ferocious, and few could withstand it. The Uzumaki clan, endowed with abundant chakra and expertise in sealing techniques, was the undeniable choice. Her words plunged the room into silence, for as she stated, only the Uzumaki clan could fulfill this role. Hashirama sought to contest further, for she was his wife. Just as he opened his mouth, Mito interrupted him. Hashirama, there is no need for further persuasion. You know we have no choice. For the sake of the village. Mito understood Hashirama's inner turmoil, and ultimately spoke a truth that pierced his heart. For the village, a sacrifice was necessary, and that sacrifice could only be her. At that moment, Tobirama interjected, Brother? Sister-in-law is correct. We have no alternative. The power of the Nine Tails posed a threat to anyone, save for those two anomalies who could manipulate it at will. It was simply untenable to leave such a force unchecked. That would be an immense loss. Actually, I believe I can contribute to the sealing. Hoshino Kaede quietly raised his hand, breaking the oppressive silence. A swift gaze fell upon him. What can you possibly contribute? Do you know sealing techniques? Tobirama questioned skeptically. Sealing techniques were exceedingly rare and challenging to master. In this domain, Mito was undoubtedly the paragon. How could a mere 7-year-old child like Hoshino Kaede possibly master such intricate ninjutsu, even if he is a prodigy? Hashirama, on the other hand, appeared contemplative. Could it be a bloodline limit? Hoshino Phone flashed a grin. Indeed, I can add an extra layer of protection to the seal, minimizing the damage inflicted upon my master. Upon hearing this, Tobirama whispered, "Time, is it?" Mito, filled with joy, immediately embraced him tightly, enthusiastically rubbing his back. Much to Hoshino Fang's dismay, this was indeed a piece of delightful news. Accommodating a tailed beast is no trivial matter. The chilling chakra within one's body could lead to catastrophic consequences should any unforeseen event arise. An additional layer of protection was a boon of safety for Mito. Chapter 31. The Time Prison at the Valley of the End. A group had gathered to secure the seal of the Nine Tails. The colossal beast, firmly pressed to the ground by the might of the sage, glared at Hashirama with eyes full of resentment. If there were ever a ranking of enmity, Senja Hashirama would undoubtedly be featured. Having already suffered the misfortune of being controlled by Uchiha Madara, the Nine Tails found itself in a perplexing predicament. Subdued by Hashirama upon regaining consciousness. Nine Tails, your power is too formidable. I have no choice but to do this, Hashirama stated with utmost seriousness, utterly oblivious to the weight of his words and the pain they inflicted. Hoshino Kaede lamented the plight of the Nine Tails, who had lost its freedom and was now sealed away, a fate too tragic to articulate. Upon hearing such words, the Nine Tails surged with chakra, its ominous aura causing the very earth to tremble. Its gaze was imbued with resentment and indignation, fixated on Hashirama, as if etching his likeness into its memory. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of its mouth. How much longer do you think you have? Once you are gone, who will be able to subdue me? The Nine Tails' words were not mere bluster. No matter how formidable Hashirama was, he too would meet death one day. The tailed beasts were immortal, even in death. They could absorb chakra and be reborn, merely a matter of time. Facing the specter of mortality, Hashirama remained remarkably composed, breaking into a hearty laugh. Therefore, I shall not leave you as a lingering threat. If you must harbor resentment, let it be directed at me. This is my decision. A sense of foreboding crept into the Nine Tails. In the next moment, Hashirama bellowed, and the divine gate sealing the Nine Tails restricted most of its chakra. Once the mightiest of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails was rendered a mere plaything before Hashirama, easily subdued. The vast disparity in strength filled the Nine Tails with despair, helplessly witnessing its own confinement. That will suffice, Hashirama declared. Subsequently, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward, unleashing dozens of chains that ensnared the Nine Tails, wrapping around its limbs. The Nine Tails felt akin to meat upon a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. 8 trigrams sealing technique. For symbols sealing technique, Uzumaki Mito formed seals once more. The formidable sealing techniques rendering the Nine Tails utterly powerless. With a pain groan, the Nine Tails was enveloped in layers of seals, immobilized, its eyes brimming with despair and resentment. Reflecting on its once cherished freedom and strength, it now found itself shackled by humans, reduced to their instrument. Hashirama, you scoundrel! The Nine Tails roared, its inner fury surging like a tempestuous sea. As the sealing process unfolded, Uzumaki Mito, lacking Hashirama's formidable prowess, felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The Nine Tails, brimming with an unfathomable reservoir of chakra, could not retaliate, ensuring the sealing proceeded with relative ease. Its form diminished, ensnared by chains. The Nine Tails was gradually pulled towards Uzumaki Mito. Just as it was about to be absorbed, Hoshino Kaede stepped forward, adding a layer of assurance. Time prison. With the power of time infused, Hoshino Kaede's chakra surged, transforming into intricate patterns that surged toward the Nine Tails. These patterns intertwined in the air, forming an ethereal cage. The cage merged with the Nine Tails' essence, plunging it into an endless slumber, time's flow around it slowing to a crawl. Its body stiffened, eyelids gradually descending. Seizing this moment, Uzumaki Mito hastened her efforts, drawing the Nine Tails into her being, completing the sealing process. As the seal was finalized, Both Uzumaki Mido and Hoshino Kaede exhaled in relief. "It is done," Hashirama said, supporting both of them with a hand. Hoshino Kaede's complexion had turned pale. The depletion of his chakra was rather significant, and this marked his first endeavor in harnessing such immense temporal power. Utilizing chakra as a medium indeed led to a rapid consumption rate. Uzumaki Mido fared even worse. The sudden influx of another colossal chakra within her body felt akin to being overstuffed. Fortunately, the Nine Tails had succumbed to slumber. Otherwise, it would have posed yet another complication. "Little Kaede, I am grateful for your presence." Mido managed a strained smile, her focus predominantly consumed by the turmoil of chaotic chakra within her. Hoshino Kaede responded with a smile, believing she had done nothing of significance. At that moment, Tobirama suddenly inquired, "What is that technique of yours?" Hoshino Kaede elucidated, "I merely created a space and placed the Nine Tails within it, slowing the passage of time internally. This should allow it to slumber for several years." Tobirama, contemplative, could scarcely contain his burgeoning interest. Such a ninjutsu was nothing short of a bane to the tailed beasts, capable of subduing them without incurring any losses. Even his elder brothers would release required prior suppression before employing sealing techniques. Hashirama patted his shoulder and remarked, "Share your thoughts upon returning. It is time for us to depart." He then assisted Mido in leaving the vicinity, leaving Hoshino Kaede in a state of bewilderment. "Teacher, what about me?" Hoshino Kaede exclaimed as realization dawned. Hashirama turned back with a smile and replied, "Let Tobirama assist you. I am unable to lend a hand." He then departed without hesitation. Xingye Feng, filled with indignation, was utterly dismayed, for he had been blinded by temptation. How detestable! Just as he was enveloped in grievances, he suddenly felt his body lighten, as if the door had lifted him effortlessly. What on earth? Hoshino Kaede's cognitive responses were somewhat sluggish, and Tobirama paid him no heed, opting instead for a direct and forceful application of the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon returning to the village, tranquility was restored. Hoshino Kaede occasionally ventured outside to undertake missions and witness the shedding of blood. Of course, he did not engage in random acts of murder. Ever since the appearance of Shi, he discovered he could perceive a person's karma and merit. Armed with this newfound ability, he executed his tasks without hesitation. Some individuals, though appearing human, harbored the hearts of demons. Eliminating such beings weighed lightly on his conscience. Thus, a year passed, leading into the 8th year in Konoha. During this time, Tsukumo Hatake was born, but tragically, due to complications during childbirth, Mikumo Hatake lost her life. This left behind a father and his orphan child, and Hoshino Kaede shed tears for the loss. As Mikumo had treated him with great kindness, her departure left him in sorrow for quite some time. Furthermore, the Ninja Academy began to emerge on the historical stage, commencing the enrollment of students. The position of principal was personally held by Hashirama Senju, with teachers appointed from among the nin ranks. Notably, Hoshino Kaede was compelled by Hashirama to be registered at the academy, serving in the capacity of a teacher. Although he found this somewhat peculiar, after a discussion, he accepted the role. Everything fell into place, and the educational system of Konoha gradually flourished, prompting other ninja villages to follow suit. Consequently, the Konoha Academy naturally dissolved, and Hoshino Kaede generously treated others to celebrate this occasion, depleting his modest savings and leaving him with a pang of regret for some time. That day, however, his gloomy mood dissipated, and he found renewed vigor. Life must not stagnate. One must look ahead, for time waits for no one. Chapter 32. The Caged Bird in the Early Morning. The air was fresh with a hint of sweetness, and the rising sun hung gracefully in the sky. Within a public training ground, the sounds of combat echoed rhythmically. With a smile gracing his lips, Hoshino Kaede observed the relentless onslaught of Uchiha Masashi. "Is this all you can do, Masashi? After 3 years, is this your limit?" The taunts flowed effortlessly from his mouth, exacerbating the frustration that coursed through Uchiha Masashi, causing him to grip his stance with increased intensity. At merely 10 years of age, Uchiha Masashi had made remarkable strides in his abilities, exhibiting significant improvements across the board, although he still found himself at the mercy of Hoshino Kaede's prowess. Enduring a thorough thrashing, his progress was commendable compared to the passive beatings he had endured years prior. Xingye Feng moved with a steady gait, skillfully evading the relentless onslaught of Uchiha Wang, whose attacks fell like a torrential downpour, pressing ever closer. Lightning release, earth walk. Uchiha Wang pressed his hands against the ground, and a piercing sound echoed as the lightning surged violently towards Xing Yefeng. With his arms blocking his line of sight, Xing Yefeng inadvertently fell victim to the attack, a tingling sensation rendering him considerably sluggish. Uchiha Wang's expression brightened with delight. He wasted no time, closing in swiftly. An opportunity. A kunai shot forth, aimed at buying a moment of close combat. Uchiha Wang's lips curled slightly in a smirk. At this proximity, and in a state of numbness, no matter how swift Xing Yefeng might be, injury was inevitable. Xing Yefeng appeared to be in trouble, yet it was all within his foresight. You have underestimated me, he remarked with a calm expression. Uchiha Wang immediately furrowed his brow. With the bloodline limit and forbidden techniques rendered useless, do you possess any hidden cards? Wang, it seems you have forgotten that I have been diligently studying swordsmanship under Uncle Isin. Hoshino Kaede smiled gently. Uchiha Nozomi suddenly recalled something, and his expression changed drastically. Ignoring the near depletion of his chakra, he sprinted forward while forming hand seals with both hands. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a fireball from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. This signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan possesses a peculiar trait. It is incapable of inflicting fatal harm. Hoshino Kaede's visage was illuminated in crimson by the blazing orb, his eyes serene, even in the face of the swiftly approaching shuriken and the inferno that followed closely behind. With his left hand extended outward in a gesture of calm, a ninja blade materialized in his grasp. He then positioned it horizontally across his chest, narrowing his gaze. And in the next instant, with a flick of his wrist, a shimmering azure light erupted from the blade. The temporal sequence slash, Xing Yefeng softly spoke. Her voice as clear and refreshing as a pristine spring. In an instant, a crescent-shaped slash was unleashed, its sharp edge effortlessly shattering the shuriken. The momentum continued unabated, colliding with Uchiha Masashi's great fireball technique. The fireball and the slash intertwined, only to fade into silence as if nothing had ever transpired. Not bad. Xing Yefeng nodded in satisfaction. It was her first attempt, and the result was splendid. No more fighting. This feels too much like cheating. Uchiha Masashi, witnessing the scene, felt his face turn green with anger, sulking on the ground in frustration, and ultimately conceding defeat. Hoshino Kaede shrugged, sheathed her knife, and approached him with a heartbroken expression. Wang, I misjudged you. How could you concede? Where has your fighting spirit gone? Xing Yefeng bore a countenance of righteousness, as though reprimanding him for his evasion. Uchiha Wang's lips twitched incessantly, his stern demeanor nearly cracking under the strain. Did people truly speak thus? He was no fool, aware that he could not prevail, yet still compelled to feign strength. Was there not a touch of madness in that? His resentful gaze remained fixed upon Xing Yefeng, rendering the latter momentarily uneasy. He hurriedly forced a few dry laughs and remarked, In truth, you have made significant progress, which genuinely astonishes me. This was a sincere statement, born from the depths of his heart. Uchiha Wang scoffed. What good is progress if I am still incapable of landing even a single punch on you? Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow, gazing at him with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor completely mocking. So, you were quite eager to give me a beating? Uchiha Wang suddenly realized he had let slip a thought he intended to keep concealed. Panic surged within him, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he clarified, Absolutely not. I swear. As he spoke, he raised one hand, though it bore only 4 fingers. Xing Yefeng cast a glance that seemed to question the sincerity of the observer, evoking a swallow from Uchiha Wang, who found himself in a state of torment, uncertain of what might transpire in the next moment. Fortunately, Xing Yefeng eventually turned his head away, allowing the anxious heart of Uchiha Wang to ease. How is your grandmother's health? Xing Yefeng inquired from his position on the ground. Uchiha Wang sighed. With age, ailments inevitably arise. If you're short on funds, I can lend you some, Xing Yefeng offered. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Wang, with a hint of pride, turned away and retorted, Who said I am lacking? I can earn my own money. Xing Yefeng sighed helplessly, for the child spoke contrary to his true feelings, valuing pride above all else. Although a lower-ranking ninja could accept missions, they were restricted from undertaking tasks of B rank or higher, yielding meager rewards. Uchiha Nozomi's grandmother was in poor health and required nourishment for recovery, while the income earned by Uchiha Nozomi barely sufficed. Do as you wish. If it proves insufficient, just let me know. I still have a modest reserve of funds. Hoshino Kaede understood the importance of patience. W possessed a formidable sense of pride, and a direct offer would surely be met with rejection. Uchiha W was not oblivious to Hoshino Kaede's intentions, yet as a friend, he wished to avoid causing any trouble for anyone. Moreover, He felt capable of resolving the situation himself, albeit with some effort. The two exchanged silent glances, sharing a knowing smile, each aware of the other's sentiments. At that moment, Tadu Takahiro rushed over in a flurry, shouting in distress, "This is bad. Something has happened to Sister Kazumi." Startled, both of them quickly rose and inquired, "What happened?" Breathing heavily from his hurried run, Tadu Takahiro bent down to catch his breath before finally responding. "Sister Kazumi has fainted and has already been taken to the hospital." Upon hearing this, the two shot out like arrows, racing towards the hospital. Poor Tadu Takahiro, having just regained his composure, had to immediately follow in their wake. They hurried to the hospital, coincidentally encountering Shinju Ayako as they arrived. Hoshino phone halted, anxiety evident in her voice as she inquired, "Ayako-senpai, how is Hinata Nami?" The elder replied with a reassuring gesture, "Ah, you arrived promptly. The young girl is out of danger, but it will take some time for her to awaken." Ayako then glanced around cautiously before leaning down and whispering, "The curse of the caged bird inflicts severe damage upon the brain, and the agony it entails is beyond what most can endure." Hoshino Kaede clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning pale as she endeavored to suppress the remarkable aura emanating from her being, nodding solemnly. "Thank you, Ayako-senpai. No need for gratitude. It is merely my duty as a healer. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Ayako replied before hastening to the next patient's room for treatment. As the director, she could not afford a moment's respite. After Ayako departed, Uchiha Nozomi coldly remarked, "It appears that the Hyuga clan has activated the cursed seal." Hoshino Kaede took a deep breath and nodded slightly. The caged bird is a means of control employed by the Hyuga main family over the branch families, marked at the tender age of 3. The purpose of this practice is to subdue the branch family members, rendering them incapable of resistance and ensuring their servitude to the main family. Kazami is a member of the branch family. "Let us go and assess the situation," Hoshino Kaede stated calmly, the earlier anger deeply buried within. Beneath the tranquil gaze, turbulent undercurrents surged. Chapter 33. Seeking support, the three swiftly arrived at Kazami's hospital room, where her parents were also present. The arrival of Hoshino Kaede and his companions did not come as a surprise to them. As parents, they were at least aware of their children's circumstances, especially considering the esteemed status of Hoshino Kaede. Mr. Hoshino and Mi's father, Takuya Hinata, slightly bowed, respectfully lowering their gazes. The woman beside him, observing her husband's demeanor, also offered a respectful salute. Hoshino Kaede felt a throbbing headache. "Uncle Takuya, there is no need for such formalities. Simply call me by my name." He had encountered Kame's parents a few times, and they left him with a singular impression. They were rather austere. They adhered strictly to etiquette, particularly when in the presence of those of higher status. Perhaps this demeanor stemmed from their upbringing, having grown up in a divided household, which shaped their character. Upon hearing this, Hinata Takuya became even more deferential. It was difficult to fathom that a middle-aged man could be so subservient, bowing to a child. "Etiquette must not be neglected. I implore you, Lord Hoshino, do not make things difficult for me." After repeated pleas, Hoshino Kaede reluctantly shifted the conversation to Kame. Why has Kame become akin to a caged bird under the main family's control? Upon hearing the term caged bird, a flicker of resentment flashed in Hinata Takuya's eyes, quickly replaced by a calm demeanor. After a moment of silence, he gazed at his daughter, lying unconscious on the bed, and slowly began to explain. Each year, the younger generation of the main family engages in competitions with the branch families, ostensibly to foster camaraderie. In truth, it serves to establish dominance, instilling fear in the branch families. Everyone is acutely aware that during these contests, the branch family members intentionally concede defeat. However, on that fateful day, Kame inadvertently triumphed over a member of the main family, which soured their expressions considerably. To make matters worse, Kame's opponent was the grandson of an elder from the 5th branch of the main family. Being bested by a member of the branch family in front of an audience ignited his fury. In a fit of rage, reason abandoned him, and he unleashed the caged bird curse, resulting in her current state. As Hinata Takuya recounted the events in full, Hoshino Kaede was left utterly dumbfounded. It was widely said that the members of the Hinata main family were haughty, yet to think they would react with such fury over a mere competition was astonishing. Uchiha Masashi, who had been listening intently, found it equally incredulous. And what happened afterward? The main family indiscriminately activated the curse, which seems utterly unreasonable. Was there no explanation or justification provided? Hoshino Kaede inquired again. If the main family were not foolish, they would surely provide an explanation to the branch family. To mobilize the caged bird in public without a valid reason would prompt the main family, if their intellect were intact, to offer a satisfactory account to the branch family. Unfortunately, it seemed that the main family's reasoning was indeed flawed. Hinata Takuya's gaze grew dim, and his fist clenched tightly as he spoke with bitterness. Not only did the main family fail to provide an explanation, but they also accused Kazumi of offending them, asserting that she deserved punishment. Such words ignited Hoshino Kaede's fury. Uchiha Nozomu, upon hearing such absurdity, couldn't help but ponder. Thankfully, he was not born into the Hinata clan. Oh no, the branch family. Could it be that this matter would simply be brushed aside? Hoshino Kaede furrowed his brow and asked with reluctance. Hinata Takuya, looking despondent, let two streams of hot tears flow down his cheeks, conveying unspoken despair. This matter could only be dismissed in such a manner. To contest, it would only lead to further difficulties. At that point, it would be far more than just a caged bird. The room fell silent as Hoshino Kaede exhaled slowly, stating, "This matter will not conclude so easily." He cast a glance towards Hinata Kazumi, as if making a silent promise. And upon finishing, he departed. The other two followed suit, leaving the premises. Once outside the hospital, Hoshino Kaede lowered his head in contemplation, with Tudu Takakash and Uchiha Nozomu trailing behind him. "Nozomu, what do you think the elder brother will do?" Tudu Takakash inquired. Uchiha Nozomu glanced at him, responding, "I don't know, but he won't let this go quietly. It's just a hunch, a man's intuition." Tudu Takakash frowned, voicing his concern. "But I fear that the elder brother might confront the Hinata clan directly. Even if Lord Hokage were here, he wouldn't be able to intervene." Though timid and hesitant, his mind was agile. The caged bird, as one of the family legacies, was deeply etched into the Hinata's very essence. Even Hashirama would not dare interfere, as it was a matter internal to another clan. Of course, if the Hokage were Uchiha Madara, the situation would likely take a different turn. Uchiha Nozomu was taken aback, marveling at Tudu Takakash's insight. "I am surprised you could think of that." Tudu Takakash scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, his face tinged with red. "You make a valid point. But you are mistaken in one aspect. The Hokage can intervene in certain matters." Uchiha Nozomu chuckled, hinting at something. Tudu Takakash displayed a puzzled expression, unsure of how to proceed. Uchiha Nozomu gazed into the distance, observing the flickering figure of Hoshino Kaede ahead, and remarked with a smile, "You likely have no idea of his capabilities." In various respects, Uchiha Nozomu mused, as Tudu Takakash had stated. The internal affairs of the Hinata clan were not within Hoshino Kaede's purview. After all, it was a family matter, and he had no right to meddle. Yet, Uchiha Nozomu was correct. Some issues do not require direct confrontation. There are myriad factors that determine victory. If a frontal approach fails, one must consider alternative routes. With this thought, Hoshino Kaede's eyes brightened, and he turned to address the two behind him. "You may return. I have a plan." Observing this, Uchiha Nozomu shrugged and turned to Tudu Takakash, saying, "See, I told you." After bidding farewell to the two, Hoshino Kaede headed straight for the Hokage building. Although he could not interfere in other families' affairs, this was Konoha. No matter how stringent the Hinata clan's rules, they were still subject to the village's authority. Before the leader of the village, all matters must yield, such as the privilege of power. Hoshino Kaede did not wish to impose his will. But if others sought to bully him, he would not stand idly by. Upon arriving at the door, Hoshino Kaede composed his expression, pouting with an almost sorrowful demeanor that, coupled with his endearing appearance, elicited feelings of sympathy. "Teacher," Hoshino Kaede exclaimed as he pushed the door open, his voice choked with emotion. As Hashirama lifted his gaze from the documents he was handling, he encountered a pair of eyes filled with a pitiful expression staring back at him. Hashirama, aware of the reason for Hoshino Kaede's visit, was about to speak when he paused, diverting to tease, "What is the matter? You look so pitiful. Who has wronged you? Usually, you're as composed as an adult, devoid of any enthusiasm, and now you're on the verge of tears." His playful remarks prompted Hoshino Kaede to silently roll his eyes in exasperation, inwardly thinking, "If you want to see me make a fool of myself, just say so." He was certain that Hashirama was fully aware of his purpose for being there. Surrounding him were several Umbu operatives standing by in the shadows, a clear indication that it was Hashirama's doing. Chapter 34, Negotiation. Unsatisfactory outcomes. The Umbu are directly affiliated with the Hokage and serve as a special task force, answering solely to the Hokage's commands. The entire village falls under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. No movement goes unnoticed by them. Hashirama could not possibly be oblivious to Hoshino Kaede's intentions. As Kazumi was his friend, any incident would be swiftly communicated to Hashirama by the Umbu. With Hashirama now feigning ignorance, Hoshino Kaede had no choice but to clarify his purpose. Teacher, the cage bird on Kazumi's forehead has been triggered, and she remains unconscious. Could you possibly think of a solution? Hoshino Kaede blinked her eyes, as if burdened by an immense grievance. Hashirama cleared his throat twice, adopting a serious demeanor. Has that young girl fallen into a coma? Is it truly so? He inquired. Someone, please summon the Hyuga clan leader at once. Kaede cast him a resigned glance. Unimpressed by his theatricality, before long, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Upon entering, Hyuga Ryufu paused momentarily upon spotting Hoshino Kaede, before proceeding to bow in an unperturbed manner. I pay my respects to Lord Hokage. Hashirama waved his hand amiably, replying, no need for such formality, Hyuga clan leader. Pray tell, what brings you here at the behest of Lord Hokage? As he spoke, Ryufu's gaze shifted towards Kaede. With a cheerful demeanor, Hashirama continued, it is nothing of grave importance. This troublesome young lad claims that his friend lies unconscious, hence I sought to assist in discerning a remedy. However, since the child belongs to the Hyuga clan, I thought it prudent to summon the clan leader for collaborative resolution. Upon hearing this, Ryufu glanced at Hashirama, then at Kaede, letting out a subtle sigh. Hame, being a member of the Hyuga branch family, is fortunate to receive the attention of Lord Hokage. Indeed, this affair could not simply conclude without consequence. The main family, in their indiscriminate manner, could have minimized the repercussions. Yet Hame was not an ordinary member of the branch family. The elders of the main family presumed Hame to be an easy target, neglecting to consider the influence of Hoshino Kaede. Now, the situation had become quite intricate. Caught between the authority of the main family and the Hokage, it was indeed a challenging predicament. Hashirama waved his hand, implying, as Hokage, it is only natural to be concerned for the well-being of the village. Would you not agree, Hyuga clan leader? Ryufu, internally sighing, fell silent for a moment before nodding with a wry smile. Lord Hokage speaks truthfully, yet concerning the elders. His meaning was clear. Should the main family choose to escalate matters, he hoped the Hokage would be able to resolve the situation. Certainly, you need not worry, Hyuga clan leader. Hashirama replied with a light chuckle. Ryufu exhaled a breath of relief. With someone standing before him to bear the brunt, the situation became more manageable. A fleeting glint of sharpness passed through his eyes. What position does this leave me in, now that the elders have made decisions without consulting me? Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my actions. After an amiable exchange, the Hyuga clan leader departed from the Hokage's office. Hoshino Kaede remained silent, quietly observing the two individuals. Once they had departed, she expressed her dissatisfaction, asking, is this how it concludes? Hashirama, resting his chin on his hands, replied with a smile, what more do you desire? Hoshino pouted, expressing her belief that she could vent her frustrations on Hame, otherwise, she would feel quite unsettled. Rest assured, there are myriad ways to release one's pin-up emotions. Hashirama's lips curled into a subtle smile. As for Hame's situation, it bears no relation to the Hyuga clan leader. It is solely the result of decisions made unilaterally by the elders of the main family. Upon their return, they shall certainly face repercussions. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede furrowed her brows and remarked, is it truly possible for the Hinata clan leader to surpass the elders? Previously, it seemed impossible. Hashirama chuckled softly, however, with my subtle assistance from the shadows, it shall be achievable. Hoshino scrutinized Hashirama with a suspicious gaze, feeling an unsettling chill deep within. What kind of look is that? Is this cunning scheme devised by my esteemed teacher? Hoshino pondered with a hint of doubt. Haha. Hashirama chuckled, displaying a foolish grin that suggested a lack of intelligence. Hoshino Kaede finds himself at a loss. This carefree disposition is not a new development, and he has grown accustomed to it. What will transpire after the incident with now? Hoshino Kaede inquired about a matter of great concern to him. Rest assured, the leader of the Hinata clan will handle this situation appropriately, was the response given by Hashirama. Hoshino Kaede said no more, yet a sense of frustration lingered within him. Hashirama, perceiving his dissatisfaction, gently patted his head. Life is such that one cannot always sail smoothly. There will inevitably be moments of discontent and unfulfilled desires. Hoshino Kaede raised her head, her gaze resolute, seemingly in disagreement. Hashirama let out a sigh, his tone shifting. However, if you still feel dissatisfied, you may proceed as you wish, provided that no lives are lost. Hoshino Fang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief as she narrowed them slightly, brimming with restless anticipation. Observing this, Hashirama could only shake his head in resignation, silently offering a prayer for the Hyuga clan. Just as the two exchanged a moment of wordless understanding, Tobirama entered. His expression impassive as he spoke. "Brother, I have uncovered everything. Those individuals are quite problematic. They believe their schemes were meticulously executed. Yet I still managed to unveil the truth. The evidence has been fully gathered." Hashirama's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Excellent. Deliver this evidence to the leader of the Hyuga clan. He will know how to proceed." Tobirama nodded without a hint of emotion, showing no mercy for the parasites within their village. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his gaze. Were it not for his position, he would have unleashed a massacre long ago. With his thoughts swirling, Tobirama left, his demeanor cold and resolute. Shingyefeng mourned for Hinata, and unfortunately, caught the attention of a certain individual, marking a stroke of misfortune. However, upon reflection, if it were not for the presence of a ghost, Tobirama would not have found the opportunity. Thus it could be deemed a consequence of his own actions. "Teacher, I shall take my leave to attend to my matters," Shingyefeng declared, seeking an opportunity to slip away and prepare for revenge against Hime. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively, displaying an expression of disdain as if shooing away a fly. Hoshino Kaede exited the office with a furrowed brow, resolutely deciding never to return unless faced with an urgent matter. Just as he stepped outside, he was swiftly encircled by three individuals. Akuzawa Ikumi, known for her fiery temperament, raised her fist and, with palpable indignation, demanded, "What did Lord Hokage say? Those rascals must be made to pay." Tudu Takahira nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nozomi wore a stoic expression, yet the chilling aura surrounding him was unmistakable, akin to a sharpened blade poised to be drawn. Hoshino Kaede felt deeply moved and remarked, "Well, the outcome is rather mediocre, neither good nor bad. It certainly fails to meet my expectations. It seems that the matter of beauty will require our own efforts." His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Uchiha Masashi stroked his chin and deduced, "It appears that the Hokage cannot intervene overly. This was anticipated." "Anticipated? I see it as favoritism." Aizawa Ikumi expressed her thoughts without a hint of restraint in front of Hoshino Kaede. Tuda Takahiro spoke slowly. "Perhaps there are unspoken constraints." Unlike Aizawa Ikumi, he was more cautious with his words. Chapter 35. A night visit to the Hyuga. "Everyone, I'm still here. Could you kindly exercise some discretion?" Hoshino Kaede protested softly. Yet, it was evident that no one paid him any heed. In exasperation, Hoshino Kaede shifted the conversation towards avenging Kazumi. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their gazes brimming with anticipation. Aizawa Ikumi was particularly enthusiastic. Her fists, as large as sandbags, swung through the air, creating a gentle breeze. Her aggressive demeanor caused the timid Tudu Takahiro to instinctively shrink his neck, fearing he might be caught in the crossfire. The teacher had cautioned against causing fatalities, so they resolved to unleash their fury upon the instigator, seeking retribution for Kazumi. Hoshino Kaede remarked. Uchiha Nozomi furrowed her brow, saying, "However, the person is within the Hyuga clan's territory. How shall we gain entry?" Hoshino Kaede smiled silently, then raised her hand, causing the space before her to shatter and form an opening. "Do not forget, I can manipulate time. Teleportation is merely a trifling matter." "Wonderful. This way we can infiltrate quietly," Ikuzumi Sayumi exclaimed excitedly. Uchiha Nozomi nodded in agreement, simultaneously resolving within herself that she could never oppose Hoshino Kaede in the future. Such a capability was exceedingly overpowered, leaving one utterly unprepared and defenseless. However, a pressing issue remained. Tuda Takahira suddenly spoke, redirecting everyone's gaze toward him. Feeling the weight of their stares, Tuda Takahira shrank back slightly and asked, "Do you know who we are supposed to confront? What is his name?" This question struck at the heart of the matter, revealing a genuine dilemma. Shingyefeng bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, and out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of a figure concealed in the shadows, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. A sinister smile crept across his face, and in an instant, his figure vanished. The three exchanged glances, an unsettling emotion surging within their hearts. A minute later, Shingyefeng returned with an individual in tow, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features indistinguishable. "This is the solution to our predicament," Shingyefeng declared with satisfaction. "Could this possibly be a member of the Umbu?" Uchiha Masashi questioned, his skepticism evident as he twitched at the corners of his mouth. Hoshino Kaede gave him a thumbs up, affirming his conjecture. Indeed, it was sent by the teacher. When it comes to gathering intelligence, they are undeniably the best. Hoshino Kaede gently patted the back of the person he had apprehended, a gesture that, rather than offering comfort, induced a palpable sense of dread among the onlookers, causing them to gulp nervously and break into a cold sweat. The Umbu, a clandestine faction of Konoha, wielded immense power. Each member possessed strength at least on par with elite Nin, while the leader of the Umbu stood as the foremost authority beneath the Hokage, an entity with whom all prominent clans sought to maintain favorable relations. Even a mere Umbu operative held a status that was not to be trifled with by ordinary folk. Thus, the sight of Hoshino Kaede directly seizing an individual was enough to incite shock and trepidation. I don't wish to be imprisoned," T.D. Taketora uttered despairingly, his voice laden with fear. Uchiha Nozomi regarded Hoshino Kaede with an expression that spoke volumes of his unease. Even the typically audacious Izawa Ikumi displayed a countenance marred by apprehension. It was evident that, in their eyes, Hoshino Kaede's actions bore significant ramifications. Observing the sheer terror etched upon his companions' faces, Hoshino Kaede suppressed a chuckle and, with a calming gesture, reassured them, "Fear not, he is under my command. I am officially recognized as his captain within the Umbu." Upon hearing this clarification, skepticism lingered among them until the Umbu member spoke up. "Lord Hoshino speaks the truth. I am indeed his subordinate. Your concerns are unwarranted." A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, though their gazes remained filled with reproach directed at Hoshino Kaede. "Ahem. Whose fault is it that your minds are so sluggish? Should I bear the blame?" Hoshino Fong shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. With the intelligence provided by the Dark Faction, coupled with the abilities of the BUG, everything was in place. As night fell, the group made their way unimpeded to the Hyuga clan's territory. Uchiha Nozomi activated his Sharingan, a tomo materializing in his gaze. His crimson eyes appeared particularly unsettling in the darkness. "Have you found it, Nozomi?" Hoshino Fong whispered softly, mindful of the late hour, as most had already succumbed to slumber. While the Sharingan may not rival the Byakugan in terms of perception, it holds its own at close range. "Do not rush. If we are discovered, it will spell disaster for me." Uchiha Wang proceeded with deliberate caution, each step taken with utmost care. At his words, Hoshino Fong nervously touched his nose. As the time for action drew near, the group began to recognize the flaws in their plan. Should an Uchiha infiltrate the Hyuga compound in the dead of night and be caught in the act, it would surely stir a commotion in Konoha. Hoshino Fong could easily envision the image of Hashirama, scratching his head in frustration. Hence, every action must be taken with utmost caution, otherwise, Uchiha Sasuke would be doomed. Hoshino Kaede is undoubtedly unharmed, the other two are mere civilians. Currently, Konoha is fervently supporting its civilian population, making it unlikely for them to impose severe penalties. Ultimately, the one facing punishment will be Uchiha Masashi, which is indeed quite unfortunate. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Masashi appears so hesitant. A sentiment that others readily comprehend and support. The Hyuga clan's territory is vast, only slightly smaller than that of the Uchiha, and after a thorough search, they finally pinpointed their target. Uchiha Masashi signaled to convey information to the group. Izawa Ikumi, already growing impatient, took the lead and stealthily entered upon confirming the target. Tada Takahiro, noticing this, immediately followed suit. Just as Uchiha Masashi was about to rise and venture inside, Hoshino Kaede remained motionless. "What is the matter?" Uchiha Masashi silently inquired. Hoshino Kaede furrowed her brows into a tight twist, turning her head to gaze at a certain direction. At that moment, a figure stood there. Uchiha Masashi widened his eyes in astonishment, and a second later, he immediately assumed a combat stance. Hoshino Kaede gently patted his shoulder, signaling him not to feel anxious. "You may go ahead. I have matters to discuss with him," Hoshino Kaede whispered in his ear. Uchiha gazed at this scene, furrowing his brow for a long moment before releasing his grip, casting a deep look at the figure, and then stepping into the room. Hoshino Kaede unleashed the flying Raijin Kunai from her hand, instantly arriving beside the shadowy figure. It is truly astonishing that Lord Tobarama would clandestinely visit the Hyuga clan's territory in the dead of night. Hoshino Fong stood opposite him, his expression devoid of emotion. In response to his veiled threats, Feijin remained unperturbed, casting a deep, contemplative gaze towards the few individuals within the room, a brow arched in mild surprise. "I am genuinely astonished that such a juvenile tactic was conceived by you." The tone of his voice elicited an immediate, displeased retort from Hoshino Fong. "Juvenile? I am merely a child, unlike you, who concocts schemes aplenty." He nearly pointed an accusing finger, branding him as insidious. Feijian accepted this characterization without reservation, as there were certainly many who spoke ill of him in private. One more detractor mattered little. It was neither a gain nor a loss, merely a triviality. Amidst their exchange, the trio led by Aizawa Akumi was eagerly preparing for action. Feijian observed this with keen interest but chose not to intervene. If you aspire to realize your dreams, then the caged bird is an obstacle you cannot evade, Feijian remarked, his words laden with implication. Hoshino Fong squinted his eyes, contemplating the profound implications of Tobarama's words. Chapter 36. Is immortality a curse? The Hyuga clan is steeped in tradition, with the caged bird legacy enduring for a millennium. Over time, it has not merely imprinted itself upon their physical beings. A chain has also been forged around their souls, harboring long-standing resentments between the main and branch families. To mend these rifts may require an extensive passage of time, or perhaps it is an endeavor doomed to futility. Tobarama, true to his wisdom, astutely identified the flaws within the Hyuga clan. The grievances between the main family and the branches resemble a ticking time bomb, the moment of detonation known only to fate. It lies deeply concealed within the heart of Konoha, demanding constant vigilance. Xingye Feng's lips curled upwards as she gazed at the myriad of stars in the sky. Given that Lord Tobarama has spoken at length, he must surely possess a solution, she mused. In response, Tobarama shook his head and candidly replied, alas. That is not the case. The root of the issue lies within the caged bird, and even I find myself powerless to liberate it. Moreover, the constraints embedded within the branches of the family are equally troublesome. As it stands, I am at a complete loss. Hoshino Fong let out a light chuckle, turning to gaze at him. So? The flicker in Tobira's eyes became markedly evident under the gentle illumination of the night. Thus, I wish to request your assistance in devising a plan for after my demise. Hoshino Fong gazed deeply at him, her eyes profound like a dark abyss, and spoke softly. What have you discovered? Tobarama's lips curled slightly into a confident smile, revealing that my assumptions were indeed correct. Hoshino Kaede gazed at him quietly, then sighed softly, expressing her admiration. You are truly perceptive. When did you notice? Tabichi smiled even more and replied, it wasn't so much a matter of noticing, but rather a gradual unveiling that ultimately led to my confirmation. Hoshino Kaede gazed with a look of uncertainty, raising an eyebrow as she awaited his continuation. Tosaka then remarked, I possess a certain understanding of time and space. You have attained eternal life, is that correct? Hoshino Fong remained silent, bowing his head. After a moment, he spoke, impressive, but can we be certain that our deductions are accurate? Toka shook his head, adopting a serious tone. Facts do not deceive. When all possibilities have been eliminated, the remaining one is the ultimate answer. Hoshino Kaede sighed softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. It is said that way, yet how many can truly achieve it? Tobarama gazed at him in silence until Hoshino Kaede continued. When I came to realize that I possessed infinite life, I was once filled with dread, fearing that all I held dear would fade with the passage of time. Yet someone advised me that fear serves no purpose, it only deepens your trepidation. Instead, one must strive to embrace and accept it. Xingye Feng wore a melancholic expression. Though his words were beautiful, the true understanding of them was exceedingly difficult. He continued, some have said that immortality is the cruelest punishment under heaven, a curse. What do you think? Feijian pondered for a moment and then replied with a light smile. Whether it is a punishment or a curse is solely for you to determine. Hoshino Kaede nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Tobarama spoke again. Little Kaede, do you wish to become Hokage? Hoshino Kaede cast a fleeting glance at him and retorted, what do you think? Tobarama smiled gently. My elder brother remarked, you are unlike us, and it appears that way now. You detest being constrained and yearn to break free from the confines of a narrow space. Hoshino Kaede sighed. The teacher knows me quite well. He is not wrong in his observations. Indeed, Tobarama raised an eyebrow, expressing his confusion. Hoshino Kaede stretched languidly, stifling a yawn. I simply feel that it's too early. Let us wait another decade or so. I haven't had enough fun yet. His gaze flitted energetically among his companions. Toby, however, furrowed his brow. A few dark lines etched across his forehead. Fun. Such a rationale is truly preposterous. Can someone like him genuinely lead Konoha towards peace? He expressed his profound skepticism. Well, dawn is approaching. It's time to depart. Hoshino Kaede glanced up at the changing sky, leaping down to prepare to join them. As Hoshino Kaede paused midway, he turned back and remarked, Konoha is not solely defined by the Hyuga. The Uchiha too share a profound misunderstanding. With that, he departed from the scene. Tobarama pondered over the final statement, a flicker of insight illuminating his mind before his figure vanished from sight. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and Hoshino Kaede stood vigil outside the gate. After executing their plan of retribution, the three stealthily emerged. How does it feel, having released that pent-up frustration? Are you at ease? Hoshino Kaede leaned against the wall and inquired. Mizukawa Ikumi, brimming with vitality, replied, absolutely. You should have seen his battered visage. His parents would scarcely recognize him. It was utterly delightful. Uchiha Michi remained taciturn, yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed his contentment. Even the typically timid Tsuda Takahiro displayed an unmistakable sense of relief upon his face. Upon seeing this, Hoshino Kaede nodded and remarked, all tasks have been completed. We should hasten our departure, for dawn is approaching. It was then that everyone realized the sky had already begun to brighten. Hoshino Kaede, employing familiar tactics once more, opened a spatial passage, allowing the group to swiftly traverse through it and emerge in a concealed location. After a night of relentless activity, although their spirits were high, their bodies and minds were utterly exhausted. The prolonged state of tension had left them on the brink of collapse the moment they emerged. The exhilaration was palpable. Aizawa Ikumi glanced around, ensuring the area was deserted before calling out loudly. Uchiha Nozomi's gaze lingered on Hoshino Kaede, caught in a struggle between wanting to speak and holding back. Hoshino Fong gently patted his shoulder and said, speak your mind. Do not keep it bottled up inside. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Wong directly inquired, who was the figure from before? At that moment, the sky was overcast and visibility was poor. The Sharingan was not omnipotent, revealing only vague outlines. Uchiha Wong speculated that it was likely a man. Hoshino Fong remarked, it is Lord Tobarama. Uchiha Nozomi furrowed his brow. His perception of Senju Tobarama was far from favorable. Whispers within the clan suggested that Senju Tobarama consistently harbored animosity towards the Uchiha. Although he did not wholly believe these claims, the incessant murmurings had ingrained an unconscious aversion within him. Hoshino Kaede remained oblivious and continued, I had a conversation with him. Would you like to hear about it? Uchiha Nozomi, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that while Hoshino Kaede might not care, it was imperative for him to be attentive. Discussions among the higher-ups were beyond the reach of someone of his stature. No, I am merely curious, he replied. Noticing Uchiha Nozomi's caution, Hoshino Kaede refrained from further comment and smiled. He then addressed the group, saying, let us conclude for today. Hurry back, and remember, training must not be neglected. After staying up all night, must we still train? Can we not rest first? Tsuda Takamitsu lamented. Though his talent was not lacking, he found himself at the bottom among his peers, compounded by his inherently lazy disposition, which rendered him averse to training. Hoshino Fong furrowed his brows, his expression grave, and his gaze sharp as he regarded him. No, it is imperative to practice. There must be no trace of negligence. Tsuda Takatora had never witnessed Hoshino Fang's stern demeanor before, and he was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. What's wrong? You seem rather anxious. Uchiha Masashi remarked, frowning slightly. Chapter 37, The 9 Years of Konoha Haha. Really? Hoshino Fong chuckled lightly. I am merely supervising him, nothing more. Takatora has a tendency to be lazy, and this cannot continue, thus I must be a bit stricter. Upon hearing this, Tsuda Takatora was immediately moved to tears. Hoshino Fong scratched his head, a look of confusion painting his face. Isn't it a bit excessive to be this moved? Uchiha Nozomi let out a cold laugh and remarked, take a closer look. Do those tears appear to be tears of joy? They are clearly tears of fright. Hoshino Fong awkwardly smiled, quickly diverting his gaze as if he hadn't seen anything. Well, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. Remember, don't be lazy. He hastily uttered these words before disappearing in a flash. When it came to fleeing, Hoshino Fong had never feared anyone. Hey, wait. Inuzuka Ikumi had just intended to call out, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. He runs really fast, Ikumi muttered with a resigned expression. Uchiha Nozomi approached Tsuda Takahiro and casually stated before turning to leave, make the most of your training. He might know something significant. Tsuda Takahiro froze for a second before comprehending. What? What do you mean? Yes, Nozomi. What do you mean? Please clarify. Ikumi interjected, hands on her hips. Visibly displeased, Uchiha Nozomi halted, his expression darkening, as if anticipating something ominous. Both were taken aback by his demeanor. Nozomi, you seem unwell. Should we visit a hospital? Tsuda Takahiro, oblivious to the situation, assumed he was ill. Uchiha Nozomi sighed deeply, slowly uttering, there may be war in our future, before departing. leaving the two in stunned silence. After a long moment, Ikumi murmured, "War? You must be joking. It's only been a few years of peace." Her face was one of disbelief, yet Nozomi had never lied. His instincts were eerily accurate. But war? Would it truly come to pass? Ikumi turned to Takahiro, whose eyes reflected dread, sighed, and grasped his hand, saying, "Come, I'll train with you. We'll double our training intensity from now on." Without allowing him a chance to protest, she dragged him towards the training grounds. Thus, Takahiro unwittingly commenced a harrowing existence that would span the coming years. On that day, it seemed the entirety of Konoha could hear his lamenting voice. Time flew by, spring giving way to autumn, and in the blink of an eye. 9 years had passed in Konoha. Gentle sunlight bathed the courtyard where Kiki Iki and Hoshino Fong sat facing one another. "Uncle Iki, you're being too hard on Shimo," he asked, barely over a year old. Hoshino Kaede observed the unsteady figure of Hatake Kakashi practicing fundamental skills in the yard, feeling a pang of sympathy as she spoke. Such a little one, having to endure the tediousness of training, it is truly pitiable. Hatake Ishin took a sip of green tea, casting a glance at his son, and replied in a calm manner, "At just 1 year old, it is the perfect time to lay a solid foundation for him. I appreciate your concern." But he finds joy in it himself. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede shook his head and sighed, choosing not to dissuade any further. One or two individuals, freely engaging with one another, made him appear the villain. Let us not dwell on him, but rather turn our attention to you. Kiki Ichin was seated upright on his knees, his posture exuding an air of dignity. "Me? What is there to discuss?" Hoshino Kaede squinted his eyes, savoring a sip of tea with pleasure. Kiki Ichin stared intently at him, leaving Hoshino Kaede feeling quite uncomfortable. "Mister, why do you gaze at me so?" Hoshino Kaede's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with resignation. Flagwood Ichin let out a cold snort, crossing his arms. "Why should I pay attention to you? You know the answer in your heart. Many families have become restless lately. Don't pretend you are unaware. Do you think I believe you? Have you nothing to say?" Hoshino Kaede found himself in a predicament, believing that this place would offer him some solace. His home had become unbearable, with visitors arriving every few minutes bearing gifts. Annoyed, he decided to relocate here, hoping to catch up with Sakujo. To his surprise, Uncle Ichin was equally concerned. After all, it was merely the position of the second Hokage. It was quite evident that Lord Tobarama would rightfully claim it. How could anyone harbor such delusions? "Uncle, I have no interest in the Hokage position at present," Hoshino Kaede declared, shaking his head vigorously as if the very notion were a tremendous burden. "Only you would shy away from it. Others would gladly welcome such an opportunity." Ichin was rendered speechless. "Well, that's because people tend not to cherish what comes too easily," Hoshino Kaede replied with a light chuckle. "As for the Hokage role, it is not my foremost concern at this moment." Intrigued, Ichin inquired, "Then what is?" "Why it is?" Hoshino Kaede leaned in conspiratorially, an air of mystery enveloping him. "My youth." With that, his playful expression ignited Ichin's desire to give him a good-natured thrashing. "Heh, uncle, you stand no chance against me. Perhaps you should save your energy for Sakujo instead." Hoshino Kaede blinked innocently, showing no signs of panic, and even had the audacity to redirect the blame elsewhere. "Alas, you." Hatake Ishin felt disheartened. Kaede's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fervent anger. However, "Shimo, go run laps around the courtyard." With a sweeping gesture, Hatake Ishin directed his frustration towards Shimo. The young Hatake Shimo, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend his father's sudden outburst. Nevertheless, in his innocent confusion, he instinctively obeyed his father's command, abandoning his wooden sword to begin his laps. "TSK, poor Shimo," Kaede lamented. Yet, he found pleasure in deriving joy from the misfortune of others. Upon hearing this, Hatake Ishin shot him a glare. Hoshino Kaede turned her head, whistling nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. Kiki Ichin felt compelled to clear his throat, prompting Hoshino Kaede to raise an eyebrow in his direction. "If you choose not to take on the role, so be it. At least the Hokage will remain stable for the time being. Perhaps when you mature a bit more, you may reconsider your stance." Hoshino Fong lowered her gaze, a glimmer of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "Alas, it seems that fulfilling the desires of the elder will not come to pass." Sigh. After a few years of tranquility, the turbulence begins anew. It is truly a relentless cycle. Kiki Ishin pondered alone, yet he understood that the struggle for power has been an unavoidable aspect throughout history. The position of Hokage is indeed enviable. Rest assured, Konoha's heights are lofty. Should it ever falter, it shall depend upon my consent. After feeling sentimental, Hoshino Phone heard these words, smiled broadly, and spoke with a touch of arrogance. In response, Chimu Isin neither affirmed nor denied, but rather concurred. After all, it had only been a few years since the training commenced, and his aura had grown increasingly formidable. It was likely that in due time, he would reach the level of a shadow. Shaw Mo, stop running and come over to rest for a while. Hoshino Phone beckoned to the little one. Chimu Isin showed little reaction to this, tacitly accepting it. The child, perceptive as he was, understood that his father's silence equated to agreement, and promptly scampered into Hoshino Feng's embrace. Come here. Look at you, drenched in sweat. It's all your father's fault for being too strict. Hoshino Kaede babbled incessantly, yet the affection woven into her words was unmistakably profound. Even Hatake Ishin couldn't help but steal a glance at his son. What is it about this boy that warrants such unwavering devotion from Kaede? He seems rather ordinary. Chapter 38. The Uchiha Clan Meeting. Hoshino Kaede relished a leisurely afternoon, utterly indifferent to the swirling discussions surrounding him. A few months prior, Hashirama had abruptly declared that Tobirama Senju would assume the responsibilities of governance. Initially, the populace was not surprised. After all, Hashirama did not strike one as particularly astute. It was likely a torment for him to be confined to an office. Many speculated that the Hokage was simply weary of such a lifestyle, but as time passed, Hashirama's infrequent appearances gave rise to a plethora of rumors. Whispers filled the air, with the majority centering on the Hokage's health. The prolonged absence from public view inevitably led to suspicions regarding his well-being. Meanwhile, the more informed Shinobi clans had unearthed deeper insights, collectively nurturing a troubling notion. The pillar of Konoha, the god of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama, might be nearing his end. Such conjectures were not without merit. From a young age, ninjas endure rigorous training, inevitably accruing hidden injuries that can impair their longevity. This is especially true for someone of Hashirama's caliber, who has faced countless battles and sustained numerous wounds. Even with formidable physical prowess, it is insufficient to stave off the inevitable decline of life. The sudden disappearance of the Hokage led many to entertain darker thoughts. At this moment, various clans convened to deliberate the future of the Hokage position. In the Uchiha clan S domain, all members capable of activating their Sharingan gathered, including Uchiha Masashi. They sat upright, their demeanor solemn. Ever since Uchiha Obito's defection, the Uchiha clan had fallen silent, refraining from any untoward actions for quite some time. The current clan leader, Uchiha Sara, cast a sharp gaze over everyone, momentarily lingering on Uchiha Q and Uchiha Masashi before retracting his attention. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. Everyone, the Hokage has been absent for an extended period, likely due to health issues. With rumors circulating in the village, what course of action should the Uchiha clan take? His words opened the floor for discussion, prompting a flurry of whispered exchanges among the gathered members. Soon, a middle-aged Uchiha rose, his expression fervent as he declared, "Leader, this is an opportunity. We, the Uchiha, can contend for the position of Hokage." His statement sparked a wave of excitement, drawing the attention of all present. Many nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, Uchiha Masashi is correct. It is time for the Hokage position to return to the Uchiha. One-third of the assembly voiced their support, a number significant enough to warrant attention. Uchiha Sara contemplated this, his brow furrowing deeply. He remained unaffected by their fervent declarations. How arrogant. We lack the strength to vie for the Hokage position at present. Naturally, where there are supporters, there are also dissenters. A young Uchiha spoke out against the proposition, his reasoning straightforward. The Uchiha clan currently lacked the necessary strength to succeed. Uchiha Masashi shot him a scathing glare, retorting, "You coward. You are unworthy of the Uchiha name." The young man scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Strength? What strength do we possess? Ever since that individual departed, our clan has teetered on the brink. Do you wish to plunge us deeper into despair? He dismissed the overzealousness of his compatriots as foolishness. Care to repeat that? And what if I do? The two exchanged heated words, their gazes igniting a silent conflict, charged with tension. Enough. Silence, all of you. Uchiha Sora's patience wore thin. What did they believe this was, a marketplace? As the clan leader intervened, he quelled the discord, his mind reeling from the chaos. What do the elders think? He shifted his focus to the three elders present, though perhaps not the strongest. Their wealth of experience far surpassed that of the younger generation. Just as the young man had suggested, the Uchiha were indeed precariously positioned. Since the founding of Konoha, the first rogue ninja had emerged from the Uchiha, a stigma that weighed heavily on the clan. Every step taken henceforth required utmost caution. One misstep could lead to disaster. As the saying goes, a household with an elder is akin to possessing a treasure, and now, the clan needed the wisdom of its elders. The eldest elder exchanged glances with the other two, stroking his graying beard before addressing the assembly. Leader, the position of Hokage is not ours to claim at this time. Elders, we. Uchiha Masashi could no longer contain himself, eager to interject. The eldest elder raised a hand to silence him. Patience, young one. Haste will cloud your judgment, he said languidly. He was the oldest in attendance, his age weighing heavily upon him. Were it not for the clan leader's repeated requests, he might have been enjoying a tranquil afternoon. Uchiha Masashi, respecting the elder's authority, begrudgingly sat back down. The eldest elder opened his eyes, surveying the crowd with a glint of clarity. If my intuition serves me right, the next Hokage will likely emerge from either Tobarama Senju or Hoshino Kaede. His words were delivered with conviction, instilling varied reactions among the clan members: resentment, astonishment, and regret. Uchiha Sora noted these responses with a heavy heart, lamenting the youth's susceptibility to the allure of immediate gains, which clouded their fundamental judgment. Why? Tobarama is one thing, but what merit does that boy, Hoshino Kaede, possess? Uchiha Masashi seethed, as if Kaede were his sworn enemy. Excuse me? The eldest elder's brow furrowed, poised to reprimand. However, Uchiha Sora preempted him, unleashing a formidable presence that enveloped the room, his gaze icy. Uchiha Masashi felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, his breath quickening under the weight of Sora's intensity. How dare you? Uchiha Sora thundered, his fury palpable, his crimson eyes blazing. Uchiha Masashi felt the pressure mount, unable to meet Sora's gaze. Strength does not solely belong to the leader, yet the leader must undeniably possess formidable power. Sora, let it be. They simply know too little of that individual, the eldest elder interjected, aiming to defuse the tension. Yet Uchiha Masashi remained obstinate, oblivious to the subtle signals of those around him. I am not mistaken. He is unworthy. You fool. Uchiha Sora's rage surged, his body trembling, disappointment radiating from his expression. At the same time, his attention remained fixed on Uchiha Masashi, for their bond was unique, and Masashi's exceptional talent could not be overlooked. Should he allow this rift to grow, it would be a detrimental loss for the clan. Chapter 39. The Hyuga without a shadow. Uchiha Masashi, with his neck craned defiantly, continued to disparage Hoshino Kaede, his discontent spilling forth, causing a palpable tension to envelop the Uchiha clan. This fool, with a sudden cold laugh. Uchiha Masashi wore a contemptuous expression. What do you mean, you little brat? Am I mistaken? Uchiha Sei had become increasingly paranoid, and upon hearing a rebuttal, he immediately retorted sharply. Uchiha Masashi squinted his eyes, feeling an uncomfortable sensation within, and mockingly replied, I am worried for your intellect. The elder has made himself quite clear. You are pushing the Uchiha into a pit of fire. The venomous words that escaped his lips pierced Uchiha Sei's fragile heart like sharp thorns. Curse you. He bellowed in rage, akin to a beast bereft of reason, seemingly intent on tearing the insolent child before him apart. His crimson Sharingan eyes, fueled by extreme emotions, opened uncontrollably, the tomo whirling rapidly. A chilling aura emanated from him. Uchiha Sei, driven by emotion, completely lost his composure and instantly appeared before Uchiha Masashi. His powerful hands reached out to lift him, ready to administer a lesson. Say, what are you doing? Stop it at once. Uchiha Sora thundered in fury. It was strictly forbidden to lay hands on a clan member. Yet, Uchiha Sei's sudden aggression caught everyone off guard, leaving no one to intervene. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sei's hand froze mid-air. Mitsuki, do you also believe this little brat is correct? He shouted vehemently. Uchiha Mitsuki narrowed his eyes, offering no response. In an instant, his figure flickered, and Uchiha Sei collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Thank you, Uchiha Masashi stammered, momentarily stunned. As he had failed to notice how Mitsuki had acted, his prowess was evident. Uchiha Mitsuki nodded slightly at him before returning to his seat. Someone, take Sei away. Enforce the clan's regulations. Uchiha Sora breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the swift action. Fortunately, Mitsuki had intervened in time. Otherwise, it would have led to trouble. His gaze shifted to the unconscious Uchiha Sei, and he promptly announced the punishment. Uchiha Sei was taken away, leaving an air of silence behind. Uchiha Sora exchanged glances with the elder, engaging in a silent conversation before speaking. The strength of Hoshino Kaede remains a mystery. He is rarely seen in action. However, Based on the information available, his power is not inferior to that of A.J. Nin. This revelation stirred a wave of astonishment. Had Uchiha Sei been present, he would surely have been shocked. Clan leader, is that truly possible? Yes, even with a bloodline limit, his strength cannot escalate so rapidly. Many voiced their skepticism, for Hoshino Kaede was merely 9 years old, an age that within the clan barely qualified one as a CH Nin. Yet, according to the leader's words, he was at least a J Nin. What about the highest level? Was he an elite J Nin? It was indeed hard to believe. Uchiha Sara raised his hands to silence the murmurs, stating gravely, "Do not doubt. This is the truth. His bloodline limit is exceedingly rare. Have you all forgotten the events that transpired a year ago in the Hokage clan's territory?" The clan leader's words left everyone momentarily stunned, prompting them to reminisce about that time. Uchiha Masashi lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, however, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as he recalled the night they had infiltrated the Hokage clan and thoroughly beaten the grandson of the main family's elder. Although the Hokage had attempted to conceal the news, the truth would ultimately emerge. The Uchiha clan still reveled in mocking the Hokage over the incident. Clan leader, could it be? Someone pondered aloud. Uchiha Sara closed his eyes and nodded slightly, although there was no concrete evidence. Many families were aware of who was responsible, yet none dared to confess. The Byakugan of the Hokage clan, with its unparalleled observational prowess, was indeed superior to the Sharingan. Despite this, they had been stealthily infiltrated. With such skills, they were not to be trifled with. As Uchiha Sara lamented, if such abilities were employed in assassination, who could stand in opposition? Upon hearing this, the members of the Uchiha clan fell into a contemplative silence. Seeing this, Uchiha Sara nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Moreover, do not forget that Hoshino Kaede is also a disciple of the Hokage. His power and status coexist. Such a person ascending to the position of Hokage would not surprise me. Therefore, the current Uchiha has no qualification to vie for the Hokage title." Having reached this point, even the most foolish would refrain from recklessness. Uchiha Sora had one more thought left unspoken. Ever since taking command of the police force, the clan's reputation had plummeted, drawing forth a torrent of grievances. This situation was exceedingly detrimental to the Uchiha. In the Hokage clan's territory, at the clan leader's residence, Hokage Ryufing knelt upon the tatami mat, his eyes closed in meditation, oblivious to the heated discussions of the clan elders. Beside him, Hokage Mori wore a serious expression. At 15, under his father's guidance, he was gradually assuming responsibility for the family. After all, Hokage Ryufing was aging, and his health was precarious. Cultivating a successor had become an urgent matter. Hokage Ryufing opened his eyes slightly, silently observing Hokage Mori. Unaware of his father's scrutiny, Hokage Mori furrowed his brow, intently listening to the passionate debates among the elders. The core of the discussion revolved around whether or not to contend for the position of Hokage. Hokage Mori's expression reflected his indecision as he glanced between the various elders, unable to reach a conclusion. This hesitance did not escape Hokage Ryufing's notice, and he shook his head in disappointment. "Mori, my child, you lack decisiveness. Indecision in critical moments is detrimental." It was clear he was overly cautious, unable to commit. As the elders' arguments grew more fervent, they ultimately turned their gaze toward the clan leader. "Clan leader, what do you think we should do?" Upon hearing this, Hokage Ryufing slowly opened his eyes, and Hokage Mori looked at his father, awaiting his response. "We should neither contend nor remain idle," he succinctly declared, prompting the elders to furrow their brows in confusion. "The clan leader implies we should observe the situation?" the second elder ventured. Hokage Ryufing nodded. The elder's disappointment was palpable as he pressed on. "Why? The Hokage clan is not inferior to any other family." "While that may be true, we lack top-tier combat power," Hokage Ryufing replied with a hint of sadness. The elder fell silent, his expression grim. The clan leader's assertion was indeed factual. This was a significant shortcoming for the Haiga. Ever since the passing of Hokage Tenrin, the clan had not produced any shadow-level powerhouses. Without shadow-level strength, how can we contend? Hokage Ryufing remarked with a bitter smile. The shadow, as a symbol of the ninja village, could not possess low power. The absence of such strength placed the Hokage clan at a natural disadvantage. Hokage Mori, sensing the gravity of the situation, offered solace. "However, there are many talented individuals within the clan. I've heard that the branch family member, Hinata, is only 13, yet is close to becoming a J Nin." Chapter 40. The struggle for the second Hokage position, Part 1. Hige Mori reassured. However, there are many talented individuals within the clan. I've heard that the branch family member, Hinata, is only 13, yet is close to becoming a Nin. He believed that as long as Hinata and Mei encountered no unforeseen circumstances, achieving the rank of Kage was merely a matter of time. Moreover, being from the branch family, they could be easily managed and posed no threat to the main house. What he initially thought to be a flawless plan, however, rendered his father and several elders speechless. A pang of anxiety gripped Hinata as he glanced at his father, confusion and unease flickering in his eyes. Father, am I mistaken? Hinata Ryu Feng sighed deeply, managing a wry smile. What you said a year ago may have been correct, but now he reminisced about events from a year prior, his heart heavy with lament. A year ago? What transpired? Hinata asked, his expression one of bewilderment. The third elder of the main house, recalling his grandson's situation, could not suppress a cold snort. The eldest elder turned his head, casting a warning glance at him, signaling that this was a scandal belonging to the Hinata clan. Eldest elder, he must eventually know. Hinata Ryu Feng sighed, then turned his gaze toward the half-understanding Hinata, continuing, 1 year ago, during the family competition, the members of the main house used caged birds. Are you aware? Hinata nodded blankly. This incident had indeed caused discontent among the branch families. Yet, no matter how discontented they were, it was swiftly suppressed without exception. The punished branch family was none other than Hinata and Mei. Hinata Ryu Feng spoke with a sense of melancholy, his gaze shifting to the third elder, anger simmering in his eyes. Had it not been for your grandson's reckless use of caged birds, Mei would not have become estranged from the family. The third elder, under the weight of the clan leader's stare, involuntarily lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. Upon hearing this, Hinata furrowed his brow. But what of Hinata and Mei? The branch family exists solely for the main house. This is a responsibility she was born to bear. Hinata Ryu Feng's expression darkened at his words, while the elders wore expressions of agreement. With a stern countenance, Hinata Ryu Feng scoffed softly. Indeed, it has been thus in the past, but a colossal blunder has occurred, compounded by the involvement of another individual. The ultimate consequence is that Hinata and Mei cannot be trifled with. Hinata, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. What business is it of anyone to meddle in matters of the Hinata clan? Father, how can you endure this? Youthful exuberance and impulsiveness characterized his reaction, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the main house, instilling a fierce sense of familial honor within him. While this was not inherently negative, it often clouded his judgment, blinding him to the path ahead. Hinata Ryu Feng regarded the furious Hinata and spoke slowly. You should be familiar with Hoshino Kaede. Given your prowess, why not have a word with him? At the mention of this name, Hinata's fury momentarily faltered, and he awkwardly settled down. He was well aware of what this name represented. After Mei fell into a coma, the third elder's grandson was thoroughly beaten in the dead of night, his body a patchwork of injuries. In the aftermath, we conducted investigations, but found no leads, though we all harbored a suspicion. Hinata Ryu Feng sipped his tea and continued. Hinata, you shuddered at the mention of this name, did you not? Is it Hoshino Kaede? Not entirely foolish, Hinata Ryu Feng replied without directly affirming it. Since that incident, Mei is no longer someone we can easily manipulate. Your thoughts are fundamentally flawed. As he concluded, Hinata Ryu Feng felt a deep sense of regret. Had that incident never occurred? Had Sai? The position of Hokage is one I cannot vie for. Senju Tobarama and Hoshino Kaede are both beyond our reach. I suspect the Uchiha clan harbors similar sentiments. Hinata Ryu Feng lamented, there are many intelligent individuals. Though the Uchiha are proud, they are not lacking in intellect. They are likely convening a clan meeting now, but the outcome should align with their expectations. The winds of change swept through Konoha, with streets abuzz with speculation about the next Hokage. Prominent families fell silent, instructing their members to speak less to avoid missteps. In such an atmosphere, a month passed. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed atop the rooftops, as nearly all the Umbu were mobilized, targeting various prominent families. Within the Hatake residence, Hoshino Kaede maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the Umbu delivering a message. Understood. After receiving a response, the individual departed promptly. Hoshino Kaede quietly lifted her head, deep in contemplation. It seems that matters are about to reach a resolution. Do you truly not intend to contend for it? From around the corner emerged Hatake Ishin. Interrupting Kaede's thoughts, she decisively shook her head, her face expressing disdain, and said, "Uncle Ishin, please refrain from testing me further. I have no interest in the position of Hokage at present. Why would I choose to linger in that wretched place instead of enjoying the prime of my life?" Her words were laced with a palpable aversion towards the Hokage role, as if it were a troublesome burden. This resolute rejection was anticipated by Hitaki Ishin, who, upon hearing Keith's candidness, merely chuckled softly. When I first arrived in Konoha, Lord Tobarama was quite helpful, so? Oh, I'm well aware of that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so accommodating, Keith interjected, waving her hand dismissively, fully cognizant of the situation. Her magnanimity left Ishin feeling a profound sense of shame. His expression wavered. His mouth slightly agape, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Hoshino Kaede cradled her head in her hands, gazing up at the azure sky. Without uttering a word, I remained unfazed, yet if this continues, I shall truly become irate. With a smile gracing her lips, Hoshino Kaede turned to him. Thank you, she expressed, her gratitude condensed into a succinct acknowledgement. The time had come to depart. The main event was about to commence. Hoshino Kaede chuckled lightly, adopting a demeanor akin to that of an onlooker eager for the spectacle. With that, she activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the surrounding scenery shifted, transporting them to the front of the Hokage building. The area was bustling with a throng of people, their numbers seemingly endless. It appears today will be quite lively, Hoshino Kaede remarked, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Lady Hoshino, an aged voice resonated, prompting her to turn. It was Elder Hyuga Ryufeng, whom she had not seen in quite some time. It's been a while. How have you been? A warm smile adorned Ryufeng's face, his gentle demeanor reminiscent of a kind elder, though in truth, he was not yet 50. Nevertheless, the marks of time were distinctly etched upon his features. Thank you for your concern, Lady Hoshino, Ryufeng replied, modestly. In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme, and with a mere glance, he discerned that the individual before him had surpassed him. The meeting is about to begin. I shall take my leave now, Elder Ryufeng. Hoshino Feng was not well acquainted with him. They had merely crossed paths a few times. After exchanging a few pleasantries and nodding slightly, he proceeded towards the towering edifice. Hinata Ryufeng observed the retreating figure, his expression calm, lost in contemplative thoughts. After standing still for a moment, he too began to stride forward. Chapter 41, The Struggle for the Position of Second Hokage, Part 2. The Hokage building appeared even more magnificent than during his previous visit. The economy of Konoha had soared, and the once meager coffers had swelled. With newfound financial abundance, it was only natural to seek modernization. The interior had been completely renovated, the space enlarged, and it now radiated a fresh vitality. As Hoshino Kaede entered, his gaze immediately fell upon his teacher, who sat in the foremost position, eyes closed in a state of repose. The slightest sound stirred Hashirama from his slumber, and upon seeing his disciple, he offered a gentle smile. At first glance, he appeared robust and in good spirits, a perception shared by outsiders. Yet, Hoshino Kaede understood that this was merely a facade that Hashirama maintained. In his eyes, the vitality of his teacher was in a constant state of decline. The once unparalleled aura that could move the heavens and earth had now waned, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, easily extinguished. Nevertheless, despite this deterioration, the remaining strength was still sufficient to assert dominance overall. He remained the god of Shinobi. Their eyes briefly met before Hoshino Kaede averted his gaze, taking his seat in silence. He occupied the same position beside Hashirama, but this time, he felt no pressure. Indeed, it was quite effortless. Such was the advantage that strength conferred. With ample resources at hand, who would dare to challenge him? Moreover, in light of the recent Hyuga incident, Hoshino Kaede radiated an aura of kindness. Just as Hoshino Kaede settled in, Senju Tobarama followed closely behind, accompanied by 6 disciples. At the age of 17, they had already begun to shine, their prowess evident as they achieved the rank of Jainin, earning a reputation for brilliance within Konoha. The arrival of Senju Tobarama prompted murmurs of discussion among the assembled crowd. Most clans were acutely aware of the situation, believing that the position of the second Hokage would undoubtedly be filled by either Tobarama or Hoshino Kaede. Among the two, Tobarama's support was overwhelming. Given that he had been managing Konoha in recent years, his abilities and methods were well recognized, while Hoshino Kaede was deemed too young. Although his strength was commendable, his experience was lacking. Despite being a disciple of the Hokage, his age rendered him insufficient to command respect. Some speculated that the meeting was merely a formality, with the position of Hokage already decided in advance. After a while, as the attendees gathered, Hashirama surveyed the room and then slowly rose, exclaiming, There have been many rumors circulating in Konoha lately, claiming that I am gravely ill. Allow me to dispel this rumor. I am in excellent health. Please take it as a jest." His sunny disposition brightened the previously somber atmosphere, eliciting soft laughter from the assembly. Yet, beneath the lightheartedness, everyone understood the grim reality. It was imperative that the matter remained concealed, for all were aware that should Hashirama pass, the land of fire would undoubtedly be plunged into chaos. Surrounding nations, upon learning of such news, might ignite a war, eager to seize the coveted resources of the land of fire, long coveted by them. Thus, the attendees maintained their facade, responding with laughter and smiles. Satisfied with their reactions, Hashirama nodded before shifting the conversation. "However, I must admit, I have been quite inadequate in my role as Hokage." At this, the audience straightened, their expressions turning serious as they listened intently. The contest for the position of second Hokage had officially commenced. Hashirama continued, "Though I am hailed as the god of Shinobi, that is merely in terms of martial prowess. I am truly inept at managing a village. Were it not for my brother Tobarama's assistance, I doubt Konoha could function at all. Therefore, I have decided to step aside and allow someone more capable to take the helm." A sense of guilt washed over Hashirama as he belittled his own worth. Listening nearby, Hoshino Kaede felt a chill run down his spine. What a ridiculous statement. Even if it were meant to set the stage, it need not be so blatant. As soon as the words fell, all eyes suddenly converged upon Hoshino Kaede. Becoming the center of attention left him rather uncomfortable. He was acutely aware of the meaning behind such gazes. They simply wished to gauge his reaction and discern if he harbored any discontent. These old fellows. It wasn't just them. Tobarama's gaze was also directed at him, as were those of the disciples behind him. The matter pertained to the position of Hokage. And should Tobarama ascend to that role, their own statuses would inevitably rise as well. People are driven by fame and fortune, and there is no shame in that. In fact, a lack of response would be far more peculiar, potentially giving rise to dubious thoughts. How exasperating it is that I must reiterate my stance. Hoshino Kaede scratched his head in frustration and sighed. "I concur with my teacher's words. At present, Lord Tobarama is the most suitable candidate for Hokage. As for myself, I'm not inclined towards that position at this moment." His tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if discussing trivial matters, yet Tobarama breathed a sigh of relief. Despite their years of camaraderie, he understood that uncertainties could arise until everything was finalized. With Hoshino Kaede's statement, it became clear that matters were nearly settled. The position of the second Hokage was destined for Senju Tobarama. Hashirama gazed at his disciple, shaking his head in amusement. This child spoke with such casualness. Yet, this was perhaps a virtue, for not everyone can maintain their true nature. After a moment for everyone to digest the news, Hashirama spoke again. "Currently, the candidate for Hokage is tentatively set as Tobarama, with Hoshino Kaede voluntarily withdrawing. Does anyone else wish to self-nominate?" Although he knew it was unlikely anyone else would step forward, he felt it necessary to say so. One must not leave room for speculation. Perfection is the pursuit. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans had remained notably silent from the outset, appearing merely as listeners. Other clans such as Inuzuka, Sarutobi, and Shimura were even less capable of competing in terms of status and strength. For a moment, they exchanged glances, yet no one dared to step forward. After a brief pause, the silence persisted. Observing this, Hashirama declared, "Thus, the sole candidate for Hokage is Senju Tobarama, succeeding as the second Hokage." With a definitive tone, Hashirama's proclamation marked the birth of the second Hokage. Congratulations flowed forth from the crowd, praises spilling from their lips. Hashirama took a step back, ceding the floor to Tobarama, and approached Hoshino Kaede, speaking in a barely audible voice. "What do you think?" Hoshino Kaede gazed intently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The process felt remarkably smooth. She had anticipated encountering numerous obstacles. The original course of events was destined to unfold differently, yet due to your presence, it has proceeded with far greater ease. Hashirama remarked with a smile. Hoshino Phone was momentarily taken aback. He had such an effect? Seeing this, Hashirama explained. "The Hyuga clan's arrogance has been indirectly subdued by you due to recent events. The Uchiha, with Kagami in the mix, have managed to navigate their internal discord without causing disturbances. As for the Senju, the current Hokage still belongs to the Senju clan, which poses no dissatisfaction. But the next successor cannot be from the same lineage, otherwise, complications may arise." After this analysis, Hoshino Phone couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. He had assumed his mentor was politically naive, yet he demonstrated such comprehensive and coherent reasoning. So, it seems I've played an indirect role, Hoshino Fong remarked. Hashirama nodded, responding, Indeed, thus, your contribution has facilitated Tobarama's smooth ascension. Chapter 42. The God of Shinobi is a henpecked husband. With the Hokage position settled, Tobarama's disciples couldn't contain their joy and approached to offer their congratulations. Inside the conference room, a chorus of praises erupted. And even the Uchiha and Hyuga wore expressions of delight, particularly the Uchiha, as it was well known that Tobarama harbored animosity towards them. Failing to make a favorable impression could lead to potential repercussions. Observing the encircled Tobarama, Hoshino Fong shuddered, his face reflecting a hint of apprehension. Thank goodness I didn't take on that role. It seems utterly chaotic. It was no surprise, after all, everything was done in the name of family legacy. Which was entirely reasonable. Hashirama chuckled as he surveyed the scene before him. When he first became Hokage, it didn't seem quite like this. Was it fear? Or trepidation? It appeared Tobarama had left an unfavorable impression in their minds, fearing retribution later. However, it was perhaps for the best. A new official must assert themselves, lest they be unable to keep control. With matters concluded, their presence here had little significance. Hashirama gestured for Hoshino Fong to follow him as they exited the building. Ascending to the Hokage rock, Konoha seemed to have expanded somewhat. He recalled a few years prior when it appeared to be in a state of disrepair. Konoha sprawled beneath Hoshino Kaede, who gazed upon the bustling streets and throngs of people, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He vividly recalled that only a few years prior, Konoha was still in its developmental phase, grappling with a severe shortage of both housing and populace. The economy was dismal, often leaving teachers troubled by financial woes. Yet now, everything seemed to have fallen into place. Indeed, the transformation of Konoha was remarkable, mused Hashirama. He reminisced about his early days as Hokage, when Konoha was but a blank canvas, and he himself had aided in the construction of its very houses. Now, however, this once tender sapling flourished with vibrant vitality, reaching skyward with boundless potential. Alas, Madara could not witness this. Suddenly, Hashirama's spirits waned, and he spoke with an air of wistfulness. Hoshino Kaede's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. That may not be the case. He will surely witness it in the future. Changing the subject, his emotions shifted like the weather, and Hashirama was instantly brimming with vitality. He gazed tenderly at the village they had built together, as if regarding his own child. Come, play a few rounds with me. Hoshino Kaede gazed at the gambling apparatus before her, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Teacher, could you perhaps be more serious? She asked. Hashirama contemplated earnestly for a moment before replying, I believe this is indeed a serious matter. His expression conveyed an air of gravitas, as if he were engaged in a momentous undertaking. Hoshino Kaede sighed in resignation. The glimmer of expectation in his eyes rendered him unable to refuse. Very well. Just this once. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately commenced. Ha! I have triumphed. At long last, I have secured a victory. Little Kaede, your fortune seems rather dismal. Would you like me, a seasoned expert, to impart some wisdom? Your luck is worse than mine. You haven't won a single round. After playing dozens of games, Hoshino Kaede found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Was his gambling luck truly that abysmal? Not a single win? Unwilling to concede defeat, Hoshino Kaede played from dawn until dusk, both of them oblivious to the passage of time. Finally, Hashirama experienced the exhilaration of victory through Hoshino Kaede. Little Kaede, I have always considered myself unlucky, yet I never anticipated encountering someone with even worse luck. Ha! Hashirama slapped his thigh, laughing heartily without a shred of decorum. To Hoshino Kaede's ears, that laughter felt like mockery. Hoshino Fong gritted his teeth and uttered defiantly, I refuse to accept this. Bring it on. He could not bring himself to acknowledge that his luck was worse than that of his teacher. It simply defied logic. Still want to continue? Have you two forgotten something? A gentle voice drifted from behind them. Both Hashirama and Hoshino Fong stiffened, mechanically turning around to behold the kindly visage of Uzumaki Mido approaching them step by step. The tendrils of dark mist emanating from her being sent shivers down their spines, causing them to swallow nervously. Hashirama's complexion turned ashen as he stammered in explanation. Mido, please let me explain. It's not as you imagine. With a smile that bore no warmth, Uzumaki Mido replied, Is that so? Because from what I observed all afternoon, it appears you were thoroughly engrossed. Dread filled Hashirama's mind as he thought, oh no, who could have anticipated that Mido would endure a whole afternoon in silence? Now, they were caught red-handed. Since her physical condition had gradually deteriorated, Mito had become exceedingly strict, overseeing every matter with scrutiny. Especially when it came to gambling. Every time she discovered such behavior, there would be no mercy. I was merely an accomplice. It was the teacher who forced me, Hoshino Phone weakly protested. Ah, I nearly forgot about you, Uzumaki Mito said, turning her head with a frosty expression and seizing his ear. You were well aware of Hashirama's condition, yet you still went along with it. Hoshino Phone winced in pain, wondering how he had found himself in this familiar predicament. He dared not retort and, instead, submissively admitted, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Seeing Hoshino Phone being chastised like a frightened quail, Hashirama couldn't help but interject, Mito, it was I who wanted to play with little Phone. He had no part in it. Oh, teacher, he thought, could you please refrain from speaking? You're only adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Uzumaki Mito's fury escalated, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Releasing her grip on Hoshino Fang's ear, she walked towards Hashirama with an impassive expression. Each step seemed to create a pit, leaving Hoshino Phone trembling in fear. This is terrifying. Truly, one must not provoke Mito. Teacher, may you seek divine protection. A sense of impending doom filled Hashirama's heart, and in an instant, he felt a surge of anxiety, swallowing hard as he instinctively crouched down, shaking uncontrollably. The legendary god of Shinobi reduced to a henpecked husband, Hoshino Phone could only cover his eyes in disbelief. Peering through his fingers, he caught a glimpse of a scene unfit for children. Cries of despair echoed through the sky, startling birds into flight and causing creatures to flee in terror. After a quarter of an hour, once her anger had subsided, Uzumaki Mito clapped her hands together and exhaled deeply. Upon witnessing this scene, Hoshino Kaede, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, retrieved an exquisite tea set from the spatial realm and diligently poured water for his Miner's wife. His endearing smile elicited amusement from Mito, who shot him a knowing glance. Enough, it's clear you cannot refuse Hashirama's requests. If he behaves this way again, inform me, I shall handle him, she declared, with the privilege of authority. Hoshino Kaede breathed a sigh of relief. Mito, your methods are rather severe. It stings. Hashirama grimaced, the sensation of soreness enveloping his entire being. Expertly masked by Mito's precision. What do you expect for staying out so late? You deserve it. Uzumaki Mito retorted, lowering her gaze to sip her tea. Soothing her throat, Hashirama chuckled awkwardly and then shot a fierce glare at his disciple. Mito let out a cold snort, her meaning unmistakable, while Hoshino Kaede stifled a laugh. Truly, every being has their vulnerabilities. Even the deity of the ninja world is not exempt. Chapter 43, The Intricacies of Temporal Reversal. The atmosphere in Konoha had transformed. The once-spirited First Hokage entrusted his responsibilities to Tobirama. After a month of preparation, the official inauguration ceremony for the second Hokage commenced amidst the cheers of the populace. Time advanced to the 10th year of Konoha. In this year, Hashirama's granddaughter Tsunade was born, as well as Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Concurrently, Senju Tobirama began to assert control over Konoha, initiating a series of sweeping reforms. Many outdated institutions were dismantled, and personnel underwent rotation. Tobirama's political acumen was unparalleled. His insight was exceptional, and every policy he implemented resonated with the current needs of Konoha. He balanced the power dynamics among the prominent clans while fostering the growth of the village. Even Hoshino Kaede, who was not particularly fond of Tobirama, could not help but admire how, under his leadership, Konoha's strength flourished. Meanwhile, his disciples, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, gained considerable renown as the most distinguished among them. Hiruzen's comprehensive prowess earned him even greater acclaim. Tobirama praised him lavishly, instilling a sense of urgency in others to strive harder. However, Hoshino Kaede remained indifferent to such matters. Tsukumo, squat down, arms raised, maintain your balance. Kaido, have you forgotten to eat? Your punches lack force. And you may focus on your training. Stop gazing around and observe how Watanabe does it. Within the courtyard of the Hitaki estate, Hoshino Kaede reclined on a makeshift lounge chair. Eyes closed as he pointed out the shortcomings of several trainees. The transition of Hokages had little impact on him. He continued to eat and sleep as usual. Occasionally, he would lead his companions through rigorous training sessions to alleviate their fatigue. In the courtyard, young Hitaki Tsukumo, his cheeks flushed, clenched his teeth as he struggled to maintain a horse stance. At just 2 years old, he already displayed remarkable willpower, which brought not only admiration but also more stringent training. Huff! Young Hitaki Tsukumo exhaled softly, his mind drifting as he sought to distract himself. Yet, the reality of muscle fatigue and pain was undeniable, his arms trembling like leaves in the wind. Having stood for so long, his legs had long since lost all sensation. Hoshino Kaede observed everything with keen eyes, nodding discreetly. However, as her gaze shifted, her expression darkened immediately. She rose from her seat and approached Turu Takahira. Speaking with a tone imbued with disappointment, "Takahira, doesn't the sensation of idleness feel rather delightful?" Her ominous words sent a chill down Takahira's spine, prompting him to train even harder, not daring to glance back. "Humph, should I catch you slacking off once more, you shall run laps around the village," Hoshino Kaede remarked with a huff before returning to her lounge chair. Hinata Nami interjected, "How can you criticize Takahira? I believe the laziest of all here is actually you." Hoshino Kaede, with a heart-wrenching expression, clutched his chest and lamented, "Kagami, I am merely overseeing your efforts. It is indeed a thankless task. How could you speak of me in such a manner? I am utterly heartbroken." His woeful demeanor, however, failed to deceive Hinata Kagami, who merely shot him a disdainful glance before turning her attention back to her training in soft boxing. Observing her disregard, a triumphant smile spread across Kaede's face. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly upon everyone, their clothes drenched in sweat, yet they remained engrossed in their training. Xingyafeng nodded with satisfaction. Possessing talent yet failing to realize it is akin to having a treasure mountain without awareness. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Xingyafeng gauged their condition and observed the weary individuals before finally showing mercy and speaking up. "That will suffice. Let us take a moment to rest." At last, "I am utterly exhausted." No sooner had he spoken than Nadu Takahiro collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position. Uchiha Michi looked at the ungraceful Tadu Takahiro with disdain. Despite his own fatigue, his expression remained relatively unchanged. He silently leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to recuperate and gradually regain his strength. In contrast, the youngest among them, Hataki Tsukumo, appeared far more disheveled. The others had all endured hellish training before, and this level of exertion was something they could grit their teeth and withstand. However, Hataki Tsukumo had never encountered such intense training. Even Hataki Kakashi had not been so merciless. Hoshino Kaede observed Shikumo, who was doubled over and retching, and shook his head in resignation. The pallid-faced Shikumo felt as though his mind were swirling. His entire being was clamoring in agony. This suffering was not merely physical. And Adanami, unable to bear the sight, brought him a glass of water. Thank you," he gasped, his lungs ablaze as the air entered his mouth, resembling a form of torment, rendering him incapable of articulating a complete sentence. Witnessing the distress of the little one, Hinata Nami cast a fierce glare at Hoshino Kaede, silently accusing him of his cruel treatment of a child. Hoshino Kaede blinked innocently, as if to say, "How could I possibly know?" Upon witnessing Aizawa Ikumi at a disadvantage, she promptly joined the fray. Shikumo must consider himself unfortunate to have such a brother. Xingyafeng, feeling indignant, remarked, "Why am I the one suffering misfortune? Generally, one would be fortunate to have an older brother like me. Regardless, matters concerning my brother are entirely voluntary on my part." Taking a breath, Chimu Tsukumo resolutely stood by Xingyafeng's side and clarified, "You see, he hasn't expressed any grievances himself, so why are you all causing a commotion?" Hoshino Kaede, resembling a triumphant general, cast a smug and provocative gaze upon the two individuals. Instantly, Hinata Hanabi remarked with a hint of envy, "With such a considerate younger brother, one can only wonder what you did in your past life." Shikamaru Tsukumo looked at her with a bewildered expression, feeling that he had done nothing extraordinary. "Simply speaking the truth." "You have misunderstood me," Hoshino Kaede said as she crouched beside Tsukumo. "I possess a great sense of propriety." As she spoke, chakra coalesced in her hands, enveloping Shikamaru Tsukumo. Immediately, a wondrous energy surged into his young body, washing away his fatigue like a receding tide and revitalizing him with newfound vigor. Observing Tsukumo's rosy complexion, Hoshino Kaede nodded in satisfaction. Hinata Hanabi stood in stunned silence, while Izumi Ikuzawa exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can actually restore one's stamina." Uchiha Masashi observed the scene thoughtfully, beginning to form an idea in his mind. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi snapped back to reality and approached Shikamaru Tsukumo, gently prodding him. With a mischievous smile, Hoshino Kaede revealed the reason behind his actions. It was not a ninjutsu. Rather, he had reversed Shuamo's time by half a day, restoring him to a state of vitality. Such simple words belied a terrifying effect. Over the years, he had not remained stagnant. His mastery over time had gradually deepened, allowing him to extend the duration of time he could reverse. Furthermore, he had narrowed the scope of this ability so that it could be applied to the human body without affecting others. In the future, He might even be able to reverse cellular time, thereby achieving true immortality. However, that day was likely still far off. Just as his words fell, a cacophony of gasps erupted in the courtyard. Hoshino Fong had anticipated their reactions, leisurely returning to his reclining chair. "Oh dear, it's no big deal. There's no need for such an uproar," he remarked. Hinata Yumi and Inazawa Ikumi exchanged glances, a shared thought emerging in their minds. They truly wished to give him a good thrashing to vent their frustrations. Chapter 44. The sage of Myoki Mountain Uchiha Saki felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, unexpectedly harboring the same sentiment as the two. What was this overwhelming air of pretentiousness? Suddenly, her hands felt a bit restless. Hoshino Kaede gently swayed in his recliner, a look of utter contentment adorning his face, making it easy to imagine the joy he felt within. Casting a glance at Tadu Takatora, who was feigning death on the ground, he remarked, "Takatora, if you wish to play dead, you might as well practice a little longer. I wouldn't mind." In an instant, the one sprawled on the floor sprang up with the agility of a carp leaping from the water, standing tall and exuding a vibrant spirit. Xingye Feng chuckled softly and shook her head, then allowed them to take a brief respite before continuing. She then stepped outside in search of amusement. As Hoshino Kaede stepped outside, behind him, Aizawa Ikumi muttered softly, "Humph, he seems quite carefree while we are left to endure the rigors of training." Hinata Nami nodded in agreement, her face reflecting envy as she remarked, "Indeed, when will I ever have the freedom to do as I please? I am utterly exhausted." At that moment, a cold voice shattered her daydreams with unrelenting harshness. "Do not harbor such thoughts. Even after another decade, you shall find no opportunity." Hinata Nami's forehead twitched with anger as she clenched her fists and charged towards Uchiha Nozomi, ferociously demanding, "Nozomi, do you dare repeat that? Provoking someone may lead to a beating, but inciting a woman, well, you might find yourself etched in her memory for a lifetime." Uchiha Nozomi observed the ominous aura rising behind Hinata Nami and the sudden surge of her formidable presence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his tense face. Yet he maintained a facade of calmness as he replied, "In all honesty, that is indeed the case. Oh dear, a master of self-destruction has emerged." It seemed that Uchiha Nozomi was destined to remain single for eternity. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Nami narrowed her eyes and approached him with a playful smile. Uchiha Nozomi felt an overwhelming pressure. As she drew closer, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Just as he attempted to retreat, he was seized by Hinata Nami, who gripped his collar with a glint of menace in her eyes, dragging him into a room. Tada Takahiro, shrinking back in fear, perked up his ears. Soon, a cacophony of sounds erupted, accompanied by the faint cries of Uchiha Nozomi in distress. The young Hatake Tsukumo tilted his head in confusion, nibbling on his fingers as he pondered, "Are my brother and sister playing a game?" The noise is quite loud. Unbeknownst to Hoshino Kaede, who strolled along the street with his hands behind his head, wearing a look of disinterest, he sighed, "Why is it that no one challenges me? Isn't this how stories are written? To dare speak without the courage to act, how tantalizing." Xingye Feng felt an immense displeasure as he traversed the path, inundated by a plethora of idle gossip. Curiously, all the murmurs pertained to him. Whispers suggested that the second Hokage's relationship with him had soured, claiming that upon assuming the role of Hokage, he had neglected him. Tobirama, it seemed, was quite adept in his machinations, skillfully manipulating public sentiment. The emergence of such rumors undoubtedly bore the hallmark of Tobirama's influence. Even if he were not the originator, he certainly acquiesced to them. The precision with which he orchestrated these narratives was commendable, capable of both causing distress and maintaining a measure of control. Contemplating this, a wave of frustration washed over Xingye Feng, and he mentally noted this grievance in his little ledger, observing the furtive glances and whispers around him. It was evident that they believed themselves to be concealing their intentions quite adeptly. Xingye Feng was increasingly disheartened, unable to confront the villagers. He chose to retreat into the nearby grove to soothe his troubled mind. The verdant forest flourished around him as he wandered aimlessly, following his whims. Suddenly, he came to a halt, squinting into the distance. A frog? It appeared to be waiting for me. The thought flitted through his mind as he gazed with intrigue at the obstructive amphibian. Its demeanor seemed familiar, exuding an air of formidable presence yet possessing an understated grace, as if it were one with nature itself. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, if there is a purpose for your obstruction here?" Xingye Feng pondered aloud. "Oh, a polite child. You seem rather unfazed," the sizable frog, adorned with white whiskers, replied, a glint of surprise flashing in its eyes. "I have been instructed by the great frog sage to await a certain individual, initially expecting an adult. It appears, however, that the one I await is indeed this young lad before me." Master spoke of you. You must be the sage of Daisaku, Shin Yefeng suddenly recalled. He remembered that Hashirama had once mentioned Miaomu Mountain, one of the 3 sacred sites, each with its own advantages. Master? The sage of Daisaku contemplated for a moment before suddenly slapping his forehead. Ah, I remember now. Little Hashirama has indeed spoken of you. Hoshino Kaede wore a smile. Yet it soon faltered. It seems you have previously declined the spiritual contract from Myokuzen. What, do you hold us in disdain? Suddenly, the immortal Fukasaku shifted his tone. Adopting a grave demeanor, as if reproaching Hoshino Kaede for her perceived slight. Hoshino Kaede waved his hands in protest, explaining, how could that be? Myokuzen is a sacred place for immortals, and countless individuals yearn to establish a contract here. Immortal Shinsaka nodded appreciatively, yet soon returned to the previous topic. If that is the case, then why not forge a contract? That. Hoshino Kaede's mind raced, a thick mist materializing around him. He remained oblivious to the cunning glint in Shinsaku's eyes as he continued to ponder a plausible justification. Ha ha ha, never mind, Shinsaku exclaimed suddenly, bursting into a hearty laugh that resonated with joviality, leaving Hoshino Kaede momentarily taken aback. The contract is mutual. Myokuzen never imposes. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. Shinsaku leaped onto Hoshino Kaede's shoulder, chuckling as if the previous seriousness had been but a figment of Kaede's imagination. Hiki. Hoshino Kaede exhaled in relief. Gazing at the immortal perched upon his shoulder, his fondness for Shinsaku soaring. It seemed that this immortal was quite amiable, he mused. With that thought, Hoshino Kaede tilted his head slightly and inquired, what brings you here, immortal Shinsaku? The toads of Myokuzen do not appear in the ninja realm without reason. They are typically quite lethargic and seldom venture into the world of summoning. As an immortal, you would be even less likely to do so. Upon hearing this, immortal Shinsaka suddenly recalled his task, clearing his throat before replying, the great toad sage has instructed me to wait for someone here. I believe that person is you. The great toad sage? The one who can foretell the future? Hoshino Kaede's thoughts were in disarray, yet she could not fathom the reason for seeking him. However, as boredom enveloped her, she decided to proceed. After all, it would be a missed opportunity not to go, and she could catch a glimpse of the great toad sage. Shinsaku, the sage, nodded in agreement and, while Hoshino Kaede's eyelids twitched with anticipation, he gradually produced a scroll from his mouth, dripping with slimy saliva. In that instant, Hoshino Kaede felt a pang of regret. Unbeknownst to Shinsaku, who could not perceive her grimace, he instructed, very well, simply press your hand seal upon it. Time is of the essence, so we shall not take the usual route. This will expedite our journey. Hoshino Fong suppressed his nausea, mustering the courage to press his hand down. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted, filling his vision entirely before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 45, The One Who Brings Change. In what felt like an instant, Hoshino Fong slowly opened his eyes to behold a land abundant and serene. Surrounded by majestic mountains forming a natural barrier, the sky was shrouded in a boundless mist. Frogs were ubiquitous, accompanied by various coexisting creatures. Lush green forest stretched as far as the eye could see, and the air was imbued with a hint of sweetness. Hoshino Kaede took a slow, deep breath, and instantly felt clarity wash over him, his spirit invigorated. Here lies Myoki Mountain. How do you find it? Senin Shinsaka proudly introduced the place. It is indeed a sanctuary. Tranquil and serene, Hoshino Kaede mused, while contemplating. Myoki Mountain should be akin to the other 2 sacred sites, situated independently within the realm of summoning in the ninja world. Its distance from warfare and humanity allows it to retain its pristine essence, preserved through the ages. The air is imbued with a peculiar energy, likely of a natural origin, influenced by some force that disrupts human perception. Follow me, beckoned Senin Shinsaku, indicating for Hoshino Kaede to follow. Without guidance from the toads, one might easily lose their way in this labyrinthine mountain. Heeding the words, Hoshino Kaede stepped forward, closely trailing Senin Shinsaku, wary of losing sight of him. This unfamiliar terrain could pose significant troubles if he were to stray. Gazing around, Hoshino Kaede noted that Myoki Mountain was not only home to toads. Other creatures also inhabited this locale, piquing his curiosity as he observed intently. Each corner sparked his inquisitiveness, yet the time was not right. The matters concerning the great toad sage took precedence. Moments later, Senin Shinsaka brought him before the great toad sage. Beside him sat another toad, of similar stature and presence as Senin Shinsaku. This must be Sage Shima, Hoshino Kaede silently concluded. Senin Shinsaku leapt down and bounded before the great toad sage, exclaiming loudly, Great sage! Great sage! His diminutive form belied the astonishing volume that erupted, creating a gust of wind that rustled Hoshino Kaede's garments. The great toad sage sat upon a massive cushion, adorned with a hat and a necklace. His colossal frame rose and fell rhythmically, and upon hearing the thunderous call, his aged eyes slowly opened. What is it? Shinsaki? Who is this child? Why have you brought him here? Senin Shinsaku, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and explained to Hoshino Kaede. The great sage tends to forget. His memory is not the best. Then he raised his voice again. Great sage, you instructed me to wait for someone in the ninja world. I have brought him back. Oh, I remember now. The great toad sage responded after a moment of confusion, realization dawning upon him. Senin Shinsaka sighed in relief, finally having clarified the situation. The great sage, though a bit muddled, was still quite tolerable. Once the great toad sage comprehended the current circumstances, his gaze fell upon Hoshino Kaede, and he spoke slowly. You have arrived. Recently, I have been slipping into brief slumbers, during which I dream of a monumental transformation within the ninja world. Everything will be dismantled and rebuilt anew. Yet as I sought to delve deeper into these visions, a formidable force obstructed me. In my haze, I merely glimpsed a shadow. The great toad sage's words left everyone present profoundly shaken. The weight of the information was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily unable to process it. Hoshino Kaede was utterly stunned. This prophecy was utterly unreasonable, though it still fell short of the absurd. The great toad sage paused momentarily before continuing, his eyes revealing a grave and profound fear. No one truly comprehended the extent of that power, capable of instilling such terror in him. Subsequently, the dream shattered, and in reflection, the details eluded him entirely, leaving only a vague and indistinct impression. Upon hearing the sage's account, Saizuka Sanin seemed to grasp a deeper implication, inadvertently casting a discreet glance at Hoshino Kaede. Hoshino Phone raised an eyebrow as he observed the great toad sage, whose gaze was consistently marked by an extraordinary seriousness, with words chosen with utmost caution. Could that person truly be? Shima scrutinized Hoshino Feng's expression, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, she speculated, is it this child? A flicker of trepidation passed through the murky depths of the great toad's eyes. Previously, his recollections had been vague, mere fragments of disjointed images. Yet, with Hoshino Feng's arrival, he could ascertain that the terrifying and enigmatic power emanated unmistakably from him. Hoshino Kaede tilted his head slightly, discerning from the words of the great toad sage that the figure in question was none other than himself. Astonishingly, his future self had traversed the bounds of time to forcibly interrupt the sage's prophecy, without even the slightest movement. A mere glance was sufficient to instill a profound sense of dread in the venerable sage. This level of power was extraordinarily desirable. He pondered when he might ascend to such heights. Immersed in the contemplation of his formidable future, Hoshino Kaede remained oblivious to the fact that Senzaku had quietly distanced himself. After all, the great toad sage's prophecies had never erred, and it was now abundantly clear Hoshino Kaede was indeed that individual. Great toad sage, did you bring me here solely to impart these words? Hoshino Kaede composed himself and promptly redirected the conversation. With a casual tone, he addressed the great toad sage, exhibiting no apprehension that the sage might retaliate. After a brief pause, the sage sighed and remarked, you possess remarkable composure. It is an honor for Hashirama to serve as your mentor. However, Kaede immediately refuted this assertion with a serious expression, stating, no. It is I who is honored to be a disciple of my teacher. His words were resolute, and the respect reflected in his eyes seemed poised to overflow. His admiration for Senja Hashirama was profound, rooted in genuine esteem despite the absence of formal instruction. The concern and affection bestowed upon him were unwavering, and he often found himself shielded by his mentor. A teacher embodies more than the mere instruction of ninjutsu, a role Hashirama fulfilled admirably. The great toad sage was momentarily taken aback by Kaede's words, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he erupted into hearty laughter, the vibrations palpable, causing debris to tremble around them. How foolish of me to worry. You shall undoubtedly bring about a remarkable transformation in the ninja world. His demeanor shifted, the fear in his eyes dissipating as if he had come to a realization. Shinozaki and Shima exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unfolding events. As the sage's laughter subsided, he turned to Shinozaki and Shima, instructing them, in the future, should he require assistance, Mount Myaboku will lend its utmost support. Both Shinozaki and Shima were astounded, unable to fathom that the sage would make such a proclamation. It was as if the fate of Mount Myaboku had been entrusted to Kaede. Over the years, such a situation had never arisen. Although inundated with questions, they had no choice but to comply with the sage's words. Yes, great sage, they replied in unison. Chapter 46. A midnight encounter. After leaving Myoki Mountain, Shima wore an expression of hesitation, words caught in her heart. The great toad sage exhaled a cloud of mist, speaking slowly. Shima, Do not harbor doubts. Myoki Mountain shall remain safe and sound. That child possesses unparalleled power, a force that will usher in profound change and vitality. Myoki Mountain is inevitably part of this transformation. Upon finishing, the great toad sage gradually closed his eyes, and soon, a soft snoring filled the air. Shima and Shinsaka below exchanged glances, resigned to the fact that the sage was not inclined to elaborate further, allowing events to unfold naturally. Fear not, child's mother. The sage's prophecies have never been erroneous. You may rest assured. I understand your concerns for Myoki Mountain's future, but what can you do now? Simply live your life honestly, Shinsaka comforted as he approached Shima. She sighed, replying, for now, that is all we can do. May it lead to favorable changes. At this moment, Hoshino Kaede, having exited Myoki Mountain, was overwhelmed with thoughts, attempting to sort through the influx of information. Yet, it was certain that the future of the ninja world would undergo earth-shattering transformations. From the words of the great toad sage, it could be inferred that he would undoubtedly be formidable in the future, transcending the past to seek the origins. These two aspects were beyond his current capabilities. The future me? I truly wish to behold that alluring figure, Hoshino Kaede mused, lost in self-admiration. As he returned, he found himself in the familiar woods. The sky now dimming, accompanied by the incessant chirping of insects. Time had flown by swiftly. It was best to head home now, he murmured. Retracing his steps along the serene streets, his stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. Hoshino Kaede clutched her stomach as an overwhelming wave of hunger surged through her. Having not eaten for nearly a day, she resolved to seek out a place to dine. With this thought in mind, she casually entered a ramen shop. The interior was rather unremarkable, indicative of a commonplace establishment. As she stepped inside, the bell above the door chimed, prompting the owner to instinctively utter a welcoming phrase. However, he hesitated for a heartbeat before completing the final word. Hoshino Kaede glanced at herself, confirming that there were no issues. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke up. Boss, are you still open for business? The words of Hoshino Kaede brought the proprietor back to his senses, and he promptly responded with enthusiasm, business. Of course. We are open. It is an honor for our humble establishment to host Lord Hoshino. With half-hearted insistence, he guided Hoshino Kaede to a vacant seat, beaming as he added. May I inquire what Lord Hoshino wishes to dine on? Anything we have here can be prepared, and I assure you it will be delectable. The proprietor's exceptional warmth rendered Hoshino Kaede somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally said, Then I shall have a serving of the house special ramen. After speaking, he retrieved some money from his pocket and handed it to him. The proprietor, upon seeing this, repeatedly declined, saying, Lord Hashirama has graciously provided us with a place to thrive. I am truly grateful, so please do not worry about payment. You are always welcome to visit us anytime you wish to dine. Despite this, Hoshino Kaede did not wish to accept the ramen without compensation. After insisting several times, he ultimately persuaded the proprietor to accept his payment. The proprietor then hurried to the kitchen to prepare the dish. As he waited, a familiar voice echoed from outside, stirring Hoshino Kaede's heart. This chakra, it belongs to an acquaintance. The delicate sound of wind chimes rang out, and soon after, a weary figure stepped inside. Uchiha Kagami appeared, his attire slightly tattered and his condition somewhat poor, with a hint of bloodstains at the hem of his clothing. He had likely just returned from a mission and had not had the time to tidy himself up. Boss, I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, Uchiha Kagami stated, seemingly well acquainted with the place. Upon entering, he spoke without hesitation. Oh, it's you, Kagami. It has been quite some time since your last visit. The proprietor remarked with a smile as he emerged from the kitchen. Isn't it because I've been swamped with missions and had no time to spare? Uchiha Kagami scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. The proprietor waved his hand dismissively. I know. Your recent attendance speaks volumes. Uchiha Kagami smiled but remained silent. His gaze drifting, suddenly fixated. Kagami, it's been a while. Hoshino Kaede greeted warmly upon noticing Uchiha Kagami's gaze upon him. Since the appointment of the second Hokage, his disciples had become extraordinarily busy, tasked with various high-difficulty missions. In contrast, Hoshino Kaede, as a disciple of the first Hokage, appeared remarkably at ease. Even when he had missions, they were merely occasional, and Hashirama would only chuckle upon hearing about them, showing no concern. Reflecting on this, Hoshino Kaede looked at Uchiha Kagami with a sympathetic gaze. It truly was a grim situation. He was practically treated as free labor by Tobirama, enduring a year-round workload. Such an employee would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Uchiha Kagami, perhaps taken aback by the sight of Hoshino Kaede after such a long time, froze for a moment, his expression stiffening before he finally spoke. Ah, it's you, Kaede. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Uchiha Kageme's tone was rather awkward. As a disciple of Tobirama, he was somewhat aware of the happenings in Konoha. The rumors circulating were not unfounded, and Tobirama had never intervened, allowing them to spread freely. Now, with the principal figure present, Uchiha Kageme felt a sense of discomfort, as if he were compelled to flee from the scene. Shingyefeng appeared oblivious to the awkwardness in the conversation, continuing to speak with enthusiasm. Brother Jing, have you just returned from a mission? Why do you look so disheveled? Upon hearing Shingyefeng's concern and inquiry, Uchiha Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment and stammered. Why yes, it seems I inadvertently fell into a predicament, which has led to this state. Hoshino Kaede nodded in realization and inquired, does Brother Kageme frequent this place? Indeed. Perhaps the warm ambience has allowed him to relax his mind, alleviating the tension he felt earlier. The ramen here boasts a delightful flavor that I truly appreciate. As she spoke, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen, awakening Hoshino Kaede's taste buds. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, she nodded in affirmation. It was undeniably exquisite. Merely the scent surpassed that of numerous ramen establishments. The proprietor certainly possesses remarkable skills. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Kageme, I knew you would be here. Sarutobi Izashi's voice resonated before he entered, spotting Hoshino Kaede. His words abruptly halted as if he had been pressed on pause. Hizashi, what brings you here? Mito Manen followed closely behind, his expression one of confusion as his gaze landed on Hoshino Kaede, leaving him momentarily speechless. The others, witnessing the scene, also entered to assess the situation, all wearing expressions of awkwardness. Hoshino Kaede appeared to disregard the situation entirely, instead enthusiastically beckoning everyone over. What are you standing there for? Am I some kind of monstrous beast to instill such fear in you? The crowd silently grumbled among themselves. Indeed, you are not a monstrous beast. But you are not far from it. Chapter 47. The Dilemma of Sarutobi Sasuke. Ramen is served. Please enjoy it, both of you. Just as the atmosphere became palpably tense, the owner's voice emerged at the perfect moment, shattering the silence. Hoshino Fong let out a light chuckle, choosing not to speak as she lowered her head, savoring the enticing aroma wafting from the steaming dish before her, and began to indulge. Ahem, proprietor, do prepare a portion for us as well, said Sarutobi Izashi with a slight cough, addressing the owner. Certainly. The owner replied with delight, his expression brightening as he hurried into the bustling kitchen to prepare the meal. With that, silence enveloped the scene once more, leaving only the sounds of slurping noodles. Sarutobi Izashi exchanged glances with Uchiha Kageme, their eyes communicating a silent dialogue. Shingyefeng was well aware of the situation yet refrained from intervening, for otherwise, their hearts would be troubled. How has little Feng been faring lately? Upon receiving the reassuring gaze from Uchiha Kageme, Sarutobi Izashi let out a sigh of relief and began to engage in casual conversation with Shingyefeng. Are you eating well? Do you have someone you fancy? Initially, these inquiries seemed reasonable, but the latter question caused Shingyefeng to raise her head, her expression slightly peculiar. Was there an incongruous remark slipped in among those words? Uchiha Kageme's lips twitched, and he turned his gaze away, unable to bear looking directly. Even the teammates behind them exhibited expressions of amusement. Akimichi Shikaka tugged at Hizashi's sleeve, whispering, Hizashi, little Feng is only 9. You might be a bit too hasty. This remark jolted Sarutobi Hizashi into realization, and he quickly offered an awkward apology. Hoshino Kaede shook his head in resignation, focusing intently on the bowl of ramen before him. However, after such an encounter, the atmosphere finally relaxed, and everyone gradually let go of their worries, dismissing the rampant rumors. Conversations with Hoshino Kaede regained their familiar warmth. After a brief pause, all the bowls of ramen were served, and the savory aroma enveloped the entire shop. Sarutobi Izashi praised the chef, saying, Your skills, dear owner, remain as exceptional as ever. The owner humbly replied, Oh, it is all thanks to the patrons. I am far from perfect. Yet, the smile on his face was unwavering. This elicited a gentle laughter from the group. Ah, I am full. This feels delightful. It is as if I am immersed in a hot spring. Hoshino Kaede remarked, patting his belly with a look of contentment. Seeing him relish his meal, the others hastened their pace, and soon their bowls were emptied completely. You all seem quite busy lately, constantly engaged in tasks without a moment's respite, Hoshino Kaede said while picking his teeth. Sarutobi Izashi scratched his head and replied helplessly. There's no choice. The village has an overwhelming backlog of tasks that must be addressed. Heaven knows, who wouldn't wish to leisurely enjoy their time off at home? Alas, that is not the reality we face. Shingyefeng let out a soft click of his tongue, his tone rather provocative as he remarked, Oh dear. You all seem quite exhausted. Unlike me, who, aside from the occasional tasks assigned by teachers, spends the remainder of my time idling in Konoha. I feel as though the very components of my being are on the verge of rusting. This outburst, laden with a touch of arrogance, successfully incited the ire of those around him, who cast him unfriendly glances. The chopsticks in their hands creaked ominously, as if they were poised to spring into action at any moment. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Shingyafone cleared his throat several times and deftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Oh, is someone missing? Where is Danzo? Why has tea arrived?" Sarutobi Hizen took a couple of deep breaths to calm his agitated heart. His expression a mixture of complexity as he responded, "He has recently become quite fixated on his missions. I cannot fathom his whereabouts." Meanwhile, Akimichi Takefu, discreetly indulging in several bowls of ramen, devoured the noodles voraciously, mumbling indistinctly, "I don't know why, but Danzo has been frequently absent from Konoha these days. Even we have only caught fleeting glimpses of him. Most of the time, he has been away." The mention of Danzo seemed to unlock a floodgate of conversation among the group as they spoke of him with ease. Yet, it was evident from their words that there lingered a palpable concern for him. Having grown up together as teammates and friends, how could they not care for his well-being? His recent erratic behavior, akin to that of a madman, was indeed disconcerting. Hoshino Kaede keenly observed a flicker of conflicting emotions in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes, accompanied by a subtle wry smile. Yet, he concealed it effortlessly as no one else noticed, not even Uchiha Kagami. It is no wonder he is the third Hokage. His political acumen is remarkable, for even though it was merely a conjecture, others had not even begun to grasp the edges of the matter. Hoshino Kaede reflected thoughtfully, casting a glance at those around him. In recent days, Danzo had been fervently engaged in missions, driven solely by the desire for merit and the ambition to elevate his standing among the villagers. This was all part of his preparations for the next Hokage. Following the continuous reforms and the diminishing of familial ideologies instigated by the second Hokage, common ninjas had begun to rise like mushrooms after the rain. Though they may not match the strength of the ninja clans, their presence could no longer be disregarded. The era of Konoha's inception had long passed. To aspire to the position of Hokage, one must possess not only sufficient strength but also the support of the villagers, ensuring that there are not too many dissenters. The current Danzo was no longer the shadowy figure he would later become. Deep within, he still harbored a love for Konoha, with his personal ambitions being but a small fraction of his motivations. He admired Tobirama and embraced his governing principles, subsequently implementing the same stance towards the Uchiha clan, whom he deemed as malevolent and in need of eradication. While this sentiment bordered on prejudice, it could be argued that he resembled Tobirama in certain aspects, particularly regarding matters of clan. Conversely, Sarutobi Hiruzen embodied a blend of Hashirama and Tobirama. He was riddled with hesitation, lacking decisiveness in critical matters. Yet he excelled in the minutiae. Such a contradictory character was still regarded as a paragon of the ninja world. Undeniably, during his tenure, Konoha's economy flourished, a merit that could not be overlooked. However, the same issue persisted. He displayed a significant lack of decisiveness in crucial affairs, often vacillating. This weakness left him susceptible to being swayed by others, and as he aged, the once fiery impulses within him waned, resulting in indecisiveness that gradually weakened Konoha. Both individuals possessed their strengths and flaws, balancing each other out. Yet, during this period, one cannot deny that they were the most exceptional figures. Now, with Danzo taking the initiative, one wonders how Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose to respond. As Hoshino Kaede contemplated, a subtle smile graced her lips. Time flowed gently by, unnoticed by the crowd, and before long, it was time for the shop to close. As everyone exited, Sarutobi Hizashi and Hoshino Kaede lingered at the rear. Hoshino Kaede gazed at the few individuals ahead, their laughter echoing in the air, and sighed, in this journey of life, how fortunate it is to have a few sincere friends. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been mulling over his thoughts with his head bowed, lifted his gaze upon hearing this, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, encountering them has been my fortune. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Hoshino Kaede and sighed. Danzo is quite determined in his pursuit of the Hokage position. Are you not as well? Hoshino Kaede replied with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then murmured softly to himself. Indeed, how can I not be? Then let us engage in fair competition, Hoshino Kaede asserted. Are you backing down? Never. I have aspired to become Hokage since my childhood. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared resolutely, his heart ablaze at the mention of the Hokage. Then, do not hesitate. With that, Hoshino Kaede joined the conversation of the individuals ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered deeply before his expression shifted to one of determination and confidence. Danzo, the position of Hokage shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 48. the 13th year of Konoha. Hashirama in critical condition. Time flies, and the days pass like arrows. Swiftly, it has arrived at the 13th year of Konoha. The village has lost its former joy. A heavy cloud looming over its skies, shrouding the hearts of its people. Within the Senju clan, a large assembly is gathered, comprising clan leaders and elite shinobi. This gathering is due to the grave condition of the god of shinobi. The pillar of Konoha is on the verge of collapse. Senju Tobarama stood outside, his expression impassive. Yet his moist eyes silently conveyed the sorrow within. This day marks a period of mourning for all of Konoha. Hoshino Kaede entered the house long before anyone else. For he is a disciple of Hashirama. In the world of ninjas, the bond between master and disciple is the most profound, surpassing even that of blood relatives. Even Hashirama's son and daughter-in-law are relegated to standing outside, just as Tobarama does. Hoshino Kaede knelt beside Hashirama, her emotions surging like the waves upon the sea, seemingly endless. Hashirama's pallid visage contorted into a faint smile. "Kaede, do not be sorrowful." Hoshino Kaede spoke in a muffled voice, tinged with nasal tones. "I have not." Hashirama smiled foolishly, raising his feeble hand in an attempt to caress him. Observing this, Hoshino Kaede hurriedly leaned closer, allowing the teacher to reach him. Hashirama smiled with satisfaction, gently stroking his head, saying, "Kaede, you are my sole disciple in this lifetime, and my greatest pride. I have witnessed your talent and diligence. I have not imparted much to you, and alas, I fear I shall not see your dreams realized." At this juncture, Hashirama paused briefly before continuing. "I know that your future will surely surpass mine, and your strength will ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. However, you must remember." Hashirama's gaze grew increasingly solemn as he steeled himself, his expression grave. "The essence of a ninja lies not solely in strength, but in the conviction and pursuits of the heart. No matter the obstacles or challenges you encounter, you must uphold your beliefs, never yielding or retreating." Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede could no longer contain the sorrow within. His sobs erupted like a torrential downpour, tears cascading like a tempest, as if he sought to expunge all his grief. Hashirama did not intervene. Perhaps, allowing the tears to flow was the best form of release. The sound of Hoshino Kaede's weeping resonated loudly, reaching beyond the confines of the room. Tobarama's gaze flickered slightly, his expression betraying an overwhelming sorrow, as he perceived this as a manifestation of his elder brother's waning vitality. "Well, you rarely shed tears, yet now you are weeping so profusely," Hashirama remarked, wiping away the tears from his face, still finding the inclination to jest. For him, death held no terror. Within the finite span of life, achieving the dreams of his youth brought him a profound sense of fulfillment. Hoshino Kaede choked on his words as he protested, "It's not the same." Hashirama nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is different. You have the final say." His tone, reminiscent of a gentle parent soothing a child, slightly alleviated the somber atmosphere. As Hoshino Kaede's emotions began to stabilize, Hashirama's gaze shifted, his profound eyes seemingly piercing through the door to observe the gathering outside. Suddenly, he sighed, "Kaede, will the ninja world truly embrace peace?" He was not naive. On the contrary, he understood the implications well. If he were to perish, the long-dormant ninja world would inevitably react with a violent upheaval. A great war was unavoidable. It will definitely come. The future will certainly unfold that way, Hoshino Kaede solemnly declared, as if making a promise. Hashirama chuckled softly from his disciple's eyes. He perceived a confidence akin to what he had once seen years ago. "Then I shall rest easy." Hashirama lowered his gaze, contemplating before adding, "Let them all come in." This brief, quiet command sent ripples through Hoshino Kaede's recently calmed heart. Without uttering a word, he rose and stepped out. Upon seeing Hoshino Kaede emerge with his head bowed, Tobarama hurried forward, urgently inquiring, "How is elder brother?" His question resonated with the unspoken thoughts of the others. "Sensei asked you to come in," Hoshino Kaede replied softly. Hearing this, Tobarama exhaled in relief, having feared that his brother had already departed. Yet, the thought lingered that this was merely a temporary reprieve, stirring a flicker of sorrow within him. Steeling himself, he led his disciples inside, while Hoshino Kaede chose to remain behind, patiently waiting. Tobarama's brow furrowed, his expression darkening, causing the air around them to chill. The disciples behind him fell silent, consciously diminishing their presence. "Elder brother." Tobarama's voice trembled as he laid eyes on Hashirama, his usual stoic demeanor cracking under the weight of his emotions. In that moment, Hashirama appeared as he always did, his pallor replaced with a healthy glow, vitality seemingly restored. However, a bitter pang of reality struck Tobarama's heart. It signified that Hashirama had but a fleeting moment left. "Tobarama, come sit," Hashirama beckoned with a smile. Tobarama settled beside him, words caught in his throat. Unable to express what weighed heavily on his heart, Hashirama chuckled lightly, appraising him before revealing a look of discontent. You've been experimenting with forbidden jutsu again, haven't you? Over the years, since his body began to decline, Tobirama had devoted himself to researching forbidden techniques in a desperate attempt to prolong Hashirama's life. However, such jutsu required extensive experimentation, which Hashirama found profoundly distasteful. Despite repeated admonitions, Tobirama had only nodded in agreement, secretly persisting in his studies. He nodded calmly. Recognizing that it was too late to discuss such matters now, he had failed. His elder brother's life was nearing its end, and words of consolation felt futile. Hashirama shook his head in resignation. His brother was still unwilling to confront the harsh truth. Yet, it was understandable, were he to accept reality so easily. Hashirama would find it unsettling. Konoha will be entrusted to you, Tobirama, Hashirama stated earnestly. Tobirama nodded resolutely, his fists clenched tightly. He vowed to safeguard Konoha with his very life. Hashirama then turned his gaze to the few individuals behind Tobirama, nodding with satisfaction. These disciples of yours are quite impressive. The new sprouts of Konoha have indeed flourished. Sarutobi Hiruzen humbly remarked, it is all thanks to Master Tobirama's teachings. Why such modesty? Hashirama waved his hand. One's own efforts cannot be overlooked. While having a teacher is beneficial, if one becomes complacent, even the greatest talent will go unfulfilled. He had observed their performances closely. Despite their flaws, perfection was an unattainable ideal, and he too was not without shortcomings. All right, you all should return now. Allow Mito to accompany me on my final journey. Tobirama. Konoha's affairs are pressing. You need not linger here. Hashirama urged them to leave. Tobirama wished to stay a while longer but retreated under Hashirama's insistence. He departed with his disciples. Big sister. Elder brother wishes for you to accompany him. Tobirama hesitated before addressing Mito, finally sighing. Uchiha Mito's eyes shimmered with tears. Yet she resolutely held back her sobs. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, striving to present herself in the best light for the man she cherished deeply. Chapter 49, The Deceased God of the Ninja World. The gradually closing door echoed the final elegy of a life well lived. Xingye Feng's heart was tumultuous, an ineffable emotion surging within. Suddenly, Shi's voice echoed in his mind. Death is the ultimate destination of life, yet time is not. The future remains malleable. Hoshino Kaede suddenly widened her eyes, responding with her consciousness. Are you suggesting that I can resurrect my teacher? A confident voice resonated in her ears. Time records everything and can also restore all. Life and death hinge upon a single thought. The consciousness was remarkably direct, asserting the boundless power of time, standing at the pinnacle of the world's rules. It is omnipresent and omnipotent. Upon hearing this, a surge of excitement welled up within Hoshino Kaede. Yet, in the next moment, the voice doused her enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. However, the world possesses its own laws that cannot be forcibly altered. This is the constraint of the principles. Xingye Feng's emotions resembled a roller coaster, oscillating between hope and despair, as he spoke with a downcast expression. It seems there is still no way out. You have yet to fully grasp my meaning. His words rekindled the extinguished flame of hope. While life and death may be the immutable laws of the world, there remains a slender thread of vitality amid the cosmic order. From the moment one is born, their lifespan is predetermined. However, the essence of existence is not static. The duration of life is influenced by myriad factors. Hoshino Feng contemplated deeply, and then, with a spark of inspiration, exclaimed, Are you suggesting that the teacher's original lifespan was substantial, yet diminished due to various factors? With a sense of relief, he nodded, acknowledging the astuteness of the insight. Truly befitting one chosen by time. Indeed, as you have articulated, if we were to liken life to a clock, then the moment the hour hand shatters signifies the end of existence. Yet, life itself endures, as long as one can reform the hour hand with time. One may awaken it anew. This represents a glimmer of hope, as well as the utmost extent permitted by the world. Hoshino Kaede lowered his head, pressing his lips tightly together, his body trembling slightly from excitement. Hope had not yet been extinguished. Thus, he resolved to act accordingly. Although hope seemed almost tangible before him, Hoshino Kaede remained exceedingly anxious, fearing that the hope right in front of him might shatter once more and slip through his fingers. In response, a gentle smile graced the mind of Shi, her voice light and ethereal. Everything hinges upon your perception of time. The elevation of your abilities will also prove beneficial. So, little one, strive diligently. There is no need for haste, for time awaits you patiently. With that, she appeared to fall into a slumber once more. Unresponsive to Hoshino Kaede's earnest calls, Hoshino Kaede's gaze was profound, her azure pupils revealing themselves unexpectedly as she whispered softly, That day shall not be far off, dear teacher. We shall inevitably reunite in the not-so-distant future. At that moment, a flash of lightning tore through the dense clouds above, accompanied by a relentless rumbling that echoed through the atmosphere. A melancholic aura seemed to envelop the hearts of all present, as the pain and sorrow within them appeared to seep into the ground with each gentle drop of rain. Individuals reacted in a myriad of ways, some joyful, others mournful, some silent, while others wept openly. With a creaking sound, the heavy door slowly swung open, revealing a tear-streaked face of swirling waters before the assembly. Her eyes held a profound sadness, yet her expression remained composed as she spoke with an unmistakable authority. Once the truth is revealed, let the news be concealed for as long as it can, shrouded in silence. In that instant, her words resonated with the weight of an ancient emperor's decree, leaving no room for dissent. The moment her declaration concluded, an extraordinary aura erupted forth, an overwhelming presence that swept over all in attendance, rendering them unable to meet her gaze. Faintly, one could perceive the shadow of a ferocious beast surging behind her. This formidable energy sparked a flicker of intensity in Tobarama's eyes. Hoshino Kaede silently nodded. It was highly probable that the Master's wife was on the verge of transcending to the realm of super shadow. The overwhelming and suffocating aura enveloped the surroundings. Yet Hoshino Kaede remained unaffected, as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was compelled to unleash his chakra in a bid to resist it. This serene scene sent a shiver through all present, instantly conjuring a singular possibility in their minds. Hoshino Kaede has ascended to a level akin to that of a deity within the ninja world. It is only through such mastery that he can remain entirely unaffected. This is a consensus among the observers. Yet, only Hoshino Kaede is aware that he had only just surpassed the rank of shadow a year prior. Presently, he has merely reached the mid-tier, still a considerable distance from the realm of super shadow. His ability to resist effortlessly is largely attributed to the temporal isolation he experiences. In a realm invisible to the naked eye, the space surrounding Hoshino Kaede has long been severed from external influence. The overwhelming aura fails to impact him in the slightest. This has led many to mistakenly believe that his strength surpasses that of Uzumaki Mido when she harnesses the power of the Nine-Tails chakra. Uzumaki Mido maintains a serene demeanor, resembling a tranquil spring, yet all are acutely aware of the tempest that brews beneath the surface. In this moment, particularly with external threats looming, none dared to oppose, and all nodded in agreement. Tobarama, this matter is entrusted to you. With this, Uzumaki Mido tempered her imposing presence, casting a significant glance at Hoshino Kaede before departing with a weighted stride. Once she had left, Tobarama gestured, and several figures knelt before him. Lord Hokage, let us inter my brother's remains in the stone forest. Understood. The Umbu received the command and prepared to retrieve Hashirama's body. Suddenly, they were struck with terror, their bodies refusing to obey as their eyes widened in disbelief. Tobarama noticed their unusual behavior, furrowing his brow, and then, realizing something, he turned to look at Hoshino Kaede. Hoshino Phone gazed calmly at Tobarama and said, I shall handle the teacher's remains. There is no need for the Umbu. Tobarama opened his mouth, instinctively preparing to object. But as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he reconsidered. Then I shall trouble you with this task. Hoshino Phone nodded slightly before stepping into the room, passing by the Umbu while lifting the restrictions. Lord Hokage. Before the Umbu could utter a word, Tobarama waved his hand dismissively. This is no concern of yours. He then addressed the remaining individuals, saying, You may all disperse. The others exchanged glances and gradually departed. Once these formalities were completed, the surroundings fell silent, and Tobarama let out a soft sigh. He took a few steps forward and extended his hand to touch the barrier. A sensation akin to water's surface rippled beneath his fingers. Waves emanated outward, appearing fragile yet remarkably resilient. The feeling of repulsion prevented Tobarama from advancing any further. Is it a lack of trust in me? He pondered silently. This barrier, reminiscent of a protective seal, had manifested the moment Hoshino Phone entered, silently, right beneath the gaze of the onlookers. Perhaps it is for the best. It dispels any lingering thoughts, Tobarama mused with a faint smile, uncertain whether he spoke to anyone in particular or merely to himself. Chapter 50. The First Shinobi World War. Following the death of Hashirama, Konoha maintained an outwardly tranquil facade, the sea undisturbed by even a ripple. It was an extreme calm. Even the villagers remained unaware that their revered First Hokage had passed away. However, this sorrow only spread within a limited circle. All departments continued to function in an orderly manner. Yet, there are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. The truth will inevitably surface. 2 months later, the absence of Senju Hashirama raised suspicions among the spies of various villages. After careful consideration, they promptly relayed the information back to their respective villages. At this juncture, the Kage of the four nations had transitioned to the second Hokage, who convened a meeting upon receiving the first-hand intelligence. Day and night, they deliberated and ordered the spies to continue their investigations, confirming the authenticity of the news. After extensive verification, it was finally confirmed. The god of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama, had departed from this world. The peace treaty once signed by the five nations was rendered null and void at this moment. The land of fire, rich and fertile land in resources, became the object of envy for the other four nations. With the greatest obstacle now removed, their true intentions could no longer be concealed. On this day, the Shinobi world was shaken. The villages of Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Awagakure, and Sunagakure successively declared war on Konoha. Thus commenced the First Shinobi World War, forever etched in the annals of history. Upon hearing this news, Senju Tobarama maintained an unflappable demeanor and calmly convened a meeting of the Jonin. With all of Konoha's Jonin in attendance, the Umbu were mobilized urgently. Some patrolled the streets while others scoured the borders for intelligence. That day, the Hokage building was filled with commotion, a cacophony of discussions. No one knew what transpired within those walls. The specter of war loomed over Konoha, and all prayed silently for themselves and for the village. Hoshino Kaede stood atop the Hokage rock, the gentle breeze rustling his garments. He chose not to attend the meeting of the elite shinobi, though he was not one himself. As a disciple of the first Hokage, he possessed that privilege. Strategy and deployment were not his forte, and Tobarama's prowess was more than sufficient to handle matters, sparing him from concern. "You seem quite unconcerned," came the voice of Uzumaki Mido from behind him. Hoshino Kaede had long sensed the situation. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "I possess unwavering confidence in Konoha." Uzumaki Mido was momentarily taken aback. Such a display of confidence was something even Tobarama would not dare to assure. Curiously, she inquired, "Why is that?" "Konoha is surrounded by enemies on all sides, and it can truly be said that we are at a critical juncture." Hoshino Kaede turned around and smiled as she retorted, "Doesn't the teacher's wife have any confidence? I see that you appear even more relaxed than I am." The vortex-like Mizuhito was taken aback by the question, but soon replied with a cheerful smile, "How could that be? I am indeed quite worried." Hoshino Kaede chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Such words are but idle talk. While others may be unaware of the intricacies, he certainly is not. Konoha is not a place that just anyone can touch." Following the vigorous advancements under Hashirama and Tobarama, the overall level of ninjas remains exceptionally high. Moreover, Tobarama had long anticipated the onset of war, preparing well in advance. As for the high-tier combat power, it goes without saying that one Hashirama Tobarama is already a formidable challenge. His Flying Thunder God technique is unmatched, with the sole exception of Hoshino Kaede. Not to mention the presence of Mido Uzumaki still in this world, whose power of the Nine Tails is no trivial matter. Unlike in the original narrative, under Hoshino Kaede's influence, the Nine Tails has become considerably more docile. Should Mido wish to engage in battle, she could summon the power of the Nine Tails in an instant. A Jinchuriki on the battlefield is an overwhelming weapon, and a stable one at that. Furthermore, the younger generation should not be underestimated. Sarutobi Hizen, Uchiha Kagami, Danzo, and others are all luminaries within the ninja world. At the peak of their abilities, they are an unstoppable force, their momentum soaring as they approach the realm of the Kage. Finally, there is Hoshino Kaede himself, Konoha's trump card. With his mastery over the power of time, he possesses an overwhelming advantage. Should the situation become dire, Hoshino Kaede would not remain passive. The following day, the first rays of dawn broke upon the horizon. At this moment, Konoha was devoid of its usual tranquility, a heavy atmosphere settling in the hearts of all. Except for thud, thud, thud. A wooden sword was relentlessly swung by a pair of youthful hands against a wooden post, the serious expression on the small face betraying an earnest dedication to the task. Yet, the cherubic roundness of the cheeks seemed somewhat out of place. Despite the refreshing morning air, tinged with a hint of humidity, puddles formed beneath the little one's feet, with droplets continuously cascading from their garments. Hoshino Kaede reclined on the chair, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Hatake Tsukumo. At the tender age of 5, Tsukumo had already undergone 3 years of rigorous training. It must be said, this remarkable tenacity left Kaede in awe. "Tsukumo, apply pressure to your wrist, steady yourself, your movements have faltered." After countless swings, Tsukumo felt a slight gasp escape him, his lungs threatening to burst. Nevertheless, should his technique falter, Kaede would unflinchingly correct him. Previously, Kaede's demeanor had been less severe. After all, who could resist the charm of such obedient and adorable younger brother? Yet, regrettably, these were times of war. while the village of Konoha remained a bastion of safety. Even 5-year-olds were spared from the battlefield. Nonetheless, Kaede had other plans. A prodigy required a unique path of growth. After receiving a reprimand, Tsukumo pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and steeled himself, stabilizing his wrist before executing a precise strike. Observing Tsukumo's strained effort, Kaede nodded slightly. Quite commendable. You may take a rest now. At these words, Tsukumo felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, akin to a condemned prisoner spared from execution, overwhelmed with gratitude. It was not that he despised training, but rather that Kaede's methods were decidedly unorthodox for a ninja. The philosophy of not allowing rest until one's strength was utterly exhausted instilled a sense of dread in Tsukumo. He plopped down onto the ground, gasping for air as if he had stumbled upon a refreshing oasis. Suddenly, the world before him plunged into darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he found Kaede standing beside him. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, but the abruptness of his movement disoriented him, causing his vision to blur and his body to stagger, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hoshino Kaede extended her hand, steadying herself with grace. I apologize, brother, whispered Hatake Tsukumo. Hoshino Kaede helplessly rubbed his head and said, Tsukumo, I am strict during training, but you need not be so formal in everyday life. This younger brother possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is excessively earnest and overly respectful of himself. Bowing upon seeing his own reflection, Kaede has mentioned this numerous times, but Tsukumo remains unyielding in his ways. Their father had advised them to adhere to propriety. One must pay attention to the rules, Kakashi Tsukumo stated with utmost seriousness. Xingye Feng's lips curled slightly, reminiscent of that lad, exhibiting the same decorum and seriousness. You need not heed your father's words. Listen to me instead, or else I shall let you experience what it truly means to confront a devil. Hoshino Fong crouched down, placing his hands on his shoulders, and spoke earnestly. As he delivered the final sentence, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips, hinting at a playful malice. Chapter 51. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. In response to such a half-threatening, half-intimidating remark, Hatake Tsukumo regarded Hoshino Fong with a peculiar expression, as if to say, brother, you need help. What kind of look is that? Hoshino Feng's lips twitched, and he immediately adopted a fierce demeanor, as if that would instill fear in him. Observing this, Hatake Tsukumo sighed like a miniature adult. Brother, has anyone ever told you that this makes you appear rather foolish? Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, who dares to utter such words? Threats are so casually thrown about. It is no wonder one behaved in such a manner earlier. Clearly, there are past lessons to heed. Hatake Tsukumo displayed a vacant stare, his expression one of utter disinterest, which prompted an awkward cough from Hoshino Kaede. He quickly decided to disregard his previous remarks. Subsequently, he noticed a flicker of relief in Hatake Tsukumo's eyes. Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of mockery, declared, Have you rested sufficiently? Then let us resume training. His tone unmistakably laced with a sense of retribution. Hatake Tsukumo's normally placid visage momentarily reflected astonishment, soon replaced by a gaze filled with melancholy directed at Hoshino Kaede. Hoshino Fong, with an air of confidence, remarked dismissively, Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and go. Even the precocious young one had to concede, for the arm cannot outmuscle the thigh. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly commenced the arduous training. Hoshino Kaede's lips curled into a smile. Do you think I cannot handle you, young one? In stark contrast to their leisurely daily lives, Kikuchi Tsukumo, I can't believe you. The northern border of the Land of Fire presented a far graver situation. The station troops in the north were a motley crew, primarily composed of the samurai initially conscripted. Their mobility was severely lacking, rendering them ill-equipped to respond effectively to sudden crises. Meanwhile, the ninjas possessed exceptional agility and destructive power, and with their unexpected assaults, each defensive line was breached one by one. The already precarious defenses crumbled under the relentless attacks, leaving them utterly defenseless. However, Konohagakure chose not to hasten their advance. Instead, they slowed their pace, granting Konohagakure precious time to regroup. Upon receiving the news, Tobarama wasted no time, summoning ninjas for immediate support. Considering the strength of Konohagakure, coupled with the personal involvement of the Second Raikage, he resolved to organize 4 battalions, each comprising 500 shinobi, totaling 2,000 warriors. After considerable contemplation, 2 figures emerged in his mind, leading him to appoint Sarutobi Hizashi as the overall commander, with Danzo providing assistance, and Narashikaku and Midogate in accompanying the contingent. Once the decisions were made, Konohagakure swiftly gathered the necessary supplies and summoned the shinobi. At the forefront, Sarutobi Hizashi maintained a composed and calm demeanor, exuding the aura of a general, his eyes glinting with determination. The grand force departed from the village, buoyed by the cheers of the villagers of Konohagakure. Left behind in the village, Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Toraifong murmured in unison, hoping that everyone would return safely. This whispered sentiment was inadvertently heard by Tobarama, who remained silent, clenching his fist resolutely. Due to the pressing time constraints, Saratobi Izashi had no choice but to lead the troops at a swift pace. With thousands of figures leaping through the forest, the spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. As the birds scattered in alarm, the momentum palpable. Clearly, there was no intention to conceal their movements. Their objective was unmistakable. After a long trek, they finally approached the northern border. Their considerable commotion naturally attracting the attention of Kumogakure's reconnaissance team. Following a thorough observation, they promptly relayed the intelligence back. Within the temporary tent at the Kumogakure encampment, the second Raikage, A, was resting with closed eyes, his breathing deep and powerful. His explosive physique spoke volumes of his immense strength. Raikage-sama, reinforcements from Konoha have arrived, exclaimed a scout ninja as he entered the tent. A's eyes flew open, exuding the ferocity akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, and he laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Finally they have come. How many are there? And who is commanding them? The scout replied, approximately 2,000, led by the rising star, Saratobi Izashi. Upon hearing this name, A's brow furrowed noticeably, revealing his dissatisfaction. Why is it this kid? Where is Hoshino Kaede? Has he not come? The Raikage inquired, his tone tinged with frustration. We have not yet seen him, the scout replied candidly. A's demeanor darkened, and the visible disappointment on his face was unmistakable. The reason for A's keen interest in Hoshino Kaede extended beyond the fact that he was a disciple of the First Hokage. It was also due to his abilities that transcended ordinary comprehension, possessing the rare space-time bloodline limit, unique in the shinobi world yet never underestimated. Hoshino Fong has undertaken numerous missions, returning to the village unscathed each time, regardless of the challenges faced. This is meticulously documented in the intelligence reports of various nations, establishing Hoshino Fong as one of the most formidable individuals they fear. At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the air. It's the Raikage. We are currently on the battlefield. It is indeed difficult to fathom that someone in the hidden cloud village would show such blatant disrespect towards the Raikage. Such scornful words could hardly be uttered. Yet, as I surveyed the surroundings, the expressions of those present remained unperturbed, with only an occasional glare. Evidently not the first time this had occurred. However, AI's temper was not so easily swayed. His gaze sharpened instantly, fixing on the disrespectful speaker as he narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, Jin Xiao, I am the Raikage of the hidden cloud village. If you are dissatisfied, come and take it from me. If you lack the ability, then sit quietly and behave yourself. AI's eyes brimmed with an overwhelming sense of authority. As his shadow-level presence erupted, bearing down upon Jin Xiao, the oppressive aura momentarily stifled Jin Xiao's breath, causing his heart to race. Yet, despite this, he did not flinch, meeting AI's gaze head-on. Meanwhile, his brother Yin Xiao displayed a more rational demeanor, stepping in front of Jin Xiao with a faint smile, saying, Raikage, my brother merely has a fiery temperament. There is no need to hold a grudge. The words were so cringeworthy that the others averted their eyes in discomfort. The two brothers were always like this. The elder brother, prone to explosive outbursts, resembled a ticking time bomb, while the younger was not much better, embodying the kind of loyalty that disregarded reason. In essence, outside of the hidden cloud village, their only concern was each other. Even in the presence of the village's leader, they would clash without a hint of respect. Yin Xiao, do not think that strength grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Keep a close watch on your brother. If there is another provocation, AI paused, an unfathomable killing intent flashing in his eyes, his already formidable presence intensifying. He articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. Let me see what audacity you possess to continually defy me. Yin Xiao's complexion paled, forcing a thin smile as he replied. Hee. Naturally witnessing Yin Xiao's submission, AI withdrew his imposing aura, letting out a scoff before engaging the others in discussions concerning the battle against Konoha. As AI turned his back on the two brothers, Yin Xiao felt a surge of anger rise within him, though it quickly dissipated into nothingness. Nevertheless, a shadow of discontent lingered in his eyes, hinting at unspoken thoughts. Chapter 52. Predicament? Flaws? At the Konoha camp, Commander Saratobi Hiruzen wore a frown, his brow furrowed with an inescapable heaviness of worry. He gazed long and hard at the map, pondering deeply, what strategies do you all propose? Speak your minds. No sooner had he finished speaking than Danzo interjected with fervor. What is there to discuss? We must immediately reclaim the territory we have lost. Those scoundrels from the hidden cloud are certainly no match for Konoha. Such brazen words elicited a flicker of disappointment in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. His friend was becoming increasingly reckless. Intoxicated by his achievements, no one echoed Danzo's sentiments. Even Tintin and Mitogate SN were silent, lost in thought. The lack of response deflated Danzo's audacious spirit, causing him to sit down with a grim expression. At that moment, Narashikaku, seated beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke up with a serious tone to analyze the situation. Having assumed the mantle of his clan's leader, he possessed exceptional intellect. Currently, the hidden cloud is opting for a defensive stance, clearly aiming to buy time, hoping to ensnare us in a quagmire from which we cannot extricate ourselves. Other ninja villages will likely seize this opportunity to launch a massive assault on Konoha, leading to simultaneous attacks that will leave us overwhelmed. We are running out of time. We must take the offensive and reclaim our lost ground, though he would prefer not to rush into an attack on the hidden cloud. Given that everyone was already fatigued from their swift journey and in dire need of rest, reality often does not align with our desires. Konoha must hasten to conclude the conflict. To achieve this, we must identify their vulnerabilities. Yamashita Motohara followed closely behind, his expression somber as he remarked, however, "This is fundamentally impossible. The majority of our forces are lower-ranked ninjas. They have been traveling all night and are already exhausted. To launch an attack under such conditions would not only lead to certain defeat but carries a significant risk of failure. It is not mere pessimism. It is the stark truth that cannot be ignored. In a battle, morale is paramount. If one side's spirit wanes, a chain reaction ensues, leading to gradual erosion." His words hung heavily like a dark cloud over everyone's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling a throbbing headache, maintained his composure. As the commander, he could not exhibit weakness, lest it spark an uncontrollable crisis. Meanwhile, Danzo's expression remained tense. Despite his reckless nature, he was no fool, and he understood that an assault under these conditions would surely fail, which was counterproductive to his aims. Report. There are unusual movements from the hidden cloud. A ninja force is advancing towards us. A scouting ninja from the Hyuga clan rushed in to report. Yamashita Motoharu was taken aback, then exclaimed, "They are actually taking the initiative to attack? What is going on? Is this a ruse?" Narashikaku seemed to grasp something, his expression gradually brightening. Then a hint of a smile crossed his face as he said, "It seems there is turmoil within the hidden cloud." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Murmuring, "An opportunity has arrived," he then turned to Narashikaku, "for in terms of intellect, no one here could surpass him." Seeing the commander's gaze upon him, Shikaku remained unperturbed, pondering for a long while before slowly articulating his hypothesis. Based on the current intelligence, it appears that the hidden cloud village predominantly follows the Raikage's orders, with two exceptions, Jinjiao and Injiao. These two brothers have never heeded the Raikage's commands. Yamashita Motohara suddenly realized. So, the incoming force is comprised of Jinjiao and Injiao. "Excellent," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. His voice steady, "Everyone, this is an opportunity. Are you suggesting we annihilate this force?" Danzo squinted, though inwardly he deemed it a far-fetched notion. Tobirama-sensei had once informed them about this unit. Though small in number, each member was an elite. Even if a large force were to encircle them, the impact would be minimal. Thus, he considered Hiruzen's plan to be overly idealistic. With this thought, a faint smirk appeared on Danzo's lips as he leaned back, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with determination as he categorically denied Danzo's assertion. "No, annihilation is too challenging. It is unrealistic." Danzo's eyes widened in surprise. Then he queried, "Then what are you proposing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the crowd, his lips moving, as the plan slowly unfolded. Narashikaku's expression turned contemplative, nodding slowly. The likelihood of success was substantial. It was worth a try. Even the astute strategist, Deerskin, had expressed his sentiments, leading others to fall in line without dissent. Subsequently, they commenced organizing their efforts to rectify the gaps in their plans. The only one who remained silent was Toanzo, his countenance dark and forbidding. Yet, none took notice of him. Their minds were consumed by the strategy at hand. A few hours later, Jinjiao and Inju led their forces swiftly towards the Konoha encampment. "Captain, all has been resolved," reported Kato Yuya as he approached Jinjiao. Along their route, they encountered numerous reconnaissance teams from Konoha, all of whom were swiftly dispatched. Jinjiao grinned widely, his eyes glinting with excitement, as he proclaimed, "Not far ahead lies Konoha's camp. Witness how I shall obliterate them." Injiao offered a subtle smile, appearing markedly restrained yet echoing the same sentiment. "They are merely weaklings. That Raikage is indeed a coward, devoid of any semblance of a true ninja." Kato Yuya, observing quietly, kept his head bowed in contemplation. He dared not echo the sentiments of the two captains. Who was unaware of Raikage's notorious temperament? He would not take kindly to this covert escapade and would likely respond with fierce retribution, potentially inciting chaos. Indeed. What fear do those Konoha fellows possess? Jinju laughed heartily, for in their eyes, there was no one worthy of respect, not even the Raikage, who embodied defiance at his core. After a brief respite, the troops advanced once more, delving into a dense forest. Kato Yuya, remaining vigilant, sensed an anomaly, causing him to slow his pace. This drew the ire of Jinjiao, who bellowed, "What are you doing? Hurry up." Yuya pursed his lips before replying. "I feel something is amiss." Jinju scoffed, striding toward Yuya with a chilling demeanor. "Are you stronger than I? I have detected nothing. Why do you sense a problem?" Yuya opened his mouth to respond but ultimately lowered his gaze, sighing in resignation. Jinjiao, unfazed, encouraged, "Do not delay. Let's keep moving." Yuya shook his head, suppressing his doubts as he rejoined the main force. Once Jinjiao and Injiao's contingent had passed, the ground stirred, revealing a figure. Yamamoto Geniki raised an eyebrow, softly murmuring, "I did not expect such caution among them." Yet, a look of disdain quickly followed. "Alas, the commander is exceedingly arrogant. Fortunate for us." Chapter 53, Deception and Entanglement. Meanwhile, within the Konohagakure encampment, an explosive surge of energy erupted. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the atmosphere, sending chills down spines. "Those two bastards!" AI roared in fury, enraged that his plans had been disrupted, as they made a beeline for Konoha, disregarding his commands. "Summon the troops. We must pursue them immediately." Faced with this predicament, AI could only grit his teeth and swallow his frustration, deferring all matters until after the battle. His eyes glinted with an unyielding ferocity, resembling a raging lion poised to unleash its wrath. Upon receiving orders, the Konohagakure ninjas swiftly assembled, their speed surpassing even that of Konoha. As the Konohagakure forces mobilized, Jinjiao and Injiao hastened towards their objective. The Konoha camp was strategically positioned in a treacherous locale, flanked by towering mountains with but a single access route, making it a formidable stronghold. Jinjiao grinned as he beheld the structures ahead, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived. They lie just ahead." Without hesitation, he charged forward, eager to commence the slaughter. Injiao narrowed his eyes, uncharacteristically obstructing Jinjiao's path. "Brother, what troubles you?" Jinjiao displayed remarkable patience towards his sibling. Inji remained silent, meticulously surveying the surroundings before contemplating aloud. "Brother, this terrain is perilous. Konoha surely has defenses in place. We must proceed with caution to avoid falling into a trap." Jinjiao, irked, shook his head, seemingly averse to the notion of caution, deeming it an act of cowardice. Yet, unable to dismiss Injiao's concerns outright, he muttered, "What do you propose? There is clearly but one route." A cunning glint flickered in Injiao's eyes as he beckoned Kato Yuya forward. Upon receiving the signal from his captain, Yuya promptly approached Injiao. "Yuya, ahead lies the Konoha encampment. You are to lead a team to destroy their supplies and medical provisions." Without hesitation, Yuya turned to select a few individuals, stealthily advancing. Watching the departing figures, Injiao's lips curled into a sly smile, his gaze fixed upon the Konoha camp, a glimmer of treachery in his eyes. Could this be your trap? The truth shall soon be unveiled. Inji reveled in the belief that his scheme was flawless, even if it were a trap. The loss of a few men was inconsequential to him. Little did he know that the cunning Narashika had already discerned his intentions. An hour later, a violent explosion shattered the air, flames erupting skyward as chaos ensued within the Konoha encampment, filled with screams and the cacophony of battle. Jinju laughed from a distance, "Ha ha ha. The ninjas of Konoha are merely this. They were so easily ambushed. They cannot compare to Konohagakure." Inju beamed at the unfolding scene, his spirits lifted. The agonized cries resonating like a beautiful symphony, the roaring flames igniting his delight. This signified Konoha's utter lack of preparedness, dispelling his last vestige of doubt. "Everyone, unleash your fury upon them. Let the ninja world witness the might of Konohagakure." With all reservations cast aside, Inju decisively commanded an all-out assault. In an instant, dozens of figures leaped through the branches, and moments later, Jinjiao and Injiao, accompanied by their main forces, arrived. At this juncture, Kato Yuya found himself besieged by several genin, having fallen to a disadvantage, bloodied from multiple cuts. Upon seeing the two captains approach, rather than feeling relief, panic seized him, and he shouted, "Captain, there is an ambush." Injiao instantly became alert, decisively ordering, "Retreat. We must leave this place." His sense of impending danger intensified as he abandoned Kato Yuya. "Yuya, witnessing this, appeared resigned, as if a weight had been lifted. The world around him blurred, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, his white bones faintly visible through his skin. "Humph, such a chatterbox," a Konoha Janin remarked coldly. Injiao's eyes glowed crimson, akin to the activation of the Sharingan. Yet, he understood the necessity of not lingering too long, lest they suffer further losses. Just as he contemplated retreating, the path behind them was abruptly severed by Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Izashi stood at the forefront, his gaze icy. "We've been waiting for you." His tone was flat, as if he were facing an old acquaintance. Silverhorn's eyes were about to split with rage. He recognized him instantly. His fierce gaze was like a cold, venomous snake, sending chills down one's spine. Goldhorn, on the other hand, was even more feral, akin to a savage beast, acutely aware that there was no turning back. With this in mind, the only course of action left was to fight to the bitter end. The outcome remained uncertain until the very last moment. Not only they, but also the cloud-hidden forces behind them were equally undeterred, their fighting spirits soaring, showing no signs of anxiety despite being surrounded. It was as if the ones encircled were the Leaf Ninjas. Observing the transformation of this troop, Danzo let out a cold sneer, his expression dripping with disdain, just a desperate struggle. As both sides faced off, the Leaf Ninjas surrounded the cloud-hidden forces entirely. In the next moment, an astonishing battle erupted, an array of ninjutsu bursting forth, flames soaring to the heavens. Both sides instinctively cleared a path in the center. Goldhorn clenched his fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Let me see just how formidable you, the commander, truly are." With that, lightning crackled around him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's pupils constricted, instinctively raising his arms to shield his chest. Bang! Goldhorn's fist sent Hiruzen sprawling several meters away, the tremendous force leaving his arms numb and trembling. Such strength! Hiruzen thought in alarm, his vigilance heightened. Had he not reacted hastily, that blow would have severely injured him. "Hiruzen!" Danzo exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of him, his brow furrowed with concern. "Be cautious, Danzo. This guy is incredibly strong. We cannot afford to be careless." Hiruzen replied, taking a moment to steady himself. Danzo nodded, their years of camaraderie allowing for a seamless coordination as he swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release, great breakthrough." His abdomen swelled, then unleashed a ferocious gale that wreaked havoc, but it did not end there. Hiruzen immediately followed with, "Fire release, great dragonfire technique." 3 vividly animated fire dragons coalesced, baring their fangs and claws as they surged toward Goldhorn. The wind augmented the flames, and together their power escalated dramatically. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped the entire camp, a terrifying spectacle. Yet Goldhorn regarded this with contempt, a flash of lightning enabling him to evade the fire dragons effortlessly, even as he mocked them with uproarious laughter. This left Hiruzen and Danzo with grim expressions, feeling as if they were being mocked point blank. Goldhorn beckoned them with a finger, the implication unmistakable. Being young and brash, who could tolerate such provocation? The two immediately charged forward to engage him in combat. Meanwhile, the battle involving Silverhorn was even more intense. The trio of Inoshikacho, along with Tsurugi Kamachi and Mitokaze, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, each bearing varying degrees of wounds. Silverhorn laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, with your strength, even ambushed, you still cannot hope to detain my brother and me." His words were incredibly arrogant, yet they had to admit the truth. Both Goldhorn and Silverhorn were shadow-level experts, not easily vanquished by mere elite Janin. Panting heavily, Narashikaku was drenched in sweat. The shadow imitation technique he had just employed had exhausted most of his energy. As if he were trying to bind a steel pillar firmly planted in the ground rather than a human, Akimichi CHG leaned on the ground with one hand, steam rising from his body. Originally, Akimichi Takumi was supposed to take on this task, but Tobarama deemed the three too young and unsteady, hence requesting CHG to replace him. As he watched the arrogant Silverhorn, CHG's gaze sharpened, retrieving a blue pill and swallowing it. The medicinal properties instantly coursed through his body, imbuing him with a warm and comforting strength. This was a secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, known as the healing pill, which enhanced physical strength by 30% instantly, an exceptionally potent effect. As the effects of the pill surged, CHG felt his body grow stronger, an astonishing aura emanating from him, surpassing his usual limits. This anomaly caught Silverhorn's attention, albeit only fleetingly. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Being an elder from the Warring States period, he had a fair understanding of the various clans within the ninja world. He recognized the pill for what it was, acknowledging that while it was impressive, no pill could bridge the chasm of power. "Ha!" CHG shouted, and Silverhorn's lips curled into a slight smile, taking him somewhat more seriously. After all, his opponent was on the brink of desperation. He felt compelled to respond. So let him finish off his final breath. As a token of gratitude, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, CHG's limbs and head retracted into his body, which began to swell, resembling a sphere. The weight of it, if pressed upon someone, would surely flatten them. The meatball tank. The spherical form began to roll, suddenly spinning at a visible speed. The powerful rotational force gouged the ground, sparks flying in every direction, spinning, gathering strength, and then exploding forth. The momentous force was unleashed, hurtling towards Silverhorn. Narashikaku observed every second of the scene with keen eyes, his expression subtly lifting. Almost there, just a little more time, wait a moment longer. Faced with this powerful strike, Silverhorn remained rooted, neither dodging nor flinching. He tightened his grip, his muscles bulging, arcs of electricity flickering around him, his skin hardening like steel. Yet it was not over. His chakra surged once more, his skin coated in a layer of crimson, emanating a chilling aura. Come on. Let us see if you can truly satisfy me. Silverhorn roared, his voice booming. His right fist swung down ferociously toward the meatball tank. The collision of fist and sphere erupted in an explosive sound, stirring a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, the Leaf Ninjas felt their hearts sink at the sight before them. Silverhorn emerged unscathed, having blocked the tank with his hands, the intense friction ringing out loudly. Haha, not bad, but still lacking, Silverhorn smirked. His gaze sharpened, releasing violent lightning from his hands. Ugh. Ah. Anguished cries escaped CHG's lips as the electricity coursed through him, causing him immense pain. Watching his enemy's torment, Silverhorn's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Such delightful sounds were music to his ears, filling him with bliss. After savoring that moment of ecstasy, Silverhorn's murderous intent surged. He had to fulfill his promise. Just as he prepared to intensify the electrical assault, several ninjutsu struck from the side, prompting Silverhorn to frown. Weighing his options, he ultimately had to retreat. Moving away from CHG, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kaze quickly rushed forward to retrieve CHG, who, despite the electric assault leaving him with rolling eyes and slight convulsions, was thankfully still alive. At that moment, Silverhorn feigned regret, saying, "Alas, I was so close to success." The remaining individuals were greatly incensed. The tone was utterly infuriating. Even the most composed Nara Shikaichi could not help but clench his fists, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. After all, the three clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly had maintained amicable relations for generations, and Akiyato Ryosei was his elder with whom he shared a close bond since childhood. However, this surge of anger was swiftly subdued. After a moment's contemplation, he calculated the time, and a mysterious smile graced his face. Though formidable in strength, their intellect was indeed lacking. Did they truly believe we cared for them? Upon hearing this, Ginkaku furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This air of confidence was highly displeasing to him. Yes, Nara Shikaichi tantalizingly replied, spreading his hands. Ginkaku's forehead throbbed with veins. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Just as he contemplated how to eradicate Nara Shikaichi, a Leaf Ninja arrived to report. Lord Shikaichi, Raikage is leading his troops here. Upon receiving this news, Nara Shikaichi's eyes lit up as he meaningfully remarked, "They finally arrived. We've been waiting with bated breath." Curse the riddle maker. Ginkaku, in a fit of rage, tugged at his hair. Though he possessed a modicum of cleverness, before Nara Shikaichi, he felt like an infant, completely at a loss, devoid of any clues. However, pondering was not Ginkaku's forte. Since he could not deduce, he decided to abandon the thought. He glared menacingly at the 5 individuals before him and said, "Ha, that Raikage is on his way. I wager you will all perish here." Nara Shikaichi stroked his chin, raising an eyebrow and shaking his head. "Ginkaku, are you so confident?" He then reminded, "Look around. Notice anything amiss?" Ginkaku paused, instinctively surveying his surroundings. His troops had sustained minimal casualties during this period, with only a few fallen. Conversely, the Leaf Ninjas had suffered significant losses, seemingly left with almost none. No. Wait. The numbers. It was the numbers. Suddenly, Ginkaku's expression turned ashen. Observing his change in demeanor, Nara Shikaichi's smile grew wider. "It seems you finally noticed something amiss. We have been preparing for quite some time to lure you into this trap." At that moment, without Nara Shikaichi needing to elaborate, cold sweat poured down Ginkaku's back, and unease gnawed at his heart. Chapter 55, The Flying Thunder God Kanai, The Storm Approaches the Battlefield. "Damn it, you tricked me." Ginkaku glared at them with ferocity. Nara Shikaichi shrugged. "I cannot bear this black mark. do not be too complacent in your deception. Had you not been so obstinate, we would have found ourselves in a rather passive position, thanks to you. His verbal assault proved effective, as Ginkaku's eyes turned crimson, resembling a wolf poised to pounce. Yet suddenly, Ginkaku regained his composure and coldly stated, "Even if you've set a trap, the disparity in strength between our sides is not something you can match. While I may not hold Raikage in high regard, I must concede that his power surpasses that of my brother and me. Do you truly believe you can defeat him solely with your numbers?" While Ginkaku and Kinkaku were undeniably powerful, they still dared not confront Raikage directly due to their inferiority in strength. Even together, they would still fall short. Otherwise, Raikage would have been theirs long ago. Nara Shikaichi chuckled, seemingly in agreement with his words, yet he remained unperturbed. "We certainly cannot hinder Raikage, but that does not imply we are without support." As they conversed, leading his forces, was ambushed by the long-prepared Leaf Ninjas. With the high ground and advantageous position, Wind and Fire Ninjutsu unleashed in a crossfire, inflicting significant casualties upon the Cloud Ninjas. "Raikage-sama, we are under siege." His expression darkened to the utmost degree. How could he not realize that this was a trap? They had used Ginkaku and Kinkaku as bait to draw them into the encirclement of the leaf, and now the moment had arrived. This terrain advantage was nearly insurmountable. While he could ensure his safety, the same could not be said for others. The Wind and Fire Ninjutsu flanked from both sides, cutting off their retreat. Charging through would result in catastrophic losses, and they dared not gamble. In an instant, a decisively commanded, his voice booming like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. "Everyone, charge forward. Use earth release to create earthen walls for cover, and be cautious to evade." The military prowess of the Cloud Ninjas was fully displayed at this moment, as the Jonin synchronously unleashed earth release ninjutsu, providing a precious chance for the Chunin and Genin to survive. This execution compelled the Leaf Ninjas on both sides to marvel. With such discipline, the Cloud Ninjas' casualties plummeted, mostly among the Genin, while the Jonin suffered only minor setbacks. However, they felt no joy. Rather, a murderous intent leaked from him as he gazed deeply at the Leaf Ninjas on either side. His gaze was as frigid as an ancient ice pond, causing the Leaf Ninjas to swallow hard. I had brought 3,000 men, leaving 1,000 to guard. After this encounter, his forces had directly lost 1,000 men, with another 1,000 injured before the battle even commenced. How could they accept this? Yet more infuriating was the fact that all of this could have been avoided had Ginkaku and Kinkaku not acted recklessly and disregarded orders. At this moment, A's dissatisfaction and fury towards Ginkaku and Kinkaku had reached a boiling point. "Raikage-sama, what should we do now?" An elite Jonin from the cloud asked. A's gaze was icy as he observed the battle at the Leaf encampment, his voice dripping with killing intent. "Naturally, we shall avenge our fallen brothers. We must make the Leaf pay in blood for their debts." A's words rang out forcefully, stirring an intense rallying cry among the Cloud Ninjas. Their hearts ignited with hatred and fury. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. The Cloud Ninjas were incensed, each one filled with fervor akin to being infused with adrenaline. A palpable battle spirit enveloping them. O was the first to charge into the encampment, his eyes fierce, crackling with lightning, transforming him into a streak of lightning weaving through the ninjas. Like the Grim Reaper, he harvested lives mercilessly, unleashing his rage as the pinnacle of his power was vividly displayed. Even elite Jonin fell before him with a single strike. Once in close quarters, there was no capacity for resistance. This was the second Raikage. Demon. Ah, he is a demon. Some ninjas quaked in terror at the ferocity of the scene, muttering in disbelief. Such commotion caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his two companions. After a series of entanglements, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were utterly exhausted, their muscles swollen and sore. Kinkaku's durability exceeded their expectations. Strikes against him felt no stronger than a dragonfly landing on water. Instead, the formidable recoil left their arms aching. Your end is nigh. With Raikage's arrival, like wolves among sheep, you will have no chance whatsoever, Kinkaku boasted, observing A's display of might with a booming laugh. Yet as he laughed, Kinkaku's brow furrowed. For both individuals before him wore a calm demeanor. Could there be reinforcements? But that was impossible. In the midst of lingering doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged a glance, their eyes communicating a silent understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, "The time has come." To which Danzo responded, "Indeed, the curtain should soon fall." Within mere seconds, their unspoken dialogue concluded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly produced a kunai. The golden-eyed figure's gaze sharpened. This kunai was inscribed with a unique technique, distinguishing it from the ordinary. As his mind raced, Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked his wrist, sending the kunai hurtling towards Raikage, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. In an instant, the golden-eyed warrior grasped its intent. Widening his eyes as he turned towards AI, there stood AI, wielding his hand like a blade, electricity crackling around his palm. With each swing, a life dissipated into nothingness. Yet, the fury within him remained unabated. After effortlessly dispatching another Leaf Village shinobi, he set his sights on his next target. Suddenly, a kunai was toward him. But AI dismissed it as insignificant. By merely tilting his head, he anticipated its trajectory, evading it with ease, just as he had foreseen. The kunai grazed his hair and clattered to the ground. AI cast a fleeting glance at the weapon before redirecting his focus. It was merely a kunai, devoid of any threat. His scrutinizing gaze swept over the Leaf's ninjas as if he were appraising wares. Ultimately, he bypassed them, locking his attention onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. Young one. That kunai was yours, correct? Your aim leaves much to be desired, AI remarked, flashing a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. So, are you prepared to embrace death? He continued, his tone devoid of emotion, as if stating an undeniable truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undaunted, responded with a smile. I am unworthy of the Raikage's attention. Though my strength may be lacking, it does not indicate a lack of capable allies in the Leaf. His demeanor remained remarkably relaxed, displaying an ease that was incongruous with the battlefield, where lives were extinguished every second. This caused AI to furrow his brow in confusion. Such composure could not be feigned. At that moment, the kunai embedded in the ground activated its mark, summoning a figure in an instant. It appeared without a sound, devoid of any ripple, as if it were a figment of imagination. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him, the tension within him eased. It's all up to you now, Kaze. Chapter 56. Domain of Time, the 10 Directions Sealed. The Flying Thunder God mark had been requested from Tobarama by Hoshino Kaede, who was originally supposed to come personally. However, given the dire circumstances surrounding the Leaf Village, Tobarama had to oversee the operations himself. Not a second could be spared. Unless absolutely necessary, he would remain inactive. Fortunately, Hoshino Kaede emerged as a capable alternative, matching Tobarama's strength. AI advanced a few steps, lightning crackling as he locked onto Sarutobi Hiruzen, poised to charge. Suddenly, an icy chill crept up his spine, an instinctive sense of danger surging within him. Years of being a ninja instilled in him the reflex to instinctively shift his body. Buzz. Bang. A crescent-shaped slash swept past AI's form, embedding itself into the ground and creating a chasm several meters deep. Witnessing such destructive power, a pang of alarm surged through him. AI whipped around, only to find himself confronted by a child, who stood at approximately the height of his chest. Hoshino Kaede's expression was somber, as he seemed to discern the meaning behind that gaze. Yet, what could he do? The power of time rendered his physical growth exceedingly sluggish. Though merely 13, he appeared to be just over 10 at first glance. You are Hoshino Kaede? AI inquired in a low voice. A fleeting look of perplexity crossing his face, for the battlefield was no place for prolonged contemplation. Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow, surprised that his name could be remembered by the Raikage. TSK. A, with a scoff, fixed his gaze and remarked, haha, the disciple of the First Hokage. Who doesn't know that? Sighing, Hoshino Kaede expressed his frustration. It's always the same words. Each encounter seemed to revolve around this notion, as if he were merely an accessory to a greater legacy. However, this was not the time for idle chatter, Raikage. It appears your forces have found themselves in a precarious situation. Are you not concerned? Indeed, the Raikage was formidable, and not a soul in Konoha could impede him. Yet every individual has their limits. Upon hearing this, A cracked his knuckles, electricity crackling around him, and declared, haha, once I eliminate you, everything will fall into place. Prepare to meet your end. In an instant, A transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing directly in front of Hoshino Kaede, launching a punch that seemed intent on pulverizing him. Hoshino Kaede's gaze was serene, and in the next moment, he vanished from AI's sight. What? AI was momentarily taken aback, but pain swiftly contorted her expression. A spray of crimson droplets filled the air as a deep scarlet trail marked her back. The figure of Hoshino Kaede gradually materialized, a blade gripped firmly in one hand, blood cascading from its edge and pooling upon the ground. Is this the enigmatic power of the space-time bloodline limit? Indeed, it is shrouded in mystery. AI's expression turned grave. He had believed himself to be adequately cautious, yet he had still fallen into a trap. The situation he had just encountered was beyond the mere realm of speed. Strategies rapidly surfaced in his mind, but they were rendered futile in the face of absolute velocity. A surge of pressure flooded his heart, yet AI would never concede defeat, for he was the Raikage of Konohagakure. A Raikage, one of the 5 great nations. Lightning release, thunder armor. He proclaimed inwardly, summoning a tempest of lightning that coursed chaotically throughout his body. It danced around him, vaguely forming the silhouette of armor. This immense power of lightning could only be withstood by those with a resilient physique. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Only in Konohagakure could one dare to invoke such madness by summoning the lightning, a reckless endeavor that resulted in formidable strength. Once more, AI bellowed. And clad in the thunderous armor, his speed reached an astonishing level. To the onlookers, it seemed as though a blur had passed before their eyes, rendering everything invisible. Truly, he was the man who had pioneered the ninja body techniques of Konohagakure, extraordinary beyond compare. Excitement glimmered in Hoshino Kaede's eyes, as if his blood were boiling like water brought to a vigorous boil. The presence of a powerful adversary always commanded admiration. AI's strength was not to be underestimated. Empowered by the thunder armor, he charged towards Hoshino Kaede like a shooting star, the violent lightning shattering the stones beneath him. Faster, he urged himself, even faster. Hoshino Kaede's eyes shimmer with brilliance as the eye of time awakens. Empowered by the force of time, her speed is instantaneously magnified. Her body resembling a drifting willow catkin, light and agile. In a flash, she embodies swiftness. Hoshino Kaede whispered fiercely, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a faint trace. The two figures intertwined in mid-air, creating waves of impact and flashes of blades. AI's fists descended like a torrential downpour, yet they were deftly evaded. In the fleeting moments, Hoshino Kaede seized a subtle opportunity, wielding his sword in a sweeping arc that struck against AI's armor. The clash resonated with a sound akin to metal on metal. As the blade's light carved through the air, producing a series of resonant hums, revealing the armor's formidable defense, the battle fell into a state of stalemate, seemingly balanced, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, AI's face betrayed a sense of urgency, for he understood that prolonging the struggle would be detrimental to him. The longer the confrontation continued, the more the situation would gradually tilt in Hoshino Kaede's favor. He could not afford to remain in this deadlock. AI contemplated quietly, his gaze darkening as his chakra surged, the blue lightning abruptly shifting its hue. A dense, somber darkness gradually replaced it. Hoshino Kaede furrowed her brows, as the ominous black lightning radiated an overwhelming power with just a single glance. It appeared that AI intended to settle the battle with one decisive strike. The black thunder crackled around him like a chorus of firecrackers, yet its might was incomparably greater. Under AI's deliberate guidance, the initially chaotic dark bolts gradually coalesced, culminating in a resounding roar that echoed across the battlefield. My heavens! What is this? Such a fearsome ninjutsu. Merely witnessing it made my eyes ache unbearably. Raikage will surely prevail. Raikage will surely prevail. Go for it, Lord Hoshino. Defeat the Raikage. The clash of the two strongest forces naturally drew the attention of ninjas on both sides, who fervently rallied behind their respective champions. Those engaged in a standoff with the duo of Kin and Jin also ceased their skirmishes, redirecting their focus to the confrontation at hand. The Raikage was indeed hiding a formidable hand. Jin's expression darkened considerably. The oppressive aura emanating from EI suggested that he would struggle to withstand even a single attack if confronted directly. Even the notoriously fiery Kin fell into an unusual silence. It was evident that the Raikage's strength had created a significant chasm between them. Suddenly, both men recalled EI's earlier words at the camp, shivering involuntarily. Their expressions tinged with apprehension as they swallowed hard. This could indeed be classified as a forbidden technique, Konoha's Danzo remarked, his eyes filled with trepidation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in response. No, this should merely be an A-rank ninjutsu. It falls short of being classified as an S-rank forbidden technique. As a master of the 5 elemental transformations, his perspective was loftier than the rest. Although the spectacle of the black lightning was formidable, it had not yet reached the level of a forbidden technique. Narashikaka murmured to himself, the Raikage's power exceeds my expectations. Then, his gaze shifted to Hoshino Kaede, pausing momentarily before breaking into a wry smile as he remarked, yet, when faced with Lord Hoshino, he still lacks a measure of strength. Hoshino Kaede wore a serene expression, exuding an air of tranquility as he faced AI's full force, merely responding with a faint smile. He slowly uttered a phrase, Domain of Time, 10 directions sealed. Chapter 57, Victory, the path is long and fraught with challenges. Although his voice was soft, it resonated in the ears of the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble. In that instant, everyone's pupils contracted sharply as visible ripples began to spread outward. Hoshino Kaede slowly raised his hand, then gently clenched it. The crisp ticking of a clock resonated, and a colossal clock's phantom materialized behind him. An air of ancient nostalgia instantly enveloped the hearts of those present. This process took merely seconds. Suddenly, AI's unparalleled aura faltered abruptly, and his expression darkened ominously. His chakra surged uncontrollably within him, causing the meticulously prepared Reikage technique to vanish without a trace. Moreover, the ninjas of Konohagakure suddenly realized that they were unable to perform their ninjutsu. What is happening? My chakra is spiraling out of control. I, too, had just completed my ninjutsu, and now it has dissipated. What on earth is this situation? The Konohagakure ninjas were thrown into disarray by the unexpected turn of events, their faces reflecting sheer panic. Their morale plummeted, and the once overwhelming momentum was shattered. A shadow of uncertainty lingered in the hearts of the crowd. Danzo, perplexed by this scenario, hastily inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen, "What is happening in Konohagakure? The chakra has become unusually volatile." After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze towards Hoshino Kaede, hypothesizing, perhaps it is the doing of young Kaede. Nara Shikaku's eyes sparkled with insight, illuminating his face like a light bulb, as he exclaimed, "What an eerie ability! This poses a lethal blow to the ninjas." With his keen intellect, he swiftly deduced the reason behind Konohagakure's inability to utilize ninjutsu. Chakra serves as the foundation for executing ninjutsu, and its significance is self-evident. To perform ninjutsu, one must possess a certain level of control over their chakra, otherwise, the techniques may spiral out of control. While some basic ninjutsu have minimal requirements, advanced techniques necessitate a higher level of chakra control. It was evident that the abnormal fluctuations in Konohagakure ninjas' chakra rendered their ninjutsu ineffective. AI's countenance was as dark as a storm cloud, and he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The inability to perform ninjutsu was a fatal blow for a ninja. Although physical techniques remained an option, without ninjutsu, could they even be called ninjas? Hoshino Fong smiled and inquired, "Reikage, do you still possess the confidence to defeat me?" Simultaneously, he felt a profound satisfaction with his own creation. Within the realm of time, he wielded absolute mastery over its flow. His adversaries would find themselves suppressed, their chakra thrown into disarray, a consequence of his influence. However, the extent of this power was limited, and its duration brief. With his current strength, sustaining it for half an hour was already the utmost he could achieve. Hoshino Kaede harbored no discontent, for such an absolute mastery over time was evidently not to be wielded lightly. With half an hour to spare, he might as well indulge in a secretive smile. Aizawa surveyed the pallid faces of the cloud shinobi around him and let out a heavy sigh. Their morale had been utterly extinguished. Hoshino Kaede was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, severing all hope. "You have won." Aizawa closed his eyes, offering a bitter smile as he spoke slowly. The outcome was predetermined, beyond redemption. For the first time, he felt utterly helpless. Even the arrival of the second Hokage would not compare to the pressure exerted by the individual before him. A wise man knows when to yield. If he did not surrender, the cloud would suffer even greater losses, which was not worth it. As Reikage, he possessed this insight. Yet, there is a saying, good words are hard to offer to a doomed spirit. Reikage had already conceded, yet there were those who disagreed. The radical Jinkaku, his face flushed with anger, glared fiercely at Reikage. The cloud has never known the concept of surrender. His voice, sharpened by fervor, resonated with unwavering resolve. "We can die in battle, but we shall never yield." Some of the more militant cloud shinobi lifted their heads, a flicker of fighting spirit igniting in their eyes. Aizawa barked in fury, "Enough. I am the Reikage. The cloud village is not yours to command. Furthermore, this defeat was the responsibility of you two. What right do you have to utter such words?" As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Aizawa's eyes, fixated on Jinkaku. Had it not been for the reckless actions of these two fools, the situation for the cloud would not have deteriorated to this extent. Jinkaku, flushed with embarrassment from Aizawa's words, could not utter a single retort. However, to assume that he would relent would be a grave misjudgment. Instead of engaging in a verbal spar with Aizawa, Jinkaku resolved to demonstrate his determination through action, cloaked in the chakra of a tailed beast. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, and his demeanor became frenzied. In a moment when all others had relaxed, he lunged at Hoshino Kaede, seeking death. Hoshino Kaede narrowed his eyes, a surge of anger welling within him. He brandished his sword, infused with the power of time, causing it to shimmer and emit an extraordinary aura. A gentle sweep of his blade sent forth a wave of energy, cutting through the air. The blade's arc, spanning several meters, stood defiantly against the heavens. Soon, a wretched scream pierced the air, and an arm lay motionless upon the ground. Jinkaku, pale and crumpling to the earth, clutched at his left shoulder, his face contorted in agony. Truly a fool," Hoshino Kaede remarked coldly. "Brother." Jinkaku's eyes widened in horror as he swiftly appeared beside Jinkaku. The left arm had been cleanly severed, the cut smooth and precise, showcasing the blade's razor-sharpness. Alas, even the finest of swords cannot withstand the force of time. A mere swing had left the blade riddled with cracks, resembling a spider's web. With a sharp crack, the long-used ninja sword shattered, leaving only the hilt behind. Hoshino Kaede gently sighed, gathering the fragments with care, before turning to the raikage. As for what follows, you shall negotiate with Nara. Keep a close watch on the gold and silver brothers, for next time, I shall not hold back. AI cast his eyes downward, the earlier scene replaying in his mind. If it had been him, could he have withstood such a challenge? The question lingered deeply within him, unanswered. Shaking his head to conceal his thoughts, he coldly addressed the gold and silver brothers. Upon our return, witness how I shall deal with you. With a commanding voice, he declared, everyone, retreat. At his command, the forces of the Cloud Village withdrew. The joy that had accompanied their arrival was now replaced by a profound despondency on their return. In the realm of war, there are no tears, only the silent lament of the vanquished tending to their wounds. Did Nara truly allow them to depart this way? Though victorious, Danzo remained dissatisfied. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Hoshino Kaede, exhaling a breath of resignation. It matters not whether Danzo goes or stays. The Cloud Village is gravely weakened, and with little Kaede present. Do you truly believe they can stir any significant discontent? The matter of negotiations now loomed, as Konoha could not afford to pressure them excessively. Do you understand? Yet, Danzo was still eager to voice his dissent, his expression fraught with unwillingness. Deep down, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment, and ultimately, he relented. Hoshino Kaede surveyed the disarray within the camp, where severed limbs and shattered bodies lay scattered, forming a grim tableau. Dark crimson blood coalesced into a small stream, prompting a deep sigh from within. Is this what war entails? The path ahead is fraught and arduous. Chapter 58. The end of the First Shinobi World War. On the following day after the retreat of the Cloud Village, news spread throughout the Shinobi world, shocking all. The second raikage had suffered defeat, and the Cloud Village had sustained heavy losses. The most noteworthy figure in this conflict was Hoshino Kaede, who wielded the power of time to vanquish the raikage effortlessly. This resounding victory for Konoha significantly bolstered the morale of its ninjas. Senju Tobarama decisively ordered the withdrawal of half the northern ninjas to bolster the defenses of the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone. Simultaneously, the Cloud Village sent envoys to negotiate peace. Sarutobi Izashi relayed the news back to Konoha, and after much contemplation, Senju Tobarama resolved to personally attend the signing of the agreement. Meanwhile, Hoshino Kaede chose to remain within the Konoha camp. A month later, Tobarama arrived at the camp. The Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers, warmly welcoming Tobarama's presence. Hoshino Kaede remarked, "This fellow seems quite popular." With an expressionless demeanor, Tobarama nodded to the crowd. His cold disposition only served to stoke their fervor further. After some initial pleasantries, they entered the main tent, where Tobarama took the seat of honor, with Hoshino Kaede beside him. "You have all performed admirably. There are no longer any threats from the Cloud Village. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you," Tobarama stated, rising to bow to the assembled ninjas, his demeanor earnest and sincere. Hoshino Kaede secretly admired such a masterful maneuver, soothing the crowd while simultaneously enhancing one's own prestige. "The Hokage speaks too highly. This is our duty." Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from addressing him as teacher and instead referred to him as Hokage, recognizing the importance of decorum in significant moments. Upon Hiruzen's words, others readily concurred, save for Hoshino Kaede. Tobarama's lips curved into a slight smile as he continued. "The upcoming negotiations with Konohagakure are of paramount importance to Konoha. Everyone must remain vigilant. We cannot afford to relax until the matter is definitively resolved." Indeed, the assembly nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. Days later, the high-ranking officials from both sides convened. The raikage cast a complex gaze upon Hoshino Kaede, letting out a sigh before presenting the negotiation agreement. "Your village is truly filled with prodigies." Tobarama chuckled lightly. "Indeed. Konohagakure is no different." Tobarama was exceptionally courteous, his spirits high, exchanging pleasantries without noticing the raikage's countenance, which resembled a charred pot bottom. As he perused the contents of the agreement, a smile graced Tobarama's lips. The terms were exceedingly favorable to Konoha, showcasing the raikage's ability to be both yielding and resolute. Hoshino Kaede glanced around and inquired of Liang, "Where are Jin Zhao and Yin Jiao? Why have they not arrived?" AI's eyelids twitched as he forced a smile and replied, "They are unwell and could not make it." This reason, well, it is quite compelling. Hoshino Fong silently mourned for the two individuals for a brief moment. Given Rakich's temperament, it seemed likely that their circumstances were far from favorable. Yet, on second thought, he appeared to have saved Rakich's life. Had the original course of events unfolded, Kinkaku and Ginkaku would have rebelled during the peace talks, resulting in Rakich's demise. With Hoshino Feng's intervention, the two were absent, inadvertently aiding Rakich. Thus, was he at a loss or had he gained something? Originally, his purpose for remaining here was for Tobarama, but it now seemed he had also unwittingly rescued Rakich. One could only say that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The agreement posed no issues, and after both parties signed, Tobarama heaved a sigh of relief. With the matter concerning the Cloud Village settled, one source of latent danger was eliminated, significantly alleviating the burden on his shoulders. After exchanging insincere pleasantries for a while, both sides departed, with everything resolved. I shall return to Konoha first, Hoshino Feng informed Tobarama. After a moment of contemplation, Tobarama nodded in agreement. Upon receiving a response, Hoshino Feng's figure vanished instantly. Like an invisible breeze, moving freely. A fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in Tobarama's eyes before it quickly dissipated, and he soon adjusted his demeanor. After lingering for a while longer to finalize border matters, Tobarama finally returned to the village with the others. News of the alliance between Konoha and the Cloud Village rapidly spread throughout the ninja world, inciting a wave of commotion. The Mist and Rock villages immediately found themselves enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. This signified that the pressure from the north had dissipated completely, allowing Konoha to direct its attention towards them. Undoubtedly, this was unwelcome news. The second First Hokage, Mu, was prudent and strategic. Originally, the alliance between the Mist and Rock villages had procured abundant resources. Mu had begun to contemplate retreat, planning to seize the opportunity to develop with the plundered resources. However, human greed proved insatiable, and coupled with the opposition from the second Mizukage, they were compelled to continue their resource plundering. Yet, the tides of the situation shifted dramatically. The peace talks with the Cloud Village exacerbated their pressures. Their momentum stagnated, and Konoha's reinforcements rendered them immobile. This stalemate persisted until the 14th year of Konoha, with the Rock and Mist villages thwarted and unable to advance. Between nations, there exists no friendship, only self-interest. When resources could no longer satiate their appetites, conflicts erupted. Prolonged deprivation of resources rendered the alliance between the Mist and Rock villages increasingly tenuous, with discontent brewing among the ranks. Tobarama keenly perceived this and subtly amplified the discord. In an instant, the fragile alliance crumbled, leading to internal conflict within the Mist and Rock villages, with casualties reported on both sides. Tobarama was elated by this turn of events and decisively took action, leading 6 disciples into battle. Konoha, as the premier ninja village, demonstrated remarkable prowess even in a 1 versus 2 scenario. The Mist and Rock villages found themselves on the back foot, their territories nearly reclaimed by Konoha. It could be said that all their previous efforts had come to naught. The second Mizukage was furious, believing that if not for the Rock village's treachery, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. He immediately redirected his ire towards the Rock village. Chaos ensued, and upon receiving news of the turmoil, Tobarama remained poised, awaiting further developments. A day later, reconnaissance ninjas delivered an astonishing report. The second Mizukage and second First Hokage had perished together, both sides suffering tremendous losses and retreating from the land of fire. The war had ended. Upon hearing this, Tobarama exhaled deeply and smiled. The Mist and Rock villages had both been severely weakened, losing their capacity to contest Konoha. This also signified the conclusion of the First Ninja War. "Master, we have triumphed," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with palpable excitement. The war had brought forth countless tragic scenes, with innumerable lives lost. After over a year of conflict, everyone was worn out and longed for the cessation of this dreadful war. Now, with the Rock and Mist villages in retreat, Konoha had emerged victorious. Yet, the affair was far from over. Many matters required attention. Tobarama rubbed his temples and shook his head. "Leave a portion of our forces. We shall return to Konoha first. Though we have won this war, it was not without difficulty. We must console the families of the fallen ninjas. By the way, let that brat Koji accompany Hoshino Feng." As he prepared to depart, Tobarama suddenly mentioned a concern for a subordinate. Understood. Although the gravity of the situation was not entirely clear to Hiruzen, he nonetheless replied affirmatively. Chapter 59. An unexpected encounter with Might Guy. With the war concluded, Konoha celebrated as if it were a festival. Faces aglow with joy as families visited one another to share in the happiness. Apart from Sunagakure, the remaining 3 nations that had besieged Konoha were defeated at its hands. This not only significantly bolstered the villagers' confidence, but also attracted a plethora of merchants to invest in Konoha. It could be said that they reaped both fame and profit. At the Ninja Academy, the bell rang signaling the end of class. With the teacher's words barely finished, a flurry of activity erupted as students surged forth in mere seconds. 6-year-old Hatake Tsukumo, having been urged by his father, had come to the academy. However, after enduring several years of rigorous training, he found it impossible to remain quietly seated in class, absorbing the rudimentary knowledge being imparted. Thus, he sought to find his brother for a conversation, but to his surprise, Hoshino Phone chuckled softly and remarked, "Tsukumo, life is fleeting. The moments of leisure are rare. Why not enjoy them? Perhaps at school, you might encounter like-minded companions." Hatake Tsukumo turned his head away in reluctance. Despite his maturity, he was still a child and did not grasp the profound meaning behind Hoshino Fang's words. All he wished was to escape the tedium of the classroom. Upon witnessing the scene, Hoshino Kaede could only shake his head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Since you are so insistent, very well, I shall speak with Uncle Isshin." However, whether he agrees or not remains uncertain. Kikuchi Tsukumo walked with his head bowed, memories of his brother's words echoing in his mind. He wondered if it would truly be feasible. After all, their father was exceedingly stern, and persuading him would likely prove challenging. As he walked, suddenly a voice murmured nearby. Tsukumo looked up to see a smaller child, drenched in sweat, running ahead. As he drew closer, he noted the child's face was flushed, as if emerging from a steamer, yet the child showed no sign of halting. Tsukumo's pupils constricted in shock. This child appeared to be at his limit, yet he was gritting his teeth and pushing through. He could not ascertain how long the child had been running, but it was evident that such training would surely leave lasting repercussions on his body, though Tsukumo's training was rigorous. With Hoshino Kaede present to massage his muscles and provide relaxation, as well as an array of expensive medicinal herbs, such privileges were not afforded to the average person. While he was still astonished, he overheard the child muttering to himself, "Faster, faster. If I don't arrive on time, I'll have to run an additional 50 laps." Tsukumo's emotions surged tumultuously. 50 more laps? That was a pace that could prove fatal. Even his brother would halt training the moment he approached his physical limits. Yet it was clear that no one had ever informed this child of the dangers of overtraining. Unable to contain himself, Tsukumo interjected, "That's enough. If you continue like this, your body will not withstand it." Might Guy paused, glancing around before finally realizing that Tsukumo was addressing him. Tsukumo felt a twinge of exasperation. Was there truly anyone else present? "I'm speaking to you. Don't you have any adults watching over you? If you keep this up, you will ruin yourself." Upon hearing this, Might Guy's spirits suddenly sank, and he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I don't have parents. Fortunately." Tsukumo's keen hearing captured the words, or he might have missed them entirely. "I apologize." The multitude of thoughts condensed into a single apology. Yet, Might Guy, grinning broadly and displaying a sunny demeanor, raised his thumb and said, "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to this kind of training. I've been at it for 2 years. 2 years. Tsukumo was taken aback by his statement. Under such intensity, even the most determined ninja would be fortunate to last a few months. Yet here was Might Guy, appearing no older than 4 or 5, who had already persevered for 2 years. Tsukumo's gaze shifted, filled with awe, questioning what kind of resolve allowed one to endure such trials. His initial curiosity morphed into pressure, and he even felt a hint of crisis. However, Might Guy suddenly looked despondent and lamented, "Unfortunately, I cannot master ninjutsu. I can only train in taijutsu, or else I wouldn't be at the bottom." Tsukumo shook his head, his expression one of affirmation as he replied, "My brother once said that reaching the pinnacle of taijutsu is equally remarkable." Might Guy's eyes lit up, and he nodded with unwavering determination. "Yes, I believe that day will come." At that moment, Hoshino Kaede's voice rang out. "Tsukumo, so you are here. Why haven't you returned?" Hearing that familiar voice, Tsukumo's eyes sparkled with surprise as he turned around and exclaimed, "Brother, you're back." "Yes, there was nothing for me to do over there, so I returned," Hoshino Kaede said, approaching Tsukumo and ruffling his hair affectionately. He then glanced at Might Guy and inquired, "And who is this?" Might Guy's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with excitement, You are Lord Hoshino. I've heard my teacher speak of you." Shinya Fong, feeling a twinge of guilt, absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. He had previously held a position at the Ninja Academy, albeit merely nominally, and had scarcely set foot there. Reflecting on this, he realized that he had indeed acted somewhat ungraciously. "I am Mate Dai. Greetings, Lord Shinya," Mate Dai exclaimed, his surprise quickly giving way to a deep bow. his face adorned with a foolish grin that mirrored the expression of someone encountering their long-cherished idol. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment as he scrutinized him from head to toe. He silently pondered to himself. Is this truly the father of the Azure Beast? Indeed, he is quite unconventional. His attire leaves much to be desired. Hoshino Kaede's lips twitched slightly as he cleared his throat a few times and said, "Hello." At that moment, Shikumo suddenly spoke with a serious expression, "Brother, I find school quite intriguing." Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Has your mind changed so swiftly?" The playful glint in his eyes rendered Hatake Kakashi utterly flustered, prompting him to turn away in irritation. "Well, it seems you found your partner." Hoshino Kaede ceased his teasing and shrugged. He then turned his gaze towards Might Guy, a thought blossoming in his mind, and proposed to the two, "How about you both engage in a contest of martial arts to assess each other's prowess?" In stark contrast to the burgeoning battle spirit reflected in Kakashi's eyes, Might Guy appeared considerably more reserved, stammering, "Is that really appropriate?" Hoshino Kaede smiled and remarked, "What is there to be concerned about? It is perfectly normal for classmates to engage in mutual sparring. If anything goes awry, I shall take full responsibility." Observing this, Might Guy nodded in agreement. Hoshino Kaede's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars, bright and dazzling, imbued with a hint of anticipation. One might ponder who among Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy possesses greater prowess in taijutsu. The former is her personally trained pupil, while the latter is renowned for his remarkable defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. A splendid spectacle awaits. Chapter 60, The Gift. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. The two chose a vacant space and assumed their stances. Though mere children, their preparations were executed with remarkable precision, each observing the other intently. After a moment of scrutiny, they surged toward one another simultaneously, their speed breathtaking. In an instant, as they closed the distance, Kakashi Hatake struck first, launching a powerful punch aimed at Might Guy's midsection. Guy deftly retreated a step, evading the blow, and then advanced with a swift kick. A dull thud echoed as their limbs collided, causing Kakashi's expression to shift slightly. The sharp pain radiating from his arm made him acutely aware of Might Guy's formidable strength. Undeterred by the initial setback, Guy unleashed a flurry of strikes, his assault fierce and relentless, each blow accompanied by a gust of wind. Yet, Kakashi's agility was remarkable. His movements fluid and nimble, he skillfully anticipated the trajectory of each attack, evading them with ease. The clash of their exchanges reverberated through the air, a series of muted thumps marking the intensity of their duel. Back and forth they went, neither willing to yield, each sustaining their share of injuries. Hoshino Kaede touched his chin and sighed inwardly. "Remarkable. I am well aware of Tsukumo's prowess, yet despite this, he still fails to gain even the slightest advantage. In terms of endurance, Might Guy outshines his peers, and his strength is also formidable." As he praised internally, Hatake Tsukumo felt a surge of anxiety, glancing sideways at Hoshino Kaede, who was observing the match. This was his first time engaging in such an intense battle with someone of his age, and most importantly, his brother was present. He did not want to embarrass himself in front of his brother. Hatake Tsukumo's expression shifted, his fist growing increasingly fierce as he relentlessly probed Might Guy's defenses, attempting to uncover an opportunity for victory, his gaze fixed intently upon him. At last, a spark of inspiration ignited within Tsukumo as he seized an opening during Might Guy's assault, sidestepping to evade, causing Might Guy to falter unexpectedly. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Might Guy silently cursed his luck, but years of training enabled him to react swiftly. He immediately adjusted his stance, striving to regain his balance, yet Tsukumo was not one to offer such an opportunity. In an instant, Tsukumo closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Might Guy's abdomen. The force of the blow was tremendous, and Might Guy's expression changed dramatically as he let out a muffled groan of pain. It felt as though his stomach's contents were about to surge forth, compelling him to clutch his belly and crouch down. "That's enough." Hoshino Kaede called out just in time. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo rushed forward with concern. "Guy, are you all right?" Might Guy flashed a smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, and bravely replied, "This pain is nothing. It pales in comparison to my training." Upon hearing this, Tsukumo felt a deep sense of reflection and promptly extended a hand to help him up. Through this encounter, their bond had subtly deepened. "Guy, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Tsukumo," Hoshino Kaede asserted with great confidence, his eyes brimming with admiration for Might Guy. "It is often said that dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Even the offspring of a mouse can dig a hole. His son is no ordinary talent." He nearly delivered a decisive blow. It can only be said that this family excels in martial arts. Even the Hyuga clan must concede in this regard. having no basis for comparison. Hearing his idol's affirmation, Might Guy felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks as he sheepishly scratched his head. However, I must express this concern. The intensity of your training far exceeds your body's capacity for endurance. Might Guy hesitated for a moment before responding, but if I don't push myself, I want to be able to keep up with the others. Xingye Feng was rendered speechless, his carefully crafted words caught in his throat. Unable to escape. Indeed, Might Guy's talent for ninjutsu was virtually non-existent. Aside from his relentless dedication to taijutsu, he had no alternative path. Furthermore, mastering taijutsu demanded considerable effort and did not guarantee fruitful results. Thus, for a ninja, achieving a certain proficiency in taijutsu sufficed. There was no need for arduous practice beyond that. Hoshino Feng sighed and remarked, "In that case, let Shao supervise you from now on. Additionally, I shall procure the necessary herbs to alleviate the ailment within you." Might Guy responded, bewildered. However, Shiki Shao appeared considerably more composed, nodding in agreement. "That idea is acceptable." Might Guy scratched his head in embarrassment. "This seems overly burdensome, and besides, I lack funds. As an orphan, he possessed no wealth beyond a meager pension. Merely managing to secure enough food to survive in this era was already a commendable achievement. The notion of enjoying meat even once a month was a luxury beyond his reach." Hoshino Kaede pondered for a moment, a hint of coaxing lacing his tone, and said, "It's nothing. Consider it a debt to me. In the future, when you grow up, you may assist me. Additionally, I shall guide you in your learning." Mado Dai, an orphan with remarkable maturity, felt an irresistible allure in Hoshino Kaede's proposition, recognizing it as a rare opportunity. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your mentorship, Lord Hoshino," Mado Dai replied with a respectful bow towards Hoshino Kaede. Hoshino Kaede smiled graciously as she accepted the gesture, not shying away. She then gently ruffled his hair and addressed Kakashi Hatake, saying, "Now, Shikamaru, I entrust you with Dai." "Understood, brother," Shikamaru replied, nodding as he cast a brief smile in Might Dai's direction. Upon observing the scene, Hoshino Kaede subtly nodded, realizing that the two little ones were getting along quite well. It would suffice to let their relationship develop naturally. Suddenly, Hoshino Kaede recalled something and addressed the enigmatic Might Guy. "Guy, I have a jutsu to bestow upon you. One that I believe suits you perfectly." Might Guy hesitated momentarily, aware that a jutsu from the esteemed Hoshino must hold significant value, thus feeling a tinge of uncertainty. "Is it truly appropriate, Hoshino-sama? We have only just met," he inquired. "Why should it not be? I see remarkable potential in you." Hoshino Kaede reassured him with a wave of his hand. "Moreover, a fine chef deserves a worthy knife. It is of no consequence." With that, he handed over a scroll that had been prepared for their battle. "The Eight Gates technique is an A-rank jutsu. It is most fitting for you," Hoshino Kaede elaborated. Might Guy was profoundly astonished. An A-rank jutsu. Though still young, the value of such a technique was unmistakable. The fact that Hoshino Kaede would so readily offer it to him moved him deeply. He silently vowed to repay Hoshino-sama once he gained strength. Unbeknownst to Hoshino Kaede, after gifting the jutsu, he left space for the two youngsters and departed, returning home. "Who are you? Why are you standing at my door?" Hoshino Kaede inquired upon noticing a young boy awkwardly standing at his entrance, seemingly hesitant to enter. Startled by the sudden question, the boy jolted and turned around, excitement flooding his expression. "Greetings, Hoshino-sama. I am Maruhoshi Kukiai, sent by the Hokage-sama to report." "Maruhoshi Kukiai? Wait, you are indeed Maruhoshi Kukiai." Hoshino Kaede initially failed to comprehend, but after a few seconds, his eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the boy before him. Chapter 61. Hoshino Kaede's guardian squad Maruhoshi Kukiai, in the future of Konoha, would emerge as a concealed powerhouse. Despite carrying the title of a genin, he engaged in tasks befitting a jonin, ranking among the strongest genin in Konoha. Due to a tactical error that led to the demise of his comrades, he was burdened with guilt and vowed before the second Hokage to remain a genin for life. True to his word, he upheld this vow, having served under the second, third, fourth, and fifth Hokages, akin to a veteran minister across 5 dynasties. Observing the youthful visage and the admiration in the boy's eyes, Hoshino Kaede smiled and said, "Kukiai, please come in, and we shall converse further." Once inside, Hoshino Kaede greeted his mother and then led Kukiai to the courtyard. "What did Tobarama summon you for?" Hoshino Kaede asked, pouring a pot of tea and offering him a cup. Kukiai accepted the cup with both hands and replied, "The Hokage-sama did not specify the purpose. He merely instructed me to follow you from now on." "Is that so?" Hoshino Kaede regarded Maruhoshi Kukiai with a knowing gaze. Causing the boy to break into a cold sweat, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a fierce beast. The pressure was immense, as if Hoshino-sama's aura rivaled that of the Hokage himself. "Very well, since he has assigned you to me, you shall accompany me," Hoshino Kaede declared, his expression suddenly shifting to one of lightheartedness. "From now on, you shall be a member of my guardian squad." Upon hearing this, Maruhoshi Kukiai responded exuberantly, "Yes." But soon, a look of confusion crossed his face as he asked, "Isn't the guardian squad exclusive to the Hokage?" Hoshino-sama would nod. As he spoke, Maruhoshi Kukiai hastily waved his hands in explanation. "I do not mean to question Hoshino-sama, merely expressing my surprise. Yes, indeed. Haha." Hoshino Kaede could not help but chuckle. The young Kukiai was quite amusing. "Fear not, my mentor permitted me to form a guardian squad long ago. It is not solely the Hokage's prerogative, at least not in my case, and Tobirama will not mind." Then, Hoshino Kaede donned a serious expression and stated, however, "Entry into my guardian squad is not granted to just anyone. Should you fail to meet my expectations?" Hoshino Kaede's tone suddenly elongated, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Therefore, even if it is someone introduced by Tobira, I will not acknowledge you, understand?" Maruboshi Kukiai was momentarily taken aback, ensnared by the formidable aura surrounding Hoshino, and stood in a daze for a brief interval, before resolutely nodding. "Understood, Lord Hoshino, I will not be a hindrance." Beware of speaking too boldly, as it may lead to unintentional revelations, Hoshino Kaede remarked, his words laden with implication. Maruboshi Kukiai tightened his lips, a tumultuous wave of painful memories surging within him, on the verge of breaking free from their confines, with sorrow threatening to engulf his entire being. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by recollections, Hoshino Kaede placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Kukiai, while guilt is natural, becoming ensnared in painful memories is merely a futile endeavor. I believe they are watching over you from above. Have faith in yourself, transform the guilt into motivation, and strive to live on, embracing the beauty of life." The words of Hoshino Kaede, akin to the gentle spring breeze and soft rain, warmed his heart, melting the ice and snow within, breathing life into his soul. Marusei Keikai's eyes brimmed with tears, and he could not contain himself, letting the tears flow, emitting soft sobs. Upon witnessing this, Hoshino Kaede let out a deep sigh and gently touched his forehead with a fingertip. Marusei Keikai fell back heavily, tears slowly spilling from the corners of his eyes. "Sleep now, Keikai. May you have sweet dreams," Hoshino Kaede whispered softly, gazing down at him. He then lifted his gaze to the clear sky, lost in thought while cradling a cup of tea. After a considerable time, Marusei Keikai stirred from his slumber, his eyes opening in a daze, momentarily struggling to awaken. "Awake now?" Hoshino Kaede's voice suddenly broke the silence, and Keikai recalled the events that had transpired. "It appears you have found peace with yourself," Hoshino Kaede observed, taking in Keikai's improved complexion. The cheerful demeanor he had previously displayed was evidently a fade, concealing the depths of his inner turmoil. Now, however, he seemed transformed, as if reborn. After a brief silence, Marusei Keikai bowed once more to Hoshino Kaede. He had dreamed of his former teammates encouraging him, their voices offering solace repeatedly. He understood that all of this was orchestrated by Hoshino Kaede. It was but a trivial effort, no need for concern, Hoshino Kaede waved dismissively. "The ability to let go is your own achievement. I merely aided in the flow. Lord Hoshino, I vow to follow you faithfully from this day forth," Marusei Keikai declared with sincere eyes, unwavering determination etched upon his face. Hoshino Kaede's expression darkened slightly, and with a twitch of his lips, he helplessly remarked, Well, do as you please. That fellow Tobirama has a penchant for passing off these troublesome matters to me." Hoshino Kaede's complaints were as if he bore an enormous grievance upon his shoulders. After venting for a while, he felt considerably lighter and then inquired, "What do you plan to do next? Do you have any destination in mind?" Gyuk shook his head and replied, "I have not yet decided, but I cannot neglect my training in ninjutsu." "Indeed, that is true." Hoshino Kaede nodded in agreement before proceeding to impart his ninjutsu techniques. It seemed as though he were a benefactor, bestowing gifts upon those he deemed worthy. However, they were all promising talents, the future pillars of Konoha, so sharing his knowledge was indeed a worthy investment. "Here, take this. It is the water release insights that Tobirama once bestowed upon me. It should be quite beneficial for you." Hoshino Kaede casually tossed it. Gyuk hurriedly caught it, his mouth slightly agape, astonishment evident in his eyes. "This is the water release knowledge from the second Hokage, renowned as the sea release. I will strive diligently and will not disappoint your expectations." Gyuk clenched his fists, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. Do you have a place to reside? Hoshino Kaede suddenly inquired. Gyuk responded, yes, I have the house left by my parents after their passing. I see. Hoshino Kaede chuckled lightly. I plan to move out soon. Would you care to join me? Tea together. Gyuk exclaimed in shock, caught off guard by the sudden invitation. Would you like to come? Hoshino Kaede reiterated. After a moment's hesitation, Gyuk gently nodded. Yes. His voice was soft, yet Hoshino Kaede heard him clearly. Then it settled. I will inform you later. Hoshino Kaede cast a glance at the door before rising to leave. Outside, the familiar darkness of the awaited him. Lord Hoshino. As soon as he opened the door, a greeting reached his ears. Since Hoshino Kaede had demonstrated his formidable prowess, his strength became widely recognized. His first display of power had utterly overwhelmed the second Hokage, catapulting him to fame. The downside of such notoriety was the constant greetings he received wherever he went. However, to be honest, Hoshino Kaede did not entirely mind this attention. It felt rather pleasant. No wonder some people would go to great lengths to achieve fame. The Hokage has called a high-level meeting and requires your presence. The bowed respectfully. Kneeling on one knee, their fervor barely contained in their eyes. Xingye Feng's lips twitched, a shiver coursing through him as he murmured, I understand. Chapter 62. Post-war matters and warnings. After dismissing the dark faction, Xingye Feng remained unsettled, his lips continuing to quiver. It was utterly terrifying. That gaze sent chills to the depths of his heart. So this is what fervent fans are like. What an enlightening experience. Gujia, I'm stepping out for a moment. Having regained his composure, Xingye Feng turned and called out to the room within. Upon receiving a response, he exerted himself and leapt onto the rooftop, vaulting back and forth. It appeared that a high-level meeting was in session, likely concerning peace negotiations. As he ran, thoughts swirled in his mind. With the retreat of mist and rock hidden, they could not simply be let off the hook. Given Tobarama's tenacity, it was reasonable to expect they would suffer greatly. Perhaps it was even possible to bring them to their knees through extortion. Lost in thought, Xingye Feng couldn't help but chuckle. With Tobarama alive, everything had changed. A few minutes later, Xingye Feng entered the building and was greeted by the sound of papers rustling as Tobarama sifted through documents. The stack appeared to be at least a meter high, countless as falling snowflakes. Ah, what a burdensome existence, Xingye Feng remarked with a smirk as he took a seat. Without raising his head, Tobarama replied, Haha, don't worry, you'll be just like this in the future. As Hoshino Kaede stumbled, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. She coughed lightly and remarked, Ahem, it is still early, quite early indeed. It is not too early, I can manage for a few more years. After that, whether you want to or not, you will have to step up, Tobarama replied, lifting his head with a serious expression. Hoshino Kaede widened her eyes. Pointing at him, do you not intend to have your disciple succeed you? A disciple, you say? Ah, I once entertained that notion, but now. Tobarama shook his head as he spoke, choosing not to elaborate further. What on earth is happening? Could it be that this butterfly has rendered the third Hokage, Hiruzen, obsolete? Surely not. While it is true that he became less active in later years, he was quite astute and capable during his initial tenure. Is Tobarama truly considering a complete severance? With wide eyes filled with curiosity, Hoshino Kaede gazed intently at Tobarama, hoping he would assist her in unraveling her confusion. Why are you staring at me? Don't you wish to take action? Tobarama said, narrowing his eyes. Hoshino Feng nodded silently. I believe that Hazashi and Danzo are quite commendable. Why do you insist on fixating on me? He chuckled lightly. Tobarama let out a cold laugh. While those two are indeed exceptional, they pale in comparison to you. Intrigued, Hoshino Kaede inquired, am I truly that remarkable in your eyes? I never realized you had a day to shower someone with praise. The veins on Tobarama's forehead throbbed. His fist, as large as a sandbag, poised and ready to deliver a strike upon his head. Sensing the escalating tension, Hoshino Kaede promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Resolutely shaking his head. Forget it, don't dwell on me. The title of Hokage holds little significance for me. Tobarama shook his head in response. I understand your sentiments. Yet sometimes a title carries substantial weight. For instance, with that, he rummaged through a stack of documents for a moment before producing a piece of paper and handing it to Hoshino Kaede. Take a look at this. The latest intelligence received from the Umbu. Xingye Feng took the document, casting a casual glance at the information, which instantly furrowed his brow. Is this real? Could it possibly be false? Goodness. He read through all the intelligence with unwavering focus. The second Hokage of the Cloud-Hidden Village was ambushed and slain by the duo of Jinjiao and Injiao, who subsequently succumbed to exhaustion while besieged by Cloud ninjas. In that succinct sentence lay a wealth of information, causing Xing Yefeng's eyes to widen as if attempting to pierce through the very essence of it all. The second Raikage had indeed perished, and once again at the hands of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. What do you plan to do? Xing Yefeng raised his gaze to Tobarama. What else can we do? The most crucial task now is to recuperate. We cannot engage in battle. Tobarama, with his quick-witted mind, would not commit such a fundamental error. It is unfortunate that the second Raikage met such an ambiguous demise, Xing Yefeng sighed in reflection. Yet, for Konoha, this could be considered a fortuitous turn of events. Just as he pondered, footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, Tobarama's 6 disciples had gathered, along with Narashikaku, who, as Konoha's strategist, was naturally present. In contemporary Konoha, only 3 individuals could be deemed part of the upper echelon: the second Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, and finally, Xing Yefeng. The remainder were merely peripheral figures. Even Tobarama's disciples fell short in this regard. On one hand, their strength was insufficient to command respect, and on the other, their status as mere disciples had not yet allowed them entry into the core of Konoha's power. Master, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted as he entered, leading the others in salutation to Tobarama. Hoshino Kaede cast a subtle glance at Tobarama, and upon seeing his tacit agreement, understood that his heart still inclined towards Uchiha Izuna. Once everyone had arrived, Tobarama gave a slight nod and turned his attention to Narashikaku. Shikaku, have the peace treaties from Kirigakure and Iwagakure been delivered? As a defeated nation, reparations were inevitable, not to mention that the invasion had been initiated by others. Narashikaku nodded slightly, retrieving 2 copies of the treaties and handing them to Tobarama. Shortly after their defeat, they sent emissaries with these. They likely fear the might of Konoha and wish to expedite the peace process, Tobarama remarked with a cold smirk, easily discerning their intentions. Indeed, both Kirigakure and Iwagakure have suffered significant losses and are no longer in a position to challenge Konoha. Shikaku responded with a knowing smile. Such opportunities to seize advantages were rare, if they did not take a firm stand now. It would be a disservice to the ninja who fought valiantly on the front lines. Shikaku, demand as much as we can for reparations. We must instill a sense of fear and pain in them, Tobarama stated with a stern expression. After instructing Shikaku, his gaze shifted to his disciples. That piercing look cast upon them sent a chill coursing through their veins, compelling them to swallow nervously, silently acknowledging the palpable intent of their master. After a moment, Tobarama withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. Konoha has endured a great war, and we are at a critical juncture. Everyone must fulfill their duties diligently. I expect no one to be lax. His fierce gaze once again fell upon each of them, penetrating their very souls. Yes, sensei. They responded in unison, though some, with guilty consciences, felt the cold sweat trickling down their backs. Tobarama waved his hand, allowing them to disperse to attend to their respective tasks. Soon, only Tobarama and Hoshino Kaede remained in the room. What was with that outburst just now? Hoshino Kaede inquired, taking a sip of tea and speaking softly. Tobarama sighed deeply. My disciples have grown up. They are becoming more challenging to manage. Indeed, as you said, they have matured. It is time to let go, Hoshino Kaede replied, shaking her head. After a brief silence, Tobarama nodded in agreement. As long as the foundation of Konoha remains unshaken, I can endure. Hoshino Kaede remained noncommittal and remarked, I have established a guard unit, and I wanted to inform you in case you disapprove. Tobarama scoffed. Does it matter if you have my disapproval? You will still disregard it as if it were mere wind passing by your ears. Coughing lightly, he added, however, one must show at least a semblance of respect. Hoshino Kaede responded with a cheerful smile. So you are aware of the need for appearances. Were it not for his unparalleled ability to flee, Tobarama would have certainly made him understand the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. Hoshino Kaede spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, casting a sidelong glance at Tobarama as he remarked, What can I say? I hold grudges quite fiercely. The weight of his final words hung in the air, as though he wished to consume Tobarama whole. Mentioning past events caused Tobarama to touch his nose sheepishly, for he was indeed aware of the impropriety of his actions back then. Remaining entrenched in the era of the warring states, it was undeniably excessive to expect a tender sapling nurtured in a garden to engage in slaughter. Clearing his throat, Tobarama, maintaining his stoic expression, attempted to rationalize. Come now, Kaede, that incident is long behind us. Hoshino Phone let out a cold snort, mockingly remarking, The past? You have ravaged my tender heart. Do you believe a mere apology can mend it? Tobarama's eyelids twitched as he rubbed his brow and said, Speak plainly, what is it that you desire? Spare me the roundabout approach. Really? Hoshino Phone raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. Well, regardless of my agreement, you would proceed with your plans. So it is better to lay it bare, Tobirama replied, somewhat exasperated. In the entirety of Konoha, who did not show him respect, greeting him warmly. Yet, his elder brother had taken on a disciple, one endowed with extraordinary talent, their abilities evolving at an astonishing pace. This predicament left him in a bind. Unable to strike or scold, resembling a little ruler in his own right. Ha ha, it's good that you understand, Hoshino Fong said. A smile blooming in his heart as he continued, it's nothing too significant. I simply require that when I ask for someone in the future, you cannot refuse. And the guard team shall not fall under your jurisdiction. Tobirama, intrigued, inquired, is that all? No further demands? Upon hearing this, Hoshino Fong feigned a sense of entitlement and continued to make demands. Since you have so benevolently inquired, then I. Stop. That's enough. You should leave at once. Tobirama hurriedly interrupted him, promptly ushering him out. Hoshino Kaede curled her lips in disdain. Is this all it takes to break you? Truly. There is no patience whatsoever. Very well, I wish you a day filled with endless toil. With a heartfelt blessing, she gracefully departed. Tobirama. Upon exiting the building, Hoshino Kaede chose not to return home but instead sought out her own residence. Reflecting upon her savings, a smile crept across her face. This was her very first home, a cause for celebration, symbolizing her impending liberation from her parents' grasp. Humming a tune, her gait exuded an air of undeniable arrogance. Ah. We the common folk are quite elated today. With a bold stride, Hoshino Kaede surveyed her prospective abode. In Konoha, homes were virtually costless, as construction expenses were negligible. Given her contributions, Konoha generously bestowed a residence upon her, a privilege shared by many elite shinobi. Before long, she found a house that caught her eye. Conveniently situated near the Ninja Academy, merely a short stroll away. The ample sunlight flooded the three-story structure, with windows facing directly toward the school. This pleased her greatly. As observing the budding talents of Konoha brought her immense joy, Hoshino Kaede waved toward a certain direction, and in an instant, a figure materialized before her. I have chosen this one. Let me inform Tobirama, she said, pointing at the house ahead. Understood, the Umbu replied without a moment's hesitation and promptly vanished once more. After making her selection, Hoshino Kaede suddenly sensed something amiss. She glanced around. The location was impeccable. The neighborhood quite desirable. Could it be that Tobirama had deliberately set this aside for her? Hoshino Kaede's mouth twitched in exasperation. Upon reflection, it was indeed something he would do. While he mentally cursed the cunning old fox, a youthful voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts from behind. Excuse me, are you Lord Hoshino? The unexpected voice broke his reverie. And he turned to see a curious little one gazing up at him. The child's tousled black hair appeared refreshingly vibrant, and their innocent face bore a hint of curiosity. Illuminated by a ray of sunlight that evoked a sense of warmth in the heart. Though mischievous children could be quite bothersome, well-behaved ones were equally endearing. You know me? Facing the charming youngling, Hoshino Kaede's patience was typically abundant. He bent down to gently pat the child's head. Yes. My teacher admires you greatly in class and mentioned that you still hold a position at the school. At the mention of this, Hoshino Kaede's face flushed momentarily. Though he quickly masked it, clearing his throat to respond. Is that so? What is your name? For reasons unbeknownst to him. Seeing this little one stirred a peculiar emotion within his heart. My name is Mitarashi Zishio. It is an honor to meet you, sir. The child immediately straightened. Their expression turning serious as they bowed deeply, offering a grand salute to Hoshino Kaede. Ah, Mitarashi Zishio, a splendid name, he mused, stroking his chin while contemplating. Mitarashi, was that not the surname of Akkad? Moreover, this name seemed familiar, as if it had graced the pages of a novel he once read. Ah, now he recalled, it belonged to the former head of the Umbu in Konoha. So, it seemed he had encountered quite a remarkable individual. Yet, at that moment, the renowned Umbu leader appeared to be nothing more than an adorable little child, eyes sparkling with innocent wonder and curiosity about great figures. Little Zishio, how old are you? With this thought, Hoshino Kaede found the child even more delightful. He had already set his sights on this one. No one could contest him, not even the mightiest of beings. Mitarashi Zishio replied obediently, I am 8 years old, in the 3rd grade. After graduation, would you like to follow your elder brother? The benefits are quite exceptional. Hoshino Kaede could hardly contain his eagerness, intent on making a move to secure the child's allegiance. However, he soon realized that his enthusiasm might be somewhat one-sided. Mitarashi Zishio hesitated, struggling to articulate a complete response. Hoshino Kaede tapped his forehead, feeling a twinge of urgency, then smiled and said, There's no need to respond so quickly. Just inform me of your decision before graduation. Upon hearing this, Mitaka Shizuka nodded repeatedly, and then, citing the lateness of the hour. Hurriedly took her leave. "TSK, heh, little one, having caught my eye, you shan't escape so easily." Hoshino Kaede watched as the flustered Mitaka Shizuka fled, chuckling softly to himself. "Just right, I have never visited the school where I hold a position. It would be quite delightful to pay attention to the promising new talents of the future." As Hoshino Kaede pondered this, her smile grew increasingly vibrant, exuding a somewhat villainous aura. It seemed that Shomo was also in his first year. She might as well check on his school life, achieving two objectives at once. Shaking her head, she redirected her thoughts towards her new residence, preparing to transform its ambience. Beneath the glow of the setting sun, within the confines of the Ninja Academy, students were still diligently training, pouring forth the sweat of their youth. Through the window, Hoshino Kaede beheld the tireless figure of Kikisakamo, a smile of contentment gracing her face. Close behind him, Mato-dai followed closely, showing no sign of faltering for even a moment. Chapter 64. The Appointment at the Ninja Academy. Bang. On the grand playground, a throng of young trainees engaged in paired practice. Mitokai Shirzua effortlessly knocked down his opponent with a single punch, appearing quite at ease. Soon, a chorus of girls erupted in ecstatic screams, fervently cheering for him. "Wow. Shirzua is amazing. Shirzua has claimed the top spot again, handsome and capable. I've found my true love. Don't look at him. He has mine. Don't try to steal him from me." With an expression of nonchalance, Mitokai Shirzua stepped off the field to take a break. Hoshino Kaede nodded in agreement, acknowledging the impressive mastery of both physical techniques and ninjutsu, deeming the first place well-deserved. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Shizuka retorted, "Do you still doubt my capabilities?" Hoshino Kaede extended his finger and waved it side to side, saying, No, I merely wish to assess the strength of others, while also taking a glance at yours." Having spoken, he did not wait for Zishio to respond and turned to the young ones, proclaiming, "All right, the match has concluded. In my heart, there is but one evaluation of this battle." Hoshino Kaede's gaze suddenly sharpened, a subtle yet potent aura erupted from within him. Midashirakuzen's pupils constricted, his heart filled with astonishment. Is this truly the power of Lord Hoshino? After returning home that day, despite his initial disinterest in prominent figures, he whimsically inquired about them from his father. This single question left his young heart in shock. The first generation's Hokage's disciple, who dominated the battlefield of Konohagakure and single-handedly altered the course of battle, stood as a paragon at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Such a plethora of accolades attributed to one individual radiated an overwhelming brilliance, almost blinding. He had assumed that each successive generation of Konoha would surpass the last, but was taken aback by their apparent shortcomings. "It seems you all have learned nothing. Resembling mere refuse." His fervent outburst caused the students' faces to flush with indignation. None wished to be labeled as rubbish, for it struck at their dignity. Yet, in the presence of such a figure, they found themselves rendered speechless. Most in the class were commoners, and Hoshino Kaede's exploits were well known throughout Konoha. Long before Hoshino began teaching this class, their parents had cautioned them incessantly against mischief. Otherwise, upon returning home, they would face a formidable reprimand, ensuring a complete childhood experience. "Teacher Hoshino, your words are rather biased," Midashirakuzen remarked, observing his classmates shrink back, unwilling to meet Hoshino's gaze, before stepping forward to voice his dissent. In response to Midashirakuzen's words, Hoshino Kaede did not chastise him. Instead, he turned to the others, his voice rising in anger. "Look at you all. Unable to utter a single word. What kind of aspiring ninjas are you? I would say you might as well return to farming, where you would find more joy. This is not a sanctuary of gentleness." The atmosphere pulsated like boiling water, spreading outward. The youngsters, brimming with youthful vigor and fervor, were incited to retort loudly. "Teacher, you are mistaken. We are not rubbish," one exclaimed. "Indeed, who is born a strong warrior? I refuse to accept that," another added. "What we learn in school are merely the fundamentals, vastly different from the past. I disagree with your assertions." Hoshino Fong observed the fervently animated crowd with a quiet nod of approval. This was precisely what he desired. He had no interest in a lifeless classroom. "What is your name?" Hoshino Fong inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he pointed at a small figure standing beside Zishio. "I am called Moonlight Knight," the small figure replied, standing tall and speaking with conviction. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Feng's admiration intensified. "Excellent. This is the spirit a boy should possess," he praised. The Moonlight Knight's expression brightened momentarily, only to fade almost instantly as Hoshino Feng continued. "Seeing your vitality, you shall run laps around the playground. Stopping is not an option." Moonlight Knight stood frozen in place until Zishio tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to regain his composure. "What? Just a compliment, and you're already faltering? TSK, if you're afraid." Then so be it, Hoshino feigned nonchalance. Moonlight Knight felt countless gazes fixated upon him from behind, his face flushed crimson. And a surge of blood rushed to his head. With a swift turn, he summoned all his strength and began to run laps around the playground. Do not look at me. Since you all claim that what the school teaches is merely foundational, allow me to raise the difficulty for you. Hoshino Kaede clapped his hands, redirecting the attention back to himself, and then ominously remarked. Yoshirai Zishio could not help but swallow hard. Moments later, over 40 students were enduring the scorching sun, laboriously holding a horse stance. Moreover, they were each adorned with appropriate weights on their wrists and ankles to ensure their bodies remained unharmed. Ah! How delightful it would be to indulge in watermelon under such weather. Not far away, Hoshino Kaede savored slices of watermelon, relishing each bite in front of the students. The sound of someone gulping, likely one of the younger ones, only widened Hoshino Kaede's smile. During the entirety of the class, they accomplished nothing. Their leg muscles stiffened from the prolonged squatting, and any slight movement sent waves of pain coursing through them. Hoshino Kaede gazed at the lone figure of Matarai Shizuka on the field, the last remaining student still persevering. The others lay sprawled on the ground, embodying the essence of survival after a catastrophe. Shizuka, you are the only one left. Aren't you going to take a break? Kaede said, teasingly, while munching on a watermelon. How insidious. A collective thought echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Yet, under the overwhelming authority of their teacher, they could only silently ponder. No, I can still hold on. Shizuka managed to utter through gritted teeth, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. Well done, Kaede replied with a smirk. Then turned to Moonlight Knight, calling out, all right, little one, it's time to stop. You seem to be swaying, don't go injuring yourself. Moonlight Knight staggered a few steps, and upon hearing Kaede's words, collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out as he gazed blankly at the sky. Not a word could escape his lips, nor did he wish to utter one. Your physical condition leaves much to be desired, Kaede murmured to himself. More practice is required. The others nearby felt a few beads of sweat trickle down their foreheads, inwardly lamenting, wondering if they would still see the sun tomorrow. Thud. Shizuka finally could hold on no longer, her figure swaying before her vision dimmed and she succumbed to unconsciousness. In the fleeting moment before Hoshino Kaede collapsed, he swiftly caught himself, shaking his head and remarking, stubborn temperament, just like Suomao. Upon finishing his words, he subtly activated the power of time, reversing it by an hour. In an instant, his vitality surged, and Zishu opened his eyes, bewildered and perplexed for a considerable while. Didn't I faint? How could this be? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Hoshino Kaede delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, Stop pondering. It was my doing. Get up. Hoshino Kaede released her grip, gently cradling the Moonlit Knight once more, awakening it in the same manner. You are fortunate to have encountered me, yet equally unfortunate. For I am your instructor. Hoshino Fong gestured for the two to return to the group, and then spoke with a gentle smile, as the others looked on in confusion. Hoshino Fong elucidated, I possess the bloodline limit of space-time, allowing me to manipulate the flow of time at will, either accelerating or reversing it. Just now, I reversed the time for those two, restoring their stamina to what it was an hour ago. Therefore, you are all fortunate. Hoshino Fong raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he gazed at them. Chapter 65, Being a ninja is not as simple as wishing to be one. Upon hearing this, Midashirai Zishu and Yueg Wangyi swallowed hard, exchanging glances that revealed the bitterness in their eyes. This teacher does not adhere to the conventional methods. Who can possibly rein him in? Your class is an ordinary one, and I find that unsatisfactory. Therefore, in the days to come, I shall rigorously train you, aiming to best every member of the elite class. Hoshino Kaede harbored no qualms about escalating the situation, boldly uttering threats of violence. If you fail to accomplish your tasks, I regret to inform you, I shall have a word with Tobarama. And you may find yourselves facing delayed graduation or even expulsion, rest assured. I possess the authority to do so. Despite her gentle smile, an icy chill surged through the hearts of the younglings, compelling their submission. Gulping nervously as they felt the weight of her words, Hoshino Kaede reveled in their fear. The prospects of delayed graduation or expulsion were intolerable to them. Most students in this class hailed from humble backgrounds, with few possessing exceptional talents. For them, becoming a ninja represented a swift avenue to financial gain, particularly when one overlooked the inherent dangers. A single C-rank mission could yield tens of thousands of yen, translating to several thousand yen per individual. For those of modest means, this was indeed a substantial income. In the realm of professions, the remuneration was nearly unparalleled. Moreover, aside from the lucrative earnings, the societal status was considerably elevated. An ordinary nin could command genin, and even common villagers would greet them with respect. It was not difficult to fathom the desirability of such a vocation, even in light of the peril it entailed. It seemed they had grasped the gravity of the situation. Thus, I shall refrain from reiterating. Hoshino Kaede nodded in satisfaction. Previously, some had remarked that the education provided was excessively rudimentary. So I shall adopt an alternative approach to teaching. Ensuring enjoyment in the learning process is paramount, though I must clarify, it shall be my enjoyment, not yours. A smile graced her lips as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, silencing the mischievous chatter of the young ones, who now listened intently to her discourse. Oh, it appears it is noon. Let us break for lunch. 1 hour from now, I expect to see everyone gathered. Hoshino Kaede raised his hand to shield himself from the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he allowed everyone to take a break for lunch and subsequently departed from the playground, granting them the liberty to engage in their own activities. Freed from the oppressive presence of the formidable teacher, the children finally felt able to breathe. Once Hoshino had walked a distance away, they dared to whisper among themselves. How terrifying. Teacher Hoshino is truly fearsome, exclaimed a boy with freckles, his voice trembling with trepidation. Do you think he might actually expel us? A girl voiced her concerns, her anxiety palpable. The tone in which he spoke had indeed seemed devoid of pretense. Listening to their murmurs, Tsukikijiro pondered for a moment before turning to his companion, Mitsushirashi Zikio. Zikio, what are your thoughts on this teacher? Mitsushirashi Zikio settled down, lifting his lunchbox as he replied, he is formidable, truly impressive. Well, that's obvious. With that kind of presence, I doubt any teacher in the school could compare. Tsukikijiro retorted. Rather than engaging in idle chatter, it would be wiser to rest as much as possible. Who knows how we will be dealt with this afternoon? Mitsushirashi Zikio remained composed, his mouth never pausing as he consumed his meal, refusing to waste a moment of respite. Prompted by his words, Tsukikijiro quickly sat beside him and opened his bento to join in the meal. Upon witnessing the two strongest individuals in their class dining together, the others followed suit. For it was wise to align oneself with the strong. On the playground, the sight of a large group of children eating in place captured the attention of students from other classes. From the teaching building, clusters of students pointed and whispered about them. In the first grade, Kiki Shikumo, with a vacant stare, turned to his elder brother, Hoshino Kaede, and asked, Brother, are you really going to have them fight against the elite class? Hoshino Fong tousled his hair and, squinting his eyes, remarked, Indeed. Words once spoken are akin to water spilled. There is no rationale for retracting them. However, the disparity in strength between the elite class and us is vast. I see not a glimmer of hope. Hoshino Kaede contemplated for a moment, then chuckled softly, saying, Tsukumo, this world often judges success and failure. But you must understand that the foundation of both is survival. I do not yearn for them to exhibit extraordinary talents or to attain great heights in the future. I merely hope they can live well. However, as ninjas, they are frequently confronted with unforeseen circumstances, and the loss of life is commonplace. Tsukumo Hatake was perplexed by this. Thus, I wish for them to experience this reality beforehand. Hoshino Kaede continued. Being a ninja is not a profession that can be assumed merely through words. With that, Hoshino Kaede approached the resting group, leaving Tsukumo Hatake in deep contemplation. Upon seeing their teacher approach, everyone immediately stood at attention, not daring to make a single unnecessary sound. Indeed, the afternoon training was somewhat lighter. I possess each of your profiles, yet I believe direct combat experience offers a quicker understanding, therefore. As Hoshino Kaede concluded, his gaze swept back and forth, seemingly selecting a worthy adversary, ultimately settling on Moonlight Knight. Come now, little one, let me witness your bravery. Hoshino Kaede remarked with a mischievous smile. Do not shed tears, I shall not comfort a child. Moonlight Knight let out a soft snort. Teacher, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Hoshino Fong raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was confidence or mere arrogance. Come on. With a single hand, he beckoned him forward from behind, exuding a palpable air of provocation. The arena opened up, and the students rallied, cheering for Moonlight Knight. While only Zishu believed that Moonlight Knight was destined to fail. Lowering his body, Moonlight Knight surged forward, executing a sweeping kick with considerable force, accompanied by a sharp whoosh through the air. Hoshino Fong stood resolute as a mountain, blocking with one hand, assessing the force with a private critique, commendable, yet insufficient. Without retaliating, he deftly seized his opponent's ankle, hurling him several meters away. Yu Guangai tumbled through the air, staggering a few steps before regaining his balance. Is that all? Perhaps you should return, Hoshino Fong remarked with a hint of derision. Though aware of the provocation, Guai felt an unsettling fire ignite within him. How infuriating. The previous test made it abundantly clear that he could not gain an advantage through physical prowess alone. Thus, he resolved to pursue an alternative strategy. Forming hand seals with a speed that was unremarkable, he was not interrupted by Hoshino Kaede, who merely observed his intentions. Once the seals were complete, two plumes of white smoke erupted, and the shadow clones surged forward like lightning, flanking Hoshino Kaede from both sides. Meanwhile, the real Guai, akin to a specter, positioned himself behind Hoshino Kaede, his presence becoming faint as he gripped a small kunai tightly. Coordinating with his clones, he executed the Konoha-style sword technique, his most potent strike yet, capable of compelling even Mito Washizisha to evade its edge. The trio's synergy was remarkable, their blades flashing as they targeted vital points with relentless ferocity, dazzling to behold. In the next instant, Hoshino Kaede's lips curled into a smirk. In the blink of an eye, he moved. Chapter 66. The tender blossoms of the village. The fierce blade was about to descend upon Hoshino Kaede, and Guai's expression gleamed with triumph, as if he could already envision his impending victory. A commendable thought, yet merely a fleeting fantasy. Suddenly, the world spun around him, and his head felt heavy. Hoshino Kaede had instantaneously appeared behind him, delivering a precise chop to the back of his head. In one fluid motion, he seized the kunai and dispatched the clone with a reverse strike. The entire sequence unfolded with such ease that Guai clutched his head, grimacing, struggling to regain his composure. That night, his plan had seemed sound: to distract with clones, diminish his presence through stealth, and then strike decisively. Hoshino Kaede offered a succinct yet profound commentary. In that fleeting moment when the atmosphere shifted, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind: Moonlight Gale. This tragic figure, who made a brief appearance only to vanish, existed in Konoha like a shooting star, ephemeral and elusive. Yet, possessing the bloodline limit of the Sh-ton, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Moonlight Knight. Although seemingly lacking in strength, if wielded adeptly, his assassination skills could serve as a formidable weapon. What good are such thoughts if they cannot bring him closer to his mentor? Moonlight Knight hung his head low, exuding an air of dejection. Mitsubishi Zikio, observing this, remarked with a hint of incredulity, "Encountering a mentor is what one might call the norm. Enough, take a moment to regroup. Zikio, it's your turn." Hoshino Kaede's gaze shifted to Zikio, the future captain of the Umbu, leaving him to ponder whether this individual might surprise him. In stark contrast to Moonlight Knight's direct confrontation, Mitsubishi Zikio exhibited remarkable caution, concealing his presence within the underbrush, poised for action. Exceptional hunters often exhibit immense patience, and Zikio was no exception. However, this presupposes a relatively equal standing between hunter and prey. Under Hoshino Kaede's perceptive gaze, Zikio's concealment was futile. "Ah, still too young," Hoshino Kaede mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he vanished in an instant. In a nearby thicket, Zikio's eyes widened in alarm, and after a heartbeat, he whispered urgently, "This is bad. We must flee." Suddenly, a surge of danger ignited within him, prompting an instinctive roll away from his previous position. Hoshino Kaede's fist struck the ground with such force that it created a crater several meters deep. Had it landed on a human, the consequences would be dire. Is teacher Hoshino truly unafraid of the risks involved? Moonlight Knight pondered silently, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Zikio felt a twinge of frustration. Chastising himself for being overly fanciful, in the presence of such strength, concealing oneself was utterly futile. Conversely, Moonlight Knight's direct approach, while lacking in wisdom, at least demonstrated some self-awareness. "Zikio, your recent performance has left me quite disappointed. Consequently, I shall ensure that you experience a taste of hardship as a consequence for your misjudgment." Hoshino Kaede slowly emerged, his gait imbued with a steady strength, each step seemingly treading upon the heart of Mitsubishi Zikio. Gritting his teeth, Mitsubishi Zikio swiftly formed hand seals and declared, "Wind release, Windblade." As his words resonated, his cheeks slightly puffed, as if gathering latent power. Subsequently, he unleashed several sharp, cutting wind blades, accompanied by a whispering sound of slicing air, aimed at Hoshino Kaede. This adept display of wind ninjutsu caught Hoshino Kaede's attention. Quite impressive, indeed. A smile finally graced Hoshino Kaede's face. The wind blades howled towards him, and with a single hand forming seals, he softly uttered, "Earth release, earth flow wall." A sturdy earthen wall rose from the ground, absorbing the onslaught of wind blades, leaving merely shallow impressions behind. As Hoshino Kaede emerged from the shadows, he was met with a barrage of searing fireballs. The technique, fire release, fireball, was executed by Mitashira Zixiao, whose face bore a triumphant smile, fully aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. Yet it was precisely this overconfidence that led Hoshino Kaede to underestimate his adversary. He initiated the encounter with a gust of wind blades, and under normal circumstances, one would logically employ an earthen barrier for defense, which indeed was the case. Seizing upon this predictable thought process, he unleashed Fire Release, Fireball, to catch his opponent off guard. His tactical acumen was commendable, promising a bright future. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hoshino Kaede's eyes, quickly followed by contemplative thoughts. Faced with the imminent fireballs, he maintained a serene demeanor, his mind still engaged in analysis. Noticing the exhilaration in Midashira Zishao's eyes, Hoshino Kaede gradually extended his hand, sending invisible ripples radiating outward. The menacing fireballs froze in place for a brief moment before vanishing entirely. Hoshino Kaede applauded with both hands, gradually approaching the dazed Mitarashi Shizuka. Her tactical acumen was agile, and her mastery of ninjutsu was proficient. It was no wonder she held the top position. Mitarashi Shizuka, however, felt no joy, instead lingering in the moment when the fireball was halted. His eyes reflected astonishment. Is this the mastery of time? A sudden, muffled crack jolted him back to reality as a sharp pain surged through him. Once his gaze focused, Hoshino Kaede was startlingly close, her hand resting on his shoulder. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his complexion turned pallid. His right arm had been forcefully dislocated. It was ill-advised to lose focus during battle. Hoshino Kaede's eyes pierced through him with a chilling intensity. Mitarashi Shizuka's lips were pale and pressed tightly together, his head bowed in silence. Next, Hoshino Kaede declared, dismissing him as she moved on to the next candidate awaiting assessment. After Hoshino Kaede departed, Tsukikijiro hurriedly approached with concern. Does it hurt? The teacher was rather harsh. A hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his tone. Matesei Zikio shook his head, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I shouldn't have let my mind wander during battle. The teacher has shown restraint. Well, that's that, Tsukikage sighed, turning to the other classmates. They are likely faring even worse than you. Perhaps. But don't you think that teacher Hoshino can teach us something unique? Matesei Zikio replied with a smile. Tsukikijiro paused, reflecting on this, and nodded. It does seem that way. The teacher typically does not instruct us with such meticulous attention. After all, we are merely an ordinary class, not an elite one. In concluding his thought, Tsukikage offered a self-deprecating chuckle. The elite class signifies genius, while the ordinary class represents the common folk. People naturally gravitate towards benefits and shy away from harm. Teaching prodigies is more advantageous than instructing the masses, and most educators behave accordingly. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Hoshino Kaede's assessment continued, though his expression darkened significantly. This group of youngsters possessed a woefully inadequate foundation, their chakra exceedingly scarce. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing issue was their nearly non-existent combat experience. Their approach was little more than haphazard flailing. Each attempt was a mere throw of the dice, causing Hoshino's temples to throb in frustration. All right, I believe I understand your level now. Besides Matesei Zikio and Tsukikijiro, the rest are merely playing house, he declared. It seems the village is far too peaceful, leading you to believe that being a ninja is exceedingly simple. If that is the case, I shall let you witness the reality of a battlefield ninja. Each of you is but a tinderbud. It is utterly infuriating. Chapter 67. Return to the past. Witness the battlefield Xingye Feng with a face full of disappointment. Scolded everyone as if they were iron that could not be forged into steel. Under the moonlight, Yu Guanggai stifled her laughter, nearly bursting into giggles. Hoshino Feng cast a piercing glance, his eyes glinting with amusement as he remarked, it seems someone here is rather pleased with themselves. Yu Guangye, his head bobbing like a rattle drum, smiled ingratiatingly and replied, No, I truly believe what the teacher said is absolutely right. Hoshino Feng gazed for a few moments, then averted his eyes as his heart raced under the moonlit night. His azure orbs suddenly illuminated, casting a cerulean glow over the entire playground. The surrounding scenery gradually faded, giving way to a return of the inky darkness. Yushowashi Zishao's nostrils flared, his delicate face paling instantly, brows knitting into a tight knot. A faint, sanguine scent wafted into his nostrils, churning his stomach violently, nearly causing him to regurgitate his lunch. There's a corpse. A shrill scream pierced the air, instantly igniting chaos. Everyone fumbled in a frenzy, fear enveloping their hearts. Everyone stop. Hoshino Feng bellowed with commanding authority, instilling a sense of dread among the crowd. Yue Guangyi tugged at Zishao's sleeve, swallowing hard as he inquired, Zishiao, where are we? I don't know. Yushowashi Zishu swiftly regained his composure. Although his complexion remained ashen, his emotions were relatively stable. Hoshino Kaede let out a cold snort and explained to the gathered crowd, This is the encampment that Konoha stationed at the border not long ago. I have utilized time reversal to vividly recreate the scene from that period. Observe closely the brutal reality of ninjas. Humanity is often gripped by fear of the unknown. The earlier spectacle had shaken their hearts, but upon discovering the truth, they gradually regained their composure. Mitsuhashi Shizuka crouched down, grasping a handful of earth, savoring its texture. Tsukiyomi Yoru inquired softly, "What do you think? How does it feel?" His gaze fixated on the soil in Shizuka's hand. "It's remarkably authentic, a far cry from mere illusion." Shizuka replied solemnly. Not far off, Hoshino Kaede overheard their conversation and, with a slight smile, added, "Just to interject, this world is genuine. It is a glimpse into the past. If you do not wish to remain here indefinitely, refrain from moving about recklessly." Shizuka furrowed his brow. Indeed. This is the real world. In contrast, Tsukiyomi Yoru, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "Shizuka, this is actually a moment from the past. Is it truly possible?" Without hesitation, Shizuka nodded decisively. "Of course it is. What lies before you is evidence of our journey. We have traversed time and arrived in the past." Among the gathering, only the two of them were preoccupied with other thoughts, while the others remained wide-eyed and struggled to maintain their composure. Take a good look. How do the ninjas on the battlefield differ from your preconceived notions? Hoshino Kaede uttered his final words and fell into silence, slowly closing his eyes to recuperate. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bringing so many individuals into this situation was no small burden. His chakra was depleting rapidly, and he could only rely on rest to mitigate the exhaustion. As Hoshino Kaede spoke, the gaze of everyone converged upon the distant battle. To vividly illustrate the brutality of a ninja's life, he had meticulously chosen the moment of Raikage's arrival as the pivotal point. Unrelenting thunder rained down upon the ninjas of Konoha, tearing through their bodies and claiming their lives. Blood splattered, severed limbs flew, and the gruesome spectacle caused the children to retch in horror. Is this truly the Raikage? Among the few who managed to suppress their nausea was Mitsuhashi Shizuka, her once innocent eyes gradually evolving into a more mature gaze. War brings not only wounds, but also the metamorphosis of individuals. One cannot earn the title of a ninja without undergoing the baptism of blood. Is this what war entails? Is this the essence of being a ninja? Tsukikage Yura trembled, engulfed in confusion, her whispers echoing incessantly. Noticing the contemplative expressions on everyone's faces, Hoshino Kaede waved his hand, and like snow melting under the sun, they returned to the present. "How do you feel now? Do you still wish to be ninjas?" he asked with a smile. Silence enveloped the group. No one responded, and Hoshino Kaede understood this unspoken truth. The peace that Konoha enjoys today is the result of countless individuals bearing the weight of sacrifice. You are free to frolic under the sun, thanks to those who are fighting desperately on the front lines. With your previous demeanor, I can only perceive you as a generation on the brink of collapse. A generation devoid of hope. Hoshino Kaede spoke with a serious demeanor, his thoughts seemingly drifting back to the time when Konoha was but a fledgling village, impoverished and struggling. Yet now, Konoha has grown robust, the quality of life has improved, and the children can play joyfully under the sun, free from the fears of war encroaching upon their lives. This is the vision that their forebears longed to see. His words evoked a sense of shame among them. Having witnessed the brutalities of war, they understood the value of their hard-earned existence. Mizunaishi Zishio clenched his fists and declared loudly, "Teacher, we will never be the generation that falters. We shall be the hope for Konoha's future." His youthful voice resonated with a powerful conviction, imbued with a hint of determination. "Is that so?" Hoshino Kaede raised an eyebrow, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over each of them. "Then let me see if your words hold true. Today's lesson concludes here. Tomorrow marks the real beginning. Return home to rest." With that, Hoshino Kaede vanished from the spot, where once the students would scatter wildly at the end of classes. They now lingered in silence. Mizunaishi Zishio stepped forward, turning to face his peers, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. "We will undoubtedly shoulder the future of Konoha. We shall be its new shoots." Under the moonlight, Yue Guangye's eyes sparkled as he raised his fist and waved it vigorously. "That insufferable teacher! I will make him retract his earlier words." The two steadfast leaders were akin to flickering flames. Though their light was small, it was bright and warm. The glimmers of hope ignited a collective spirit among all present, uniting them in purpose. In that moment, a shared thought echoed in their hearts. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Upon returning home, Hoshino Kaede's lips curled into a faint smile. After a brief pause, he turned his head and spoke to an unseen presence, informed Tobarama that in 1 year, there will be a competition at the Ninja Academy. The top 3 contestants will become my disciples. All students from every grade may participate. Understood, came a voice from the shadows. Hoshino Kaede gently shook the teacup in his hand and chuckled. A year's time should be ample for their growth, don't you think? The village of Konoha, freshly emerged from battle, is about to become lively once more. Those clans will undoubtedly stir with excitement. One can only hope their desires are fulfilled. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to leave it to fate, for he had already spoken his mind. At that instant, he caught sight of Hoshino Kage's eager gaze. Ahem, Kogen, considering your age. Perhaps it's best to refrain, Hoshino Kaede coughed lightly. Very well, Kogen replied, his expression one of disappointment. Chapter 68, The Princess of the Land of Fire. Tsunade the following day, an astonishing piece of news rapidly spread through the streets and alleys of Konoha. Hoshino Kaede, a disciple of the First Hokage, had single-handedly defeated the Raikage and would be hosting a competition at the Ninja Academy. The top 3 victors would be accepted as his disciples. The entirety of Konoha erupted in excitement, with everyone speculating who would earn the honor of becoming Lord Hoshino's disciple. After all, who in Konoha was unaware of Hoshino Kaede's esteemed position? To be his disciple would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Meanwhile, the children at the Ninja Academy wore expressions of discontent, while the teachers adopted an increasingly stern demeanor, transforming the atmosphere of the school. Wails of despair filled the air, bringing a smirk to Hoshino Kaede's face as he observed from across the street. However, his expression soon soured, as if he had bitten into a bitter gourd. Revealing his distress. Tsunade, might I request a moment's respite? You've been quite the commotion all morning. You roused me at dawn, and I find myself dreadfully sleep-deprived. Little Tsunade pouted, hands on her hips, and retorted indignantly, No, I refuse. I want to be my brother's disciple. If you don't agree, I want to leave. With that, she began to throw herself on the ground, wailing loudly. Hoshino Kaede rubbed his brow, finally sensing the girl's predicament. Had she been a boy, he would have taken action long ago, without the need for elaborate discussions. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of his mentor, was born into a life of scrutiny and adoration. Upon reaching her first month, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had dispatched envoys to bestow upon Tsunade the title of princess, a privilege akin to being born into opulence. However, such noble status rendered her peers distant, leaving her without companions, thus Hoshino Kaede often found himself by her side. She relied on him significantly, yet therein lay the trouble. It seemed that a loose tongue had suggested that if he were to take on a disciple, it would diminish his affection for Tsunade. This remark reached her ears and ignited her fury, prompting her to storm over early one morning with fierce determination, resolutely refusing to leave until Hoshino Kaede accepted her as his disciple. Upon learning the background of this situation, Hoshino Kaede was both amused and bewildered. How could Tsunade possibly be so jealous? Seeing that persuasion was futile, he decided to change his approach, gently coaxing her, Little Tsunade. Being a disciple is not as simple as it seems. You must not only heed your teacher's words, but also impose strict discipline upon yourself. Therefore, you will have to refrain from visiting the gambling houses, do you understand? At this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, torn between her brother's concern and her beloved gambling. Reluctant to forsake either. Observing her distress, Hoshino Kaede added a touch of embellishment, but your brother is different. He guarantees that no one will dare to bully you and will always care for you, even more so than a disciple could. Tsunade's expression brightened, and she eagerly inquired, Really? Are you not deceiving me, brother? Xingyefeng quickly raised 4 fingers, swearing, Of course, brother swears, it is absolutely true. Witnessing Xingyefeng's sincere demeanor, Tsunade's face blossomed with a joyful smile as she plunged into his embrace, nuzzling against him repeatedly. Brother is the best. Xingyefeng let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to placate this little ancestor. Ha ha. Wanqing Gujia couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting Xingyefeng to instantly darken his expression and cast a cold glare at him. Ahem. Well, the weather is quite pleasant, isn't it? Wanqing Gujia shivered slightly, directing his gaze out the window, awkwardly attempting to shift the topic. Hoshino Kaede shook his head and said, All right, enough with the theatrics. You return Tsunade, and I shall take a nap. He handed Tsunade over to Kage and, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, yawned and turned to ascend the stairs for a much-needed rest. The sound of ringing bells echoed, and the students, each appearing weary and listless, filed out. In stark contrast, Hatake Tsukumo exhibited a vibrant spirit as he consistently engaged in training alongside Might Guy. Along the way, Might Guy inquired, Is it true that Lord Hoshino intends to take on disciples in a year? The rumor had spread widely, even reaching the ears of children, yet its authenticity remained unverified. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo's eyes took on a dull, lifeless expression. Yes, it is indeed the case. Have you not noticed how exhausted the students have been lately? They are all preparing for the competition a year from now. Certainly, who wouldn't aspire to become the disciple of a great figure? Might Guy mused. Suddenly, Hatake Tsukumo squinted and remarked, there are individuals ahead. Might Guy glanced in that direction and observed, by their silhouettes, they appear to be upperclassmen. Ah, Knight. Your chakra control requires improvement. You cannot squander your chakra so recklessly, Yutaka Murasaki exclaimed, exasperated. Yue Guangyu couldn't help but retort, I am not primarily focused on ninjutsu. This level suffices. Yutaka Murasaki shook his head, his expression grave. Sufficiency in practice does not equate to sufficiency in combat. One must never harbor a mindset of complacency. Very well, Yue Guangyu sighed in acceptance. Yutaka Murasaki nodded in satisfaction but soon furrowed his brow and shouted, Who goes there? Step forward. Yue Guangyu followed his gaze. Moments later, two figures emerged. Yutaka Murasaki studied one of them and exclaimed, You were the top of the first-year class, if I recall correctly. Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo? Oh, you're the one who single-handedly defeated an entire grade with just a wooden sword. Yue Guangyu clapped in astonishment. His eyes wide with curiosity akin to that of a child encountering a rare creature. Hatake Tsukumo felt a twinge of discomfort at such scrutiny, likening himself to an animal on display. Wow, Tsukumo, I cannot believe you accomplished such a feat, Might Guy said, astonished, his expression quickly shifting to one of admiration. To topple an entire grade is no small achievement. Hatake Tsukumo shot him a glance filled with exasperation. At that time, I was solely focused on claiming first place. I never anticipated it would escalate to that point. It stirred quite a commotion. For days, I was met with astonished gazes wherever I went. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Is Senior Murasaki preparing for the competition a year from now? Hatake Tsukumo inquired. Indeed. I am determined to secure a place among the top 3, Yutaka Murasaki replied, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Your mindset is commendable, Yue Guangyu remarked, shaking his head. I hardly believe I can rank among the top 3. The 6th graders possess a significant advantage in both age and experience. Yue Guangyu's expression reflected his inner turmoil, feeling as though their teacher had intentionally included the 6th graders to apply pressure. In response, Hatake Tsukumo calmly stated, My brother once told me that many factors determine victory. Age cannot be the sole deciding element. Yue Guangyu's half-moon eyes narrowed. While that may be true, it still places us at a disadvantage. Yutaka Murasaki patted his shoulder confidently. What is there to fear? We possess strengths that they lack. Yue Guangyu's heart stirred. Are you suggesting? Yutaka Murasaki nodded affirmatively, a self-assured smile gracing his face. Might Guy leaned closer to Hatake Tsukumo and whispered, Tsukumo, do you know what that is? I do not, Hatake Tsukumo replied, shaking his head, but I believe it could be the key to their victory. Might Guy looked puzzled, but, upon seeing the confidence in their eyes, began to believe that it might indeed be so. Chapter 69, the 15th year of Konoha, sunset crimson a year later, in the 15th year of Konoha. The weather was clear and windless. The playground was teeming with people, and the sounds of cheers and encouragement filled the air. Hoshino Kaede stood atop the school building, gazing down at the crowd below, and remarked, I seem to have underestimated the influence. There are quite a few people here. In a swift motion, Tobarama appeared beside him, and upon hearing his words, he couldn't help but respond, if it weren't for the Umbu maintaining order, I dare say there would be even more. This is the result of your own doing, and now you express disdain? Hoshino Kaede cleared his throat lightly, choosing not to engage in conversation. A wave of excitement erupted from the crowd, prompting him to chuckle and say, let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us focus on the competition. Zhixiao has shown remarkable growth. His ninjutsu has become quite refined. Yue has also improved. His swordsmanship has not been in vain, as he now possesses the strength of a nin. It seems he has dedicated considerable effort to his training. Both Yushwashi Zhixiao and Yugu Ingwei swiftly advanced through their battles, having trained tirelessly day and night over the past year. Under Hoshino Kaede's subtle guidance, their abilities surged dramatically. Even against upperclassmen, they emerged victorious with ease. Tobarama let out a cold snort but refrained from further comments, instead focusing his attention on the two, squinting as he assessed their performance. Yushwashi Zhixiao, with his all-attribute chakra, akin to a monkey, ranked first in his grade, a promising talent indeed. Wai Guingwei, hailing from the Moonlight Clan, had mastered the Konoha-style swordsmanship and possessed the unique ability of the sh-ton bloodline limit. At present, the odds of victory for these two appeared quite favorable. Upon hearing Tobarama's appraisal, a smile involuntarily crept across Hoshino Kaede's face. For these were individuals he held in high regard. Out of the corner of his eye, Tobarama caught sight of Kaede's smug expression and scoffed, dousing his pride with a splash of cold reality. Humph, do not become overly confident. There are other promising talents within the Ninja Academy. Those from prestigious clans are not to be underestimated. They may even surpass them. Hoshino Kaede shrugged, finding no argument against it. His gaze suddenly halted, focused on a duel taking place on the playground. Who is that child? He inquired. The illusion technique is quite impressive, and his chakra control is remarkably smooth. Tobarama followed his gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved the child's information from his memory. Waihai Akane, a 6th grader. According to his teacher, his illusion skills rival those of some jonin, demonstrating tremendous potential for the future. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Hoshino Kaede's eyes, and a smile crept across his face, revealing a look of realization. It appeared that he was indeed a formidable contender for the top 3. Tobarama nodded expressionlessly. As it stands, that is indeed the case. However, it is not yet the final outcome, and everything remains uncertain. On the playground, Waihai Akane had just triumphed over an opponent and was now recuperating. Tsukikijiro squinted, regulating his breath, then executed the Konoha-style sword technique in conjunction with a shadow clone, delivering a spectacular strike. Having vanquished his opponent, he immediately approached Akane. Did you witness my display of prowess? That strike was truly magnificent, Tsukikijiro proclaimed, puffing up with pride like a victorious rooster. Waihai Akane did not respond, instead fixating intently on a particular area of the field. Tsukikijiro, perplexed by the lack of response, gazed at him curiously. That person is exceptionally strong, Akane stated gravely. Following his line of sight, Tsukikijiro beheld Waihai Akane's arena. With black hair and eyes, his appearance was rather unremarkable amidst the crowd. Yet his composed demeanor commanded attention. Just moments ago, he had manipulated his opponent with an illusion, achieving victory silently and with minimal effort. This was all noted by Waihai Akane. Illusions, huh? Quite troublesome, Tsukikijiro mused, stroking his chin in thought. At their current stage, illusions posed a significant challenge for them. Even if they sought to dispel the illusions, it would consume precious time, putting them at a distinct disadvantage in battle. As the two pondered their strategies, a Nin instructor called out, Waihai Akane versus Hai Ga Chihiro. Hearing his name, Akane rose and made his way to the dueling ground. Go for it, Akane. Tsukikijiro cheered him on. Akane nodded slightly, advancing steadily toward the arena. You are Waihai Akane. I've heard you've been on a winning streak. You should prove to be an interesting opponent. However, this is where it ends. Hai Ga Chihiro, a 5th grader, spoke in a low voice, laced with arrogance. He believed that with his age advantage and the strength of the Hai-Ga clan, victory would come easily. Akane did not respond but instead turned to the instructor. Can we begin? The instructor hesitated for a moment before announcing, begin. Ignored. Chihiro's face flushed with indignation as he immediately adopted the gentle fist stance and launched his attack. Gentle fist, 32 palms. He called out, his footwork shifting, unleashing a flurry of striking fists. Should they connect, they would obstruct the opponent's chakra pathways, a potentially fatal blow for any ninja. Akane exhibited no fear, allowing the multitude of fists to rain upon him. Chihiro's expression brightened momentarily but quickly shifted to one of alarm. A loud bang echoed, followed by a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone technique. Chihiro realized he had fallen into a trap and instinctively tried to retreat. However, in the next instant, several wind blades shot toward him from behind. Chihiro dodged left and right, but before he could regain his footing, Akane appeared in an instant, targeting his lower body. He was given no time to react. This was the disparity in combat experience. The difference between theory and practice was stark. For the past year, Hoshino Kaede had prioritized practical experience alongside teaching ninjutsu. Against an opponent of Hai Ga Chihiro's caliber, Akane would ultimately emerge as the hunter. Seizing the opening, Akane swept low, knocking Chihiro to the ground. As Chihiro attempted to rise, the cold steel of a kunai pressed against his throat, leaving no doubt that he had been thoroughly dominated. The spectators were left wide-eyed, astonished by the display. The members of the Hai-Ga clan wore expressions of utter dismay, as if they had just swallowed a fly. The match had unequivocally become Akane's solo showcase, leading Chihiro around by the nose. The advantages of the gentle fist style had not been exploited, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Waihai Akane wins. The instructor raised Akane's hand in victory. In the next round, Tsukikijuru versus Uchiha Kaze. Before Yuru could congratulate Akane, he heard his own name called. Uchiha? Why must I face such an adversary? Yuru lamented. The Sharingan posed a significant threat, drastically diminishing the effectiveness of his techniques. After witnessing this, Akane offered some words of encouragement. Relax, this was bound to happen. The Sharingan isn't without its weaknesses. Let them see your strength. Sighing, Tsukikijuru stepped forward quietly. Commoners are truly lacking. They don't even have the courage to battle, Uchiha Kaze sneered. How infuriating. Yura clenched his fists, anger boiling within. I've heard tales of Uchiha arrogance, but today, I've finally witnessed it firsthand. Beyond mere arrogance, I perceive them as a group with serious issues, mocking others without a shred of courtesy. Ah, are you upset? Just a typical case of impotent rage, Uchiha Kaze taunted. Yura's expression darkened as he replied coldly, I hope you maintain such confidence after this. As his words fell, a faint, chilling aura enveloped Uchiha Kaze. His pupils widened as he instinctively stepped back, but quickly regained his composure, indignantly retorting, You're just a commoner. What right do you have to stand here? Meanwhile, Akane observed from the sidelines, wearing a mysterious smile. That guy, when angry, can be quite terrifying. Begin, the Nin instructor announced. Uchiha Kaze immediately activated his crimson eyes. The tomo within his pupils spinning slowly. Double tomo Sharingan. Tsukikijuru furrowed his brow. Encountering a double tomo Sharingan was indeed troublesome. Uchiha Kaze stated haughtily, before these eyes. Your every move is laid bare. A flicker of wariness crossed Yura's eyes. That feeling of being watched was inescapable. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Kaze struck first. Launching several basketball-sized fireballs with ferocity, the heat palpable. Such overt attacks would naturally be ineffective. Yuru evaded with agility, dancing gracefully amidst the raging flames. However, Uchiha Kaze was clearly prepared, opting to probe with shuriken and kunai rather than rushing in recklessly. To be fair, his throwing technique was impressive. The projectiles rained down like a torrent, each strike meticulously calculated. Tsukikijuru darted left and right, his figure resembling a phantom weaving through the rain of shurikens. Evidently, Uchiha Kaze aimed to exhaust his stamina first, but after prolonged assault, Yura merely exhibited slight breathlessness, his energy reserves still abundant. This was a miscalculation. Your stamina has evidently improved considerably. Uchiha Kazuki let out a soft snort. Backed by the Shinobi clan, he was well informed about the competitors, including the physical shortcomings of Tsukikijuru. However, the scene before him was a stark slap to his face. Tsukikijura's lips curled into a subtle smile. A blend of delight and mockery. Your intelligence is outdated, and you underestimate people far too much. As the words left his mouth, Tsukikijuru transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished from sight. What? A clone? Uchiha Kazuki's mind raced, filled with confusion. Impossible. Under these eyes, any disguise is futile. His voice brimmed with disbelief. Panic surged through Uchiha Kazuki as a sudden chill crept up his back, his honed instincts kicking in. He instinctively tilted his body, narrowly avoiding the strike from the ninja blade, leaving Tsukikijuru momentarily stunned and astonished. Uchiha Kazuki swiftly distanced himself, glancing back at him. A tremor of fear in his heart. Substitution technique. That was close. Tsukikijuru furrowed his brow, gazing at him slowly. A reflexive response, was it? Just moments ago. What was meant to be a decisive blow was narrowly evaded, which astonished him greatly. The existence of the substitution technique diminished his presence and aura, rendering it undetectable by most. Much like an assassin in the night, silently fulfilling their deadly task. Yet, Uchiha Kazuki's quick thinking had caught him off guard. I concede. I underestimated you. Uchiha Kazuki steadied his tumultuous emotions and spoke to Tsukikijuru. You are worth my utmost effort. Hearing this, Tsukikijuru smirked, a stubborn one, aren't you? The two exchanged blows, each round met with equal fervor. The Sharingan proved to be an invaluable asset, significantly reducing the efficacy of the substitution technique, allowing Uchiha Kazuki to detect it multiple times. Come on, Yuru. Utashi Shizuka thought anxiously. After several rounds, she sensed the situation was becoming precarious. The clanging of metal echoed as kunai collided with the ninja blade, neither yielding to the other. Uchiha Kazuki panted heavily and chuckled. It appears this match is a draw. In his perspective, both had exhausted their stamina, and neither could advance further. A stalemate was evident. However, the matter was not so simple. As Tsukikage-Ura's gaze hardened with determination, his lips parting slightly as if whispering something inaudible. Then, to Uchiha Kazuki's shock, Tsukikage-Ura suddenly relaxed his grip. With the ninja blade no longer obstructing him, the kunai pierced directly into Tsukikage-Ura's shoulder, blood gushing forth and embedding deeply into his flesh. Tsukikage-Ura's expression remained tranquil, as if devoid of pain, and he then positioned the ninja blade against Uchiha Kazuki's throat. Tsukikage-Ura wins. The Nin instructor's astonishment lingered for a moment before he finally announced the result. Uchiha Kazuki collapsed onto the ground, dazed for a lengthy period. His expression a complex mixture of emotions. Tsukikage-Ura regarded him from above, his eyes as still as a stagnant pool. Uru. Utashi Shizuka rushed over, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding while casting a serious, silent gaze at him, as if questioning his recklessness. Let us go? Tsukikage-Ura smiled, seemingly oblivious to the reproach in her eyes. Utashi Shizuka raised an eyebrow, sighed, and assisted him to the side, then went to summon a medical ninja. Watching Tsukikage-Ura depart, Uchiha Kazuki offered a bitter smile, recalling the words he had spoken to him. Have you ever seen blood? Gazing at the crimson liquid, he sighed deeply and left the arena. Tsukikage-Ura's decisive actions left the two onlookers atop the roof with varying expressions. After a moment, Hoshino Kaede stroked his chin and remarked, "That kid truly dares, doesn't he? Isn't he afraid of making a mistake?" Tobirama snorted, his words biting. Humph, reckless youth. Yet, the admiration in his eyes betrayed his words. Heh, actions speak louder than words. Hoshino Kaede chuckled lightly. Well, it's over, the top three have emerged. Hoshino Kaede observed as the final match concluded, then leaped down. The opponent of Tsukikage-Ura, First Hokage, had been thoroughly outwitted from start to finish, achieving an effortless victory. At this stage, he was undeniably in a league of his own. Thus, the top three had been established: Utashi Shizuka, Tsukikage-Ura, and First Hokage. After the competition, the three approached Hoshino Kaede, with Utashi Shizuka and Tsukikage-Ura appearing notably more composed, having spent over a year together. Meanwhile, First Hokage looked at Hoshino Kaede with immense curiosity. Follow me, Hoshino Kaede instructed, then began to sprint away. Upon seeing this, the three exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. Hoshino Kaede led three individuals to the banks of a serene stream, pausing to turn and regard them. I am Hoshino Kaede. A year ago, I proclaimed that whoever could seize the top three positions would become my disciple. The three stood solemnly, their expressions grave, for the pivotal moment had arrived. Since I have made this declaration, I shall not go back on my word. Do you wish to become my disciples? Just as Hoshino Kaede's words fell into the air, Mitsurashi Shizuka and Tsukikage-Ura spoke in unison. We do. Observing this, Akatsuki Shinju quickly added, we do. Upon hearing these words, Hoshino Kaede revealed a smile. Well then, it is time to address you properly. Teacher, the three exclaimed in unison with precision and clarity. Chapter 71. The Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Since Hoshino Kaede took on disciples, he had become increasingly reclusive, adopting a notably low profile. Aside from imparting knowledge to his students, he wandered through the streets, engaging in light-hearted conversations with familiar faces, reveling in a sense of ease and contentment. In such a tranquil rhythm of life, time slipped by unnoticed. 18 years into the era of Konoha, Hoshino Kaede sat cross-legged in the courtyard, his garments billowing without a breeze. At that moment, the ethereal clock behind him solidified, as the power of time permeated the air, enveloping the courtyard in a mysterious and profound aura. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that time here was chaotic and space devoid of marks. The distant trees underwent the cycle of seasons in mere moments. The vibrancy of spring, the lushness of summer, the decay of autumn, and the stillness of winter unfolded swiftly, all within a short span. With a thunderous roar, Hoshino Kaede's restrained breath burst forth, the concentrated power within him shattered in an instant, restoring the order of time. His pure eyes opened, a fleeting glimmer of divine essence flickering within, rendering him otherworldly, as if he had transcended the mundane realm. At last, he had broken through. Indeed, relentless training had ceased to yield results, Hoshino Kaede remarked in a stiff, mechanical tone. His expression was inscrutable, devoid of emotion, resembling a puppet. His voice tranquil yet void of sentiment, akin to a soulless husk, stripped of all desires. Awaken, awaken, awaken. Suddenly, The voice of she resonated in his mind like a resounding bell, dispelling the darkness akin to an evil spirit retreating. Hoshino Kaede's emotions returned to him after a brief moment of confusion, and as he recalled his previous state, a wave of trepidation washed over him. That was close. I nearly lost myself within. A fine sheen of perspiration formed on Hoshino Kaede's forehead, his expression filled with dread. Even after escaping peril, the memories lingered, inescapable. You are utterly reckless. She's voice, laced with anger, echoed in his ears. Hoshino Kaede instinctively recoiled, his heart pounding, hesitant to respond. However, this matter would not simply fade away. A torrent of furious words rained down upon him, leaving Hoshino Kaede to face the onslaught with a bitter smile. So, you believe you have gained prowess, do you? Is your ambition to plunge deeper into danger? The enigma of time is boundless. How many prodigies have been buried beneath its weight? Do you truly think yourself superior to them? Had I not discovered your plight in time, your consciousness would have long since disintegrated, ensnared by the grasp of time. Think twice before you act. Do you not comprehend this principle? Do you regard yourself as invincible, akin to an indestructible cockroach? Her irate words poured forth like a cascade of jelly beans, and Hoshino Kaede could only offer a sheepish grin, internally apologizing. Oh dear, Sister She, but you are here, aren't you? With your immense power, it is only natural that you would not stand by and watch me perish. Unbeknownst to him, she, though receiving unspoken praise, merely huffed in response before vanishing into thin air. Hoshino Kaede called out twice, yet received no response. With a long sigh, he patted his chest. He resolved to be better prepared next time, avoiding any reckless impulses. The crisis could have been averted, but in a moment of impatience, he could not contain himself. And thus he rashly stormed the threshold of the super shadow. From the outset to the conclusion, everything unfolded seamlessly, until a sudden temporal disturbance caught him completely off guard when he had let his guard down. Reflecting on it, Hoshino Kaede felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. How could he have been so unable to restrain his impulses? He had nearly brought about a disaster. Yet, after the relief came a wave of elation, for he had finally ascended to the super shadow, having initially grasped the essence of time. It is crucial to note that he had begun to comprehend, rather than manipulate, time. This signifies that Hoshino Kaede had taken his first steps towards understanding the laws of time, no longer confined by the mere quantity of chakra. Of course, the joy was not solely derived from this. More significantly, he finally possessed the capability and confidence to confront the individual covertly observing him. With a cold laugh, Hoshino Fong swiftly vanished from his original position, only to reappear in a secluded forest outside of Hidden Leaf Village. Come forth. You have been spying on me for years. Do you not intend to show yourself? Hoshino Fong gazed upward, his vision revealing nothing but emptiness. Yet he remained resolutely focused ahead. When his voice echoed unanswered, a smile graced his lips, but his eyes remained icy, with a slight curl at the corners of his mouth. Only daring to lurk in the shadows, yet too timid to confront me. Such is the demeanor of the so-called mighty. His tone was frigid, and a ripple of energy emanated from beneath his feet, like waves crashing upon the surface of the ocean. A torrent of ripples surged forth in an instant. Ethereal tides battered the surrounding space, weighing heavily as the sound of compression and tearing filled the air. Alas, why bother? An ancient voice suddenly resonated, and a phantom figure materialized, raising a hand to gather the natural energies of the universe. With a gentle gesture, the tempestuous waves of energy swiftly subsided. Should I address you as the Sage of Six Paths, or perhaps as Otsutsuki Kagaya? Hoshino Kaede narrowed his eyes, a smile that was neither fully formed nor absent revealing his identity. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being favored by time. Neither the past nor the future can elude your gaze. I have long since departed. The title of immortal is one I dare not claim. Simply call me Yui. Otsutsuki Yui laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned about any actions Hoshino Kaede might take, displaying an air of complete composure. Hoshino Kaede let out a cold laugh. You act as though I am the one bullying you. After monitoring me for years, do you not intend to provide any explanation? As she spoke, Hoshino Kaede's demeanor shifted dramatically, radiating an aura of sharpness. If no clarification were given, it seemed inevitable that a fierce confrontation would ensue. In response, Otsutsuki Yui fell silent, gazing at the imposing Hoshino Kaede with a wistful sigh. I harbor no ill will. Your existence merely piques my curiosity. Curiosity? Is that why you have been observing me all this time? That reasoning seems rather superficial, Hoshino Kaede retorted, her words incisive and unyielding. Otsutsuki Yui managed a bitter smile. It is truly just curiosity. Moreover, even if I possessed malicious intent, it could not possibly pose a threat to you. In the grand scheme of this world, I am but an outsider, despite being born here. Hoshino Kaede, on the other hand, was not so easily categorized as one under the scrutiny of time. Her very existence transcended simplicity. Without time, the world would stagnate, and destiny would cease to flow. This is crucial to the existence of the universe itself. Almost all realms refrain from harboring malice towards her, with the majority extending goodwill. The Shinobi world, however, is even more complicated, as the rules of time have been exploited, leading to incompleteness in the world's regulations and the emergence of vulnerabilities. The emergence of Hoshino Kaede serves to complete the missing fragment of this established rule. Consequently, whenever Otsutsuki Kaede harbors malevolent thoughts, the malevolence of the world will inevitably bear down upon her. Who can say? Hoshino Kaede feigned ignorance, offering no response, yet within, he was acutely aware that it was indeed due to the nature of this world. He had once spoken with Shi about the incompleteness of the temporal rules governing this realm. While it poses no significant harm to the entirety, it resembles an unhealable wound. Left unattended, it may incite undesirable transformations. At the time, Hoshino Kaede paid little heed, yet Otsutsuki's words illuminated his understanding. To thwart Otsutsuki in this particular temporal span, it seems that only the world consciousness spoken of by Shi holds the key. Chapter 72. Refusal. Minister of Commerce Hoshino Kaede, you must be monitoring me for a reason. Go ahead and speak. With this thought, Hoshino Kaede's vigilance eased somewhat. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kaede remarked, you must be aware of my past. He referred to events that transpired thousands of years ago, in an era before the existence of ninjutsu. Hoshino Fong nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It was indeed rare to encounter someone capable of sealing their own mother. You must be referring to Otsutsuki Kaede, he stated plainly, as he preferred directness over circumlocution. Upon hearing the name once more, Otsutsuki Yui couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh. She was our mother. Yet we had sealed her away. The mention of their mother cast a complex shadow over Yui's gaze. You wouldn't be suggesting that I reinforce the seal, would you? Hoshino Fong said with a playful smile. Otsutsuki Yui's expression was a mixture of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Indeed, the seal on our mother is not secure, and there remains a risk of it being broken. I would like to ask you to strengthen the seal further. Hoshino Kaede felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Despite his preparations, he was still taken aback by the statement. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer any commentary. I must decline this, he stated firmly. Sealing is never as effective as unraveling. Perfection in sealing is an elusive ideal. With that, Hoshino Kaede spoke with a weighty significance. Moreover, how many more years can you endure? Your soul is gradually fading away. I fear that maintaining this seal for so long has taken a considerable toll on you. Though Otsutsuki Kage's soul remained intact after her demise, retaining her form, it may have eluded the notice of others, yet it did not escape Hoshino Kaede's perception. To him, Otsutsuki Kage was dissipating at a slow, yet discernible pace. A gradual decline with an inevitable end in sight. Otsutsuki Kage lowered his head in silence, unsure whether it was due to the rejection or the revelation of his deepest fears. After a long pause, he raised his gaze to the luminous moonlight above, his tone imbued with complexity. You are correct, that day will inevitably arrive. I, too, shall ultimately vanish, just as war cannot cease for eternity. Hoshino Fong discerned the sorrow in his tone and, after a moment's reflection, understood the reason behind it. He established the Shinobi sect with the noble intention of guiding humanity towards goodness and beauty. Yet, a millennium has passed, and the world of Shinobi has transformed beyond recognition. What remains unchanged, however, is the human heart. Greed, desire, brutality, and selfishness continue to reside within people, untouched by the passage of time. I cannot speak to other matters, but I believe that war may indeed cease forever, Hoshino Fong suddenly proclaimed. These words ignited a flicker of hope within Yuhi, causing ripples to dance in her eyes. Are you truly serious? Yuhi's voice trembled, laced with disbelief. After all, he had dedicated his entire life to this cause, yet never succeeded in eradicating it completely. To hear someone assert that war could be permanently halted was astonishing. I cannot guarantee other things, But this is indeed possible. After all, the shinobi world did find peace thereafter. Though suspicion among individuals lingers, it is not easily shattered. Is that so then? That is reassuring, truly reassuring, Daitomi Yuhi murmured softly, a smile gracing her face for the first time. Now, let us conclude our conversation with this final thought. The departed have moved on. So let us refrain from meddling too deeply in the workings of the shinobi world. Nature has its own order, one that must not be disturbed by human hands. As Hoshino Fong turned to depart, he suddenly paused, glanced back, and uttered a single phrase before transcending time and vanishing from this place. Upon returning home, he was greeted by his 3 disciples. Master, where have you been? The lively Yue Guang, known for her boisterous nature, always spoke her mind without restraint. Hoshino Fong remarked, It's nothing, just taking a stroll. How has your mission been progressing? Over a year ago, the trio had formed a team to undertake tasks, and recently their frequency had slightly diminished. With a playful grin, Yu Guanggai patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence. Hoshino Fong squinted, gazing intently at him. Is that so? Then who was it that fell victim during the very first mission? Moonlight Knight, drenched in sweat, stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. In that initial endeavor, brimming with youthful arrogance, he believed himself invincible, only to find himself outmaneuvered by the enemy at every turn. Upon witnessing this, Hoshino Kaede erupted into hearty laughter. For among the trio, he held a particular fondness for Tsukikijuru. There are moments when one must concede that an energetic child draws attention, and Hoshino Kaede was no exception. Hearing a chorus of laughter, Tsukikijuru felt a pang of grievance and turned to the other 2. Ahem, teacher. This is a document from Senior Yume of the business department that I was asked to deliver to you. Miyasaka Zikio cleared her throat with a smile and handed a stack of documents to Hoshino Kaede, while Akatsuki Shinjuro presented his own collection as well. The sight of these 2 heaps of paperwork instantly extinguished Hoshino Kaede's cheerful demeanor, and he glared at the pair with gritted teeth. Are you 2 seeking a thrashing? The business department was an initiative proposed by Hoshino Kaede to Tobarama, aimed at consolidating the merchants within the Hidden Leaf Village. The plan involved unified registration, centralized management, and the establishment of a tax system for goods. Without registration, merchants would be deprived of favorable policies, compelling them to comply under substantial pressure. Once Tobarama adopted the proposal, he refined its functions and subsequently relinquished the ministerial position to Hoshino Kaede. However, Hoshino Kaede was not one to remain idle. He promptly summoned Inazawa Yume to manage affairs while he sought freedom in distant pursuits. In the face of Hoshino Kaede's implicit threat of force, Akatsuki Shinjuro remained unfazed, stating calmly, Teacher, Senior Yume specified that these documents require your personal signature. No one else will suffice. Hoshino Kaede struck the cotton with a punch, feeling despondent as he muttered, just leave it there. I will handle it later. Well, teacher, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Do take care of it. Good luck. Moonlight chuckled mischievously, pulling the 2 away swiftly, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Observing the retreating figures of his disciples, Hoshino Kaede couldn't help but chuckle. Those 3 little rascals. However, his expression soon turned sour. With so much to do, when will I ever finish? He envied Takeharu Tudu and the others, who seemed to lead such blissful lives. Aside from Uchiha Nozomi, who aspired to join the security team, Tudu Takeharu chose the path of a teacher. As for Hinata Nami, despite the frigid relations with the main branch of the Hinata clan, she still had to consider the branch family sentiments. After much contemplation, she decided to adopt a strategy of out of sight, out of mind, immersing herself in missions outside the village, hardly returning each month. The choices made by the 3 stood in stark contrast to Hoshino Kaede, whose freedom was hardly comparable. Reflecting on this, Kaede's resentment brewed. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot, even his signature imbued with a hint of gritted teeth. Yet, despite his grievances, he knew he had to sign. The Ministry of Commerce, though a nascent department, wielded significant economic influence in Konoha, its status undeniable. As the minister, those seeking his signature were no ordinary merchants. With the understanding that he could not offend his benefactors, Hoshino Kaede steeled himself, meticulously reviewing each document. 2 days later, after completing the last file, he rose to stretch. Finally liberated, just as he was about to finish his thought, a figure rushed through the door. Brother Hoshino. Marahoshi Kyuk hurried towards him. The urgency in his tone made Kaede uneasy, veins throbbing on his forehead. Kyuk, what a timely arrival. Hoshino Kaede enunciated, his eyes nearly blazing with ire. Brother Hoshino, you seem. Maruhoshi Kyuk halted abruptly, the dangerous gaze causing a flicker of panic within him. It's nothing. Go on and say what you must. After a moment, Hoshino Kaede sighed heavily and continued. Hearing this, Maruhoshi Kyuk hesitated before finally responding. It is Lord Hokage who sent me to call for you. He mentioned there is an urgent matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede was immediately filled with perplexity. An urgent matter? Was there any elaboration on the issue? Well, not exactly, Mariboshi Koshuk replied, scratching his head. After a moment of contemplation, Hoshino Kaede rose and walked towards the door. Yet, before he could take a single step outside, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, imparting a profound sense of intimacy. It arrived swiftly, and just as swiftly, it vanished into thin air. Hoshino Kaede paused for a moment, suppressing his emotions before heading towards the Hokage office building. Over the course of 3 years, the village of Konohagakure had flourished, with vendors of various kinds visible everywhere. Setting aside the shinobi, the standard of living and quality of life for the villagers had improved significantly compared to before. At this moment, it was precisely the time when the Ninja Academy was dismissing its students, and he unexpectedly encountered the now 10-year-old Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo, you. Brother, I want to graduate early. Before Kaede could greet him, Tsukumo hastily interjected. Hoshino Kaede halted his steps, gazing at him. The stubbornness in his eyes compelled Hoshino Kaede to swallow his refusal and let out a sigh. Is it about Uncle Ichinshi? Just a few months prior, Uncle Ichinshi had passed away peacefully due to illness, leaving no regrets behind. Despite this, Tsukumo Hatake had been in low spirits for several years, and Hoshino Kaede had refrained from intervening forcefully, hoping he would find his own way out of the darkness. Unexpectedly, Tsukumo Hatake brought up the topic of graduation, a notion he had contemplated long ago. However, Hoshino Kaede had previously deflected his desire, citing his youth as an excuse. Yet now, it seemed inevitable. No, it is my own wish to graduate. Tsukumo Hatake's gaze dimmed momentarily, but he soon regained his composure, stating resolutely. Witnessing this, Hoshino Kaede displayed a reassuring smile, sensing that Tsukumo was nearly emerging from his grief. In that case, I acquiesce. You have matured, and it is time to let go. Hoshino Fong gently stroked his head, a gesture of intimacy that had not occurred in quite some time. The last instance of such affection was long ago. Chimu Tsukumo felt a slight flush creeping to his cheeks, a tinge of shyness washing over him. Yet, he made no attempt to resist, allowing Hoshino Fong to continue the tender caress. Tsukumo, wait for me, Mato called out from behind. Xingye Fong smiled gently and said, Dai is calling for you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and waved goodbye as she departed. Upon entering the office, Toko wore a grave expression, his hands pressed against the desk, fixated on a document laid before him. Hearing footsteps approach, Toko looked up, his furrowed brows still unrelaxed. Xiaofeng, take a look at this. Xingye Feng read rapidly, and with each passing moment, his astonishment grew. An unknown energy fluctuation has emerged in Lulan? Hoshino Kaede was filled with perplexity. It should not be the case that Lao En had emerged at this time. Within Lao En, a unique energy lay dormant, recently stirring with unusual restlessness. They had previously entrusted the Sand Ninja village with this matter, yet ultimately found themselves at an impasse. Recently, they disseminated the task to Konoha, hoping someone could provide a resolution. You were the first person who came to my mind. Tobarama recounted the situation in its entirety. Hoshino Kaede inquired, Is this truly an emergency? Tobarama chuckled softly. If I hadn't said so, you wouldn't have arrived this swiftly. Besides, it is not far removed from being an urgent matter. Should we succeed, it would greatly enhance Konoha's reputation and potentially lead to more commissions. Hoshino Fong immediately remarked, I said you wouldn't rise early without profit. It seems this is your intention. How about it? Can this task be accomplished? Tobarama, indifferent to the banter, redirected his focus to the mission. If all goes well, it can be completed, but I need to prepare. This journey will likely take a considerable amount of time. Upon hearing this, Tobarama furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, How long? At least on the order of years. Hoshino Fong contemplated before providing a response that was both vague and precise. So long. A flicker of surprise crossed Tobarama's otherwise composed features. I am not only going there for the task, but for other matters as well, Hoshino Fong explained. Very well, however. Regarding the affairs of the business department, you must hand over responsibilities to others. Tobirama reflected before ultimately agreeing. Konoha was in a phase of growth. Following the conclusion of the First Great War, the village had received reparations from other nations, and these resources were sufficient for development. Konoha now firmly held the position of the foremost ninja village, as was only natural. Hoshino nodded in acknowledgement, and after a brief discussion, he took his leave. Once outside the building, Hoshino pondered deeply, recalling how he had hastily agreed earlier due to the allure of the dragon vein in Lulan. In the original narrative, the power of the dragon vein could distort space, allowing Naruto to traverse back in time and encounter the Fourth Hokage. Such formidable power undoubtedly intrigued Hoshino. Time and space overlapped in certain respects. Since attaining the Super Shadow level, Hoshino had only been able to enhance his perception of time to elevate his strength. If he could enter the dragon vein and immerse himself in its essence, the knowledge gained would far surpass that of gradual accumulation. This method, which promised to enhance power without compromising his foundation, was irresistible. However, preparation was imperative before embarking. Days later, Hoshino, lightly equipped, stood at the gate of Konoha, casting a glance back. He contemplated how long it would be before his return. Surely nothing will go awry in my absence, he mused. Shaking his head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, Hoshino set forth on his journey to the land of wind. As his figure gradually faded into the distance, in a secluded part of the forest, a shadow emerged from the ground. Its body, a bizarre and chilling blend of black and white, gazed at the departing Hoshino and chuckled ominously. Finally gone, Lulan? It seems my plan can now unfold. Mother, I shall certainly rescue you. With those words, the figure melded into the earth, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Lulan was beset by calamity, with an overwhelming surge of chakra erupting forth. Damn it, return obediently. The Queen of Lulan exerted herself to maintain the barrier, but after prolonged effort, her chakra reserves had long since dwindled. At this moment, she was utilizing her very life force to sustain the barrier. Waves of the dragon vein's power relentlessly eroded the barrier, threatening imminent collapse. No, I must suppress the dragon vein. Otherwise, Lulan will face annihilation. The queen, quick-witted, understood that the barrier would not hold much longer. Without hesitation, she bit her finger, allowing her blood, as if imbued with life, to flow gently towards the dragon vein. Upon contact, the once tumultuous dragon vein gradually calmed. Observing this, the queen's anxious expression eased slightly, though not entirely. She knew that without swift sealing, the dragon vein would inevitably awaken. She could only hope that Konoha would send aid soon, praying for the dragon vein to remain dormant during this critical period. The Queen of Lulan staggered to her feet, silently praying within her heart. Chapter 74. The Queen of Lulan, Sarah the Land of Wind, is the largest of the 5 great nations. Though much of its expanse is dominated by desert, its citizens establish villages within the scarce oases. Hoshino Kaede moved with remarkable swiftness, crossing the border of the Land of Fire in just a few days. Before him lay an endless expanse of desert, evoking a profound sense of contemplation. In such a harsh environment, it is astonishing that people have managed to survive here for generations. The resilience of life is evident, and it is no wonder they covet the land of the Fire Nation. Hoshino Kaede gazed for a moment, his eyes straining to see into the distance. Directing his gaze towards a certain point, it seems that time must be hastened. Hoshino Kaede squinted. The chaotic and unruly force continued to spread, wildly unleashing itself. In the face of this untamed power, Hoshino Kaede smiled calmly. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. I wonder, will there be individuals from the future returning to the present? Xingye harbored a sense of anticipation, his lips curling into a smile as his pace quickened. The Lulan Kingdom, situated within the territory of the Land of Wind, could indeed be regarded as a nation within a nation. However, Konohagakure had never contemplated usurping it. Instead, when assistance was sought, they promptly dispatched aid, likely aware of the dire consequences of a runaway dragon vein. Such a ticking time bomb is something no one would wish to retain in their grasp, after all. Upon arrival, he found the reality to be quite different from his imaginings. Xingye halted his steps and gazed up at the imposing gates of the Lulan Kingdom. Flanked by guards akin to those in Konoha, their strength, however, left much to be desired. Halt! Who goes there? The guards, having noticed his suspicious demeanor, approached him without hesitation. Startled by the inquiry, Xingye collected himself and produced his mission credentials. I am a ninja from Konoha, dispatched by the second Hokage to provide assistance. The guard scrutinized Xingye Feng, glanced at the credentials, and recalling the previous unrest in Lulan, promptly replied, "My apologies. Please enter the city. I shall inform Her Majesty the Queen." With that, the guard swiftly departed, disappearing from sight in an instant. Seeing this, Xingye Feng shrugged helplessly and proceeded into the city. I underestimated this queen, he mused to himself. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. From the outside, the Lulan kingdom appeared dilapidated, standing amidst the arid sands, devoid of resources. Yet, the stark contrast between the exterior and the interior was astonishing. While not extravagant, the city exhibited order and efficiency, with merchants and citizens diligently fulfilling their roles. Governing a nation to such a degree in such a resource-scarce location speaks volumes of the current queen's administrative capabilities. After purchasing a few local specialties, which he stored within a sealing scroll to present as gifts upon his return, a sudden commotion arose among the crowd, accompanied by a chorus of greetings. With an unperturbed expression, Xingye Feng turned his gaze toward the source. "Greetings, esteemed ninja from Konoha," the Lulan queen said, parting the crowd with a voice as gentle and serene as a clear spring. Indeed, she embodied the grace befitting a sovereign, her demeanor neither obsequious nor discomforting. A capable and astute queen she was. Xingye Feng returned her smile, while internally reflecting, "Your Majesty is too gracious. Lord Hokage is aware of Lulan's plight, which is why I have come to assist." Konoha has always extended its utmost sincerity towards its neighbors. Gazing steadily at her, his eyes devoid of any artifice, the Lulan queen momentarily faltered before regaining her composure, her smile growing more sincere. "We are grateful for Konoha's assistance. Lulan shall remember this and will undoubtedly repay the kindness in the future." Hoshino Kaede smiled and nodded, then addressed the matter at hand. "I am unsure when the sealing will commence." The queen, intrigued, inquired, "Do you not intend to explore Lulan?" "Regrettably, I must prioritize the pressing matters," Hoshino Kaede replied, shaking his head in refusal. Observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the queen's eyes, but it swiftly vanished as she nodded and said, "Very well, please follow me." With that, she turned and made her way towards the palace, with Hoshino Kaede following closely behind, a smile upon his face. "Might I inquire your name?" the queen gently asked during their journey. This was her first encounter with such a uniquely styled ninja. Though Lulan was a nation, its strength was feeble, inferior even to some smaller countries. Those hailing from the great ninja villages often bore an air of arrogance, looking down upon the lesser nations and their people. Just days prior, a sand ninja had exemplified this attitude, yet this leaf ninja was entirely different. Interacting with him felt like a refreshing breeze, exuding an otherworldly charm. "Hoshino Kaede," he replied. Suddenly, the queen halted, turning in astonishment to exclaim, "You are Hoshino Kaede, the one who defeated the Raikage?" "Indeed, without a doubt. I believe no one would dare impersonate me." Hoshino Kaede smiled. The queen examined him from head to toe and remarked, "I must say, I am quite astonished that it would be you who has arrived. Truly, she is a woman of keen perception." Hoshino Feng clicked his tongue, but in an instant, his tone shifted. It was a transformation of identity, embodying not only respect, but also reverence. "I am merely an ordinary person, here solely to carry out a mission," Hoshino Feng remarked with significant implication. Upon hearing this, the queen's expression stiffened, and she masked her discomfort with a smile. Hoshino Feng smiled silently, his gaze drifting away. Some matters need not be explicitly addressed. It suffices to understand them in one's heart. "Mom," a tender child's voice echoed from ahead, and a small figure rushed towards her. The queen gently tousled the little one's hair and affectionately remarked, "Sarah, what are you doing here? It should be study time." Little Sarah, with her large, dark eyes and a pout, sweetly whined, "Mommy, I want to be with you." Sighing, the queen shook her head in resignation, yet she said nothing further, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Sarah, small yet perceptive, turned her gaze towards Hoshino Feng and chirped, "Hello, big brother." At that moment, Hoshino Feng felt his heart melt. Who could resist such a charmingly innocent voice? The previously indifferent expression in his eyes transformed as he looked at Sarah with newfound warmth, asking gently, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Sarah shook her head vigorously, her little noggin bobbing like a rattle drum. "No, anyone who is with mommy is a good person." Such a small child, yet she spoke with such conviction, as if she truly believed it to be so. Hoshino Kaede was defeated by her innocent words. He turned to the queen and remarked, "She is quite charming and exceedingly naive." The queen cleared her throat softly and gestured with her hand. prompting those behind her to escort Sarah away. As she departed, Sarah waved her small hand at Hoshino Kaede, as if bidding him farewell. I beg your pardon. It seems that I have spoiled Sarah. Xing Yefeng recalled that innocent and pure visage, shaking his head with a chuckle. How could that be? Such a child is truly endearing. As their conversation unfolded, the two finally arrived at the palace, subsequently venturing deep underground. The queens of Lulan, through the generations, have borne the solemn duty of safeguarding the dragon vein, possessing the unique ability to quell its tumultuous energy. Xing Yefeng followed the queen deep into the subterranean realm, where seeing proved far more enlightening than merely listening. Before him lay the dragon vein, a sight that elicited an involuntary exclamation despite his mental preparation. The dragon vein before him resembled an abyssal ocean, its power seemingly boundless. Should such magnitude erupt, it would undoubtedly leave the Wind Country in disarray. Chapter 75. The essence of the dragon vein. The source of the world. The force surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, wild and untamed like the Yellow River. Upon closer inspection, strands of vibrant red incantations floated nearby, wondrously calming the tempestuous dragon vein. As Xing Yefeng gazed curiously, the queen elucidated. This is a secret technique passed down through generations of queens, serving as a final resort. If it cannot be quelled, I shall have no choice but to seal myself as a means of suppression. Her tranquil words belied a resolute determination within. Hoshino Feng's eyes sparkled. Had he not arrived, the outcome would indeed have unfolded as she had described. Do you possess a solution? The queen observed his silence, her palms growing clammy with anxiety and trepidation. It was not the fear of the dragon vein that troubled her, but the well-being of her daughter. A mother who does not cherish her own child faces the grim reality that if she were to perish, Sarah would be left utterly alone in the world. Thus, she yearned for this renowned figure in the ninja realm to possess a remedy, not solely for Lulan, but for the sake of a mother. As time slipped away in silence, the queen's countenance grew increasingly somber. Prolonged quietude had extinguished her hopes. She ultimately arrived at this moment, tears cascading down her cheeks as Sarah's image loomed in her mind, stirring profound sorrow within her. It is quite manageable, albeit requiring some time. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, Hoshino Feng murmured to himself while stroking his chin. The queen blinked, her expression revealing a flicker of confusion. Is there a way? What is wrong? Hoshino Feng turned to see her countenance, momentarily taken aback. And no, it is nothing. These are tears of joy, she said, wiping away her tears with a forced smile. Yet inwardly, she lamented, speaking while gasping for breath could be fatal. Hoshino Kaede did not ponder much further and continued. I can reseal the dragon vein. However, I must enter it, and the process will be quite lengthy. Naturally, the dragon vein will not become ferocious during this time. But no one is permitted to enter this place in the meantime. Is that understood? Xing Yefeng articulated all the conditions with clarity and precision, gazing at the queen with a smile. The terms were laid bare, and the queen of Lulan was no fool, recognizing that there was no detriment to her kingdom. She nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall issue a decree to keep others at bay, as long as the dragon vein is calmed. The queen acted decisively, without hesitation. Internally, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that fate had granted her a lifeline, allowing her to witness her daughter's growth. Once the queen of Lulan departed, Xing Yefeng once again surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, and slowly raised his hands. Wisps of blue light flowed from the ground, coursing along the path of blood, reinforcing the fragile barrier. The ethereal seal gradually became more stable, and Xing Yefeng nodded at his own creation. Let me unveil the secrets of the dragon vein. Xing Yefeng established a sealing barrier within the underground palace, then harnessed the power of time, plunging himself into the dragon vein. Suddenly, a brilliant emerald light erupted, illuminating the underground palace as if it were daylight. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura began to rise, releasing its power outward, yet it was thwarted by an ephemeral barrier. The light flickered, as if pondering why it could not escape. In the next moment, the dragon vein fell into silence, its brilliance dimming, akin to a child in a deep slumber, drifting into dreams. Inside, Xing Yefeng was enveloped in a layer of temporal rules, shielding himself from harm. He swam through the dragon vein like a fish navigating the sea, every cell in his body clamoring with desire. Hoshino Feng remained oblivious to the fact that, at this very moment, the essence of his life was ascending at a rocket-like velocity. His physical attributes and structure were undergoing a profound transformation and reconfiguration, all unbeknownst to him. With an inquisitive gaze, he surveyed his surroundings, yearning for some semblance of understanding. Yet, after an extended observation, he found himself shrouded in ignorance. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, tinged with surprise and curiosity regarding his predicament. "You actually managed to discover such a place." From her tone, it was evident that the dragon vein was exceedingly rare. "What's wrong? I sense that besides chakra and natural energy, there is nothing else here." Hoshino Fong expressed his confusion. A series of mocking chuckles echoed relentlessly in his ears. "Ha ha ha, you, the one in the thick of it, are oblivious. While the observer sees clearly, the most precious things are not merely these." After pausing for a moment, it seemed she was relishing the foolish innocence reflected in Hoshino Fang's clear eyes. Did I say something wrong?" He scratched his head in bewilderment. Alas! She let out a deep sigh, her tone decidedly peculiar. To encounter such a treasure, only to find it in the hands of an unappreciative person, is truly a waste. Even with a thick skin, Hoshino Fong felt a flush of embarrassment at her direct ridicule, yet he retorted stubbornly, "Then tell me, what is so extraordinary about this place?" "Very well, I shall generously enlighten you." She paused momentarily before elucidating. "This is likely one of the locations of the world's rifts. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier?" Hoshino Kaede nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the statement. She continued, "This world, which you refer to as the ninja realm, is imperfect and riddled with flaws. This place is one such imperfection. The so-called chakra and natural energy that manifest here are merely manifestations of the world's primordial power. However, in the current environment, they have devolved into their present state. To put it in simpler terms, it is akin to a wound on the surface of the human body. Yet this wound is one that cannot heal. It is an intrinsic aspect of existence." Xingye Feng, lost in thought, began to understand why he felt such a profound sense of comfort here. Enveloped in this environment, his spirit underwent a transformation. It was, after all, the primordial force of the world, and as a native, he naturally felt at ease. However, he pondered, what relevance does this hold for me? His query elicited a roll of the eyes from she. "A decayed wood cannot be carved," she replied, shaking her head. "I have sensed that the laws of space around us are remarkably dense, making this moment quite opportune compared to your current state. Release your spirit and, with the perception of time, delve into the essence of space, integrating these laws within yourself. This will be immensely beneficial for you as well as for the clock, though it will require a considerable investment of time." Hoshino Fong nodded blankly, still failing to comprehend. Never mind, just grasp the essence and follow my instructions." Inside the clock, she helplessly pressed her forehead, speaking with a sense of exasperation. Hoshino Fong shrugged. Just as he was about to commence, she interjected. "By the way, while you are comprehending, do remember to mend this flaw and fill the void. Thus, the dragon vein shall no longer be in turmoil, and the spatial barriers of the ninja world will be rendered even more robust." Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede muttered, "I understand, but why do you feel like my mother?" If I had a child as foolish as you, I would have been driven to despair long ago," Shalene remarked with a smirk. Hoshino Kaede remained silent, unresponsive, and for a moment, no one uttered a word. Chapter 76. 8 years, 3 generations of Hokage outside the underground palace. Queen Lulan paced anxiously, occasionally glancing inside with a worried expression. Had it not been for Hoshino Kaede's protective barrier, which kept all unstable elements at bay, the queen would have likely rushed inside long ago. A resounding roar echoed from within, heightening the queen's anxiety. In her current state of uncertainty, she remained oblivious to the events unfolding below. All she could do was silently pray for the safety of the dragon vein, hoping for everything to turn out well. Suddenly, a brilliant green light soared into the sky, capturing her attention. The radiant beam illuminated the faces of all present. Subsequently, a terrifying pressure emanated from within, sending a shockwave that forced the queen to stagger backward. Just as she felt despair creeping in, a mysterious force intervened, halting her plight. The two forces collided, merging and dissipating, with the green light being visibly suppressed before gradually fading away. The queen stood in a daze, then sighed deeply and turned to leave. No one knew what had transpired that day. The queen ordered a prohibition on approaching the palace, and inquiries from the Sand Shinobi were rebuffed. To prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from drawing near, she cast seals to safeguard the palace, reinforcing them daily. Thus, 8 years passed, marking the 26th year of Konoha. Time eroded all unpleasant memories, yet the kingdom of Lulan remained steadfast amidst the yellow sands. The people had long forgotten that fateful day, leaving only the queen who continued to stand watch before the palace. 8 years had indeed slipped by. The queen's voice, once strong, now bore a frail quality. Time had taken its toll on her visage, with wrinkles etching across her face. "Mother, you are indeed here again," a melodious voice chimed from behind. 8 years had passed, and the once adorable little girl had blossomed into a young lady, her face radiating happiness. Little did she know that her fate had subtly shifted, irrevocably altered. Had it not been for Hoshino Kaede, the current queen would have sacrificed her life to seal the barrier, leaving her to grow up in solitude. "Oh, Sarah. I just happened to pass by," the queen replied, her gaze slightly averted, her voice lacking conviction. "Humph." Sarah huffed playfully. "Mother, this is the 123rd time you've said that. Can you perhaps use a different phrase?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across the queen's face, but she quickly composed herself. "Ahem. I shall find a different way to say it next time." Sarah looked at her mother with a bemused expression. "Is that what you meant?" It had been 8 long years since Hoshino Kaede had entered, and many things had changed. The queen murmured softly, though Sarah caught her words. "But isn't the dragon vein becoming more stable day by day? Mulan is quite safe now." As the daughter of the queen, Sarah had been trained in the ancestral secret arts since childhood, preparing for her future role as queen. The queen shook her head, chuckling as she tapped Sarah's little nose. "Oh dear, that is not quite what I meant." "What do you mean then?" Sarah asked curiously. With a sigh, the queen responded. "Years have passed since the First Great War, and the strength of the 5 great nations has been restored, leading to an unclear situation." Before she could finish, Sarah interjected eagerly, "But what does that have to do with Mulan? We never engage in warfare, do we? Because only the queen can control the dragon vein. No nation would dare attack. It serves as a natural shield." Yet the queen did not take comfort in this fact. She discerned more than her daughter. With the second Hokage no longer in power and the third Hokage now in charge, it was only natural for others to underestimate Konoha. Other nations had been probing incessantly of late. At this point, a wave of fatigue crossed the queen's features, and a pang of pain struck her head. "Oh dear, mother. Let them fight amongst themselves. We can remain in our corner peacefully," Sarah replied nonchalantly. "You still have much to learn," the queen said, shaking her head. Sarah pouted defiantly, feeling underestimated by her mother. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the queen's gaze darted toward the palace. Could it be? Before she could speculate, a powerful surge emanated from the depths of the underground palace, shattering the seals the queen had set as if they were mere parchment. "Sarah." As the shockwave approached, the queen instinctively shielded Sarah with her own body. The anticipated impact did not occur. Sarah opened her eyes in surprise. Fleeting memories surged back like a tidal wave, triggered by a familiar figure, causing her to exclaim instinctively, "Big brother." Realizing what she had just blurted out, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Ah, is that you, little Sarah? You've grown so much," Hoshino Kaede remarked, clapping his hands before turning to see the young lady. Though she had matured, traces of the little girl she once was remained evident. At that moment, the queen exclaimed, "Has the dragon vein calmed?" In response, Hoshino Kaede nodded, stating, "Not only that, but I have also added an additional layer of protection to ensure the dragon vein's stability. By the way, here is the key to the seal. Remember to keep it safe." In Hoshino Fang's hand, a small timepiece materialized, which he did not present to the queen, but rather to Sarah. Sarah, her face flushed, accepted the watch, wanting to utter something, only to be interrupted by the queen. "Sarah, you may return now." "Huh?" Sarah was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. The queen shot her a glance. Overwhelmed by her mother's authority, Sarah stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Subsequently, the queen remarked with a semblance of amusement, "What does Lord Hoshino intend to convey? My daughter is still quite young." Hoshino Fang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that she seemed to have misunderstood something. Observing the increasingly perilous gaze of the queen, he shook his head with a chuckle. "It appears Her Majesty has misconstrued the situation." "Humph." The queen turned her head away, fully aware of the truth. Yet feeling a twinge of jealousy, after just a few encounters, her daughter had already turned crimson. What would happen if they spent more time together? She dared not imagine. "Very well." Reading some unspoken meanings in her eyes, Hoshino Fang shrugged and said, "With the task complete, I shall take my leave." Hoshino Kaede bid farewell, causing the queen to furrow her brow. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "The changes in Konoha during your absence of 8 years are quite significant." 8 years? Has it truly been that long? Hoshino Kaede murmured, reflecting on the passage of time. Then, upon hearing her final statement, he inquired, "What changes have occurred?" "The current Hokage is no longer the second. It is now the third." Hoshino Kaede's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to normal. The change was indeed significant. Yet it seemed rather reasonable. After all, Tobirama had governed for many years, and it was certainly time for him to rest and make way for the younger generation of Konoha. With this thought, the tension in Hoshino Kaede's heart eased considerably. Chapter 77, The Hidden Dangers Behind Prosperity. Observing the sudden shift in Hoshino Kaede's gaze, which quickly returned to its previous state, the queen hesitated, sensing that Hoshino Kaede might have misconstrued something. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Hoshino Kaede spoke up, stating that after spending such a lengthy period in Lulan, it was time to return. He then lightly tapped his fingertip, causing the space ahead to shatter like a spider's web, revealing a cerulean vortex. As the vortex expanded gradually, the queen's eyes widened in disbelief. After uttering "Ghana," Hoshino Kaede stepped forward and entered the ethereal blue whirlpool. Once he had departed, the queen stood rooted in place, lost in contemplation for an extended duration. Outside the village of Konoha, in a sunlit clearing where light filtered through the dappled leaves, a rabbit, nibbling on grass, suddenly stood upright. Its long ears perked up as if sensing something, and in the next instant, it sprang into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. Before long, ripples began to emerge in the clearing, akin to those on the surface of water, followed by the sound of space straining under pressure. Within mere seconds, it shattered into fragments, and a figure stepped forth, none other than Hoshino Kaede. 8 years had indeed been a long span, and he finally returned. Gazing at Konoha in the distance with a sense of nostalgia, he wondered who the third Hokage was now, speculating it might still be Hiruzen. He pondered the fates of others, reflecting that while 8 years had passed swiftly for him, it had been a considerable duration for everyone else. With this in mind, Hoshino Kaede strode purposefully towards Konoha. Alas, he had heard rumors that the commercial taxes in Konoha were about to increase again, rendering the profits from each venture increasingly meager, which raised concerns about survival. Along the way, he overheard members of a nearby merchant caravan lamenting their plight, their words causing him to frown deeply. From what he gathered, the commercial taxes had become unbearable for the merchants. Yet, this seemed implausible. He had previously engaged in rigorous discussions with Tobirama, ensuring that the tax rates were balanced. Ultimately, they had established a tax framework suitable for both parties. Logically, such an arrangement should not have been altered, as the initial phase of any agreement holds great significance. Once people become accustomed to a system, any subsequent changes can provoke widespread discontent. This was particularly true for commercial taxes. A reasonable tax policy typically invigorates merchants' enthusiasm, whereas modifications could lead to dire consequences. Hoshino Kaede was suddenly unable to remain still, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the hidden leaf village before him. A flicker of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. There must be something amiss. There must be. Alas, we are but insignificant voices, unable to fight back, forced to swallow our indignation. Indeed, who could forget that the Hidden Leaf is the foremost village in the Shinobi world, boasting vast fertile lands? It appears this is not an isolated incident. One individual's lament has sparked a chorus of agreement from many, which speaks volumes in itself. Xing took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his murderous intent as he sought to comprehend the unfolding situation. Ninja Master, why has the village entry fee increased again? It was not this amount last time, he inquired, his voice laced with frustration. The leader of the merchant caravan, stifling his anger, attempted to reason with the gatekeeper ninja. However, the ninja offered no explanation, impatiently retorting, "Pay or do not enter." Faced with the stark reality that circumstances outweighed individual desires, the merchant caravan had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the entry fee was a trivial matter compared to the potential losses that could arise from delays. Thus, this farcical episode came to an end, with the onlookers maintaining a serene demeanor, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Only an elderly man, witnessing the scene, could not suppress a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, the morals of society are in decline." Does the old man understand the reason for this? A gentle voice emerged beside him. Xing, unbeknownst to him, had strayed from the group and approached the elder. You are." The elder initially cast a casual glance, yet that single look captivated his entire attention, igniting a fervor within him as if he had beheld a deity. "Lord Xingye." The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, his lips trembling as he spoke. Hoshino Kaede scratched his head, recognizing that it was not surprising for the elder to identify him, given the elder's long life and familiarity with his portrait. "Could you tell me what has transpired in Konoha?" Hoshino Kaede inquired once more. At this moment, the elder regained his composure and spoke slowly. Since the third Hokage assumed office, the situation was relatively stable at first, but for reasons unknown, the commercial taxes suddenly increased. The trading caravans, intimidated by Konoha's authority, had no choice but to endure this. We thought it would end there, yet the situation escalated further, with an avalanche of various taxes to the point where the elder shook his head. Even entering the village now incurs a fee. Upon hearing the elder's account, Hoshino Kaede maintained a serene expression. Yet the atmosphere around him grew tense. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the highest building in Konoha, his eyes gleaming like a sword, piercing through everything to focus on the individual seated in the Hokage's chair. My words may carry little weight and may not affect change, leaving me to drift along with the current, yet I am acutely aware that if this continues, it may be manageable in the short term, but ultimately will become a hidden peril. The elder, having lived long, possessed insights honed by time, and every word he spoke was grounded in truth. Beneath the heavy commercial taxes in Konoha lay a dormant volcano. Once it erupts, the prosperity that Konoha has enjoyed for years will turn to ashes. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Absolutely not, Hoshino Kaede stated solemnly. That is reassuring, the elder replied, revealing a heartfelt smile, knowing that Hoshino Kaede would indeed see it through. Having settled all dues, Hoshino Kaede stepped once more onto the familiar yet foreign land after an 8-year absence. The streets were bustling, with vendors calling out, and Hoshino Kaede attentively sensed every change in Konoha. As he walked down the thoroughfare, he observed the humble expressions on the faces of the merchants, their deference toward the ninjas, and the hesitance of the onlookers. Groups of children, upon encountering the ninjas, suddenly fell silent, lowering their heads as they passed, only to resume their playful banter once the ninjas had moved on. Yet, no matter how Hoshino Kaede looked at it, his heart ached. Tobarama, your prophecy has come to fruition. With the increasing changes unfolding before his eyes, Hoshino Kaede felt his heart plunge into despair. Had Tobarama still been among the living, such scenes would never have manifested among the villagers of Konoha and the traveling merchants. The vivid scenes before him made it painfully clear the second Hokage had departed from this world. The pursuit of rapid gains and the reckless drive for economic development resembled a castle in the air, fragile and unsustainable. Xing murmured to himself, his expression gravely clouded. As he gazed at Konoha, an idea suddenly surged within him. If he had not ventured to Lulan, none of this would have transpired. Alas, time never rewinds. It relentlessly marches forward. The rapid development of Konoha risks overwhelming its inhabitants. Are the immediate gains blinding their vision? Have they lost sight of the path ahead? Xing silently directed his gaze toward the Hokage building, his footsteps leading him there. What could Hiruzen be thinking? Is he truly lost in the complexities of his position? Is he so enraptured by the flourishing scenery that he cannot extricate himself? Burdened by an array of questions, Xing quickened his pace, yearning to find answers from the third Hokage. Chapter 78, The Third Hokage's Dilemma? Acting in his absence, Hoshino Kaede entered the Hokage building with an air of confidence, drawing immediate attention from the ninjas within. A newly promoted Chunin furrowed his brow, intending to approach and dissuade her. However, he was halted by a seasoned Jounin. Why do you stop me, senpai? That person clearly poses a threat. The Chunin protested indignantly. The Jounin smiled subtly, his words laden with significance. Even if that individual is indeed problematic, it is not your place to intervene. Not even I possess such authority. You would do well to remain cautious. The winds of change are stirring in Konoha. Upon hearing this, the young Chunin's eyes widened in alarm as he cautiously peered at Hoshino Kaede. Senpai, could it be that her status is exceedingly high? His concern was justified. A Jounin stands as a pillar of the village, wielding considerable influence and power. Yet, even he felt dwarfed in comparison to the presence before him. Hi. In a certain sense, apart from that one individual, no one in all of Konoha holds a higher status than she, the Jounin remarked, his words resonating deeply. The young man's throat tightened at this revelation, rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. Xing approached with an unmistakably aggressive demeanor, clearly seeking confrontation. Yet there was no one to impede his passage. He encountered no obstacles along the way. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Who allowed you to enter? Not even a knock. The desk remained unchanged. Yet the individual seated behind it had transformed, leaving Xing momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Danzo, engrossed in his administrative duties, noticed the intrusion without the customary knock. Assuming it was an inconsiderate individual, he looked up to reprimand, but his words faltered as his pupils dilated in shock. Xing Feng, Danzo uttered, his face betraying a myriad of emotions, yet devoid of joy or delight. It turns out, you have become Hokage, Xing exhaled, gazing at Danzo with a lingering hint of disbelief. After a brief moment of distraction, Danzo regained his composure, his expression returning to neutrality. Indeed, it is I. Are you surprised? Do you believe that Hiruzen was more suited than I? Hoshino Kaede readily nodded in agreement. Indeed, over the years, Hizashi has proven to be more suitable than you. Why? Tell me why. Dan suddenly erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table, causing cracks to appear on its surface, his eyes filled with a questioning glare. Hoshino Phone fell into silence, offering no response. Though he harbored such thoughts, reality surpassed all. Currently occupying the position of Hokage was Shimura Danzo. What about Tobarama? Hoshino Phone suddenly inquired. At the mention of Tobarama, Danzo's anger subsided, and he calmly replied, "For years after your departure, the teacher passed away due to illness. So, it can be said that Tobarama acknowledged you." A flicker of astonishment crossed Hoshino Feng's eyes. Danzo slowly shook his head and stated, "The teacher did not designate anyone. The position of Hokage remains vacant." As Hoshino Kaede's pupils constricted, a wry smile escaped his lips. "I understand now." To those outside, the current Hokage was regarded as the third, yet in reality, he merely held the position in an interim capacity. Before his passing, Tobarama did not designate a successor. Instead, he left the position of Hokage vacant, perhaps to pave the way for Hoshino Kaede. This esteemed role was bequeathed to him, rather than to his own disciples, including the acknowledged Hizashi and Danzo, who were merely granted temporary authority. Moreover, it was made abundantly clear by the prominent clans that even if they aspired to the position, they fundamentally lacked the right to claim it. With a gaze imbued with complexity, Danzo lamented, "Despite my relentless efforts, I ultimately did not attain what I desired." "So, you seek revenge?" Hoshino Kaede detected a note of resentment in his words. "No." Surprisingly, Danzo shook his head in denial. "I believe you are already aware of the matter concerning commercial taxation." Hoshino Kaede nodded, and Danzo continued, "Our actions are driven by necessity. The rapid development of Konoha has created a pressing need for financial resources in various areas. When Master Tobarama was alive, we managed to sustain our funding. But with his passing, everything collapsed in an instant." Hoshino Phone rested his chin upon his hand, lost in contemplation, and finally lowered his head with a sigh. All things possess dualities, yin and yang, good and evil. The growth of Konoha over the past decade has been swifter than that of a rocket. It resembles a wild stallion that has broken free, although its speed has ascended to a new echelon. Halting its momentum proves to be a formidable challenge. The imbalance between profit and peril has rendered Konoha seemingly prosperous, yet it remains precariously poised amidst the tempest. Now, astonishingly, there is a need to impose additional commercial taxes to bridge the financial shortfall. Hoshino Kaede felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue settled within his heart, prompting an internal lament. This is not how I envisioned Konoha from the Naruto series. Has it ever been like this? Could it be that a chasm exists between reality and illusion? Yet, such a disparity seems insurmountable. With a moment's inattention, Konoha could very well descend into chaos, with the hearts of its people scattered. While other matters could be mended, the heart must not be fractured. Money may be replenished, but a wounded soul is far more difficult to heal. Alas, Tobarama, was it this insight that compelled you to entrust the third Hokage to me? With your political acumen and foresight, you surely recognize this truth. Yet, by the time it was apparent, it was too late. All you could do was ensure that the reins of this wild stallion called Konoha remained within your grasp, capable of restraining it. Beyond that, you were powerless, leaving the burden to me. Reflecting on this, Hoshino Kaede let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Danzo, I believe you are well aware that neither you nor Hizashi possess the capability to address the latent threats that plague Konoha. It is not a matter of competence, rather. What is required now transcends mere ability, it demands true strength. Given your and Hizashi's current prowess, it seems you can no longer maintain control. Those with ulterior motives among the clans will not heed your commands." Shinya Fong succinctly identified the crucial element that Konoha presently lacks, strength. Although the two of them possess considerable power, it is insufficient to command respect. Additionally, their identities play a significant role. On one hand, both hail from the ninja clan, rendering them little different in the eyes of the commoners from those who oppress them. On the other hand, the ninja clan perceives them merely as juniors, lacking the authority to assert their opinions. Collectively, these factors have rendered them somewhat powerless. This analysis left Danzo looking despondent, akin to a deflated balloon. He was fully aware of these truths, having once shared the sense of impotence that Tobarama experienced. Observing this, Shinya Fong offered a gentle smile and patted him on the shoulder, remarking, "Have you lost your spirit? This is not the Danzo I know." Danzo raised his head to meet Shinya Feng's calm demeanor, and inwardly sighed, realizing that amidst Konoha's dire crises, maintaining such composure was a sign of defeat for him. It is no wonder that Master Tobarama, against all opposition, left the position of the third Hokage vacant, likely anticipating the current situation. Chapter 79, Homecoming, Unexpectedly What About Raizen? Xing Yefeng inquired, recalling another individual. Danzo responded, he is in the Umbu. Master Tobirama has entrusted him with its leadership. Upon hearing this, Xing Yefeng chuckled, noting the reversal of roles, as such matters would typically fall to Danzo. Perhaps Tobirama discerned Raizen's inner hesitance, thus assigning him to the Umbu for training. Danzo too bore an excessive aura of menace, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends. It appears that Tobirama, having survived, has gained greater insight into their characters. Have Raizen disseminate news of my return, the sooner, the better, Xing Yefeng said with a slight smile. Danzo was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Summoning an Umbu member to relay the message. We must proceed with caution. Konoha resembles a powder keg at present, Danzo subtly expressed. Hoshino Kaede decisively shook his head and spread his hands, stating, I have no solution. Just wait. I need to return home first. It has been so long since I last visited. I have missed them dearly. Upon witnessing his straightforward refusal, Danzo displayed an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, Is it truly for such a trivial matter? Hoshino Kaede blinked his innocent eyes a couple of times and asked, What else could it be? This is of utmost urgency for me. Danzo felt his fist clenched tightly, filled with a restless energy. However, upon seeing Kaede's defiant expression that seemed to challenge him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Reviewing documents had already drained him, and now this troublesome individual stood before him. He longed to deliver a punch to that face. Before Danzo could utter another word, Hoshino Kaede strode out of the office with purpose, leaving behind a parting remark. You've worked hard all these years. The rest is up to me. I will seek justice for the grievances you both have endured. With that, he vanished from sight. After hearing those words, Dan shook his head and returned to his seat, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As his previously gloomy mood began to dissipate, it wasn't all in vain after all. Despite often being the scapegoat, Danzo was human and possessed emotions. The pent-up resentment he had harbored for so long made it impossible for him to deny a desire for retribution, and Kaede's words struck a chord deep within him. Tobirama had once spoken of Hoshino Kaede, emphasizing his strong emotional ties. Therefore, Danzo firmly believed in Kaede's words. Misfortune was surely destined for those who had wronged him. Upon exiting the office, Hoshino Kaede made his way to his parents' home, having not visited in 8 years. If he didn't return soon, he might hardly recognize himself. He arrived at the familiar doorstep, and before he could step inside, he caught sight of a small figure. Hoshino Kaede. He slightly parted his lips, vigorously rubbed his eyes, and silently chanted for the demons and monsters to depart, utterly incredulous. Who are you, and why do you linger at my doorstep? The little one, with keen eyesight, quickly turned towards Hoshino Kaede and trotted over, inquiring with a youthful voice. Hoshino Kaede regained her composure and scrutinized him intently. Well, he may not possess her good looks, yet his eyes were large, dark, and remarkably lively. Gazing at Hoshino Kaede in silence, the little one, hands on hips, stared back with an impressive pair of big eyes, declaring with a certain authority, Do not look. Otherwise, I shall summon someone. Xing Yefeng, intrigued, decided to tease him. Oh, calling someone? Go ahead. I wager your parents won't take your side. After speaking, she provocatively pinched his chubby cheeks. TSK, such a delightful texture. No wonder her mother used to pinch her cheeks in her childhood, who wouldn't adore the softness and tenderness. Xing Yefeng, quick-witted and agile, pinched the little one's cheek before he could react, causing him to retreat a few steps while baring his tiny fangs. You bad egg. After uttering this remark, Xing Yefeng anticipated a retaliatory action, only to find the child swiftly retreating home to fetch reinforcements. Sigh, it seems he is not easily provoked. Nevertheless, it matters not. Dear brother shall cherish you dearly. With such a visage, Xing Yefeng recognized the fruits of his parents' labor during the 8 years of his absence. Mom. There's a strange person outside who want to leave. The child's voice rang out loudly, prompting deep confusion in Xing Yefeng. What made him conclude this individual was strange? As Sakura Mikon emerged from the house, she initially assumed it was mere child's play, but upon raising her gaze, she found herself utterly stunned. Upon witnessing the scene, Hoshino Kaede broke into a radiant smile and waved her hand. You have returned. Sakura Kinomoto made a concerted effort to conceal the excitement bubbling within her. Yes, I am back, Hoshino Kaede replied softly, taking a few steps to stand beside her. The little one glanced at his mother and then at Hoshino Kaede, before tugging at Sakura's sleeve, asking, Mommy, who is he? The child, perceptive and astute, sensed the unusual atmosphere between the two. It was only then that Sakura Kinomoto realized and turned to Hoshino Hikaru, saying, "This is your brother, Hoshino Hikaru." The little one was instantly taken aback, for this meant that the person before him was his long-lost brother. Hoshino Kaede gently patted his brother's head and remarked, "We? What a lovely implication. When did you return?" asked Kinomoto Sakura. "Just now. I made a brief visit to the Hokage building," Kaede replied. He playfully teased his younger brother, eliciting a look of disdain from Hoshino Hui. Upon hearing this, Sakura sighed and inquired, "You are aware of the matters concerning Konoha, I presume?" Hoshino Kaede nodded, acknowledging the situation with a general understanding, though he felt the need to examine some details further. "It's all right, as long as you return," Sakura Kinomoto remarked, her words succinct yet unmistakably clear. Although she had withdrawn from the ranks of ninjas, there remained an elite jonin in her family, providing ample sources of information. She was aware of the various changes within Konoha, yet felt powerless to effect any change. "Kaede." A voice of surprise echoed behind them as Hoshino Hikaru's eyes brightened. He rushed forward and embraced him. "Dad." Hoshino Kaede greeted him with a smile, the joy of their long-awaited reunion evident on his face. Waita scrutinized him, remarking, "You've grown increasingly formidable. I can hardly discern your true strength anymore. Clearly, you have not been idle, which is commendable." In the past, he could still sense the terrifying power within Hoshino Kaede, but now, standing before him, he appeared as an ordinary person, with no trace of chakra to detect. "I haven't been on vacation these past few years," Hoshino Kaede replied with a raised eyebrow, a hint of defiance in his tone. Waita chuckled, no longer engaging in their usual banter, accepting that his son had matured beyond such exchanges. Suddenly, members of the Umbu descended swiftly before them. Upon spotting Hoshino Kaede, one of them spoke urgently, "Lord Hoshino, it seems Lady Yumiko is in trouble." At these words, Hoshino Kaede's expression darkened instantly. "What has happened?" The Umbu member replied. "It appears that several clan leaders from minor ninja families are causing a ruckus in front of the Commerce Department, demanding that Yumiko increase the commercial tax." Upon hearing this, an overwhelming aura erupted from Hoshino Kaede, controlled with remarkable precision, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The Umbu operatives behind him broke into a cold sweat, gasping for breath, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. "Is this the true power of Lord Hoshino?" Hoshino Phone coldly declared, causing the temperature around them to plummet. "I shall see whether the arrogance of those individuals knows no bounds." With that, he instructed the Umbu to lead the way, proceeding directly to the scene. Chapter 80, a minor punishment for a major lesson. Lord Yume, we, too, act for the good of Konoha. You see, the economy of Konoha is saturated, and we simply lack the surplus funds for development. An elderly clan leader implored with earnestness, hoping to appeal to reason and emotion to persuade Izawa Yume, for the Ministry of Commerce was currently under her jurisdiction. In many areas of Konoha, the ninja clans held significant sway, yet the Ministry of Commerce stood as an exception. This was not only due to Hoshino Feng's imposing presence that intimidated them, but also because of Izawa Yume's formidable and unyielding demeanor, which even the higher-ups did not dare to challenge. Sitting in her position, Izawa Yume feigned ignorance, completely absorbed in her own matters. Observing her indifference, another clan leader snickered derisively, saying, "What are you pretending for? If not for your connection to the First Hokage's disciple, you think you could obstruct our endeavors? Dream on. Enough already." Someone feigned a shake of the head, yet the mockery in their eyes was unmistakable. They were merely leaders of minor clans, their status paled in comparison to that of a department head, yet they thrived in the shade of a great tree, daring to wield their influence under the auspices of the Hyuga clan. Many were angered yet silenced, but they possessed just enough cunning to know when to halt, expertly gauging the limits. "Yume, I am merely a few years your senior. I have endured in Konoha for many years and have gained experience. Your youth may cloud your judgment, but we all act for the good of Konoha." The group displayed a practiced dynamic, one with a serious demeanor and another with a jovial one. "Are you finished?" Izawa Yume raised her head, speaking calmly. The group was taken aback, an ominous feeling suddenly enveloping them. In the next moment, Izawa Yume rose, a cold smile gracing her lips. Her gaze sharp as an aura of killing intent permeated the air. She had participated in the First Shinobi World War, having taken many lives. The individuals before her, aged and weary, naturally felt a sense of trepidation. "What do you intend to do? This is Konoha. Do you wish to raise a hand?" The leader barked, attempting to exert pressure through intimidation. Izawa Yume let out a cold laugh, stepping closer, her presence growing more formidable, evoking the sensation of a mountain looming nearby. "Raise a hand? I fear your filth might tarnish my hands, a bunch of useless old fools." Her words were a veiled insult aimed not only at the individuals before her, but also at those who stood behind them. Instantly, anger flared upon their faces, turning crimson. Their bodies trembling as if they might collapse from the force of their indignation. Ignoring their fury, Izawa Yume added fuel to the fire. To call you worthless is an affront to the truly worthless. How dare you show your faces here, you shameless lot. With a sudden gasp, one individual, unable to bear the weight of her words, expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a crumpled piece of paper. In response, Izawa Yume merely smiled, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Scoundrel! You show no respect for your elders, and your actions are lawless. The elders seethed with rage, vociferously denouncing her. Izawa Yume summoned her strength, directly countering. I show no respect for those who deserve none. A group of leeches feeding on Konoha, barking here with such audacity, your skin is truly thick. I declare this, as long as I remain, the commercial taxes will not increase. Despite the growing discontent among the merchants, even if those behind you come forth, my stance remains unchanged. Izawa Yume was well aware that the individuals before her were merely pawns, insignificant players. She looked down upon the ones pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Knowing they only sought to protect their own reputations, the group fell silent, at a loss for words. Well said. A resounding voice startled Izawa Yume. She recognized it immediately. Casting her gaze forward, Hoshino Phone strode forth, swiftly closing the distance. Hoshino Phone, what brings you back? Upon seeing him, their expressions shifted to one of panic. Had he overheard their previous conversation? Izawa Yume exclaimed joyfully, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, I might not have been able to hold on any longer. Hoshino Phone revealed a smile and remarked, isn't it just perfect timing for your return? I can witness such an event. Although her words were directed at Izawa Akumi, her icy gaze remained fixed upon them. Since you have returned, you shall handle this matter. It is a welcome opportunity for me to take it easy. Izawa Akumi gazed at the trembling individuals with a beaming smile, her mood instantly brightening. Hoshino-sama, they stammered, quaking in their boots. Hoshino Fang's gaze swept across the room, the weight of immense pressure instantly settling upon their shoulders. Ah, how fortunate you all are. Hoshino Fang gritted his teeth, and it was evident to anyone that he was seething with rage. The leaders of several minor clans dared to challenge the minister. What is this? A rebellion against the heavens? My lord Hoshino, please allow us to explain, the crowd stammered, drenched in sweat, their voices trembling with fear and regret. Had they known Hoshino Fang had returned, they would not have dared to speak thus. Those words had surely been overheard, and the palpable intent to kill had raised their hearts to their throats. Explain? Hoshino scoffed. There is no need for that. What has been said cannot be unsaid. Hoshino Ki gazed at them with an enigmatic smile, a demeanor that rendered their faces as pale as a ghostess. You possess an audacity that is remarkable. At your age, still leaping about as if this village were your own dominion? Shouldn't you be at home, nurturing your twilight years instead of venturing forth to wreak havoc upon others? Her voice was frigid, colder than the harshest winter chill, and as she spoke, their legs weakened, leading them to collapse unceremoniously to the ground. Their eyes, devoid of life, appeared as if their very souls had fled. With her cutting words, Hoshino Ki felt that mere reprimands would suffice. Some individuals, impervious to gentle admonitions, required a profound lesson to induce change. Time itself seemed to ripple and spread, causing the very fabric of reality to swirl, as an ethereal hand extended from behind Hoshino Ki. It pierced through the chest of those present, and with a firm tug, it grasped an invisible mass of energy, transforming it into a multitude of diminutive timepieces. With a mere wave of his hand, Hoshino Ki restored the scenery to its original state. Upon closer inspection, their faces appeared even more aged, with pronounced wrinkles and a palpable aura of despair, as though their vitality had significantly diminished. Recently, I have developed an aversion to bloodshed. Thus, I have spared your lives. I have accepted your time. Hoshino Ki remarked with a faint smile. To them, that smile was akin to that of a devil, no, more terrifying than any demon. For which fiend possesses the power to seize a person's time? The group stood in a state of disarray, their bodies trembling precariously. Hoshino Ki shook his head and said to Izawa Akumi, return these individuals, let the others witness the consequences. Upon hearing this, Izawa Akumi, after a moment of pity, nodded and instructed others to carry out the task. Chapter 81. A warning to the monkeys. A display of power. After a display of formidable authority, Izawa Akumi jestingly remarked, you have returned. Those individuals must be utterly terrified. Terrified? Humph. It is not so simple. Until they reach the Yellow River, their resolve will not falter, driven by self-interest. They will not easily submit. Hoshino Phone let out a cold snort and shook her head, speaking. Aizawa Ikumi, with a smile radiating positivity, remarked, "No matter how stubborn they are, they can never surpass you. It is merely a matter of time." Perhaps, she mused, I hope they recognize the situation. Hoshino Phone rubbed her temples, expressing her frustration. There are quite a few pests in Konoha. I simply lack the leisure to deal with each one. Do you know who is behind them? Hoshino Phone inquired at that moment. Aizawa Ikumi replied, I only know a few things. She was far from a soft target. Over the years, she had cultivated her own network, and certain whispers could not evade her ears. That is sufficient. It is enough to serve as a warning to others. Hoshino Phone waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging that capturing them all in one fell swoop would be detrimental to Konoha's vital forces. That is indeed not a wise approach. It would only inflict harm upon oneself. Indeed, Aizawa Ikumi then proceeded to disclose the names of some families behind the scenes. As Hoshino Kaede's eyes sparkled, a cold smile emerged upon hearing the name of a certain family. Ah, how enticing are the lures of profit. I had presumed that illustrious families possessed exceptional discernment and would not succumb to greed, yet here we are. In contrast, Aizawa Ikumi perceived the situation with clarity. When interests soar to 200%, even blood relatives may turn against one another. You are indeed correct. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Hoshino Kaede's gaze. Impressive, your skills have undeniably grown, allowing you to articulate such sentiments. Absolutely, Aizawa Ikumi retorted with a sidelong glance. After all, it would be peculiar if all these years of training bore no fruit. Indeed, Hoshino Kaede replied with a resigned smile. While the two engaged in their banter, the shadows of Konoha were rife with intrigue and turbulent undercurrents. Following the descent of Sarutobi Hizashizumbu, the news of Hoshino Kaede's return to the village spread like wildfire. In an instant, every clan unanimously issued directives to restrain their members and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hizashi allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. It is indeed only little Kaede who can maintain order amidst the chaos. Hoshino Kaede's return has left those families profiting from the situation in a state of panic. In the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Mori, now 33, has matured into a more composed leader since assuming the role of clan head. He is already a father of 2 sons, who will be known as Hyuga Hinatsu and Hyuga Hishida in the future. During the meeting, all clan elders gathered. Yet silence enveloped the room as no one dared to break it. Hyuga Mori sighed, his gaze fixed on the 3rd elder. Are you truly going to remain silent? If Lord Hoshino discovers this, the consequences will be far from trivial. At his words, all eyes turned toward him, their expressions inscrutable. Humph. I have no idea what the clan head is talking about, the 3rd elder retorted, his countenance darkening. The 2nd elder, with a sharp glare, pressed him. Do you wish to provoke matters to an irreparable state? Hoshino Kaede is not to be trifled with. If he seizes this opportunity to suppress the Hyuga, we will be left with no recourse. Do you desire the downfall of our clan? The 2nd elder nearly shouted the last part, his righteous demeanor infuriating the 3rd elder, who, stubbornly lifting his chin, replied, Do not speak so grandly. You are all aware of my actions, yet none of you intervened. Apart from the clan head, you have all reaped substantial benefits, have you not? Now that trouble has arisen, you retract your necks and cast me aside, hoping to emerge unscathed. How naive. The 3rd elder's words elicited varied reactions among the others, each with their own thoughts. Only Hyuga Mori and the elders sat composed on the high platform, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. The Hyuga clan is not solely governed by the clan head. Each elder has distinct responsibilities. Following the demise of the previous clan head, the elder's power has grown, diminishing the clan head's influence. Aside from the elder, who has lived longer than the others, the remaining elders have changed, rendering the elder's authority even more pronounced. As the discord among the members escalated, the elder cleared his throat, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Observing the sudden quiet, he nodded and addressed the gathering. With Hoshino Kaede's return, the power dynamics within Konoha will undoubtedly shift. The Hyuga must remain aligned with Konoha and avoid escalating tensions. Hyuga Mori inquired, Are you suggesting we return everything we have amassed over the years? The elder's tone was deliberate yet firm, precisely. The 3rd elder, sensing urgency, interjected, Elder. The elder's expression remained stern yet commanding. The 3rd elder lowered his gaze, reluctantly adding, But, no buts. The elder declared, decisively waving his hand. However, I shall assist you with a portion. Hyuga Mori gazed at the elder in astonishment. This was no insignificant sum. Noting the surprise on the faces of those present, the elder smiled slightly. If the Hyuga were to vanish, what value would wealth hold? Upon hearing this, the assembly felt a wave of respect for him. Hyuga Mori then declared, "As the clan head, I too bear responsibility. I shall contribute as well." The elder stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Yet he refrained from speaking further. The others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. The elder observed this silently. A sigh escaping him inwardly, what uncertain prospects lie ahead for the clan? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the tightly shut door. Knock, knock, knock. Then a youthful voice chimed, "Father, may I come in?" Hyuga Mori frowned, displeasure etched on his face, ready to reprimand. Yet, he was interrupted by the elder, who smiled toward the door. "Come in, Hinatsu." With that, the door swung open, and Hyuga Hinatsu immediately caught sight of his father's displeased expression. "Father." Young Hinatsu respectfully bowed and then greeted the clan elders. Though still youthful, his demeanor exhibited the grace of nobility. "Hinatsu, what brings you here?" the elder asked warmly, contrasting sharply with Hyuga Mori's sternness. Hinatsu lowered his head, unwilling to meet Hyuga Mori's gaze, and softly conveyed his purpose. "It concerns Lord Hoshino." "Oh, please elaborate," the elder urged, exchanging knowing glances with the others. Not long ago, the Ministry of Commerce had brought forth several individuals, all clan heads of smaller families closely allied with the Hyuga. However, their faces appeared haggard and aged, exuding an air of decline. Hinatsu discreetly glanced at Hyuga Mori, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to summarize the situation. The elders exchanged glances, the silence palpable. Hinatsu, perceptively, refrained from speaking further, standing obediently in place. After a prolonged pause, the elder finally spoke. This is a demonstration aimed at those with ulterior motives. As he spoke, his gaze lingered meaningfully on the third elder. "I suspect he intends to eliminate obstacles with swift and decisive action." Hyuga Mori nodded in agreement. "Your time is limited," the elder cautioned. "Act swiftly." Chapter 82. Hyuga apologizes. The storm approaches. The return of Hoshino Kaede was akin to a tempest, sweeping through the entire Hidden Leaf village. Those with guilty consciences found themselves in a constant state of trepidation, living each day as if it were an eternity. This, indeed, was the desired effect of Hoshino Kaede. It is the fear of the unknown that can unsettle the human soul. Thus, 3 days elapsed with Hoshino Kaede remaining silent, resuming a semblance of normal life. "Brother, I am truly exhausted. May I have a moment's respite, dear sibling?" Xingye blinked his large eyes, revealing an expression of deep grievance. However, Xingye Feng merely cast him a glance, uttering not a single word, yet his intent was unmistakably clear. No allowance, no respite until the task is completed, and no meal shall be allowed. Xingye Feng leisurely articulated the consequences of failure. Hoshino Teru pouted but dared not retort. Over the past 3 days, he had come to realize that his elder brother was indeed uncompromising in training, showing no leniency whatsoever. Observing the conflicted expression on his younger brother's face, which teetered between rebellion and reluctance, Hoshino Kaede shook his head with a smile. Calculating the passage of time, he mused that it was about time. He murmured to himself while gazing at the door, having waited since early morning as if he had foreseen the arrival of a guest today. Moments later, his self-reflection transformed into a subtle smile as he awaited in quiet anticipation. Soon, a steady voice resonated. "Lord Hoshino, Hinata Mori has come to pay a visit." Xingye Feng's lips curled into a faint smile before quickly fading away as he feigned just having woken up and approached the door. The head of the Hinata family must have urgent matters to discuss this early in the morning. Xingye Feng rubbed his bleary eyes, stifling a series of yawns. Hinata Shun couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly grumbling. "Do you truly not know why I have come?" Yet, his exterior remained impeccably respectful. He even inclined his body slightly and said, "I apologize for disturbing your sweet dreams. I hope you can forgive me." Upon witnessing the scene, Hoshino Hikari's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. How remarkable! The initial resentment he felt dissipated entirely, transforming into admiration. This was none other than the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha, and even the head of the family displayed such reverence. Observing this, Hoshino Hikari resolutely cast aside any thoughts of idleness and devoted himself to rigorous training. "I cannot afford to provoke them, nor can I evade their scrutiny. There is no need for excessive formality. Merely speak your mind and do not take it to heart." Hoshino Kaede graciously waved his hand, subsequently inviting him inside. Indeed, Hinata Mori naturally descended the steps and remarked, "The return of Lord Hoshino is a blessing for Konoha." Hoshino Kaede turned around, her eyes gleaming with a smile as she regarded him. A blend of encouragement and restraint, perhaps? Hinata Mori felt increasingly anxious under her gaze. Taking a deep breath before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Hinata is well aware that one cannot conceal matters from the esteemed adults, and thus I have come to offer my apologies." With that, he resolutely performed a full bow before Hoshino Kaede. His decisive demeanor elicited a newfound respect from her. This was certainly not a prearranged act. Even a clan leader has their pride, though the previous instigators do not count. Hinata Mori must have acted on his own accord. Hoshino Kaede did not speak immediately, while Hinata Mori maintained his stance without rising. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense, the weight of it causing beads of sweat to form on Hinata Mori's forehead as a piercing gaze sent chills down his spine. After a prolonged silence, Hoshino Kaede finally uttered, "If acknowledging one's mistakes were of any use, what need would there be for the security forces?" With this single remark, the pressure on Hinata Mori intensified exponentially, prompting him to exclaim, "Hinata will return all benefits." "Is that all?" Hoshino Kaede replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice as cold and mechanical as steel. The immense weight of expectation pressed down on Hinata Mori, nearly suffocating him. In response, he struggled to declare, "Furthermore, within 2 years, 30% of Hinata Industries' profits will be surrendered to Konoha." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the terrifying pressure dissipated, akin to a receding tide. Subsequently, Hoshino Kaede appeared to transform entirely, a beaming smile gracing his face as he assisted Hinata Mori to his feet. "Oh, it seems that the Hinata clan leader is quite reasonable. Splendid, splendid." Hinata Mori managed to force a faint smile, though his heart bled within. The Hinata family had risen to prominence, their enterprises sprawling across the land of fire, comparable to the Senju and Uchiha clans. Surrendering 30% of their profits would inflict a grievous loss upon the Hinata. Yet, he had no choice, had he not made such concessions. The future standing of the Hinata would be irrevocably jeopardized. Hoshino Kaede can effortlessly support other clans, which is utterly unacceptable for the Hyuga. Contributing to Konoha is indeed a duty, a responsibility. At this moment, Hyuga only wishes to conclude matters swiftly, yearning to depart without delay. "Lord Hoshino is burdened with numerous affairs, so I shall refrain from intruding." Upon witnessing the situation, Hoshino Kaede understood the importance of discretion and allowed the person to depart. After bidding farewell to Hinata, she leisurely returned to her seat. "Xiaohui, I still cherish the way you act, Koi." Hoshino Hikari immediately approached him with a servile demeanor, kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs. "Brother, it is my younger brother's immaturity. Please show some magnanimity, won't you?" With a shifting expression, Hoshino Fong affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "All right, but there shall be no next time." Upon hearing the words, Hoshino Teru immediately nodded with determination. After dismissing his younger brother, Hoshino Kaede remained seated in the chair, occupying it for an entire day. As night fell, Hoshino Kaede gazed at the empty doorway, shaking his head in dismay. Alas, it is all a matter of harboring a sense of misplaced confidence. Just because the tiger refrains from displaying its might, do they truly believe I am easy prey? Hoshino Kaede's eyes glinted with menace, the corners of her mouth curling slightly upward. "If you refuse the courtesy I extend, do not blame me for withholding opportunities." The following day, Hoshino Kaede summoned all clan leaders of Konoha to convene at the Hokage building. Upon hearing the news, a single thought echoed in the minds of all: the storm has begun. Among them, only Hyuga Murasuk breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his prior visit, as the impending turmoil would not reach the Hyuga clan. An hour later, all the upper echelons of Konoha had assembled. Even Uzumaki Mito was invited by Hoshino Kaede. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems Konoha has been quite lively during my absence." After surveying the surroundings, Hoshino Kaede spoke leisurely. Yet her tone sent a chill through the hearts of all present, for her words were laden with irony. "Just a few days prior, the leader of the Hyuga clan visited, and our extensive discussions left a profound impression on me." This remark caused a look of astonishment to flicker in Hinata's eyes, as he pondered his own relevance in this discourse. Everyone lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze, resembling timid turtles retreating into their shells. As the atmosphere thickened, Hoshino Kaede's voice dipped to a chilling low, exuding an eerie coldness. "What truly disheartened me was the stagnation of Konoha over these years, scarcely making any progress, and in fact, experiencing a slight regression. I wonder if anyone here could provide an explanation." Seeing that none dared to speak, Uzumaki Mito's eyes curved into crescents, revealing her inner turmoil. After Tobarama's departure, No one remained to bear the burden. The once suppressed ninja clans began to swell with arrogance, plunging Konoha into chaos and leaving the populace in despair. Despite her earnest desire for change, she found herself powerless against overwhelming opposition. Now that Hoshino Kaede has returned, everyone is quaking with fear, which brings a certain satisfaction to the heart. Chapter 83, A Balance of Authority and Compassion. The silence, a prevailing theme, echoed among the assembly. With none daring to utter a word, Hoshino Kaede cast a sweeping glance around the room, her fingertips tapping rhythmically upon the table, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. Have they all turned mute? How curious it is that they exhibit such fervor when it comes to benefiting their clan. Her sardonic words encompassed everyone present. As for me, I was born in the first year of Konoha, growing alongside the village, while my teacher was still alive. He entrusted me with the responsibility of safeguarding Konoha, ensuring that those with nefarious intentions do not bring harm to our beloved home. Hoshino Kaede's gaze flitted between a few individuals, cold and piercing, compelling them to lower their heads in fear of direct confrontation. One might ponder, who could that person be? Uchiha? Hyuga? Or perhaps someone else entirely? Both Hinata and Uchiha Kitajima trembled in apprehension. Observing these once mighty clan leaders, Danzo and Hizashi felt a surge of satisfaction within. The years of pent-up frustration had finally found an outlet. Lord Hoshino. As the silence lingered, Nara Shikaku, the strategist of Konoha, mustered the courage to speak. Upon recognizing Nara Shikaku, Hoshino Kaede's demeanor softened instantly. Based on the information at hand, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are the most compliant. Nara Shikaki waved his hands repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No, Lord Hoshino, please just call me Shikaku. It was a jest, though he was polite. He couldn't allow himself to take it seriously. Very well, Hoshino Kaede conceded. Do you have something to say, Shikaku? Nara Shikaku swallowed hard. Bracing himself against the pressure as he spoke, the current state of Konoha is, in part, my responsibility. Oh, Hoshino Kaede leaned forward, hands resting on the table, a look of confusion crossing his face. What does this have to do with you? Did the Nara clan also play a part? No, Nara Shikaku exclaimed, his face paling in alarm as he waved his hands vigorously. Absolutely not, absolutely not. Then why do you say this? As the leader of the Jonin class, I bear the burden of responsibility, Nara Shikaku replied, lowering his gaze. Xingye Feng squinted his eyes and said with a cheerful smile, it seems that the Zulidi clan no longer intends to maintain a safe distance. Upon hearing this, Nara Luya felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his heart racing incessantly. This remark effectively stoked the flames among the three clans. To speak eloquently, it was a matter of self-preservation. To speak bluntly, it was akin to watching a fire from across the river. Before he could offer any explanation, Xingye Feng rose, his gaze calm as he surveyed them. The current state of the ninja world had largely solidified, with the 5 great ninja villages collectively monopolizing the majority of resources. The era of clan warfare was a relic of the past, having transformed into conflicts between villages. Should the mighty Konoha falter, those clans that depended on it would not fare any better. After a brief pause, the once quiet conference room was filled with the chaotic sounds of anxious breaths. Observing this, a smile crept onto Xingye Feng's lips as he continued, since you all are dissatisfied with Danzo, I shall assume the role of the third Hokage. What are your thoughts? His tone was light, as though seeking their opinions, yet the moment his words fell, a chorus of agreement erupted. Agreed. I concur. Indeed. I support Lord Xingye in becoming the third Hokage. Whoever opposes Lord Xingye, I shall stand against them. In an instant, the conference room erupted into a frenzy, with everyone speaking with an urgency that suggested they feared retribution for falling behind. Witnessing this scene, Danzo and Hiruzen could only watch with envy. When they had once held the reins of Konoha, they had struggled to command genuine loyalty within the village. Now, with merely a question, Xingye Feng garnered unanimous support. It was no wonder that teacher Tobarama had insisted on Xingye Feng's appointment as the third Hokage. Such prowess and skill rendered them humbled. The winds of change swept through, and Nara Luya felt a surge of apprehension as he observed the fervent expressions of his peers, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Truly, the vision of the second Hokage was astute. Hoshino Feng allowed their chatter to ebb before he gently raised his hand, instantly silencing the room. If everyone is in agreement, then we can proceed smoothly. Previously, I spoke through my strength, and now, I shall address you in the name of the Hokage. A cunning glint flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a wily cat. I hope some of you will take the initiative. lest I be compelled to seek each of you out individually for a discussion." Upon uttering these words, the expressions of all present stiffened, as if a chilling sound had echoed through the air. Observing their countenance, Hoshino Feng's gaze darkened, his voice dropping to a low rumble. "What? Do you face some difficulty?" His amiable demeanor swept across them, and upon seeing their defeated appearance, he nodded in satisfaction. "Since there are no objections, let us proceed thus." "Oh, Danzo and Hizen will oversee this matter. I do not wish to hear of any oversight regarding that individual." Hoshino Kaede entrusted the matter to Danzo, as it was indeed his area of expertise and would also serve as a means for him to vent his frustrations. He would undoubtedly execute it with utmost finesse. Danzo emphasized his words in the end. "Very well, Narashikaka will remain. The rest of you may return home now, but do remember to be prompt." Xingye finally smiled at everyone, marking the conclusion of a meeting characterized by mutual goodwill. As they departed, Rizhan and Tuanzong exchanged glances, both grinning widely, their expressions radiating sheer satisfaction. They walked with an almost buoyant air, foreseeing that others would soon face some challenges. Once the crowd dispersed, only Nara Lui remained, appearing calm on the surface yet feeling a tumult of anxiety within. After all, with everyone else gone and the recent events in mind, it was hardly a reassuring situation. "Lui," Xingye called out, bringing him back to reality. "Lord Xingye, may I inquire as to why you have retained my presence?" Nara Lui boldly asked. "I apologize for any previous offense," he added. To his surprise, Xingye extended an apology in return. This startled Nara Lui, who quickly responded. "Lord Xingye acts solely for the benefit of Konoha. Lui bears no ill will." Though he spoke these words, he genuinely believed them in his heart. The bond between Hoshino Kaede and Konoha is undoubtedly profound. His previous words were, in fact, a gentle admonition, and indeed, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have faltered in their duties. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede's smile deepened. "Knowing you think this way reassures me. The Nara clan has contributed significantly to the village since its inception, laboring tirelessly. Your three clans have also been the most compliant, alleviating much of my burden." In response to Hoshino Kaede's praise, Nara Shikaichi exhaled in relief. With the conversation reaching this point, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had effectively been removed from the danger list. However, moving forward, I hope the Nara clan maintains their original intentions and does not stray from the right path. This serves as both a reminder and a warning, implying that as long as one remains steadfastly aligned with the Hokage, there will be no issues. Should one entertain ulterior motives, well, naturally. Nara Shikaichi nodded lightly, assuring him, "That is good to hear." Hoshino Kaede replied with a smile. "Now, let us conclude this discussion. You may determine the timing for the Hokage appointment ceremony." "Understood," Nara Shikaichi said, adjusting his demeanor to one of seriousness. Chapter 84. The third Hokage watching Nara Shikaichi depart, Hoshino Kaede couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then turned his gaze to the ever-present Uzumaki Mito, who had remained seated. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Teacher Mito?" Uzumaki Mito shook her head, smiling. "It has been years. You have matured significantly." "Matured, you say?" Hoshino Kaede mused. Over the past 8 years, he had traversed the Dragon Vein, contemplating the laws of space without pause. The tedium of training and the challenges of understanding who could truly comprehend them. No, it is merely a matter of exposure and contemplation. Naturally, one grows. With this thought, Hoshino Kaede shook his head, a hint of weariness in his tone. Uzumaki Mito paused, scrutinizing his visage, noting the loss of innocence and the addition of gravitas. She sighed, "You have borne much hardship. Konoha's troubles will still require your attention." In response, Hoshino Kaede flashed a grin. "It is not burdensome. This is my homeland. How could I possibly turn my back on it?" Uzumaki Mito nodded, choosing not to press further, well aware that Hoshino Kaede possessed the wisdom to navigate the situation. She then shifted the conversation to discuss his affairs. The position of the third Hokage had remained vacant for several years, with both Monkeys and Danzo facing constraints, and though ambitions had arisen, they ultimately proved insurmountable. Hoshino chuckled softly, remarking, "It is only natural. Every individual harbors selfish desires within their hearts, which cannot be entirely eradicated. It is best to let things unfold as they may." Vortex Mizuhito sighed, expressing a hope that both of them could find the strength to let go. Hoshino Kaede smiled silently. After a while, the news of his appointment as the third Hokage swept through the streets and alleys. The older generation rejoiced, their faces alight with joy upon hearing the announcement. The younger generation, initially unaware, soon became informed about Hoshino Kaede's remarkable achievements. The tales of his lineage as the first Hokage's disciple, his victory over the Raikage, his efforts to turn the tide of battle, his negotiation that led to the retreat of the Cloud Village, and the establishment of the Ministry of Commerce to restore order, ignited a fervor in the long-quiet village of Konoha. "Brother, you're going to be Hokage." Upon returning home, Hoshino Kaede eagerly inquired, his small eyes brimming with excitement. The news travels swiftly, Hoshino Kaede remarked, momentarily taken aback. It seemed that someone had been stirring the pot. "Yes, it is likely that a ceremony will be held soon," Hoshino Kaede acknowledged. "Well." At this, Hoshino Kaede leaped about joyfully, exclaiming as if he himself were the newly appointed Hokage. Shingyafeng shook his head in resignation. For his thoughts were simple. With his brother becoming Hokage, he would merely be known as the Hokage's brother. Alas, this was not a mark of glory. Instead, it bore upon him a heavy burden. Words and gazes can wield deadly power. Lofty expectations can crush one's spirit. "Brother." At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo appeared before them. "Tsukumo-san." Upon sighting Hatake Tsukumo, Shingya immediately greeted him, his earlier bravado diminishing significantly. The reason for this was that Hatake Tsukumo had trained Shingya during his childhood. The man was as stern as he was just. Shingya felt like a mouse cornered by a cat, trembling in fear. He had long harbored a psychological shadow cast by Tsukumo. "Congratulations on becoming the third Hokage." Hatake Tsukumo sincerely expressed his joy. As the captain of the Umbu, he was well informed and had rushed over as soon as he received the news. Hoshino Kaede glanced at Hoshino Teru, who was huddled with a lowered head, and remarked, "It seems that news has already spread in Konoha. I anticipate that many more will be arriving shortly." "Indeed," nodded Hatake Tsukumo. "After all, this concerns the esteemed third Hokage. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Hoshino Fong felt a stir in her heart and turned her gaze toward the door, soon succumbing to a sense of helplessness. "Did you all conspire together?" she mused. It's merely a coincidence," Uchiha Mitsu would not concede, turning his head away in disdain. Aizawa Ikumi shot him a glance, effortlessly unmasking his pretense. "You insincere fellow, just moments ago you were terribly anxious, wondering if you should bring some gifts. You." Uchiha seethed in frustration, glaring fiercely at her. However, Aizawa Ikumi chose to disregard him entirely, not even granting him a fleeting glance. Upon witnessing this, Hoshino Kaede couldn't help but exclaim with a resigned gesture, "You two are truly a pair of joyful adversaries." Who was an adversary to him, her? The two replied in unison, their speech rhythm remarkably synchronized. As their gazes locked, Uchiha Nozomi unexpectedly flushed, retreating first in defeat. Hoshino Kaede was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a meaningful smile, murmuring to herself, TSK, who would have thought? Who would have thought? What is it that you didn't expect?" Hinata came asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing," Hoshino Kaede replied, shaking her head, unwilling to unveil the truth just yet. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she turned it to Takahiro and whispered, "Takahiro, do you have someone you fancy?" Uchiha, quick on the uptake, immediately sensed the implications behind Hoshino Kaede's words, causing his face to flush crimson as he diminished his presence. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Takahiro's cheeks turned fiery red as he shook his head repeatedly, casting furtive glances at Kame. Hoshino Kaede gasped softly, glancing between Takahiro and Kame. It seemed another pair was forming. How intriguing, though it appeared both parties were unaware of their mutual affections. Kame and Yumi seemed oblivious to the fact that they had already caught someone's eye. The gaze of Hoshino Kaede was intensely fervent, leaving both individuals in a state of perplexity. Izawa Ikumi's lips twitched as she exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Can the Hokage act with impunity?" Hoshino Kaede coughed a few times, casting a barely noticeable glance at Takatora and Uchiha Nozomi, and said, "What can be done? I was merely pondering, yes, just contemplating." His demeanor was grave, as if he genuinely meant it. However, his words left the two still skeptical. Fortunately, Hoshino Kaede's three disciples arrived just in time to disrupt the peculiar atmosphere. "Teacher," they exclaimed in unison. Hoshino Kaede surveyed the three individuals before him, exclaiming, "How swiftly time has passed. These three little ones have grown so much." Wasn't that a redundant statement? After all, 8 years have elapsed. How could they not have matured? Moonlight Knight, ever the impulsive one, spoke without thought, allowing his words to flow freely. The Crimson Sunset and Mitsurashi Shizuku exchanged glances, both expressing a sense of resignation. To speak so carelessly upon first meeting was simply asking for trouble. As expected, Hoshino Kaede's forehead throbbed with veins, and without hesitation, he delivered a punch to Moonlight Knight's head. Bang! Hoshino Kaede gently blew on his fist, and a large bump appeared above Tsukage's head in the moonlight. Say, Xiaoya, are you feeling a bit mischievous? Would you like me to help you loosen up? Hoshino Kaede smiled as he spoke. A chilling sensation coursed through Tsukage's spine. Immediately, he began to smile apologetically, eager to please. Humph. Noticing this, Hoshino Kaede let out a cold snort and turned to them, saying, now that you've seen, you may return. Are you also idle? After a brief pause, his gaze shifted back to Tsukage. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. Even as a student of the Hokage, you must not let your guard down. Otherwise, I shall ensure you revisit the pains of your childhood. Tsukage nodded vigorously like a chick, then swiftly disappeared from sight. The other two, seeing this, reluctantly followed suit. This little rascal has quite the cleverness, Hoshino Kaede remarked. Though he was not truly angry. The saying goes, when one rises, all rise, and this sentiment could not be more fitting at this moment. Chapter 85, Nara's Dilemma. The tranquil surface of the lake rippled, and news of Hoshino Kaede spread throughout the ninja world, reaching the third Hokage in Konoha. In the hidden cloud village, the newly appointed third Hokage wore a solemn expression as he gazed towards the land of fire, murmuring to himself. The hidden cloud will reclaim what was lost. As he spoke, a powerful chakra erupted from within him, creating an overwhelming aura that made the surrounding walls tremble and dust swirl. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The third Kazekage and the third Mizukage, upon hearing this, were taken aback, feeling an immense pressure. While this was grim news for other nations, it brought joy to Konoha and the land of fire. In the Nara clan, Nara Shikaichi was troubled as he meticulously planned the details of the third Hokage's inauguration. Since that day, his position had shifted. He no longer feigned ignorance and was wholly devoted to assisting Hoshino Kaede. Through their past interactions, he was well aware of the Hokage's temperament and character, unyielding and decisive. His cunning rivaled even that of Tobirama. If he continued to remain a mere bystander, the day of his clan's demise would not be far off. Alas, this is troublesome, Nara Shikaichi sighed internally, his hair thinning in response to the stress of preparing for the ceremony. The inauguration of each Hokage was no trivial matter. It was not merely a formality. The speech was a crucial element, and how it was delivered was a matter of significant concern. A blunder could lead to a monumental embarrassment. The content of the speech was of utmost importance, as it reflected Konoha's forthcoming policies and goals. Nara Shikaichi, half conjecturing and half reflecting, drafted a speech, only to reconsider and make slight modifications. This was merely a preliminary draft. The final version required Hoshino Kaede's approval, as he dared not overstep his bounds. Sigh troublesome. I can no longer afford to be idle, he muttered, saving the document before resting his head on the table, embodying the Nara clan's typical demeanor. Dad, what troubles you so? You appear quite dispirited, Nara Shikaku, his son, inquired casually while kneeling across from him. My days of leisure are over, Nara Shikaichi lamented. Oh. Nara Shikaku lifted his eyelids, and then fell silent. Nara Shikaichi looked at his son in exasperation, wondering if this was not a moment for comfort. Just then, Akimichi Takafumi and Yamanaka Motoichi arrived, greeting Nara Shikaku before casually taking a seat. Observing the two's hesitance, Nara Shikaichi understood their purpose and subtly signaled to his son. Nara Shikaku, displaying wisdom beyond his years, recognized that the three were convening for serious discussion and found a reason to excuse himself. Shikaichi, you seem rather fatigued, Yamanaka Motoichi remarked, noticing the heavy dark circles under his eyes. Nara Shikaichi scratched his head and complained, What can I do? The Hokage has entrusted all matters to me. So naturally, I must be diligent. His words, though unintentional, struck a chord with Yamanaka Motoichi, who visibly shifted at the mention of Hoshino Kaede. Sensing his old friend's worry, Nara Shikaichi offered reassurance. Motoichi, you are overthinking it. The Hokage is not as you imagine. Akimichi Takafumi, who had been munching on snacks, chimed in, acknowledging their shared connection to Tobirama and thus their understanding of Hoshino Kaede, which alleviated his concerns. Indeed, our teacher once told us that as long as it isn't a matter of principle, everything will generally be fine. Hearing their words, Yamanaka Motoichi's anxiety dissipated, his expression softening. We, the trio of pig, deer, and butterfly, have always supported the Hokage, so there is no need for excessive worry. The Hokage's decision to entrust me with the inauguration ceremony signifies goodwill. Nara Shikaichi perceived the situation more deeply than the others. Hoshino Kaede entrusted him with the ceremony, inherently signifying a gesture of trust. They merely needed to follow closely behind. Indeed, it appears I was overly anxious. Yamashita Motokazu suddenly realized this, and with a hint of schadenfreude remarked, the other clans likely do not fare as well. I have heard that the Hyuga clan not only relinquished all the benefits they had consumed, but also offered additional compensation. Even the clan leader personally visited to apologize. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikachi's expression shifted, and he shook his head with a sigh. There are indeed many wise individuals in this world. The Hyuga's foresight is remarkable. With this, they have alleviated their concerns. Yamashita Motokazu paused in surprise and asked, "How so?" The Hyuga's decisiveness in being the first to apologize has already secured a favorable impression, and with the added compensation, the Hokage will surely regard them more favorably. This retreat not only provides the Hyuga with a protective charm, but also leaves a good impression with the Hokage. It is undeniably astute. His analysis left the two listeners seated nearby, utterly bewildered. While they could comprehend the earlier parts, their understanding faltered as the discussion progressed, leaving them in a state of partial confusion. Sighing, Nara Shikachi felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Leading this group was no simple task. Never mind. You just need to understand that the Hyuga has made a significant gain. He had no intention of elaborating further, as delving deeper would serve no purpose. Enhancing a situation is far less impactful than providing aid in times of need, and acknowledging mistakes must be prioritized. Observing Nara Shikachi's reluctance to elaborate, they ceased their inquiries. Matters requiring intellect have always been the responsibility of the Nara clan. They merely needed to follow and cheer from behind. On the street, a white-haired youth lurked in a concealed spot, leering at the bathhouse with an expression of lewd delight, incessantly commenting, nearly drooling in his fascination. Just as he immersed himself in the appreciation of beauty, a murderous intent materialized behind him, teeth grinding ominously. Jiraiya! The roar echoed into the heavens, audible throughout much of Konoha. Tsunade approached Jiraiya with a fierce glint in her eyes. "Tsunade, I was merely seeking inspiration. I harbor no ill intentions. You must believe me." Jiraiya hastily defended himself. However, Tsunade was not swayed by his excuses. If Jiraiya could amend his voyeuristic tendencies, she would cease gambling altogether. With a thunderous punch, Tsunade sent Jiraiya crashing into the wall, creating a substantial hole upon impact. Orochimaru observed the scene with an impassive expression, though a flicker of amusement crossed his stern visage. After delivering the blow, Tsunade felt a wave of relief. Indeed, when it came to Jiraiya, action spoke louder than words. "Dare to peep again, and you shall regret it for a lifetime," Tsunade threatened, glaring at the pained Jiraiya, who grimaced in discomfort. "Ouch, Tsunade, could you ease up a bit? It hurts," Jiraiya complained. Tsunade scoffed, "You brought this upon yourself." Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru, seeking an ally. "Orochimaru, why don't you intervene? Best to keep to yourself. We are to meet the Hokage shortly. If the Hokage learns of this, your fate will not be pleasant," Orochimaru replied, disregarding Jiraiya's plea. At this, Tsunade shot Jiraiya another glare, gripping his ear as she kept him under her watchful eye. Orochimaru chuckled softly before following suit. Chapter 86, Orochimaru's Desire Knock. 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 A series of knocks echoed through the air. Hoshino Kaede yawned and remarked, "Who is it that disturbs my afternoon slumber?" With a snap, Kaede rubbed his eyes and opened the door. "Kaede-ai." Tsunade greeted him with delight. The drowsiness of Hoshino Kaede vanished without a trace. "Tsunade, you have grown up so much," she remarked. Tsunade retorted with discontent, "Humph, I am no longer a child." "Indeed, Tsunade," Hoshino Kaede chuckled softly, finding her somewhat childlike. "Jiraiya, your face." Hoshino Kaede turned her gaze, astonished, to Jiraiya. "Wah, Lady Hoshino, you must rein in Tsunade. She is far too violent." Jiraiya lamented, his tone laden with grievance. Orochimaru discreetly shifted aside, observing with a detached demeanor, as if to say, "I do not know him." Tsunade clenched her fist, threatening with her might, "Jiraiya, it seems I have been too lenient. You brought this upon yourself with your reckless words. What did I say that was incorrect?" Jiraiya, emboldened by Hoshino Kaede's presence, spoke up, having typically remained silent during such beatings. Tsunade, upon hearing this, was filled with rage, rolling up her sleeves, prepared to deliver a punishment that would resonate to his very bones. Hoshino Fong shook her head, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she teasingly remarked, "To hit is to show affection. To scold is to express love. Tsunade, surely you do not harbor feelings for Jiraiya?" The audacity of her words left the trio in stunned silence. Jiraiya, quick to react, leaped to his feet and exclaimed, "How could that be? How could I possibly be attracted to that tempestuous woman?" Unless the Sage of Six Paths were to descend upon us, I would never entertain such a notion. Tsunade's eyes blazed with indignation as she prepared to unleash a barrage of physical retribution. What? Dare you repeat that? Jiraiya, defiantly holding his ground, stubbornly retreated, turning back to further provoke Tsunade, a gleam of amusement in his demeanor. I could say it 100 times, and it would remain unchanged. Hoshino Kaede gazed at the receding figures of the two, a smile breaking across her face. These two. Rather amusing, wouldn't you agree, Orochimaru? She chuckled. Orochimaru's typically stoic visage cracked into a faint smile, a sight that was more akin to sorrow than joy. Xingye Feng scrutinized him. At this moment, Orochimaru appeared more composed than he would later become. You three have come to my place, surely not just to exchange pleasantries? Xingye Feng inquired. Orochimaru responded. I have a question I wish to pose to you, Master Xingye. Oh, Xingye Feng raised an eyebrow. Do share. After a brief pause, Orochimaru solemnly stated. Life in this world is so fragile. Why do we strive to endure? Hoshino Kaede squinted her eyes, pondering the reason behind such thoughts. Orochimaru's expression darkened, as if he was recalling a painful memory. In my childhood, I witnessed the tragic demise of my parents. At that moment, it felt as though the sky had fallen. And I wandered through life in a daze. Since then, I have tirelessly sought the meaning of existence, only to discover that death surrounded me, leaving me utterly bewildered. Hoshino Kaede gazed at the bewildered Orochimaru, remaining silent for a moment before responding. You have posed a question that once confounded me as well. A flicker of anticipation ignited in Orochimaru's eyes as he looked up at him. This question is vast, and mere words cannot encapsulate it fully. Yet I can impart this. Life is inextricably linked with death. Neither can exist without the other. As he spoke, Hoshino Kaede gently tapped Orochimaru's forehead, and a stream of ethereal light surged into his mind. Orochimaru's thoughts drifted into the past, following the luminous thread back to his beginnings. He beheld his newborn self, the cries of an infant heralding the dawn of life. His mother's loving expression lingered in his memory, her soft whispers directed at the tiny being before her. Mother! Mother! The hazy recollections of his childhood resurfaced, tears welling in his eyes as he murmured to himself. Vivid scenes from his early years played out before him, culminating in the sorrow of his parents' departure. Every person experiences the spectrum of emotions, and even Orochimaru was not exempt. His heart ached, feelings cascading forth uncontrollably. Rationality urged him that those days were past, unworthy of remembrance. Yet, instinctive emotions rendered him unable to restrain his tears. Orochimaru trembled as he reached out, yearning to touch the mother of his memories. But memories are but shadows. His trembling fingers passed through her form as if it were nothing but air, a profound sense of unreality enveloping him. Suddenly, a thunderous sound jolted him back to the present. In the outside world, Orochimaru silently wept, large tears cascading down his cheeks, his dazed gaze returning to clarity. What you crave deep within is surely love, the love of your parents. Hoshino Kaede's voice resonated suddenly. Orochimaru remained silent, placing a hand over his heart, feeling its warm, vigorous beat, a gift from his mother. You inquire about the meaning of life, yet I believe it lies here. The pursuit of immortality is not inherently flawed. Your desire to chase it is your own affair, dictated by fate and destiny. These unassuming words penetrated Orochimaru's heart, planting a seed within. He brushed away the traces of tears on his face, a serene smile breaking through. Thank you, he uttered, his gratitude laden with profound respect. It is of no consequence. We are all children of Konoha. It is my duty. Hoshino Kaede waved his hand dismissively, his gaze warm upon him. A true prodigy among prodigies. It takes years in the shinobi world to witness the emergence of such a technological genius. His role in the future of Konoha's development is paramount. Thus, it is only right to show concern. Technology transforms lives, but first, one must change the individual who influences technology. In Konoha, 27 years on, the weather was fair and the temperature mild. A jubilant atmosphere enveloped the village, with every household adorned in joy. For today marked the inauguration ceremony of the third Hokage. Villagers gathered at the Hokage building, a sea of faces filling the space. Moments later, Hoshino Kaede's figure emerged slowly, instantly igniting a chorus of cheers. Lord Hoshino! Lord Hoshino! Look here! Here! Clad in the Hokage robe, Hoshino Kaede felt a swell of emotion as he surveyed the enthusiastic villagers. standing atop the Hokage building. He gazed down at the throngs, a surge of ambition coursing through him. Esteemed citizens. Hoshino Kaede raised his hand, silencing the crowd instantly. His soft words resonated in every ear. His gentle, warm presence was akin to a refreshing breeze, instilling hope in the hearts of many. All eyes were lifted toward him, admiration shining brightly within them. Behind Hoshino Kaede, the clan leaders wore solemn expressions. Even the typically boisterous Jiraiya had quieted. The high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered in unison, all eyes fixed upon Hoshino Kaede. Hoshino Yoda and Haruno Sakura exchanged profound sentiments, reflecting on how the child who once sought their attention had now risen to bear the weight of Konoha's future. Uzumaki Mito gazed at the spirited Hoshino Kaede, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. In those days, Hashirama too was the center of attention, much like Hoshino is now. So impressive. Hoshino Hikari exclaimed, mouth agape in astonishment. One day, I too shall become Hokage. The small child silently vowed, determination igniting within. Chapter 87. The inauguration ceremony of the third Hokage. Xingye Feng surveyed the surroundings, his heart surging with emotion as he spoke. It has been 27 years since the first Hokage quelled the chaos and established Konohagakure. From its initial state of desolation and ruin, the village has blossomed into a thriving sanctuary, a transformation made possible through the collective toil and dedication of its people. The diligent efforts of the second Hokage laid a profound foundation for Konoha's growth. The quality of life has steadily improved, and an atmosphere of peace now permeates the village. His voice, slow and resonant, carried the weight of time and nostalgia, evoking an undeniable sense of belonging and pride within the hearts of his listeners. His powerful words stirred deep emotions, akin to the beating of war drums, resonating in their ears. Gradually, the faces of the crowd flushed with fervor, their eyes shimmering with excitement, as they recalled their past struggles and resilience, while envisioning a future filled with hope and aspirations. Reflected in their gazes was the figure of Xingye Feng, their admiration growing ever more fervent and resolute. Long live the first Hokage! Long live the second Hokage! Long live Lord Xingye! A spontaneous cheer erupted, igniting a chain reaction of applause that crescendoed, filling the air with an electrifying fervor that seemed to threaten to lift the very heavens. Hoshino Feng once again raised his hand and pressed it down, his voice gradually calming as he continued. I was born in the first year of Konoha, the very year of its establishment, growing alongside the village. Subsequently, I was taken as a disciple by the first Hokage. Those moments were the most carefree and heartwarming times of my life. The tears in Hoshino Feng's eyes shimmered as her voice began to resonate with sorrow. A wave of melancholic emotion swept through the crowd, evoking images of the master and disciple sprinting together beneath the setting sun. Emotions are indeed contagious. The air was filled with soft sobs, and tears flowed freely. The atmosphere of joy abruptly transformed, yet Hoshino Feng's voice soon rose with fervor, her expression becoming solemn. Time, however, is merciless. It has taken away my mentor. Before departing, my teacher imparted words of wisdom. Life must be faced forward, for sorrow is but fleeting. Adversity will eventually fade, and the future rests in our hands. Today, I am honored to inherit my teacher's legacy and assume the role of the third Hokage. This is a privilege that weighs heavily upon my shoulders. Konoha belongs to everyone, and the Hokage serves the people. We draw from the populace and serve the populace. I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, no challenge is insurmountable. In conclusion, I wish to declare that where Konoha flourishes, the fire of our spirit shall endure. Let us together contribute to the construction of our beloved village. As the speech concluded, a brief silence was followed by an eruption of thunderous cheers. Hoshino Kaede's speech was indeed delivered with a fervent intonation, rising and falling like a thrilling roller coaster. The impact was exceptional. Every individual present was filled with enthusiasm, and the once wavering public sentiment was soothed. This inauguration ceremony adeptly restored the trust of the citizens of Konoha, which had been lost over the years, showcasing remarkable skill. Even Nara Shikaku, who stood nearby, could not contain his emotions, finding the address profoundly stirring. It was fortunate that Lord Hoshino was born in Konoha and fortunate that he assumed the role of Hokage. Such a Hokage is a blessing for Konoha and its people. I seem to envision the day Konoha thrives again, Nara Shikaku murmured, his gaze flickering with excitement and yearning. After the ceremony concluded and the crowd dispersed, the discussions continued unabated, prompting Hoshino Kaede to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it was accomplished. His careful choice of words had paid off, yielding a favorable outcome. Eloquence was not his forte, yet he seemed to have benefited from the glory of a past life. "Brother, you were so impressive just now," Hoshino Hikari exclaimed, eagerly fawning over him like an ardent admirer. Hoshino Kaede smiled as she gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Being handsome is of no consequence. What truly defines greatness is the development of Konoha." Hoshino Hikari appeared deep in thought. Observing this, Hoshino Kaede merely smiled and directed his gaze towards Nara Shikaichi, instructing, "Shikaichi, please inform all the executives. I have an announcement to make." "Understood." Nara Shikaichi promptly affirmed without hesitation. After Shikaichi departed, Hoshino Yuta approached and remarked, "Son, you have truly astonished me today." "It's nothing, merely expressing my genuine thoughts." Albeit embellished a bit, Hoshino Kaede humbly replied. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito stifled a laugh, commenting, "I never realized you possessed such eloquence." Today's speech is bound to create quite a stir. Konoha will soon be bustling with excitement once again. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Kaede shrugged his shoulders, feigning helplessness as he remarked, "It cannot be helped. It is merely a whim. Let the festivities unfold. It matters not in the grand scheme." Vortex Mito, however, remained skeptical, simply shaking her head. "Lord Hokage, everyone has already gathered," Mariboshi Koji suddenly interjected. Hoshino Fong nodded slightly, stating, "I shall depart for now and shall not return in the near future, for there are numerous matters that require my resolution." Hoshino Yoda nodded, a sigh escaping his lips. In the past, such moments were rare at home, and now that he had finally returned, it was still like this. One could only say that there are gains and losses in life. "Zixiao, Jinhong, Yi, follow me." Hoshino Kaede called out the names of his 3 disciples before heading towards the conference room. The 3, though initially bewildered, quickly regained their composure and promptly followed suit. Draped in the cloak of Hokage, Hoshino Kaede hastily made his way to the conference room. From this moment forth, the burdens of Konoha were entrusted to his shoulders. The inaugural meeting of the newly appointed Hokage was marked by an atmosphere of stillness, perhaps even reverence. Prior to assuming his role, Hoshino Kaede had compelled the various clans to surrender their embezzled funds, which had delayed matters until today. Some families harbored a sense of false hope, believing that the law would not penalize the many, thinking they could evade accountability. However, they misjudged Hoshino Kaede and overestimated their own cleverness. Upon learning of these transgressions, he acted decisively, ordering the Umbu to apprehend the offenders and imprison them. This swift and formidable action instilled fear across the clans, severing any lingering hopes of escape. In the days that followed, Hoshino Kaede demonstrated his unwavering resolve, as if to convey the consequences of disobedience. Thus, in this moment, no one dared to speak. All were subdued by his formidable presence. The last time such silence prevailed was during the selection of the 2nd Hokage by the 1st. "Why is everyone so quiet? Why do you not speak?" Hoshino Kaede inquired as he pushed open the door, a wave of oppressive atmosphere washing over him. His gaze swept across the room, met only by averted eyes and lowered heads. Observing this, Hoshino Kaede shook his head. It seemed they were indeed frightened, which was understandable given the recent tumult. It was time to ease the tension that gripped them. A stern hand followed by a sweet word would be beneficial for both parties. Konoha still required their support, and he could not afford to push them too far. "I have summoned you all here to discuss a reform of Konoha's structure. Many of our institutions have overlapping responsibilities, which has proven quite inconvenient. Therefore, I wish to reconfigure our framework," Hoshino Kaede said with a warm smile, his demeanor devoid of any hint of arrogance. The assembly exchanged glances, uncertain of Hoshino Kaede's true intentions. Chapter 88. A Great Transformation, a Word to Shape Destiny. Currently, Konoha's institutions had reached a level of maturity, with mechanisms in place that suggested no significant changes would occur in the foreseeable future. Hoshino Kaede's declaration, therefore, left the assembly in a state of confusion. Hoshino Kaede observed their puzzled expressions, chuckling softly as he nodded slightly towards Naradir beside him. Naradir, understanding the cue, retrieved a document and proceeded to say, "In accordance with the directives of Lord Hokage, the following adjustments will be made." He paused momentarily before addressing Uchiha Katashima, stating, "The Konoha Guard will be disbanded and reformed as the Public Security Department, with the Uchiha clan leader remaining at the helm, while the position of Deputy Minister will be held by Kuruma Izumi." This alteration caused a ripple of surprise among the attendees. While the Uchiha were not particularly taken aback, the inclusion of the Kuruma clan was indeed astonishing. This clan had maintained a low profile in Konoha, contributing little beyond their mastery of illusion techniques. Yet, despite their astonishment, they managed to maintain their composure. However, the subsequent announcement caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Uchiha Katashima's countenance darkened ominously, reminiscent of storm clouds casting shadows over the land. The personnel will be composed of members from the Uchiha and other clans, with the Uchiha not exceeding half of the total number. As these words echoed in the room, a wave of murmurs arose, filled with discussions regarding this unprecedented change. Since the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha had always been the guardians of internal peace, with no other clans involved in such matters. Now, this long-standing perception was abruptly shattered, as half of the personnel were designated to other families, effectively diminishing the Uchiha's authority. This profound shift prompted some astute individuals to glance at Uchiha Katashima, their eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. Lord Hokage. Why? Uchiha Katashima could not restrain himself from rising to voice his protest upon hearing this arrangement. The rights that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha were being redistributed to other clans, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Should his clan become aware of this decision, it could undoubtedly stir up a tremendous uproar, perhaps even incite unrest. Anger and regret flickered in Uchiha Katashima's eyes as he lamented his impulsive outburst. Yet, he pondered, if he remained silent, the situation could deteriorate even further. Naruto interrupted in his speech, glanced at Uchiha Katashima before turning his gaze back to Hoshino Kaede, his eyes seemingly seeking guidance. Hoshino Fong slightly nodded, indicating for him to elaborate. Elder Katadai, please remain calm. Lord Hokage will clarify shortly. With the permission granted, Nara Shikaichi felt a surge of confidence and smiled at Uchiha Katadai. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Katadai returned to his seat, though his expression remained grim. Nara Shikaichi cleared his throat and continued the announcement. The administrative department will be dissolved, and 3 elders will be appointed: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Nara Shikaichi. Upon seeing his name, Nara Shikaichi paused for a moment, his heart tumultuous. The documents in his hand nearly slipped away. The administrative department had previously aided the Hokage in managing governmental affairs and wielded significant legislative influence. Although it was now being dissolved, the newly appointed elders would fill the void, effectively maintaining their existence. He was not surprised at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo taking on elder roles, but finding himself among them was quite unexpected. Elders possess only advisory powers, lacking any decision-making authority, as all matters ultimately rest with the Hokage. Once he uttered this thought, Nara Shikaichi's mind cleared, and he understood Hoshino Feng's intention. This was a means of securing himself a position that would not undermine the Hokage's authority while allowing him some leeway, truly a reflection of the Hokage's character. With a slight internal chuckle, Nara Shikaichi steadied his thoughts and continued. The Minister of Finance will be Tsunade Haruno, with Midogate as Deputy Minister. The Finance Department is undoubtedly a crucial institution. With wealth comes peace of mind. The 2 individuals mentioned were incredulous, as they had not anticipated any involvement in this restructuring. Yet the surprise was delightful. After a moment of excitement, they gradually composed themselves, maintaining a facade of calm. The Minister of Education will be concurrently held by the Hokage, while the Minister of the Umbu will be Hitaki Tsukumo, with Murasaki Shizuku as Deputy Minister. Upon hearing this, the assembly was once again filled with contemplation. The education sector was unremarkable, but the Umbu was a different matter altogether. In terms of authority, the Umbu operates just beneath the Hokage, wielding immense power, solely accountable to him. Currently, Danzo had not established a foundation for the Umbu, so the division of forces did not apply. The singular Umbu was exceedingly formidable. A ripple of determination flickered in Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes as he instinctively touched the scabbard behind him. Murasaki Shizuku, still astonished, rubbed his nose, clearly caught off guard by Hoshino Feng's arrangements. The intelligence and interrogation departments would be merged into one, now called the Military Affairs Department, with Himeka Motoichi as the minister and Mori no Aoba as deputy minister. The medical department's ministerial position is temporarily vacant, to be filled by the most capable. Each department, apart from the Umbu, holds equal standing, devoid of hierarchy. With that, Nara Shikaichi concluded his announcements. The series of changes left the attendees momentarily stunned, and, under Hoshino Feng's tacit approval, They began to engage in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Each individual bore differing sentiments. Such adjustments elicited a range of thoughts. This marked the second significant restructuring of power since the First Hokage's era. Half an hour later, Hoshino Kaede slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, the room fell silent. Uchiha Kaede felt a surge of anxiety, his gaze fervently directed at Hoshino Kaede. Elder Kaede, Hoshino Kaede addressed him. All eyes turned towards Uchiha Kaede, especially after the recent severe curtailing of Uchiha power. This undoubtedly sparked speculation, suggesting that the third Hokage was suppressing their clan, without a plausible explanation. The future would appear grim for the Uchiha. Are the Uchiha aspiring to produce a Hokage? Hoshino Kaede's astonishing question left Uchiha Kaede momentarily speechless. Even the others were taken aback by his words. Your expression has already provided me with an answer, Hoshino Kaede remarked, observing Uchiha Kaede's internal struggle. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, you have long coveted the position of Hokage. Uchiha Kaede's heart sank, and he hurriedly sought to clarify. The expressions of the various clans shifted to one of mockery. No, Lord Hokage, we. Hoshino Kaede waved his hand, interrupting him, and continued. I harbor no ulterior motives. Anyone from Konoha can ascend to the position of Hokage, provided they are a citizen of this village. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implication. Could it be that even the Uchiha clan had a chance? Uchiha Katashima's expression brightened, yet Hoshino Kaede had not finished speaking and swiftly changed his tone. However, the Uchiha's renowned arrogance is well known throughout the ninja world, and such a trait is detrimental for a Hokage. Today, I shall disband the security force and incorporate other clans. This decision will be of great benefit to you all without a trace of harm. Clan leader Katashima, one may possess noble pride. Yet one must not be consumed by hubris. Every individual in Konoha is equal. Hoshino Kaede spoke his final words with profound significance, his gaze shifting back and forth among the crowd. Chapter 89, The Dawn of the Uchiha. His eyes were exceedingly deep, as if penetrating their very souls, reaching into the depths of their hearts. A chill ran down their spines, as though they were being scrutinized by an unseen force. A bitter smile curled at the corners of his mouth as the onlookers exchanged glances. While ostensibly discussing the Uchiha, he was subtly insinuating about them. Had Hoshino Kaede been aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly have waved his hand in denial. I am not merely hinting at you in the light and shadow. Both are meant to convey the same message. It is not impossible for the Uchiha to produce a Hokage. I can even assure that as long as the Uchiha earn the support of the people of Konoha, regardless of who it may be, they will be able to ascend to the position of Hokage. Hoshino Kaede smiled at Uchiha Katashima and promised, Really? Uchiha Katashima was incredulous. They had long harbored aspirations for the position of Hokage, yet opportunities had eluded them. Ever since the establishment of the security force, the Uchiha clan's reputation within the village had plummeted. Although they enforced the law with unwavering integrity, the villagers whispered behind their backs, branding them as heartless. This tarnished their standing, rendering them unwelcome. Indeed, Hoshino Kaede affirmed with a solemn nod. However, I believe this endeavor may not be accomplished in a day or two. It requires patience and perseverance. You must prepare yourself mentally. Hoshino Kaede remarked, yet Uchiha Katashima was already beside himself with joy, his excited Sharingan activated. Whether change was possible remained uncertain, but Hoshino Kaede's words were akin to a clear declaration that as long as one met the criteria, the next Hokage would be within reach. Regardless of the actual circumstances, the mere prospect of an opportunity would set their clan ablaze with fervor. The Uchiha had never feared competition. They had faced the battlefield without trepidation, yet what they apprehended was the potential closure of the path to Hokage, with not a sliver of opportunity left unguarded. Within their ranks existed a persistent speculation that the second Hokage, in a bid to prevent the Hokage position from falling into Uchiha hands, had deliberately assigned them the thankless task of the Guard Corps. Though the veracity of this theory could not be substantiated, the harsh truth of reality was evident. It was a trap, one filled with endless temptation, waiting for the Uchiha to leap into its depths. Once they plunged in, ascending would prove arduous. That which was within grasp would not be easily relinquished. Now, however, Hoshino Kaede had presented an opportunity, a chance to ascend from the pit. This illuminated the dim recesses below with a beam of light known as hope. Uchiha Katashima could hardly contain his excitement. Subsequently, Hoshino Kaede addressed the others. These words hold true for the Uchiha, and they apply equally to all of you. The position of Hokage is not one to be sought for personal gain. Hoshino Kaede continued, The previous policies of Konoha must be revised and transformed as necessary. Shika, you and the other two elders should deliberate without any reservations. His commanding words reverberated in the air, and it seemed as though the shadow of the second Hokage loomed before them, just as decisive, just as authoritative. Indeed, Shika nodded solemnly. With the authority bestowed upon him, none dared to obstruct his will. After the meeting concluded, the expressions on each individual's face varied. Some were elated, others anxious, and some filled with dread. The myriad facets of human emotion were vividly displayed in that moment. Master, what about Mako and me? After others had departed, Tsukiyomi Yura hastily inquired. You? Hoshino Kaede pondered for a moment, his demeanor reflecting distress. It seems there is nothing suitable for you. He then proposed, how about becoming a teacher and partnering with Takahashi? What's the point of being a teacher? Tsukiyomi Yura immediately shook his head in refusal. The thought of facing a group of unruly children filled him with dread, fearing that he might unwittingly wield his blade to put an end to their mischief. Hoshino Kaede pondered for a moment and said, how about this? You and Shin shall seek out Yamamoto Motoichi. That location should suit you well. Your bloodline limit, combined with Shin's genjutsu, should yield significant results. Upon hearing this, Tsukikage and Asahi Shin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing their expressions, Hoshino Kaede couldn't help but chuckle to himself, and with a sudden thought, he continued. The Umbu could also use an additional hand. We are currently short-staffed, and our top-tier strength is somewhat lacking. Now this is intriguing. I find trivial skirmishes rather dull. Tsukikage held his head high, exceedingly pleased. Hoshino Kaede cast a fleeting glance at him and softly remarked, the dark department is not as it usually is. You must temper your temperament. Yuelyangi chuckled awkwardly twice, hurriedly agreeing while discreetly stepping back. Teacher, I shall keep a vigilant watch over ye. The composed Akihito stepped forward. Hoshino Kaede nodded in satisfaction, then cast a sharp glance at Tsukikage. Come on, we're grown-ups now. There's no need to act like children anymore. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the two exchanged an awkward smile before departing. Time truly flies, Hoshino Kaede mused, soon immersing himself in a sea of books. A myriad of matters awaited his attention, leaving him no time for further contemplation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kiteda returned home, brimming with excitement, his joy unmistakable. What is the occasion? You seem unusually happy, inquired a graceful woman kneeling on the tatami, deftly preparing food, her smile warm and inviting. Beside her sat a little one, sitting upright in a pose that exuded maturity. Uchiha Kiteda first scrutinized his son, noting his proper posture, which brought him satisfaction. Of course I'm happy. Today's meeting brought about monumental changes, he declared. At home, Kiteda appeared gentler, his authoritative demeanor softened significantly. Uchiha Fugaku glanced curiously at his father before quickly lowering his head. Normally, Kiteda was quite strict, forbidding conversation during meals. He then proceeded to relay the arrangements discussed in the meeting regarding the Uchiha clan. Raya, do you understand? This is monumental news for the Uchiha Kiteda exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Uchiha Ryo, not one to lack understanding, recognized the significance of the matter. However, a hint of worry crossed her face as she voiced, but Kiteda, just because you can see the clarity, it doesn't mean the elders of the clan will see it the same way. Her caution fell upon Kiteda like a bucket of cold water, dampening his enthusiasm. He sighed. You're right. Persuading the elders will require some effort. Suddenly, Fugaku, who had been quietly eating, spoke up with confusion. But isn't this a beneficial matter? Why would there be opposition? His youthful voice interjected unexpectedly. Kiteda furrowed his brow for a moment before relaxing, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes as he replied with a scoff, because they believe it tarnishes the Uchiha's glory. As he spoke, Kiteda could not help but disdainfully dismiss the notion, expressing contempt for such superficial prestige, which he deemed worthless for both the clan and the individual. Uchiha Fugaku appeared contemplative, his mind racing with thoughts. Your ability to question this is commendable, Kiteda suddenly praised. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback but soon broke into a joyful smile. Such compliments from his father were rare treasures. Continue your meal. I must attend a meeting at the clan grounds. This matter requires prompt resolution. Uchiha Kiteda stated as he set down his bowl and stood. I will not allow those stubborn individuals to disrupt the greater plan, he declared fiercely, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 90. The Beggar Child. A crisis of trust. The next day dawned bright and clear, the sun rising majestically in the sky. As Hoshino Kaede gazed out at the morning light, she rose and stretched languidly. After sitting for an entire night, her back had become quite stiff. Lord Hokage. There was a disturbance in the Uchiha clan last night. A member of the Umbu suddenly knelt on the ground, appearing as if from thin air. Hoshino Kaede nodded slightly and waved a hand, indicating her understanding. Upon hearing this, the members of the Umbu swiftly departed, moving with such stealth that not a single leaf was disturbed. The current leader of the Uchiha clan is indeed astute, possessing a keen sense of situational awareness. Kaede mused to herself. However, it seems a tad burdensome for him to shoulder this alone. It appears the next successor will be crucial. Perhaps it will be Fugaku? As Hoshino Kaede recalled the actions of Uchiha Fugaku, his expression grew intricate. Indecisive and faltering at crucial moments, he dared not oppose, entrusting his life to his son, all for the sake of fulfilling a vision that ultimately led to the downfall of the Uchiha clan. Well, I shall wait and see, after all, with my presence. The Uchiha shall not stir any significant turmoil. Hoshino Kaede chuckled softly, his thoughts becoming clear. Possessing strength grants one the freedom to act as one pleases, which is the foundation of his confidence. Perhaps it is time for a stroll. Even the Hokage must remain in touch with the populace. Hoshino Kaede could not help but entertain a whimsical thought, as if inspired by a sudden impulse. Subsequently, he changed into a different attire and utilized a transformation technique to alter his appearance. After all, given his notoriety, it was likely that everyone recognized him. As he stepped onto the bustling street, he observed the throngs of people, each seemingly preoccupied and racing against time, their strides brisk and purposeful. Hoshino Kaede observed the scene with a heavy heart, shaking his head in dismay. Development is essential, he mused. Suddenly, a few frail figures caught his attention, causing his brow to furrow and his expression to darken. In front of a vendor, several children displayed pleading faces, their voices laced with desperation as they implored for food. Please, could you spare something to eat? The vendor, upon hearing their pleas, responded with evident disdain. Go away, don't disturb my business. The lead child's face fell as he turned away, disheartened. We have been away for quite some time. We should return, or the director will be upset. A timid voice came from behind, eyes wide with urgency. The child named you, stubbornly biting his lip, shook his head and replied, No, the director has worked tirelessly. We must share in her burdens, even if only a little. The other children fell silent, for the children of the impoverished often mature quickly, keenly aware of the director's struggles. A few years prior, things were somewhat easier, but in recent times, the economy of Konoha had stagnated, with the elite embroiled in power struggles, leaving establishments like the orphanage bereft of adequate funds to sustain operations. Just then, one child spoke up. I heard the new Hokage has taken office. Perhaps there will be some change. Humph, you scoffed before any other child could respond. Change? It would be a miracle if they do not bring us further harm. Those in power have never cared for our plight. As he spoke, Yu's expression grew animated, a fleeting glimpse of hatred crossing his face, hinting at the burdens he had endured. Hoshino Kaede's eyes were shrouded in darkness, and he found himself at a loss for words, seemingly too optimistic. Even the children harbored feelings of disappointment towards the higher-ups, let alone the adults. The village of Konoha had reached a critical juncture, a crisis of lost public trust. Yet, I heard that just a few days ago, during the succession, many were cheering, whispered Yusuke. Yu's expression wavered, instinctively disbelieving, viewing it as mere performance for others. Indeed, I secretly slipped out to witness it myself, chimed in another child. Perhaps having witnessed the event, their eyes gleaming with hope. The atmosphere was electric, filled with joy. It was as if I glimpsed the hope spoken of by the director's mother. His gaze was filled with yearning and insatiable desire. Even after enduring prolonged darkness, his heart remained steadfastly hopeful, yearning for a ray of light to pierce through the shadows and dispel the gloom. Yu pressed his lips together, still stubbornly skeptical, retorting defiantly. Don't be foolish. People like us are worth less than refuse, let alone entertain notions of hope. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just begun to ignite, leaving only a faint glimmer on the verge of extinguishment. The crowd could not help but lower their heads, a wave of inferiority washing over them, their expressions despondent. I do not share that sentiment. A sudden voice of an adult broke the silence, startling them. Hoshino Kaede slowly approached them, her expression tender and gentle, evoking a sense of affection that felt like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the shadows that loomed. However, it wasn't long before you became wary, retreating a few steps with the other children. Who are you? What do you want? Yu's voice was sharp yet faltering, projecting an exterior of toughness while concealing a heart that raced with anxiety, fearful that the newcomer might be a villain. As Hoshino Kaede beheld the scene before him, A soft chuckle escaped his lips, yet his laughter danced upon his features. Tears began to glisten in his eyes. These children, who should be nestled in the warm embrace of their parents, savoring the affection bestowed upon them, now resembled frightened rabbits, their every movement igniting fear and trembling within them. This sight pierced his heart anew. U.S. gaze was filled with confusion. The individual before him exhibited peculiarities, even shedding tears. Nevertheless, this revelation did not ease his tension. Instead, it heightened his vigilance. Danger has a way of lurking beneath the surface, concealed in the depths, waiting for that moment of relaxation to deliver a fatal blow. Why you are? Suddenly, the child who had stealthily slipped away earlier regarded him with a look of recognition, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After a moment of focused observation, he gasped in astonishment. You are the Hokage-sama. Hoshino Kaede had long since dispelled her transformation technique. And it was hardly surprising that recognition came so swiftly after the succession ceremony. As you scrutinized Hoshino Kaede, he quietly inquired, are you certain he is the third Hokage? Disillusioned with the higher-ups, he exhibited no reverence towards the Hokage. Indeed, it was this individual who stood atop the Hokage building that day, delivering a speech that stirred a great many cheers. The child nodded affirmatively. Had you not restrained him, he would have likely dashed forward. Yet, what did it matter if he was the Hokage? He was no different from the others, all cut from the same cloth. You clenched his teeth. Resembling a young wolf cub, emitting a low growl, his expression fierce and filled with distrust. Hoshino Kaede paid no heed to his demeanor, or rather, he had no cause to do so. The child's animosity towards the higher-ups is undoubtedly rooted in motives that are all too apparent. At this moment, Hoshino Kaede appeared entranced, her gaze distant. Suddenly, Yusin, with fierce determination, surged forward with remarkable speed, sinking her petite teeth into Hoshino Kaede's wrist with unyielding force. The intensity of the bite was unforgiving, and in that instant, Hoshino Kaede was overwhelmed by a surge of pain. Crimson blood flowed into Yusin's mouth, the metallic scent rekindling her primal instincts. In an instant, the hidden Numbu, lurking in the shadows, sprang forth, ready to intervene and separate the two. However, Hoshino Kaede sharply commanded, do not approach. This matter lies between me and this child. There is no need for your interference. Chapter 91. Pharmacist Chihiro. Hoshino Phone rebuked sharply, causing the dark-cloaked figure, whose eyes burned with anger, to instantly shrink back, hesitant to advance. What a cheeky lad. Are you a dog? Your bite is rather fierce.